The Chaos Divine Beast, the Emperor Qilin, is my mount, the White Tiger, Azure Dragon, and Black Tortoise are my spirit beasts, drawing my sword to slash the sky, commanding beasts to fight against demons. Leading Demon Beast and my brothers and sisters, battling against the Demon Horde, fighting the Demon King, exterminating the Demon Emperor, and slaying the Demon Lord. To save all living beings, I am the strongest Beastmaster. Chapter 1. Beastmaster. Year 3206 of the Song Yuan era. Fengling City. Fengling City is located in the northwest of the Song Yuan continent, a relatively remote city with over 26,000 residents. As dawn breaks, the morning light illuminates the land, and the green grass on the mountains glistens with the morning dew. At this moment, on the Fengling platform in Fengling City, the awakening ceremony for Beastmasters is being held. There are about 50 to 60 people standing on the platform, all from Fengling City and nearby villages. These individuals are all around 10 years old, gathered here to participate in this awakening ceremony. In the center of the Fengling platform is an altar made of stone, formed by several ancient formations. "Children, are you all ready?" An elderly voice called out, belonging to an old man. "Ready." The speaker, an old man with long white hair and a long beard, has a weathered face with a few wrinkles. His name is Lan Shi, the vice mayor of Fengling City, a fifth-year Beastmaster and the guide for this awakening ceremony. Lan Shi glanced at the children standing on the platform and continued, "Today, some of you will awaken to become Beastmasters. Once you become Beastmasters, I hope you can protect our homeland. We vow to defend our homeland, never allowing the demon race to step into our territory." Lan Shi nodded with some satisfaction. "Very good. Before awakening, let's first test your compatibility. Compatibility has 5 levels. As long as you have a level 1 compatibility, you have the potential to become a Beastmaster. However, the higher the compatibility, the higher the fusion level, and a higher fusion level indicates greater compatibility. Now, let's begin." Lan Shi took out a spirit stone for testing compatibility, then pulled out a roster and slowly opened it. "Lian, step forward for testing." "Yes." A chubby little boy walked out from the crowd. He placed his hand on the testing stone, and only one of the 5 lines on the stone lit up. Lan Shi nodded, wrote down the name, and then spoke. "Lian, compatibility level 1, pass the test." The testing proceeded quickly, with one child going up and another coming down. In a short while, over 20 children were tested, and 16 passed. Next, Ming Shi. A frail-looking little boy stepped forward. He placed his hand on the testing stone, and the lines lit up one by One, 2, 3, and finally, all 5 lines lit up. Lan Shi could hardly believe his eyes. This little boy had achieved a compatibility level 5, which had only appeared once before on the Song Yuan continent. Ming Shi, compatibility level 5, passed the test. "Huh, truly a blessing for our human race." Ming Shi appeared particularly excited, shaking his little fists. "Great, I passed." Many people nearby were whispering, as it was their first time witnessing a compatibility level 5. To think there's a level 5 compatibility, so impressive. "Yeah, I heard from my dad that the highest compatibility on the Song Yuan continent is only level 4. Sigh. If only I had a compatibility level 5, thought, while they were discussing below the platform, for more lights suddenly appeared by the testing stone. Another level 4 compatibility. Why are there so many prodigies this year? What's going on this year? Usually, we only get a few level 3 compatibilities, but this year. Look, the one with level 4 compatibility is actually a girl. Due to the emergence of level 4 and 5 compatibilities, those with level 3 were overlooked. The testing quickly concluded with 41 passing the test. 1 with level 5 compatibility, 1 with level 4, 2 with level 3, and most others with level 1 or 2. Compatibility. Lan Shi nodded with satisfaction, as he was pleased with this testing result, which exceeded his expectations that in this small Fengling city, they had tested 2 children with level 4 and level 5 compatibility. Even a first-tier city might not see a child with level 4 compatibility, and to have one with level 5 was remarkable. Lan Shi composed himself and, stroking his beard, smiled and said, "Children, take a short break. The next round will be the awakening ceremony. I hope everyone can awaken a high-level spirit beast. While compatibility is important, the key is still the awakening of the spirit beast. Even with level 5 compatibility, it is useless if one cannot awaken a spirit beast." A little over 10 minutes later, Lan Shi walked to the altar. "Children, the awakening ceremony officially begins. You just need to sit in the center of the altar. Lian, you go first for your awakening." Lian walked to the center of the Fengling platform and sat cross-legged. The altar emitted a white light, and a white light ball appeared before Lian. This light ball is the connection between Lian and his spirit beast, known as the Beast Core by Beastmasters. Only those with a Beast Core can summon their spirit beasts. At that moment, a small black creature was transmitted from the Beast Core, resembling a beetle. Lan Chi nodded in satisfaction. Good, this is a second-tier spirit beast, the triangular beetle, which belongs to the defensive type. Lian jumped up joyfully. I become a Beastmaster, this is amazing. Lan Chi patted Li on the shoulder. Lian has successfully awakened. His spirit beast is the second-tier triangular beetle. Next, let's have a next one. A tall boy, much bigger than his peers, stepped forward. He sat in the center of the altar but felt no connection with it. When the time was up, Lan Chi shook his head in disappointment. Han Peng, awakening failed next. Over a dozen children came up, but only 4 succeeded in awakening. Next was Ming Shi, who was now the center of attention. Ming Shi walked to the center of the altar, and the altar emitted a black light, revealing 3 light balls before him. Lan Chi was astonished. How could there be 3 light balls? Does he have 3 beast cores? Shouldn't each person only have 1 beast core? Just as he puzzled over it, only 1 light ball remained before Ming Shi. Lan Chi rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. It was indeed one he thought he might have been mistaken earlier. However, this boy was truly exceptional. His beast core was actually black. Most people's beast cores are white, with only powerful spirit beasts having different core colors. Upon seeing the color of the beast core, Lan Chi felt certain that what would awaken this time would be a high-level spirit beast. At that moment, a small black snake was transmitted from the dark beast core. Lan Chi frowned and looked for a long time, but could not determine the level of this small snake. He could only bring out a crystal ball to test the spirit beast level. After testing for a long time, the crystal showed no response, indicating that Ming Shi's spirit beast was merely an ordinary spirit beast without a level. After a series of tests, Ming Shi's spirit beast was determined to be level 1. A boy beside him shook his head and said, "To think a level 5 compatibility would summon a useless spirit beast. What a pity." Exactly, only level 1. Such a waste of his level 5 compatibility. Sigh. I thought this kid would become a powerful figure among humans, but it seems that's not going to happen. The crowd erupted in discussions. No one expected that a level 5 compatibility would awaken a level 1 spirit beast. Sigh. Lan Chi also let out a deep sigh, as even he had not anticipated that Ming Shi would awaken a level 1 spirit beast. It's such a pity. Even a second-level spirit beast will be fine. His compatibility is so high. Even if it's a second-level spirit beast, its combat power could be equivalent to a third-level spirit beast. Spirit beasts are divided into 5 levels. Levels 1 to 3 are called spirit beasts. Level 4 is called Beast King, and level 5 is called Divine Beast. Ming Shi lowered his head in disappointment, not expecting to awaken a legendary useless spirit beast. That a useless spirit beast is one that is below level 1 and is referred to as a useless spirit beast. A little girl walked over. Don't be disheartened. Even if it's a level 1 spirit beast, you're still a Beastmaster. And there are other professions to choose from, right? Ming Shi looked up and saw that the little girl was exceptionally beautiful, almost stunning. I'm not sad anymore. I'm a Beastmaster. I want to protect everyone. I want to protect the most important person. The little girl walked up to the altar. She was also one of the chosen children. Although her compatibility was not as high as Ming Shi's, it was still extremely rare, as her compatibility was level 4. The little girl's name was Lung Yuzhu, and she was the daughter of the old official from the east of the city. Lung Yuzhu sat in the center of the altar, which emitted a blood-red glow. A red light ball appeared before Lung Yuzhu, and from the light ball flew out a red bird, about the size of a rooster. Someone in the crowd laughed and said, "Look, it's a big rooster. I thought it was some amazing spirit beast, but it looks quite nice." Yeah, it does look a bit like a big rooster, but it also looks a bit like a big bird. Judging by its appearance, it probably won't exceed level 2. When Lan Chi saw the big bird in the sky, his legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. Lan Chi trembled and said, "Heaven bless our Wind Spirit City. Our Wind Spirit City has finally produced a high-level Beastmaster. This truly is heaven's blessing." The crowd looked at the Vice City Lord kneeling on the ground, confused, and asked, "City Lord, what's wrong with you? What is happening?" Lan Chi waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. After adjusting his mindset, he continued, "Lung Yuzhu, compatibility level 4, awakened spirit beast, is the level 5 divine beast, Tianming Xianfeng." Upon hearing the name Tianming Xianfeng, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. "Oh my gosh, it's actually the level 5 divine beast, Tianming Xianfeng. I've only seen it in the texts." Chapter 2, The Dark Night Forest. Didn't you just say it was a rooster? Have you ever seen a level 5 rooster? Hee hee, I was just joking. A level 5 divine beast is simply amazing. Lan Shi also came back to his senses from his joy, as the awakening ceremony still had to continue. Alright, everyone quiet down, let's continue the awakening ceremony. Although Lan Shi was excited, he couldn't let it affect the awakening ceremony. Next up was the eldest son of the Li family, Li Wenhao, whose compatibility was also high at level 3. Li Wenhao sat in the center of the altar, and the altar reacted accordingly. Not long after, Li Wenhao's spirit beast appeared, which was a wolf-like creature. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a level 3 spirit beast, the Howling Moon Song Wolf. Lan Shi clapped and cheered. Not bad, not bad. Several good seedlings have emerged this year, and another level 3 spirit beast has appeared. The onlookers began to gossip. As expected of the eldest son of the Li family, he actually awakened a level 3 spirit beast. I remember there's a branch of the Li family. Someone named Li Wenlong also awakened a level 3 spirit beast. Yes, the Li family is indeed impressive. The awakening process was quick, and before long, all 41 people had completed their awakenings. This year, there was 1 level 5 divine beast, 3 level 3 spirit beasts, 29 level 2 spirit beasts, 1 level 1 spirit beast, and 7 failures. Beast tamers are divided into 9 ranks. Level 1 to 3 are called beast apprentices, level 4 to 6 are called beast kings, level 7 to 9 are called beast lords, and those above level 9 are referred to as beast gods by the world. Lan Shi said. All the families of the children were outside the wind spirit platform, waiting for their children to return from the awakening. Some were happy, some were sad, and Mingxi was one of them. Mingxi lowered her head in disappointment and walked in front of her mother. I'm sorry, Mom. I let down your hopes. Mingxi looked up at her mother, who was 28 years old, very beautiful, and named Han Wenhui. Han Wenhui gently stroked Mingxi's little head and said softly, It's okay, child. Even if you failed the awakening, we can still train to become a warrior. Warriors are generally children who cannot become beast tamers, and there are 9 levels of warriors. A level 9 warrior's strength is equivalent to an 8th level beast tamer. Mingxi raised her head, her big eyes looking at Han Wenhui, and then said, Mom, I succeeded in the awakening, but the awakened spirit beast is level 1. Mingxi summoned her spirit beast. It was a small black snake coiled around Mingxi's arm. When Han Wenhui saw the little snake, she felt that this little thing was not so simple, because it was not an ordinary snake, even though it looked like a level 1. On the way, Mingxi explained to Han Wenhui about the awakening process at the altar. Han Wenhui exclaimed in surprise. In this wind spirit city, a level 5 divine beast was actually awakened. This is simply unbelievable. Mingxi looked up and said, Yes. Its compatibility is actually level 4. Han Wenhui was a bit surprised because the strongest human at present also awakened a level 5 divine beast with a compatibility of level 4. That child will definitely achieve great things in the future, Mingxi. Then what is your compatibility? Mom, my spirit beast is only level 1. No matter how high the compatibility is, it doesn't matter. Han Wenhui smiled happily. Silly child, you work very hard. Even if it's a level 1 spirit beast, so what? Don't forget, you're still a warrior. Mingxi scratched her head and said, Mom, my compatibility is level 5. It's okay, child, even if your compatibility is low. It's not a big deal. Wait, did you say your compatibility is what level? Han Wenhui couldn't believe her ears, so she asked again, and the result left her astonished. There has only been one person in human history who has ever shown a level 5 compatibility, which was a millennium ago, the strongest beast tamer of humanity. Known as the Fiery Dragon of Rage, Zhan Tianai, who possessed a level 5 divine beast, the Flame Dragon. Zhan Tianai single-handedly challenged the 4 great demon gods, killing 1 and heavily injuring 3. After this battle, humanity finally had a chance to catch its breath. Even a level 3 compatibility with a level 5 divine beast is not a match for a great demon god, let alone Zhan Tianai, facing 4 alone. It is easy to imagine how important this level 5 compatibility is. Mingxi's family lived in the Dark Night Forest, 7 miles outside Wind Spirit City. Although it was only the outskirts of the Dark Night mountain range, first-level magical beasts often appeared there. Although first-level magical beasts looked no different from normal animals, they had strong aggression, and even some first-level beast tamers would not fare well against them. Mingxi raised her head and said, Mom, why do we live so far away? Mom, I will protect you. I am now a first-level warrior. Mingxi clenched her fist to show her mother her muscles. Just ahead is the Dark Night Forest. But be careful, Han Wenhui reminded. Okay, Mom. Mingxi turned the iron ring on her wrist and looked up to ask, Mom, when can I take this off? Only when you encounter danger can you take it off, okay? Oh, alright. The iron rings on Mingxi's body are made of 1,000-year-old mysterious iron, totaling 4 rings for hands and feet, weighing a total of 120 kilograms. These iron rings are meant to train Mingxi's strength, as a warrior must have enough power and endurance. Han Wenhui sensed a first-level magical beast nearby, and she remained silent to see her son's alertness. They walked a long way, but Mingxi still did not react, while the magical beast was only a dozen meters behind them. The magical beast prepared to attack. And just as Han Wenhui was about to move, Mingxi stepped in front of her, punching the magical beast away. The magical beast was pitch black. With greenish-blue eyes and white claws, about the size of a dog, it was an adult green-eyed demon cat. Han Wenhui could tell that Mingxi didn't use all his strength and had deliberately knocked the demon cat far away. "Mom, let's not kill it. Let it go," Mingxi pleaded. Han Wenhui shook her head. Although this child had average insight, his reaction ability was strong, but he was too kind-hearted. After all, a magical beast is still a magical beast. If he encounters a beast of a higher level, he will suffer greatly. "All right, you decide for yourself. But let me ask you, when did you notice it was following us?" "It started following us shortly after we entered the forest, and it even stopped a few times." Han Wenhui initially thought Mingxi hadn't noticed the demon cat following them, but it seems she was mistaken. This little guy's insight had already surpassed that of ordinary people, and he even knew the demon cat had stopped a few times. At this moment, the green-eyed demon cat got up from the ground and disappeared from their sight. "Let's go, Mom." The magical beasts roared in the mountains and forests, but Han Wenhui and her son were already used to this sound. Mingxi had grown up in this forest and could find his way home even with his eyes closed. They crossed a small creek, where a row of stones lay in the water, and Mingxi jumped over in a few moves. Not far ahead was a wooden house. It wasn't very big and was quite simple, surrounded by a fence. Inside the house, there was only a wooden bed, a table, and a simple vanity. "Mom, I'm going to gather firewood and cook." Han Wenhui smiled and nodded. "Now that this child is 10 years old, it's time for me to leave because there are many things waiting for me to handle. Although I feel a bit reluctant, this child still needs more training." "Mom, dinner's ready." "Coming." "Mom, how's my cooking?" Mingxi looked at his mother and said. Han Wenhui took a bite of the dish, nodded slightly, and said, Not bad. It's delicious." "Mingxi, after dinner, I have something to tell you." Okay, Mom." After dinner, the mother and son went to the yard. "Mingxi, summon your spirit beast so I can take a look." Mingxi communicated with his spirit beast using his mind, and then 3 beast cores appeared in front of him. The core in the middle flashed a few times, and a small black snake emerged. Han Wenhui looked at Mingxi's 3 beast cores in surprise, because every Beastmaster only has 1 beast core, which represents their spirit beast. No one in the Tsunyuan continent has ever had multiple beast cores, and it is uncertain whether this is a good thing. "Mingxi, never show your 3 beast cores in front of others." Mingxi asked in confusion, "Mom, why do I have 3 beast cores?" Han Wenhui shook her head slowly. "I'm not sure either. I've never heard of such a thing, but you can try to use your mind to control the beast cores." Chapter 3, Little Black. "I don't know if I can do it. It appeared once during the awakening ceremony, but then it disappeared," Mingxi said. "You should try to feel the location of the beast cores with your mind," Han Wenhui instructed. Mingxi was very smart. He closed his eyes and tried to feel the location of the beast cores. After about half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes. "Mom, I think I felt it." Han Wenhui nodded. "Yes, this child is very smart. He found the location of the beast cores so quickly on his first try." Now Mingxi could summon any one of the 3 beast cores at will. Han Wenhui looked at Mingxi's 3 beast cores and had an idea. Could it be that Mingxi possesses 3 spirit beasts? It was also possible that the other 2 beast cores were just accidental occurrences with no real function. However, each of these 3 beast cores was just like those of ordinary people. Han Wenhui turned around and summoned her spirit beast. A small creature, dark all over and resembling a little lizard, ran out. Unlike a lizard, it had a tiny horn on its head and a pair of small wings. Although small, its body was very strong. "Why did you call me out? Little Black. Do you know what level that little snake is?" "Don't call me Little Black. I am the Great Black Dragon Emperor. How could I have such a silly name? Please call me Lord Black Dragon." Hey, don't pull my tail." "Mom, who are you talking to?" Hearing someone speak, Mingxi quickly stood up and looked around but didn't find anyone. He then focused on Little Black. "Mom, how can this little lizard talk?" For the first time in 10 years, Mingxi saw Little Black. And it was also the first time he learned that spirit beasts could actually speak human language. "This is my spirit beast," Han Wenhui said, lifting Little Black and shaking it in front of her. "I called you out to help me, not to annoy me." All right, let me see," Little Black said, shaking its head. Han Wenhui pointed to the little black snake on Mingxi's shoulder, which was now lazily opening its eyes. The 2 little creatures looked at each other. Little Black exhaled flames, preparing to attack, while the little black snake raised its head high, looking foolishly at Little Black. Han Wenhui patted Little Black. "All right, I didn't call you here to fight. That's just a young beast. What did you see?" Little Black's eyes didn't leave the little black snake. "It has a familiar aura, but it seems to have impure blood, likely a branch of its lineage." Han Wenhui asked, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Little Black crossed its arms and stood on tiptoe. Humph. How could this emperor be mistaken about such a thing? If Mingxi's spirit pet truly was its descendant, it certainly wouldn't just be a first-level spirit beast. Mingxi hugged Little Black, lifted it up, and petted its tail. Mom, this little lizard is so cute. Flames spilled from Little Black's mouth, and it angrily said, "Don't touch my tail. Put me down quickly. Do you believe I'll eat you? Don't you know to respect your elders and care for the young?" Han Wenwei laughed. "All right, Mingxi, quickly put Little Black down. Go to bed early. You have to report tomorrow." The next morning, before dawn, Han Wenwei got up and made breakfast for Mingxi. "The little lazy bug is up to eat. You have to report soon." "Good morning, Mom." After breakfast, Mingxi greeted his mother and left home. It took Mingxi half an hour to walk from there to Wine Spirit City. He moved quickly, accompanied by the rising sun. Just as he was about to leave the Dark Night Forest, Mingxi sensed a demon beast nearby that was about to attack him. He stood still, waiting for the demon beast to reveal itself. The demon beast seized the opportunity to attack, just as it was about to pounce on Mingxi. He took a small step back, and the demon beast slammed into the ground beneath his feet, creating a large pit. One had to say that this demon beast was very strong. If it had hit him, he would have undoubtedly died. This time, the demon beast missed. Enraged, the demon beast pounded its chest with its fists, continuously roaring in anger. This was a first-level demon beast, the black-backed demon ape, which looked very much like a gorilla but was slightly bulkier. Although this black-backed demon ape was still young, it was much stronger than an ordinary first-level demon beast. The demon ape roared loudly and began wildly hammering its fists, leaving the ground in ruins. Mingxi dodged all attacks by moving left and right. At 6 years old, he could single-handedly kill a first-level demon beast. Although this black-backed demon ape was an outstanding first-level beast, it couldn't do anything to Mingxi. Seeing this, Mingxi sighed. He wouldn't be able to leave without killing it. His intention was not to kill it, but the demon ape kept chasing and attacking. So he had no choice but to deal with it first. Mingxi jumped up, soaring 3 to 4 zhang high. He aimed for the demon ape's neck and landed a punch, breaking its neck. He knew that the neck was the weakest part of the demon ape, which allowed him to strike a fatal blow. Mingxi bowed to the demon ape and then took its beast crystal. He looked up at the sun and said softly, "Oh no, the reporting time is almost here." When Mingxi arrived in Wind Spirit City, he found that he had already missed the reporting time. By the time he reached the city lord's mansion, the guards at the entrance told him that everyone else had already left. Mingxi sat in front of the door, dejectedly lowering his head. He heard someone approaching and looked up to see it was none other than Lung Yuzhu. Lung Yuzhu smiled and extended a hand. Mingxi looked at her, then instinctively placed his hand in hers. Lung Yuzhu pulled Mingxi up. "Let us go? We'll report to the academy together." Mingxi asked in confusion, "How are you here? Weren't you supposed to have left already?" After calling the roll, they found you hadn't arrived. The deputy city lord had everyone wait for you for half an hour, but when you still didn't come, he thought you weren't coming. So he took everyone away. I told the deputy city lord I wanted to stay and wait for you because I believed you would come. So I waited here for you. Mingxi was particularly touched because they had only met once, yet she believed in him so much. "Thank you. Mom said to be grateful and repay kindness, so let me protect you from now on." What Yuzhu didn't know was that this simple promise would become an eternal bond between the two. Lung Yuzhu smiled and nodded. The two of them got into a carriage, and after about an hour, they arrived at the Spirit Beast Academy. The Spirit Beast Academy was one of the best academies in Wind Spirit City, with nearly 1,000 students. The academy's principal was a contemporary powerhouse, a 7th-tier Beastmaster. After getting off the carriage, Mingxi looked at the Spirit Beast Academy and exclaimed, "This Spirit Beast Academy truly deserves to be the #1 academy in Wind Spirit City. It surpasses even the City Lord's mansion, with a romantic and solemn atmosphere, the elevated hall and grand entrance. The circular arched windows and stone corners displayed an air of elegance and luxury. As the two little creatures approached the main entrance, they were stopped by a teacher in front of the door. "Which class are you from?" asked a middle-aged teacher wearing a black hat. Mingxi bowed politely and said, "Hello. We are here to report." "Here to report? Is it Lung Yuzhu?" the teacher asked. Lung Yuzhu nodded. "Yes. Can we go in now?" "Go ahead. Deputy City Lord Lanchi has already informed us, saying that some children may come to report later, and I just asked for safety's sake," he replied. After they entered the courtyard, they happened to see other students. When Lanchi saw the two, he hurried over and led them away. "I brought her here. She is the owner of the Heavenly Destiny Xianfeng." Lanchi greeted the girl. This girl was an important figure from the Beast God Temple. She stood straight and elegant, exuding an air that kept strangers at bay. Her skin shimmered like snow, her blue pupils were cold as ice, and her high nose highlighted her sharp features. This girl had come for Lung Yuzhu, but no one knew her identity. A man carrying a sword accompanied her. He was robust, clearly the result of long-term training. Mingxi looked at the man and noticed that he was very strong. The girl said lightly, "My name is Yang Ingnua, and I will be the mentor of the special class. I will be here to guide you for 3 years. During this time, I hope you will work hard to cultivate and achieve good results." Yang Ingnua asked, "Zetian, what were you looking at just now? You took a long time to come back to your senses." Zetian was a 6th-tier warrior, only 31 years old, with a strong and handsome appearance. "Since it's just the two of us, you don't need to call me sir, just call me by my name." "Okay, sir." Yang Ingnua shook her head helplessly, then asked, "Are there any warriors among these children today? Didn't they just awaken as Beastmasters? Is there really such a thing? It's rare to see someone dual cultivating strength and beast mastery nowadays. I'm quite looking forward to how much this child can grow." Finally, the class assignments were announced. The special class included Lung Yuzhu, Li Wenhao, Jiang Xueqing, and Shui Yuanhong. The elite class had 11 members, the ordinary class had 10, and the miscellaneous class had 9 members, with Mingxi assigned to the miscellaneous class. "Mingxi, why were you late today?" Lanqi asked. "City Lord, I encountered a demon beast on my way here, so I arrived late." Lian laughed. "Your excuse is too far-fetched. Not to mention we rarely see demon beasts. Even if we did, with our current strength, we wouldn't be able to escape." "Humph." Li Wenhao snorted. "Do you know because of you? We waited for you for a full half an hour? Your excuse is too fake. Demon beasts are not something we can contend with. Enough with the chatter. I believe Mingxi." Lung Yuzhu couldn't stand it any longer. Chapter 4. The Sky's 13 Slashes. Mingxi didn't explain much. He simply took out a beast essence from his pocket and placed it in his palm. The others gathered around and saw that the beast essence was indeed real and quite sizable. One student asked, "You didn't have this beast essence for a long time, did you?" Lanqi took the beast essence from Mingxi's hand and examined it closely. It was indeed freshly extracted, as the blood of the demon beast had not completely dried, aligning perfectly with the time of Mingxi's tardiness. Lanqi was a bit surprised. He was curious about how Mingxi had killed a first-tier demon beast. A first-tier demon beast was equivalent to a first-tier beastmaster in level, the only difference being that the demon beast did not have martial skills. Even without martial skills, a first-tier demon beast was much stronger than a first-tier warrior, and normally, a first-tier warrior might not be able to kill a first-tier demon beast without injury. This kid looked like an ordinary person. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to defeat a first-tier demon beast. There's no need to discuss it further. This beast essence is real. Mingxi, what kind of demon beast did you kill? Blackback demon ape? Lanqi found it hard to believe. Even a first-tier beastmaster would not gain an advantage against a blackback demon ape. The blackback demon ape was notoriously brutal. Many previous beastmasters and warriors had perished at its hands. Lanqi reassessed this child before him and realized he was not an ordinary person. Although he looked thin, his muscles were quite apparent, and the 4 iron rings on his arms and legs looked heavy. Not bad, Lanqi said with a smile. "I was worried about this little guy, but it seems I was overthinking it. A level 5 compatibility with a spirit beast, but it is only first tier. That is indeed a heavy blow. However, he doesn't seem to care much, and this little guy is actually a warrior. It's rare for a 10-year-old child to achieve such a level unless they come from a prominent family." Lian then said, "City Lord, do you really believe this demon beast was killed by him?" Lanqi distributed enrollment notices to each person. As these notices required parental signatures and a tuition fee of 300 silver coins. Lanqi returned the beast essence to Mingxi since it was essential for beastmasters and would be needed in many places in the future. Han Wenwei came out of the wooden house. "Sit there and rest for a while. How did it go today? What did the teacher say?" "The teacher said we should go to the academy in 7 days, Mingxi replied. Han Wenwei originally planned to leave soon. If Mingxi went to the academy, she would feel more at ease. Han Wenwei prepared a wooden tub filled with some herbs and demon beast blood, then asked Mingxi to soak in it. "Mom, I've already soaked for 10 years. How much longer do I need to soak?" Han Wenwei smiled and said, "In a few days. Mom will need to handle something very important. For the next 7 days, I will train you well." After Mingxi finished the medicinal bath, Han Wenwei took him to the open space behind the wooden house. "Mingxi, although Mom isn't a warrior, she is a beastmaster. The training for warriors is quite similar to that of beastmasters, but it's a bit more complicated for beastmasters. Warriors rely on training and martial skills. I have a martial skill here that your father practiced back then, and this sword is also your father's sword from back in the day." Mingxi asked Mom, "What tier beastmaster are you?" "Mom is a 5th-tier beastmaster," Han Wenwei replied lightly. Mingxi looked at Han Wenwei with admiration and excitedly said, "Mom, you're actually a 5th-tier beastmaster, just as powerful as the deputy city lord. Don't tell others that Mom is a beastmaster, okay?" "Okay, Mom. Why don't you tell me where Dad is now?" Han Wenwei sighed. "It's not that I don't want to tell you. I will tell you about your father when you reach the 7th tier. It's a promise. I will work hard." Han Wenwei gave Mingxi the martial skill and the sword. Mingxi took the martial skill and sword, which was called the Sky's 13 Slashes. The power of a martial skill depends on the warrior's tier and the skill's grade. Martial skills are graded as divine, heavenly, mysterious, earthly, and yellow, with yellow being the most common. Divine martial skills are extremely rare. Weapons are also graded as divine, heavenly, mysterious, earthly, and yellow. Han Wenhui sat by and watched Mingxi practice the martial skill. This child had been particularly hard-working since he was young, generally. It took 3 years to reach the first tier as a warrior, but Mingxi had achieved it in a year and a half. And he was now just one step away from being a second-tier warrior. However, this was also thanks to Han Wenhui's medicinal baths. After Mingxi received the martial skill, he did not take a break, seemingly forgetting the passage of time, and unknowingly practiced until dawn. Mingxi nodded in agreement and continued to practice. This was Mingxi's first time practicing a martial skill, and he had no clue. After practicing all night, he saw no progress. Mingxi, come here. Mom has something to tell you. Mingxi ran over, visibly exhausted. Cultivation is indeed important, but you also need to pay attention to rest. Martial skills require mental energy to be activated, so you must feel your mental energy. Moreover, martial skills cannot be mastered in just 1 or 2 days. Mingxi asked in confusion, Mom, what is mental energy? Mental energy is equivalent to the foundation of a warrior. When your mental energy reaches 10 points, you become a first-tier warrior. Your current mental energy is 18 points, and when it reaches 20 points, you can be promoted to a second-tier warrior. The medicinal baths I prepare for you every day and your daily weight training are all for cultivating mental energy. Do you understand now? Mingxi nodded, then closed his eyes and sat on the ground. After a long time, he opened his eyes. Mom, I think I have a bit of an idea now, but I'm still missing a little. You go ahead and be busy. I'll practice for a while. This child is too much like his father. His obsession with cultivation can only be described as madness. Not long after, Mingxi happily ran into the wooden house. Mom, I finally mastered the first slash of the sky, piercing 13 slashes. Han Wenhui was surprised and then patted Mingxi's head, saying, Mom is really happy for you. Hurry up and eat. The food is almost cold. Mingxi joyfully ran off to eat. Han Wenhui looked at Mingxi's back and saw a shadow of his father. Mingxi actually mastered the first slash in just 3 days, while his father took nearly a year. This little guy's talent is truly extraordinary. There are still 4 days left. I should explain the advancement of Beast Tamers to him. In the past, it was useless to talk to him before he awakened, but now that he has awakened, it's time to discuss Beast Tamers with him. Mingxi came over and linked his arm with hers, saying, Mom, I'm full. Good boy. Hurry up and take a nap. Mingxi looked at her and asked Mom, why can't I go to the back mountain and only to the front mountain? All right, Mom. I will cultivate well. Can you tell me about every profession of the human race? Let me tell you about the common professions of the human race. There are beast tamers, warriors, pharmacists, array masters, and a few very mysterious professions, which your mentor will tell you about later. Warriors rely on strength and martial skills, cultivating mental energy, while the other 3 professions cultivate spiritual power, including me. When spiritual power reaches 10 points, one becomes a first-tier beast tamer. Cultivating spiritual power can be enhanced through meditation, battle, and medicine, while the growth of your spirit beast relies on beast essence. The rank of a beast tamer cannot exceed that of their spirit beast, while the spirit beast's rank can be higher than that of the beast tamer. Each time a beast tamer advances a rank, they receive a beast martial skill from their spirit beast. Beast martial skills have 4 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, and divine level. Upgrading beast martial skills also requires a large amount of beast essence. Therefore, the demand for beast essence is very high for beast tamers. Do you remember everything I said? Mingxi nodded. I remember everything. That's good. In the remaining days, I will teach you how to cultivate spiritual power. Mingxi looked energized because he has loved cultivation since he was little, even practicing for several days without eating or drinking. Mom, what is the difference between a beast tamer and a warrior? Why do others say beast tamers are stronger? How should I explain this to you? In the early stages, warriors are stronger than beast tamers, but beast tamers can upgrade their beast martial skills, so later on, beast tamers become much more powerful than warriors. Mingxi asked in confusion, why don't other beast tamers practice both? Han Wenhui explained, beast tamers need a lot of energy to advance, and if they also practice as warriors, there simply won't be enough time. So nowadays, people usually only cultivate one profession. Han Wenhui taught Mingxi how to meditate, and he sat there for 3 days and nights. Mom, how long have I been cultivating here? 3 days. Tomorrow you will go to the academy. And Mom has to go far away tomorrow as well. Here, take this. Don't move your spiritual power until it reaches 19 points. Han Wenhui handed Mingxi a ring. She also gave him 2,000 gold coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and a book titled Ancient Medicinal Scroll. It contains information on the herbs for medicinal baths and matching demon beast blood. Read it more when you get to the academy. Chapter 5, Enrollment. Okay, Mom. I will definitely not disappoint you. Han Wenhui nodded in satisfaction. All right, child, go to sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Good night, Mom. Han Wenhui kissed Mingxi's forehead. Good night, baby. Mingxi Han Ti slept for several days and soon fell asleep. Han Wenhui gently stroked Mingxi's face because she knew that once she left, she wouldn't know how long it would be until they met again. She felt a bit reluctant, but a boy must undergo more training. He can't always grow under her wings. 10 years ago, while pregnant with Mingxi, she was chased and finally used her last bit of strength to get here. She was also seriously injured and had to hide her identity for 10 years. Now that her injuries have healed, it's time to settle things. However, before that, she must ensure Mingxi's safety. Han Wenhui nodded slightly, as if she thought of a good idea. It can only be done this way. Han Wenhui stayed up all night and got up before dawn to prepare breakfast for Mingxi. Get up, sleepyhead. After you eat, you have to go to the academy. Mingxi rubbed his eyes and said, Good morning, Mom. Are you leaving today? Yes. While Mom is away, you must take good care of yourself and listen to your teacher. Mingxi's eyes brimmed with tears. Boy shouldn't cry. Go eat first. You still have to go to the academy later. Mingxi wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said, Mom, I won't cry anymore. I'm a man. Mingxi got up, washed his face, ate a little, packed his belongings, and set off on the way to school. After Mingxi left, Han Wenhui summoned her spirit beast. Xiaohei, we're off? Xiaohei shook its head. Sigh. I told you not to call me Xiaohei, but you don't listen. Xiaohei's body suddenly grew hundreds of times larger, turning from a small lizard into a giant dragon. Brief introduction of the Black Dragon Emperor. Its strong body looks exceptionally powerful, with a long and thick neck, a head with horns or frills, sharp teeth, and a long tail. It walks on 4 powerful legs and flies with a pair of bat-like huge wings. Its body covered in scales for protection. Its eyes have 4 layers of eyelids, the inner 3 layers transparent, protecting the eyes from harm. Its teeth are sharp and usually curve inward to tear apart prey. Its vision is several times better than a human's, allowing it to see in the dark. And its hearing is similar to that of humans. However, its perception is very good, able to sense the movement of invisible objects. Xiaohei can not only fly, walk, and swim, but can also breathe underwater. Han Wenhui jumped onto Xiaohei, and they disappeared into the sky. The dewdrops glistened in the rising sun, shimmering like glass beads, trembling on the tips of the leaves. As the sun gradually rose, Mingxi did not stop for a moment. The birds and beasts in the jungle chirped, as if cheering him on. Mingxi walked ahead when a speeding carriage stopped in front of him. The driver smiled at Mingxi. It was the same driver from last time. The carriage curtains opened, and a small hand stretched out. Come up. Let us go to the academy together. Mingxi placed his hand on hers and was pulled up. Thank you, Mingxi said gratefully. He felt an indescribable feeling when he first saw Yuju, and he felt shy to look up at her while sitting in the carriage. Yuju looked at Mingxi and found it a bit funny. You don't need to be so reserved. Aren't we friends? We are friends. Mingxi secretly glanced at Yuju, but he found Yuju was looking at him, and he awkwardly scratched his head. 2 people arrived at the academy, where many others had already gathered. Each class had its designated area. The special class, Rain Bamboo, stood at the front, while Mingxi's miscellaneous class was at the back. Is everyone here? Today is your first day at the academy. Now, let your teachers arrange your accommodations. Gather back here in half an hour, said Vice President Ding Fei. Ding Fei, 53 years old, was not very tall and wore a white academic robe. Although he was over 50, he still appeared spirited. Each class's mentor led their students to the dormitories in the backyard. Each room housed 3 people, except for the girls, who shared a room with 2. Mingxi shared a room with 2 boys from his class, while Cold Rain Bamboo and Jiang Xueqing were assigned to the same room. Hello everyone. I am Sidu Fengyun, the president of Fengling Academy. I'm very glad you all joined us, said Sidu Fengyun. As a 7th-tier Beastmaster, he was one of the strongest in Fengling City. He looked like a middle-aged man, but no one knew his actual age. He was tall and slightly thin, with striking silver hair, giving him an ethereal appearance. Mingxi looked around, then pointed at himself and asked, Is it me? Sidu Fengyun nodded. Yes, it's you. Zhao Lu, the mentor of the miscellaneous class, asked in confusion. President, why are you keeping him? Sidu Fengyun replied, This child is very special. You can take your students and leave now. After sizing up Mingxi, Sidu Fengyun noticed that not only was he a first-tier warrior, but his mental strength was also higher than that of the other children. What kind of person could train such an outstanding child? Moreover, the iron ring on the child weighed at least 100 pounds. Sidu Fengyun asked, Do you know why I kept you? Mingxi shook his head. President, I wasn't late today. Mingxi thought he had made a mistake. Sidu Fengyun smiled and said, You haven't made a mistake. I'm just a bit surprised. Ding Fei whispered, President, his spirit beast is only first tier. Keeping him here isn't appropriate. Sidu Fengyun waved his hand to silence him. Don't say too much, just watch carefully. Jition's eyes had not left Ming-Shi as he wondered how such a small child could advance to first tier. Jition, what do you think of these kids? Yang Yingnua, seeing he was unresponsive, nudged him. What are you staring at so intensely? Only then did he come back to his senses and awkwardly asked. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Yang Yingnua repeated herself, and Jition pointed at Ming-Shi. I just think this kid is pretty good. And his potential even surpasses mine. Yang Yingnua looked at Ming-Shi below and didn't see anything particularly outstanding. Besides, Jition was known as a prodigy of their generation, having already reached the 6th tier at a young age. Jition, are you saying his potential is higher than yours? Yes. I feel that his current strength must be at least 1,000 pounds. Yang Yingnua was shocked and asked, what? 1,000 pounds? He's only 10 years old. So I want to know how he did it. Yang Yingnua said, it's about to start. Let's watch closely. Situ Fengyan took a few steps forward and pulled out a crystal ball from somewhere. You 5, come up to test your mental strength when your names are called. Li Wenhao looked at the ring on Situ Fengyan's hand and said, the president is wearing a storage ring. Storage ring? That's something you can't even buy with money. There are probably very few in all of Fengling City. Cui Yuanhong exclaimed in surprise. Cui Yuanhong, you come test first. Situ Fengyan handed the crystal ball to him. Cui Yuanhong was much stronger and taller than his peers. He picked up the crystal ball, which displayed a light green color and the number 3. Cui Yuanhong. 11 years old, talent green, mental strength 3 points. Not bad. Situ Fengyan nodded in satisfaction. Li Wenhao, did you see that? My talent is green. Humph. Li Wenhao said. I haven't tested yet. Why are you so anxious? Talent represents the speed of cultivating mental strength, and talent is divided into 5 types. White, green, yellow, orange, and red. With red being the strongest. Li Wenhao, come up to test. Situ Fengyan handed the crystal ball to Li Wenhao. Li Wenhao smiled and took the crystal ball. It turned golden yellow, with the number 6 displayed. Li Wenhao glanced at Cui Yuanhong and made a dismissive gesture. Not bad, not bad. It's yellow talent. And your mental strength is 6 points, Ding Fei said. Although yellow talent was common, it was considered quite good in Fengling City. Li Wenhao, 11 years old, talent yellow. Mental strength 6 points. Good. Remember to cultivate well in the future. Situ Fengyan seemed particularly pleased. Jiang Xueqing, it's your turn. Jiang Xueqing stepped up, although only 11. She was clearly a beauty, giving off an aura of coldness. Jiang Xueqing held the crystal ball, which also glowed golden yellow and was even brighter than Li Wenhao's. Situ Fengyan sighed, alas. It's really a pity. She was just a little short of reaching orange talent, but this is still quite good. Li Wenhao exclaimed, impossible. How could her talent be the same as mine? And her mental strength is even slightly higher than mine. There must be some mistake. I've been taking medicine to enhance my mental strength. Jiang Xueqing, 11 years old, talent yellow, mental strength 7 points. Ding Fei said, President. These kids' talents this year are quite extraordinary. Yes, these kids are all good. Next, Cold Rain Bamboo. Cold Rain Bamboo walked up and took the crystal ball. Li Wenhao looked at Cold Rain Bamboo and thought, when I grow up, I must marry her. Cui Yuanhong snorted. Humph, she will definitely be my future wife. Don't even think about it. You think you can compete with me? I, Li Wenhao, truly don't take you seriously. Situ Fengyan waved his hand and said, quiet. Stop arguing. Both closed their mouths at once, not daring to make a sound. The crystal ball in Cold Rain Bamboo's hand turned orange, and the number displayed was surprisingly 9. Chapter 6, Extraordinary Talent. Situ Fengyan was stunned. In just 8 days since her awakening, this child's mental strength had reached 9 points. Although mental strength below 9 points can be improved easily, achieving 9 points in just 8 days was incredibly difficult, unless she had taken some divine medicine. Otherwise, Ding Fei whispered, Master, it's time to announce the results. Only then did Situ Fengyan come back to his senses, looking at the orange glowing with red light, confirming what he had in mind, and then spoke loudly. Cold Rain Bamboo, 10 years old, talent orange, mental strength 9 points. Everyone's gaze turned to Cold Rain Bamboo. Li Wenhao exclaimed, wow, the goddess has orange talent, and her mental strength is actually 9 points. Yang Yingnua bit her lip. She had thought Cold Rain Bamboo had a level 5 spirit beast like herself, but she didn't expect Cold Rain Bamboo's talent to be orange, and her mental strength to reach 9 points, while it had taken her 40 days to cultivate to 9 points. Among all the Beastmasters, very few had orange talent, and achieving 9 points in mental strength in such a short time was unprecedented. Even the current top beast god took 15 days to reach 9 points in mental strength. With a level 5 Destiny Xianfeng, a compatibility of level 4, and orange talent, this girl's future was destined to be extraordinary. In fact, she was initially unhappy about the beast god temple sending her here, thinking, isn't she just a girl with a level 5 spirit beast? Because she herself was also a level 5 spirit beast owner. But now it seemed that she had come to the right place. Being able to guide such a gifted person Once she grows up, as her mentor, I will have great prestige. Lung Yuzhu walked down and stood in front of Mingxi. Mingxi smiled at her and said, "Congratulations, you're amazing." Cui Yuanhong shot Mingxi a glare and then leaned towards Lung Yuzhu. "Goddess, how did you do it?" Lung Yuzhu ignored him. Li Wenhao, standing nearby, laughed and said, "Did you see? The goddess won't even talk to you." At this moment, Lung Yuzhu was not paying attention to them. Her thoughts were entirely focused on Mingxi. After these few encounters, she had developed an indescribable feeling for him. Situ Fengyan smiled and pointed at Mingxi. "Little guy, it's your turn." Li Wenhao snorted, "Humph. Just a useless first-level spirit beast. And he still has the face to stand here." Cui Yuanhong said, "I bet his talent is white. With his mental strength, having even a little would be impressive." Lung Yuzhu glared at them. "Stop talking nonsense. It's the dean who asked him to stay. If you have any complaints, go find the dean." Li Wenhao happily said. "See, the goddess is talking to me." Cui Yuanhong pushed Li Wenhao. "The goddess is talking to me, okay?" Li Wenhao angrily said, "You're looking for death. Do you want to fight?" Jiang Xueqing shook her head helplessly, thinking that this hardly counts as talking. These two are simply hopeless. At this moment, Mingxi stood on the platform, holding a crystal ball, but the crystal ball did not change color at all. Cui Yuanhong laughed loudly. "Did you see? He doesn't even have white. What a waste." Situ Fengyun also shook his head. "It seems this is fate. He has no potential to become a Beastmaster." Zetian was quite pleased, thinking that if he couldn't become a Beastmaster, it would be better for him to cultivate as a warrior. However, if the talent is too low, the speed of cultivating mental power would be very slow. Just when everyone thought he couldn't activate the crystal ball, it suddenly burst into red light. A red beam shooting into the sky, and the crystal ball gradually turned blood red before cracking open. Ding Fei asked in surprise, "Dean, what is going on?" Situ Fengyun frowned, feeling a mix of shock, joy, and sadness. He was shocked that the crystal ball actually cracked. This had never happened before. He was happy because a red talent, which appeared once in 10,000 years, had emerged. He was sad because this red talent belonged to a first-level spirit beast. Cui Yuanhong said, "Li Wenhao, hit me. Let us see if I'm dreaming." Cui Yuanhong shouted, "It hurts so much. This is real. How is this possible?" Yang Yingnua sighed, "Alas. What a pity, a level 5 compatibility, red talent, but only a first-level spirit beast." Zetian smiled and said, "I don't think so. I think this is quite good. Don't forget, this talent is also very important for cultivating mental power. He is a warrior." Seeing Mingxi's excellent talent, Lung Yuzhu was also happy for him. Situ Fengyun said, "The results of today's test are truly beyond my expectations. You all did very well." Ding Fei asked, "Dean, what is Mingxi's mental strength?" Situ Fengyun was also stunned because he had not seen what Mingxi's mental strength was. Did anyone see what the crystal ball showed? Everyone shook their heads, as they were all looking at the red talent, and before they could see the number, the crystal ball had cracked. In fact, only Mingxi himself knew his mental strength. He had seen the number inside when the crystal ball broke. Situ Fengyun said, "None of that matters anymore. I want to put him in the special class. You all have no objections, right?" Situ Fengyun looked at Yang Yingnua, and then Zetian nodded at Yang Yingnua. Yang Yingnua said, "That's fine. Having one more person doesn't make a difference." Zetian clasped his hands and said, "Dean, I have a request." Situ Fengyun said, "You don't need to be so polite. Just say it." Although Zetian was a 6th-level warrior, he held a high position in the Beast God Temple and was recognized as one of the best in this generation. His status was not lower than Situ Fengyun's. "Then I'll say it. I want to take Mingxi as my disciple. Do you want to cultivate mental power or spiritual power?" "Dean, can I cultivate both at the same time?" "Cultivating both at the same time? Your talent is good. If you focus on one, you will surely achieve great success in the future," Situ Fengyun said casually. Mingxi asked in confusion, "Dean, my spirit beast is only 1st level. Can I focus on one?" Situ Fengyun shook his head and said, "That's only true for those with mediocre talent. Your innate talent is extraordinary, and even if you focus on mental power, you will progress much faster than normal people. Although a 1st-level spirit beast is weaker in the same level, your compatibility is high, and your talent is better than others. When their mental strength is 10 points, maybe yours will be 12 or 13 points. So even if your spirit beast level is low, it's not that important." "Dean, I've made up my mind. I choose to cultivate both." Situ Fengyun shook his head and sighed. "Alas. All right. Since it's your choice, then follow your heart. Let us first test your strength and mental power." If Situ Fengyun had known that Mingxi's mental strength had already reached 9 points, he would have gone crazy. Under the guidance of the Dean, Yang Yingnua, and Zetian, they arrived at a training room. Situ Fengyun pointed to a large stone in front of them. "Hit the testing stone with your maximum strength." "With my maximum strength?" Mingxi asked. "Yes." Mingxi took off the iron rings on his hands, and when they fell to the ground, they made a clanging sound. Mingxi quickly removed the iron rings from his hands and feet. Zetian curiously walked over to pick up the iron rings. He didn't expect these rings to weigh over 100 kilograms. Situ Fengyun also came over to try them and frowned, as he had thought they weighed only 100 pounds, but they were actually over 100 kilograms. Yang Yingnua asked, "Is there something special about these iron rings?" Yang Yingnua covered her mouth in disbelief. A 10-year-old child carrying over 200 pounds of iron rings every day. Mingxi stretched his limbs and then punched the testing stone. Zetian guessed that Mingxi could at least hit with 2,000 pounds. Situ Fengyun smiled and said, "Not bad. Hitting 1,100 pounds is already quite impressive." Zetian rubbed his eyes, took a few steps forward, and confirmed that he wasn't seeing things. "Dean Situ, please take another good look. Is it 1,100 pounds? Situ Fengyun glanced again, smiling. "That's right, it's 1,100 pounds. This little guy has potential. If he can hit 1,130, that's 10,100 pounds. Situ Fengyun was so excited that he even swore. Hearing Situ Fengyun's words, Yang Yingnua also looked at the testing stone and was shocked to find it was indeed 10,000 pounds. She originally thought a child's test wouldn't be impressive, but she didn't expect this child's strength to be so formidable. Heavens, how is this possible? Is this little guy really human? Yang Yingnua exclaimed. Zetian looked particularly excited. A strength of 10,000 pounds was comparable to a third-level warrior's strength. If such a person could become his disciple, he would definitely train him to become a god. Situ Fengyun coughed a few times. "Let us test his mental power." Situ Fengyun casually took out a crystal ball, which was different from the one used for testing mental strength. This one was golden yellow. Situ Fengyun handed the crystal ball to Mingxi, who held it with both hands. And the crystal ball displayed 18. Haha, this kid really opens our eyes. So many impossibilities become easy for him. At such a young age, his mental power has reached 18 points. From now on, I'll leave him to you too, but please keep his matters confidential. Situ Fengyun waved his hand and left. Situ Fengyun was worried that if outsiders knew about such a genius among humans, he might be crushed in the cradle. Yang Yingnua nodded and replied, "Okay, Dean." Zetian was so excited that he was almost jumping up. He had finally achieved his wish. Chapter 7. The Black Dragon Empress. Zetian squatted down in front of Mingxi and said, "From now on, you will practice mental power with me. I will teach you my family's strongest martial art, and then you can practice spiritual power with Yingnua." Yang Yingnua asked, "Are you really going to pass on your family's secret martial art to him?" Zetian understood her concern. She was worried about Zetian being punished by his elders. Zetian said seriously, "Yes, I will explain it to my family. Even if I face punishment, I must do this. It is for the future of humanity, and any cost is worth it." Zetian knew very well that cultivating Mingxi would make him one of humanity's strongest forces. Zetian asked, "Mingxi, have you heard of martial arts? If you don't understand, I can explain it to you." Mingxi nodded. "Teacher, I have learned martial arts, but I just started not long ago, so I only know a little." Zetian didn't expect that Mingxi had already learned martial arts, but martial arts are very difficult to master. It took him several years to cultivate martial arts, so it was normal for Mingxi to have only learned a little. "Then can you show me your martial arts?" Mingxi nodded and drew the sword from his back. When Zetian saw the sword, he felt it looked very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it. Mingxi's sword seemed simple, but upon closer inspection, there was a shadow around the sword, and wherever the sword cut, it left behind black material, as if the space was being torn apart. Seeing this martial art, Zetian suddenly remembered something and asked in surprise, "Isn't your martial art called the Sanxiong 13 Slashes?" "What Sanxiong 13 Slashes? You must be mistaken," Yang Yingnua asked. "How could I be mistaken? This martial art is the signature skill of that great person." And look at the sword in his hand. After seeing that Sanxiong 13 Slashes, Zetian recognized the sword in Mingxi's hand. "How do you know my martial art is called Sanxiong 13 Slashes? Do you know my mother?" Mingxi asked excitedly. Zetian shook his head at Yang Yingnua, signaling her not to speak. They had all heard about that incident from years ago. Mingxi's identity could not be revealed, or it could lead to a fatal disaster. Zetian frowned and said, "Mingxi, unless you are in a life-and-death situation, do not use the Sanxiong 13 Slashes in front of others. You must remember what I said today." Mingxi asked in confusion, "Why can't I use it? Can I still continue to cultivate in the future?" "Of course you can cultivate, but there are bad people looking for you, so you must hide your identity." "Will my mom be in danger?" Mingxi said, clenching his small fist. Yang Yingnua smiled and said, "Your mom won't be in danger, don't worry. There are very few who can hurt her." Yang Yingnua clasped her hands together, thinking that if he were that person's son, then his mother would be her idol, the Black Dragon Empress. Yang Yingnua's lifelong goal had been to become a female hero like the Black Dragon Empress, but she had disappeared 10 years ago, and no one knew where she had gone. She didn't expect that she was actually in Wind Spirit City and had a son. Zetian looked at Mingxi. Knowing that someone who could raise such an outstanding person was definitely not an ordinary individual, He just didn't expect it to be the Black Dragon Empress. Lung Yuzhu and Mingxi exchanged glances, and Lung Yuzhu smiled slightly at Mingxi. The others had long since grown impatient. Li Wenhao said, "Why did you bring him here? Even if he has good talent, he is only a first-level spirit beast. In the end, he will be useless. Isn't he from the miscellaneous class? How did he end up here?" Cui Yuanhong said disdainfully. Yang Yingnua slammed her hand on the table and said loudly, "You all be quiet. Are you the teachers, or am I the teacher? If you don't want to learn, get out." The two immediately fell silent because, after all, Yang Yingnua was from the Beast God Hall, and their families were powerful, but they couldn't provoke the Beast God Hall. Yang Yingnua said, "From today on, I will be your instructor. If you have any unclear questions, you can ask me directly. Mingxi, you can sit over there." Yang Yingnua pointed to a spot next to Jiang Xueqing. Yang Yingnua pressed her hands on the table and said, "Today, I will explain the matter of beast tamers to you. Beast tamers are divided into two types: innate beast tamers and acquired beast tamers. Innate beast tamers start from the first level and gradually upgrade to the beast god level. This is called innate beast tamers. The other type is acquired beast tamers, who inherit their ancestor spirit beasts and can upgrade from the first level to the 9th level in just a few years. The Black Dragon Empress, back then, inherited her father's spirit beast and reached the beast god level in just 10 years. Acquired beast tamers carry a significant risk. The so-called inheritance is actually the spiritual crossing, and the success rate of is very low. Only 1 in 1,000 can succeed. If they fail, both will die on the spot. Therefore, ordinary people would not choose to undergo unless a beast god level power would pass their spirit beast to their descendants when they are dying. Starting today, I will give you devilish training. The physical quality of beast tamers is generally too low, so I invited Zetian to train your physical fitness. Do you all understand?" "Understood. Understood. That's good. Starting tomorrow, you will practice spiritual power in the morning and undergo physical training in the afternoon. Come to class at 7 a.m. sharp tomorrow. The others can leave. Mingxi and Lung Yuzhu, you two stay." Yang Yingnua looked at Mingxi and Lung Yuzhu, then asked, "Do you know why I want to keep you here?" Mingxi gently shook his head, and Lung Yuzhu beside him also shook her head in confusion. "You two are different from them. In the future, you must increase your cultivation by double, especially you." Yang Yingnua pointed at Mingxi. Yang Yingnua did not mean to single out Mingxi. She just hoped he could become stronger quickly. Since Mingxi was the son of the Black Dragon Empress, she needed to work harder to teach him well. Yang Yingnua took out 2 small porcelain bottles from her storage ring and gave each of them one. "Drink this. Then meditate. Since you have already cultivated spiritual power, it means someone has taught you how to practice. I won't say much, but you must clear your mind and practice well." Mingxi drank the contents of the bottle without thinking and sat there with his eyes closed, meditating using the method Han Wenhui had taught him. He could now clearly feel the locations of the 3 beast cores, 1 silver-white, 1 gray-black, and the last one. The little black snake's beast core was black. Mingxi discovered that the other 2 beast cores actually had a breath of life inside them. Although the breath was weak, he could clearly feel that there was indeed something existing inside. This meant he might really have 3 spirit beasts. His mother had said that this matter could not be told to anyone. After about an hour, red light radiated from Lung Yuzhu's body, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Yang Yingnua, seeing this, said in surprise, "Is she about to break through the first barrier? It seems there are signs of a breakthrough, but is she really going to break through to the first level in just a few days?" Zetian said. Yang Yingnua thought that to break through to the first level, the spirit beasts also needed to reach the first level, but in just 8 days. Her spiritual power cultivation had reached 9 points. Did the spirit beasts also cultivate to the first level? It takes a lot of beast essence for spirit beasts to reach the first level, which is not something an ordinary family can afford. Because beast tamers need a large amount of beast essence to improve themselves, very few people sell beast essence, and even if it is sold, the price is very high. She didn't expect that a small place like Wind Spirit City actually had such a well-established family. Even those big families couldn't compare. Moreover, this time the Wind Spirit City surprisingly awakened beast masters with 4th and 5th level compatibility, and their qualifications turned out to be orange and red. At this moment, Lung Yuzhu emitted an astonishing heat, and a red beast core appeared in front of her. A phoenix flew out from the beast core, looking nothing like it did at the time of awakening. It was surrounded by fiery red flames and exuded a kingly aura. Moreover, this mysterious phoenix surprisingly had 5 colored fire feathers, looking extremely beautiful. Yang Yingnua pointed at the faded mysterious phoenix and said, "Could this be a mutated phoenix?" Zetian thought for a moment and said, "Its appearance is somewhat similar to the Zhuke recorded in ancient texts. It is said that the Zhuke is even more powerful than the Xianfeng. It takes 10,000 Xianfeng to give birth to a single Zhuke. We must contact the Beast God Temple about this matter as soon as possible. The appearance of a super divine beast is of great significance to humanity." Zetian did not hesitate and turned to leave. With a phoenix cry, Lung Yuju surprisingly broke through, as expected of her orange talent. Even the promotion was so easy. Lung Yuju opened her eyes and saw Yang Ingnua looking at her, feeling a bit shy and averting her gaze. Yang Ingnua said, "Congratulations on being promoted to a first-level Beastmaster." Lung Yuju could hardly believe that she had advanced to the first level. The old steward had told her that it would take at least another month for her to reach the first level. She never expected to be promoted in just one day. This was definitely related to the potion given by her mentor. "Mentor Yang, what you just gave us wasn't the concentration liquid, was it?" Lung Yuju asked in confusion. The concentration liquid is a type of auxiliary potion that helps Beastmasters cultivate their mental strength more quickly. Originally, the concentration liquid was born from heaven and earth, and later it was developed by pharmacists who created potions with similar effects. However, the manufactured concentration liquid is vastly inferior to the one born from heaven and earth. And even the manufactured version is extremely expensive. The 2 bottles that Yang Ingnua provided were indeed the ones born from heaven and earth. "Thank you, Mentor Yang. The concentration liquid is extremely precious, and you actually gave it to us." Yang Ingnua shook her head. "You don't need to thank me. The bottle you have is from the Beast God Temple, while the one Mingxi has is the one I secretly gave him." Yang Ingnua continued. "However, it truly surprised me that you could recognize this as concentration liquid. As far as I know, Wind Spirit City does not sell it." Chapter 8. Beast Martial Skills. Yang Ingnua did not ask further because the imperial capital has many branches of large families scattered everywhere, which is quite common. Perhaps Lung Yuju is from a branch of a certain large family. However, this concentration liquid is not something an average small family can afford. "Yuju, now that you've been promoted to the first level, what martial skill have you obtained?" Yang Ingnua asked. Every time a Beastmaster levels up, they receive a martial skill from their spirit beast, which is referred to as a beast martial skill. It's a fire-type area attack martial skill. I've named it Phoenix Feather Meteor. Yang Ingnua nodded in satisfaction. An area attack martial skill is perfect for Lung Yuju, who has a Xianfeng spirit beast. Because fire-type attacks primarily focus on killing, the effectiveness of Beastmasters at lower tiers may not be apparent, but at higher tiers. Area attack beast martial skills are extremely useful. Very good. Although fire-type area attack martial skills are common and their power may be lacking, you are different. You possess the Xianfeng as your spirit beast, so your attacks will definitely be much stronger than others. Hearing Yang Ingnua's words made Lung Yuju very happy, as she had a strong reason to become stronger. Lung Yuju glanced at Mingxi beside her, who was still meditating. She had no idea how far his mental strength had reached. At this moment, Mingxi could feel that his mental strength had hit a bottleneck. The reason he hadn't broken through was that his spirit beast had not yet reached the first level. If his spirit beast advanced to the first level, Mingxi would also be able to level up, so the main focus now was to get his spirit beast to the first level. Mingxi sensed that the little black snake seemed a bit weak and appeared to be injured. He opened his eyes and hurriedly walked in front of Yang Ingnua, asking, "Mentor Yang, why do I feel like my spirit beast is a bit weak?" There is a connection between a Beastmaster and their spirit beast. If the spirit beast is in trouble, the Beastmaster can sense it. Yang Ingnua replied, "First, summon your spirit beast and see what the situation is." Mingxi didn't think much of it and directly summoned the little black snake from the beast core. The little black snake lay motionless on his hand, and it had several wounds on its body. However, the little black snake seemed to have grown a bit bigger. Previously, it was not as long as Mingxi's arm, but now it was more than twice its previous length, measuring at least 3 feet long. "Mentor, please take a look and see what's wrong with it," Mingxi asked anxiously. Yang Ingnua examined the little black snake's injuries and found that they were not too severe. So she took out some medicinal powder from her storage ring and sprinkled it on the little black snake's wounds. Mingxi asked in confusion, "Mentor, why would it be injured if I didn't summon it?" Yang Ingnua replied, "All right, let me explain this to both of you. Beastmasters summon their spirit beasts using beast cores, but beast cores are also a channel connecting to the demon beast dimension. Spirit beasts live in the demon beast dimension. Some spirit beasts will autonomously teleport to their masters when they encounter danger, while others may perish in the demon beast dimension. However, ordinary spirit beasts generally do not encounter danger because they have territory specific to their races. Your spirit beast seems to enjoy fighting. Just look at the scars on its body. There are at least dozens of them, large and small, crisscrossing all over." Mingxi carefully examined the little black snake and discovered that it indeed had many scars on its body, both new and old. He had only seen the little black snake twice before and thought the scars were its patterns. He didn't expect them to actually be scars. And he gently stroked the little black snake, feeling a pang of heartache. "Mentor, how can I protect it and prevent it from getting hurt?" Yang Ingnua shook her head and said, "This matter is quite difficult. It depends on your spirit beast itself. From the looks of it, it is quite combative. And this fighting nature is innate. Have you noticed any changes in it? Yang Yingnua carefully observed the little black snake, but could not determine its level. However, she noticed that this little black snake would soon be able to advance to the first level. Yang Yingnua asked, Mingxi, let me ask you, have you ever used beast essence on your spirit beast before? Mingxi shook his head and replied, no one ever told me how to use beast essence. So I haven't given it to my spirit beast. I never expected that a first-level spirit beast could autonomously level up. Most spirit beasts are summoned when their Beastmaster awakens and are generally in their juvenile stage, relying on the Beastmaster to elevate their level. However, some individual spirit beasts are innately combative and will hunt demon beasts to devour their essence to level up. Such spirit beasts are referred to as autonomous level-up spirit beasts. Lung Yuzhu exclaimed in surprise. There are actually such spirit beasts. So does that mean Mingxi's spirit beast belongs to this type? Yes, his spirit beast belongs to this category. Yang Yingnua sighed and said, alas. With Mingxi's talent, he has only summoned a first-level spirit beast. Mentor, I won't give up on the little black snake just because it is first level. I will work hard to become stronger and protect it, Mingxi said firmly. Well, good. Remember to treat your spirit beast like family because they will be your lifelong bond. Mingxi gently stroked the little black snake's head, watching the scales on its body shimmer. Mingxi said to the little black snake, from now on, I'll call you Hylan. The little black snake looked up at Mingxi, appearing very happy. Hylan, Hylan. Every time Mingxi called it, it would nod. Mingxi was overjoyed to see this, as he realized that Hylan seemed to understand what he was saying. Mingxi turned to Yang Yingnua and excitedly said, Mentor, look, it seems to understand what I'm saying. Yang Yingnua furrowed her brows, thinking it shouldn't be the case. Generally, spirit beasts can only awaken their intelligence and communicate simply with their masters at the 5th level. And only those above the 7th level can speak human language and communicate normally. However, Mingxi's spirit beast, which was not even at the 1st level, could understand his words, which had never happened before. Even divine beasts with inheritance required to reach the 3rd level to fully awaken their intelligence. Mingxi observed that the wounds on the black scale had shrunk significantly since he summoned it, and he thought it might be due to Mentor Yang's medicinal powder. The black scale crawled around on Mingxi, clearly feeling much better than before. Seeing this, Yang Yingnua said, your spirit beast is really amazing. It was so seriously injured. And now it can bounce around in such a short time. That's thanks to the Mentor's medicinal powder. Otherwise, the black scale wouldn't have recovered so quickly, Mingxi replied. No, it's not just related to my medicinal powder. It has a strong self-healing ability, somewhat like a salamander-type beast, he added while petting the black scale's head. Black scale, what type of spirit beast are you? You look like a snake, but you are more aggressive than snakes, and you can self-heal, Mingxi pondered. Yang Yingnua shook her head and sighed, thinking it was a pity. If this were a high-grade spirit beast, then their future as master and servant would be limitless. Lung Yuzhu looked at the black scale, which also turned its head to look at her, even leaning its little head against her arm. Lung Yuzhu happily said, it's so cute. Can I pet it? Go ahead. It seems to really like you. Leaning against you like that, Mingxi encouraged. Lung Yuzhu slowly reached out her hand, and the black scale lowered its head as if waiting for her to pet it. She gently stroked it, and the black scale closed its eyes, looking very content. Lung Yuzhu felt a stir in her beast core and used her mental power to check, discovering that the little Xianfeng wanted to come out. She summoned the Xianfeng, which perched on her shoulder, its eyes fixed on the black scale. The Xianfeng let out a loud cry and flew directly towards the black scale. Seeing this, Yang Yingnua shouted, be careful. The Xianfeng is naturally proud. Don't let it hurt the black scale. The Xianfeng had a noble lineage and was an enemy of snakes. And since the little Xianfeng was at the 1st level, it could definitely hurt the black scale. Just as Yang Yingnua was about to intervene, she was surprised to see that the Xianfeng was not attacking the black scale, but was playing with it. Yang Yingnua found it unbelievable. The Phoenix clan regarded the Snake clan as enemies, so why would they become friends? Moreover, the little Xianfeng seemed to really like the black scale. And the black scale also appeared to enjoy the little Xuanfeng's company. Mingxi asked, Yuzhu, what is your Xuanfeng's name? He looked at them and said, Honglian, black scale. You two will be good partners from now on. Then a phoenix cry echoed, and the black scale somehow ended up on the little Xuanfeng's back. Instead of getting angry, the little Xianfeng seemed particularly excited. Yang Yingnua remembered that the Xianfeng was naturally proud and usually reclusive. How could it allow another spirit beast to stand on its back? Moreover, this Xianfeng was likely a descendant of the divine beast Juke. Yang Yingnua said, you two must practice hard. In 4 months, the academy will have a wilderness survival trial, and only those at the 1st level can participate. Okay, Mentor, we will work hard to train, Lung Yuzhu replied. Okay, Mentor. Okay, Mentor. Yuzhu pulled Mingxi and walked outside. The Mentor's dormitory and the student dormitory were very close. Yang Yingnua and Zitian each had their own rooms. Zitian, I encountered something strange today. What could make the young lady so curious? Zetian asked, puzzled. Do you think the descendants of the dragon and phoenix clans are all proud and arrogant? Yeah, isn't that always the case? Then do you think the descendants of the phoenix clan would let other spirit beasts ride on their backs? Zetian laughed and said, how could that be possible? The phoenix clan is naturally proud. How could they let other spirit beasts ride on their backs? You're overthinking it, lady. But I saw it with my own eyes. And the one riding on its back is a snake, which is their natural enemy. Yang Yingnua insisted. Come on, my lady, stop thinking about it. I'll accompany you to get something to eat. Zetian also found it hard to believe. If someone else had told him this, he would certainly not have believed it. But since it came from Yang Yingnua, he said nothing more, and the two left together. The short one named Huang Yu was a commoner from a small town near Wind Spirit City, while the other was a side branch of the Li family in Wind Spirit City, named Li Wenchao, who was the younger brother of Li Wenlong. Li Wenchao was much taller than Mingxi. He walked up to Mingxi and pointed at his head. Kid, I'm the boss in this room from now on. And you two have to listen to me, got it? Mingxi did not lift his head and replied, oh. After saying that, he sat on his bed and began to organize his things. Li Wenchao was displeased with Mingxi's attitude and shouted, hey kid, I'm talking to you. What's with that attitude? Do you want a beating? Mingxi continued to ignore him and focused on tidying up his belongings. Li Wenchao kicked over Mingxi's things, scattering them on the floor. Mingxi remained unfazed, silently picking up his items and just shook his head with a smile. Li Wenchao kicked a wolf tooth pendant away angrily, saying, I told you to pick it up. Let's see if you still ignore me. Mingxi glanced at Li Wenchao and was about to retrieve the wolf tooth pendant when Li Wenchao stepped on it, crushing it. This wolf tooth pendant was a trophy from Mingxi's first hunt of a monster. Seeing the pendant crushed, Mingxi shouted angrily, congratulations, you've successfully made me furious. Oh, what if I've made you angry, you little brat? Li Wenchao scoffed. Mingxi grabbed Li Wenchao's shirt and lifted him up, causing Li Wenchao's feet to leave the ground. His expression showing some fear. He never expected that Mingxi, who looked so weak, would have such strength. Huang Yu rushed over to intervene because he knew that Li Wenchao was from the Li family, which was not to be trifled with in Wind Spirit City. Huang Yu said softly, it's better to avoid trouble, just let it go. Huang Yu knew that if Mingxi really hit Li Wenchao, the Li family would definitely not let him off the hook, and Li Wenchao's brother was a senior student. Mingxi thought about what his mother had told him and casually tossed Li Wenchao aside. I don't want to fight you, just don't provoke me. Mingxi shook his head helplessly, continued organizing his things without speaking. After Li Wenchao left, Huang Yu said to Mingxi, you should go hide for a while. Li Wenchao's brother, Li Wenlong, is a first-level Beastmaster, and I heard he will soon be promoted to the second level. He's a key training target of the academy. Mingxi smiled and said, thanks for the advice. My mom said that some things must be faced head-on. Escaping won't solve the problem. Well, since you say so, I won't persuade you anymore. But you must be careful. Mingxi finished organizing his things and lay down on the bed. This was the first time he had stayed outside the Dark Night Forest in his life. Mingxi felt somewhat unaccustomed because he couldn't hear the sounds of birds and beasts outside the window, nor the rustling of leaves in the wind. Not long after, he heard voices outside the room and sensed that 3 people had arrived. Li Wenchao said, brother, that kid is right here. Li Wenlong kicked the door open, and Li Wenchao pointed at Mingxi, saying, brother, that's the one who hurt me. Li Wenlong glared at Mingxi and coldly said, is it you who injured my brother? Mingxi ignored him because he hadn't actually hurt Li Wenchao. Li Wenlong, seeing Mingxi ignoring him, became furious and shouted, you uncultured brat. Just wait until I teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. After hearing this sentence, the originally calm Mingxi suddenly jumped down from under the bed. He directly kicked forward, sending Li Wenlong flying several meters away with a single kick. Li Wenlong held his stomach, thinking to himself how this kid could have such great strength. If it weren't for his own robust physique, he would have been knocked down by this move. Li Wenlong realized that Mingxi was not an ordinary person and said, you're forcing me to do this. He then summoned his spirit beast, the Hell Demon Wolf, which was entirely fire red, with flames under its 4 feet, measuring a full 2 to 3 meters long. Li Wenlong shouted, fusion. He merged with his spirit beast, and his whole body seemed to be enveloped in flames. His hair turned fire red, and although he originally had short hair, it grew longer after merging with the spirit beast, and he sprouted a pair of wolf ears. His body became stronger, with muscles bulging prominently, and a wolf tail grew from his backside. His fingernails elongated, resembling a pair of sharp claws. Behind him, a blue orb spun, indicating that he was a first-tier Beastmaster, and the blue color showed that his beast martial skills were at the beginner level. Beast martial skills are categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, heavenly, and divine, with beginner being blue, intermediate being blue, advanced being purple, heavenly being black, and divine being red. Most people awaken beginner-level beast martial skills, with only a few awakening higher-level skills. Beast martial skills require postnatal upgrades, with each level requiring a large amount of beast essence. This was also Mingxi's first time seeing a Beastmaster, and he had a bit of anticipation for fighting one. Li Wenlong shouted, "You little brat, you're asking for it." He threw a punch that was incredibly fast, directly hitting Mingxi with about 70% of his strength. Just when Li Wenlong thought he had won, he discovered that Mingxi had actually blocked the punch with one arm. To him, Mingxi seemed like an ordinary person. How could he possibly withstand a punch that exerted 500 to 600 pounds of force? Moreover, all of Li Wenlong's abilities were enhanced after merging with the spirit beast, and he thought there was no way Mingxi could withstand his punch. Li Wenlong's younger brother, Li Wenxiao, watched Mingxi and swallowed hard, thinking how could this kid be so strong as to take a hit from his elder brother in fusion form. Mingxi scoffed and said, "Did you forget to eat? Is that all the strength you have?" Li Wenlong felt insulted, and with a wolf howl, the claws on his hands elongated, resembling sharp daggers. Li Wenlong's claws swung rapidly, and the attack speed was incredibly fast. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been killed by his claws already. Mingxi dodged left and right, but his arm was still scratched. The fabric on his arm was torn, leaving 3 bloody marks. Mingxi glanced at his wound and smiled. Li Wenlong snorted, "Humph. You still dare to laugh? Now you know my strength, right? Just watch me beat you until you can't find your teeth." Mingxi shook his head helplessly, wondering where he found the courage to say such things. Li Wenlong's claws attacked again, and Mingxi dodged to the right, grabbing Li Wenlong's arm. Li Wenlong used all his strength, but couldn't break free. He couldn't believe that this seemingly frail boy had such great strength, especially since he was in fusion form. Li Wenlong planned to attack Mingxi with his other hand, but Mingxi's fist had already reached his face, sending Li Wenlong flying more than 10 meters away. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Wenlong's mouth, and he wiped it away with his hand. At this moment, Li Wenlong was filled with murderous intent. Knowing that he would be defeated without using his trump card, he realized Mingxi might be a powerful warrior. His whole body turned red as he shouted, "First martial skill, Fiery Wolf Strike." A powerful firelight rushed towards Mingxi, containing a large amount of fire elements. Any ordinary person hit by it would undoubtedly die. Moreover, this martial skill belonged to a strong single-target offensive type. Unless one was a defensive Beastmaster, very few could withstand it. In Li Wenlong's view, Mingxi couldn't possibly know any martial skills. Even if he were a warrior, he might not know martial skills. At this moment, Mingxi was already prepared to defend. Just as the Fiery Wolf Strike was about to hit him, it vanished with a loud bang. Mingxi looked up to see that it was Zetian. Zetian had simply swung a sword to block Li Wenlong's strongest attack. Li Wenlong, seeing his attack was blocked, shouted, "Who are you? Why are you meddling here?" Li Wenlong was sure that this man was not a mentor from the academy, as he recognized all the mentors, and this man was not from any prominent family. He had basically met all the notable figures in Wind Spirit City. Zetian said expressionlessly, "You dare to question me? The academy has strict rules against students fighting and using beast martial skills without permission. Don't you know that?" "I'm fine, teacher." When Li Wenlong heard Mingxi call him teacher, he seemed to remember something, as he had also heard that the academy had recently brought in 2 new instructors. Li Wenlong snorted, "Humph. Consider yourself lucky today. We're leaving." After the 3 left, Li Wenxiao asked in confusion, "Brother, are you just letting him go? Are you stupid? Don't you know who that man was?" Li Wenlong shook his head, thinking his younger brother was truly hopeless. They had come from the Beast God Temple, and that man was clearly a 6th-tier warrior at such a young age. One could imagine how powerful his family background was. Li Wenlong said, "Don't trouble him for now. But this matter won't be over." Humph. After saying that, Li Wenlong turned and left. Chapter 10, Physical Training. Mingxi shook his head, saying, "No need, teacher. I can handle these minor injuries myself. If you hadn't arrived in time, it might not have just been minor injuries." Zetian patted Mingxi's little head and smiled. "Even if I hadn't come, his attack wouldn't have been able to hurt you, right?" After today's test, Zetian was very clear about Mingxi's strength. A first-tier Beastmaster could not possibly defeat him, and Mingxi had not used his full strength in the fight against Li Wenlong. Zetian casually took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Mingxi. "In the future, if you encounter such things, you can come directly to me, and I'll help you deal with it. I'm leaving now. Are you okay?" Mingxi shook his head, saying, "I'm fine, just a little skin injury." Huang Yu saw the wound on Mingxi's arm and said, "Don't move, I'll help you treat the wound." Mingxi could tell that Huang Yu meant no harm, just a bit timid. Although Huang Yu didn't dare to go out, he secretly watched from the side. "I'm a first-tier warrior." Mingxi did not hide it. "A first-tier warrior? No way. We're about the same age, and you're actually a first-tier warrior." Huang Yu exclaimed, "Hey, they say you're the only one in our class with a level 1 spirit beast. I didn't expect you to be a first-tier warrior too." What Huang Yu didn't know was that Mingxi had actually already been assigned to the special class, but the academy had not yet announced it. Mingxi understood Huang Yu's implication. Huang Yu was too shy to directly say that Mingxi was the least useful one in their class. Mingxi didn't say much more, as his clothes were already torn from the earlier fight. He took off his shirt. Huang Yu took a glance at Mingxi and found that he had dozens of wounds of various sizes on his body, with one even half a foot long. How did you get so many scars? After Mingxi found another piece of clothing to wear, he casually replied, "These were from when I was training last year and got scratched by a monster." Last year, when Mingxi was training in the mountains, he accidentally wandered into the territory of baboons, where there were actually 3 first-tier large baboons. Although Mingxi won at that time, he almost lost his life. The deepest wound was on his left rib, where 3 ribs were broken. If the wound had been slightly deeper, it would have injured his internal organs. Huang Yu woke up to find Mingxi already up, sitting on the bed meditating. "Class is about to start. Let's go together." Mingxi slowly opened his eyes and stretched. "Okay, let's go," Huang Yu said softly. "This is the elite class, and we are in the back of the miscellaneous class." Mingxi smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you, the teacher placed me in this class." "You were placed in the elite class?" Huang Yu was shocked. "Who were those people in the elite class?" "They were all super geniuses." "Yes, the dean assigned me to this class yesterday." "All right, I'm really envious of you. Then I'll head out first." Huang Yu thought about it. The senior students were no match for Mingxi, who was a freak even beyond geniuses. As soon as Mingxi arrived at the classroom, Yang Nuo and Zetian walked in. "Everyone, gather in the training ground," Zetian said loudly. The 5 of them lined up in the training ground. "Today, the main focus is to train your physical fitness. Although beast tamers in the later stages are powerful, their physical qualities are generally a bit lower, and they suffer greatly in prolonged battles. So today, I will train your physical fitness, except for Mingxi. The other 4 will run 10 kilometers with a 50-pound weight." Li Wenhao complained, "Why doesn't he have to run with weight?" "Did I say he doesn't have to run with weight?" Zetian continued, "What? You want to run like him? Then fine. You 2 will run with a 150-pound weight for 35 kilometers. Li Wenhao's mouth dropped open. "What? A 150-pound weight for 35 kilometers? Teacher, forget it. I won't speak out again." Jiang Shueqing looked at Mingxi beside her, wondering if that small frame could handle 150 pounds. "Since no one has any objections, let's begin." With Zetian's command, they all started training. At first, it was manageable, but after running 2 kilometers, they were all too tired to keep going. Lung Yuzhu looked at Mingxi and found he was completely fine, and he was even carrying an extra 100 pounds. Cui Yuanhong glanced at Mingxi, his expression one of surprise. He had wanted to see Mingxi make a fool of himself. "Wow, is this kid even human? He's run dozens of laps more than us." After Mingxi finished his 35 kilometers, the others hadn't even completed 5 kilometers. Mingxi ran alongside Lung Yuzhu. She was sweating profusely, but she was still ahead of everyone else. After all, she was a first-level beast tamer, and their physical qualities improved significantly after leveling up. "Mingxi, haven't you finished running? Go rest for a while. I'll run with you for a bit. I'm just idle anyway." "All right. If you get tired, go rest." Cui Yuanhong, running at the back, watched Mingxi's back and thought the kid was too much of a freak, finishing 35 kilometers and looking like it was nothing. Zetian nodded at Mingxi. Although it was expected that Mingxi would run 35 kilometers, he didn't expect him to do it so easily. Zetian looked at the other kids. Although their stamina was a bit lacking, they all had great determination. Li Wenhao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Finally finishing his run, Lung Yuzhu sat on the ground, with Mingxi standing beside her. "You ran so far, and didn't he even break a sweat?" Mingxi's previous training was much harder than this. He used to run through the forest carrying 100-pound boulders. Lung Yuzhu was the first to finish after Mingxi, followed closely by Li Wenhao, with Cui Yuanhong finishing last. "I'm exhausted," Cui Yuanhong said, pounding his legs. Zetian clapped his hands and said, "Very good. You didn't disappoint me. In the next period, Instructor Yang will teach you about cultivating mental energy." 6 months later, during these 6 months, with Zetian and Yang Nuo's intense training, the 5 kids had all reached the first level. Lung Yuzhu, mental energy 15 points, compatibility level 4. Spirit Beast, level 5 mutated heavenly phoenix, martial skill, phoenix feather meteor. Jiang Shueqing, mental energy 13 points, compatibility level 3, spirit beast, level 3 dreamy colorful butterfly. Martial skill, great healing technique. Li Wenhao, mental energy 12 points, compatibility level 3, spirit beast, level 3 howling moon wolf, martial skill, icebound 10,000 miles. Cui Yuanhong, mental energy 10 points, compatibility level 2, spirit beast, level 3 golden giant ape, martial skill, earth wave. Mingxi, telekinesis 19 points, mental energy 13 points. Compatibility level 5, spirit beast, level 1 black snake, martial skill, shadow. Zetian said loudly, "Tomorrow is the forest trial. Only you 5 new students will participate, while the others are seniors. Do you have confidence in surpassing them? Yes. The kids replied in unison. Good. But you must act according to your abilities and not injure yourselves. The forest trial lasts 3 days, with teams of 5, and one first-level monster counts as 1 point. The team with the most points wins. Mingxi asked, Instructor, how many points do we get for killing a second-level monster? 10 points for a second-level monster. But second-level monsters are too far out of reach for you. Even second-level beast tamers may not be able to kill one. The gap between first-level monsters and first-level beast tamers isn't too big. But the gap between second-level monsters and second-level beast tamers is significant because second-level monsters have their own racial innate skills, making them too dangerous for you. Got it, Instructor. Does anyone have any questions? No. Zetian pointed at Mingxi and said, You stay. Mingxi, how is your martial skill training going? I've already mastered the first form of the hidden dragon technique. The Azure dragon emerges from the water. Very good. Remember, don't use the celestial 13 slashes unless it's a life or death situation. Understood, teacher. All right, I'll take my leave now. When Zetian and Yang Yingnua learned that Mingxi's mental energy was the same as Leng Yuju's, they were both shocked. No one expected Mingxi's mental energy to improve so quickly. The next morning, many people stood in the training ground, consisting of instructors and participants in the trial. There were 230 senior students and 5 new students. Teachers and classmates, the forest trial officially begins, announced C2 Feng Yun, to ensure the fairness of the competition. All class instructors are not allowed to enter the forest trial area. The safety of the students will be the responsibility of the deputy dean and the academy elders. Each student will be issued a signal flare. If you encounter danger, release the flare, but doing so will disqualify you from the competition. Has everyone noted that? Okay. The competition officially begins. Let's go. In this competition, no storage rings were allowed, and all items had to be carried on their backs. Others had only a little gear. While Mingxi carried a large bag, Leng Yuzhu couldn't help but ask, What do you have in that big bag? Just some daily necessities. All things that can be used. During the past 6 months, Li Wenhao and Cui Yuanhong had no hostility towards Mingxi. But they didn't feel particularly favorably either. Because every time the instructor trained, it was just him and Leng Yuzhu. They still had some grievances against Mingxi. Chapter 11. The White-Haired Demon Pig. All the students dispersed into the trial forest. The competition area was in the Dark Night Forest, which Mingxi was most familiar with. The outskirts of the Dark Night Forest mainly consisted of first-level monsters, so the competition area was located at the outskirts. Very few people lived in the Dark Night Forest. Mingxi and his mother were special cases, which is why it was chosen as the trial site. Under Mingxi's lead, the 5 of them quickly reached the center of the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest, where there were more first-level monsters. Mingxi raised his hand to signal everyone to stop because he sensed nearby monsters approaching. Cui Yuanhong looked around and said, There's nothing here. You're so jumpy. Jiang Xueqing frowned. Keep your voice down. It's already coming. Cui Yuanhong believed Jiang Xueqing as soon as he heard her say that, because Jiang Xueqing never jokes, and her words are highly credible. Besides Cui Yuanhong, the other 4 had noticed the approach of the demon beasts and were ready for battle. Mingxi whispered, Be careful. There are 3 first-tier demon beasts. If I remember correctly, this is the territory of the Golden Line Snake. Leng Yuzhu had seen an introduction to the Golden Line Snake in the Demon Beast Compendium. Everyone, be cautious of its venom. Although this demon beast's combat power isn't strong, its venom is highly toxic. The venom doesn't come from its mouth, but from its body, so you mustn't come into direct contact with their skin. Understood. Understood. Mingxi drew out the sword at his waist. You 4 wait here and be ready to support me at any time. Cui Yuanhong stepped forward. Can you handle it alone? Do you need my help? Don't worry, I can manage by myself. You 4 need to conserve your strength. There are many more demon beasts waiting for us. Leng Yuzhu said, Just be careful. Mingxi rushed toward the demon beasts. He chose to face them alone because he wanted the others to conserve their strength, and secondly, he didn't want them to see his martial skill, the sky-piercing 13 slashes. Thirdly, he wanted to test his current abilities. Mingxi crouched on a tree and saw 3 golden line snakes, each about 7 or 8 zhang long and thicker than his waist. These 3 golden line snakes continued moving toward the direction of the others, temporarily unaware of Mingxi's presence. To kill these golden line snakes, he needed to take them out one by one. Fighting 3 at once would be quite difficult. Just as Mingxi was preparing to launch a sneak attack, he realized that only 2 golden line snakes were left, and he sensed that one of them had come up behind him. Mingxi knew something was wrong and jumped back onto another tree. Just as he leaped, the golden line snake lunged at him. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been entangled by the snake. The golden line snake coiled itself like a spring and shot itself forward at great speed, almost like an arrow. Mingxi thought he was well hidden, but he forgot that the golden line snake doesn't rely on sight to find prey, it relies on temperature. The golden line snake was not only cunning but also used tactics to surround its prey. The sky-piercing slash is the first slash among the sky-piercing 13 slashes. Incredibly powerful, and when perfected, it can shatter the void. After the first golden line snake died, the other two gathered around. Although Mingxi had seen golden line snakes before, he had never killed one. This was his first battle against them. Defeating the two remaining golden line snakes wouldn't be easy, as they were faster than him, and he couldn't touch their bodies. The one he had killed earlier was due to luck. It had rushed at him before it could react. Mingxi jumped down and chopped down a tree, then hurled it toward the two golden line snakes. The two golden line snakes split to avoid it, and Mingxi seized the opportunity to slash out with his sword, unleashing a green dragon's afterimage that pierced the body of the golden line snake, instantly creating a large hole in it. Now only one golden line snake remained, and Mingxi breathed a sigh of relief. If both had attacked him at once, he might have been in trouble, but with only one left, he was confident he could kill it. Mingxi shook his head and said, "What a pity. Such a big snake can't be eaten." Just as Mingxi relaxed, the golden line snake's tail whipped toward him, and he instinctively dodged just in time to avoid being hit in the face. Mingxi patted his chest. "That scared me. I almost didn't make it." He then jumped up and aimed for the neck of the golden line snake, just as he was about to strike. The snake turned its head and opened its mouth wide, almost swallowing Mingxi. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Mingxi was drenched in cold sweat. Thinking he couldn't be so careless next time, he intended to collect the demon core from the golden line snake, but found that the core from the second snake had been shattered by his attack. He collected the two demon cores and hurried toward the others. Mingxi sensed that something was wrong because he could feel several demon beasts were fighting with the others. He had been so focused on battling the three golden line snakes that he hadn't noticed the fight happening nearby. A phoenix cry reached Mingxi's ears. The sound was familiar. It was Honglian's call. Then flames erupted into the sky, and a massive wave of fire energy surged forth, which was Cold Rain Bamboo's first martial skill, Phoenix Feather Meteor. Mingxi rushed to the front of the group, and at that moment, Li Wenhao was severely injured and unconscious, while Jiang Xueqing was treating him. Cold Rain Bamboo and Cui Yuanhong were fighting against 5 first-tier white-haired demon pigs. The white-haired demon pigs were as large as water buffaloes and were defensive-type demon beasts, extremely tough to beat. After merging with the Destiny Shinfeng, Cold Rain Bamboo's whole body was fiery red, resembling a warrior clad in red armor, with a pair of wings on her back, looking like a Valkyrie. After merging with the golden-eyed giant ape, Cui Yuanhong had grown significantly larger, resembling a gorilla with a human face and a long tail behind him. Thanks to Cold Rain Bamboo's Phoenix Feather Meteor, the 5 first-tier demon pigs were already injured. Then Cui Yuanhong unleashed a ground wave, controlling the 5 white-haired demon pigs. Just as Cold Rain Bamboo was about to go in for the kill, suddenly a larger white-haired demon pig burst out from the nearby bushes. Mingxi shouted, "Danger!" Realizing it was too late, he rushed forward and pushed Cold Rain Bamboo out of the way. Cold Rain Bamboo hadn't reacted when Mingxi pushed her, and he was hit by the white-haired demon pig. Mingxi's left arm was gored with a long gash, exposing the bone. Cold Rain Bamboo quickly flew over and hugged Mingxi tightly. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why are you so foolish?" Cold Rain Bamboo's eyes were filled with tears. "As long as you're okay, be careful. This is a second-tier demon beast." Cui Yuanhong exclaimed in surprise. "A second-tier demon beast?" "Yes, it's a second-tier demon beast. Otherwise, how could we have not noticed it hiding nearby?" It was normal for them not to detect a second-tier demon beast since they were all first-tier. "Don't talk. Let me bandage your wound first." Cui Yuanhong stepped to the front. "You bandage him first. I'll hold off this big guy." Cui Yuanhong sent a ground wave toward the second-tier white-haired demon pig, raising the ground to block it. Cui Yuanhong proudly said, "How about that? I'm still useful, right?" Just as he finished speaking, the second-tier demon pig broke free from the restraints and charged straight at Cui Yuanhong. Mingxi had just finished bandaging his wound when he jumped up and threw a punch down. The punch, with the force of 10,000 pounds, hit the demon pig but had no effect. Although the demon pig wasn't injured, it stopped in its tracks. Cui Yuanhong sat down on the ground. "Thank you, hero, for saving me. Oh my gosh, you scared me to death. I thought I was done for." Mingxi couldn't help but laugh. They were calling him a hero now. Mingxi removed the iron rings from his body and moved his limbs. "Yuju, you and Cui Yuanhong deal with those first-tier demon beasts. I'll handle this big guy." "Okay, just be careful." Since Mingxi said so, he must have the confidence to manage it. Even if he couldn't handle it, he could still retreat safely. Cold Rain Bamboo still trusted Mingxi's strength. Cui Yuanhong controlled the demon pig with the ground wave, while Cold Rain Bamboo focused on the main attack. Mingxi also felt at ease because after removing the iron rings, his speed doubled, and the demon pig couldn't touch him at all. The demon pig used all its tricks, but still failed to hit Mingxi, and its eyes were bloodshot with rage. The furious demon pig suddenly spotted the two nearby healing. It charged toward them, and Mingxi realized something was wrong. He jumped onto the demon pig and drew his sword, but to his surprise, the demon pig's skin was too thick, and his sword couldn't penetrate. Mingxi struck the same spot on the demon pig's body dozens of times in succession, and finally, the demon pig stopped after feeling the pain. Mingxi patted his chest, relieved that he almost encountered Jiang Xueqing and the others. The weakest part of the demon pig was its belly, but Mingxi never had the chance to attack it. Just when Mingxi was at a loss, a wave of icy energy from behind sealed the demon pig's limbs. Li Wenhao said weakly, "Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer." Mingxi knew that there was only one chance. He executed a dragon strike directly at the demon pig's abdomen, and with a flash of a dragon's shadow, a large hole was created in the demon pig's belly. Although Li Wenhao didn't like Mingxi, he still recognized Mingxi's strength. Jiang Xueqing knew Mingxi was strong, but she didn't expect him to pierce the body of a second-tier demon beast. After injuring the demon pig, Mingxi pressed the advantage and landed several more strikes. Just when everyone thought the demon pig was finished, it suddenly broke free from the icy restraints and charged straight at Jiang Xueqing. Mingxi saw this and confronted it head-on. Jiang Xueqing shouted, "Get out of the way. The demon pig is extremely powerful. You will die?" Mingxi pushed both hands against the demon pig's head, clashing strength against strength. Everyone thought Mingxi would be sent flying, but unexpectedly, the demon pig couldn't advance even half a step and seemed to be pushed back slightly. Jiang Xueqing said in confusion, "How is this possible? A second-tier demon pig has a force of at least 10,000 pounds. Even if it's injured, its strength shouldn't decrease too much, yet it can't even shake Mingxi. In its prime, Mingxi would certainly not be a match for the demon pig because it had impact force, with 10,000 pounds of strength plus the impact. It could exert 20,000 pounds. Mingxi's full power was only 14,000 pounds, but now that the demon pig was heavily injured, Mingxi still had some strength left to deal with it. Chapter 12, Cooperative Combat. Just as the two were in a stalemate, an unexpected event occurred. Mingxi's arm started to bleed profusely as the recently bandaged wound reopened. Mingxi knew that if this continued, he would surely be finished. The demon pig exhaled white mist, and armor grew all over its body. This second-tier demon pig's bloodline skill was defensive. Seeing that it was a defensive bloodline skill, Mingxi felt more at ease. If it had been an offensive bloodline skill, they would have been doomed. And it was fortunate that the demon pig was overconfident and didn't activate its bloodline skill right away. The demon pig's strength gradually diminished, and in the end, it collapsed on its own. The previous strikes had already damaged its internal organs, and the final attack from the demon pig was merely a desperate struggle. Mingxi sat down heavily on the ground. He was already exhausted. Jiang Xueqing walked over from behind, placing her hands on Mingxi's arm to heal him. Li Wenhao, upon hearing Jiang Xueqing's voice, woke up from his earlier fear and realized the demon pig was already dead. I can still go? You go support Yuzhu and the others. I'll help Mingxi heal here. Okay, be careful. Jiang Xueqing nodded. Lung Yuzhu and Cui Yuanhong were struggling against 5 first-tier demon pigs. Both of them were nearly out of stamina, and only one demon pig had been killed. 4 more were still capable of fighting. Although Lung Yuzhu was flying in the air and had not sustained much injury, Cui Yuanhong was less fortunate, with several shallow wounds all over his body that kept bleeding. And he was just barely standing. Lung Yuzhu was already swaying in the air. Even so, she continued to attack the demon pigs. If she relaxed even a little, Cui Yuanhong might be killed. However, due to her stamina issues, she couldn't concentrate on attacking the demon pigs, and many of her strikes missed. Cui Yuanhong was still fighting fiercely against the demon pigs, and with a wave of cold air, he realized their reinforcements had arrived. Gaining more courage, he repelled 2 demon pigs' attacks. Finally, all 4 demon pigs were controlled by Li Wenhao. Lung Yuzhu shouted from the air, "You two move aside." With the last bit of her strength, she unleashed Phoenix Feather Meteor once again. This time, all the demon pigs were frozen in place, enduring the full force of Lung Yuzhu's skill, and one by one, they collapsed. Cui Yuanhong and Li Wenhao rushed towards Lung Yuzhu, but they were too far away to catch up. Just as Lung Yuzhu was about to fall to the ground, Mingxi disregarded his injuries and surged forward with all his might, catching her in his arms. Mingxi let out a breath, relieved to have made it in time. At this moment, Lung Yuzhu was already unconscious, and Mingxi gently set her down. Jiang Xueqing went over to check Lung Yuzhu's pulse. She's fine. It's just that her mental energy has been overly depleted. A bit of medicine and some rest will be enough. But your arm will be useless if you don't treat it. Mingxi obediently sat down for Jiang Xueqing to heal him. Although Cui Yuanhong was also injured, his wounds weren't deep, and a quick bandage would suffice. Mingxi said with some confusion, "Why are there second-tier demon beasts here? Shouldn't they be in the center of the Dark Night Forest?" Li Wenhao thought for a moment, and then said, "Could it be a demon beast that just advanced to the second tier?" Jiang Xueqing nodded. "It's very likely that it just advanced to the second tier." Mingxi seemed to think of something and added, That should be it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have activated its bloodline skill only when it was about to die. It probably just advanced not long ago and hasn't fully mastered it yet. Chui Yuanhong said on the side. Thanks to Mingxi, otherwise, we would have been finished. Thank you for risking your life to save us despite past grievances. We are a team, we should help each other. Saying thank you is too polite. From now on, Mingxi is my boss, and anyone who goes against him will have to deal with me, Chui Yuanhong declared. Mingxi felt helpless, although this guy hadn't liked him before. He was straightforward and said what he thought, which made Mingxi not dislike him too much. Li Wenhao turned his head aside and said, I owe you a favor. Even though I squeezed you before, you still helped me, so I acknowledge you as my opponent. Mingxi was at a loss for words, wondering what these two were really thinking. Chui Yuanhong stood up and walked in front of Li Wenhao. Do you want to fight? Mingxi is my big brother. If you want to be his opponent, you have to ask me first. Chui Yuanhong, are you looking for a fight? Li Wenhao stood up. Come on. Who's afraid of who? I'm not scared of you. Chui Yuanhong and Li Wenhao's faces were almost touching. Jiang Xueqing shouted angrily, enough you two. Yuzhu is still resting. Can you calm down for a bit? Humph. You're lucky. I'll let you off this time because of Xueqing, Chui Yuanhong said as he sat down. I'm going to gather some firewood. It's dangerous at night otherwise. Li Wenhao walked into the forest. Hey, wait for me. I'll go with you. What if you encounter a demon beast? Chui Yuanhong followed him. These two had just been arguing fiercely, and in an instant, they were back to normal. Jiang Xueqing shook her head helplessly at these two lively characters. Thanks to Jiang Xueqing's treatment, Mingxi's injuries had been well managed. As soon as Mingxi stood up, Jiang Xueqing called out from behind, your injury isn't healed yet. Don't move around. It's fine. I've had worse injuries than this and could still run around. Mingxi knew his body's condition. This injury wouldn't limit him. All right then. Just be careful. Got it. Mingxi took out a tent made of animal skin from his luggage and set it up in a few minutes. You even brought this? Mingxi smiled but didn't reply. He carried Lung Yuzhu into the tent. Xueqing, you should sleep in this tent with Yuzhu tonight. But this is your tent. I can't take it. You two girls can sleep together. It's more convenient. And you can also take care of Yuzhu. We'll take turns keeping watch. All right then. Mingxi took out his big pot and went over to prepare to butcher a pig leg, but after chopping for a long time, he couldn't get it through. Jiang Xueqing laughed beside him, saying, why are you so stupid? You can start from the inside. Mingxi slapped his thigh. Right. Why am I so stupid? Chui Yuanhong and Li Wenhao also walked over and saw Mingxi butchering the pig leg. Chui Yuanhong put down the firewood in his hands and walked behind Mingxi. Boss, what are you doing? Making something delicious for everyone. Boss, you can cook too? Of course. I learned how a long time ago. Li Wenhao had already started the fire. And Mingxi peeled the skin off the pig leg, cutting it into several pieces and directly putting it into the pot. Boss, are you sure this thing is edible? Chui Yuanhong looked at the pig leg in the pot. You'll know after a while. Mingxi added some herbs and salt to the pot. Soon, a fragrant smell wafted from the pot. Chui Yuanhong sniffed. Boss, your pig leg smells amazing. Mingxi smiled and then shared the pig leg with a few people. Li Wenhao said softly, thank you. Jiang Xueqing took a tentative bite and nodded repeatedly. So delicious. This is the best thing I've ever eaten. If it's good, eat more. There's plenty. Boss, give me another piece. It's really too good. Slow down. No one is going to snatch it from you. By the way, what happened after I left? Why did Li Wenhao get so badly hurt? Jiang Xueqing put down the piece of pork in her hand. Not long after you left, we discovered a few demon beasts coming from behind. We were all ready for battle, but those demon pigs were very cunning and surrounded us from all sides. While we were focused on dealing with the demon pigs in front, one managed to sneak up behind us. By the time we noticed, it was too late, and the demon pig charged at us. Li Wenhao blocked the demon pig's attack to save me. Mingxi glanced at Li Wenhao, surprised that this guy was quite reliable at a critical moment. Li Wenhao slowly lifted his head and said, I just didn't want to see the only person in our team who can heal get hurt. Li Wenhao was born into a big family, and due to his family's philosophy, he looked down on commoners. Initially, he disliked Mingxi very much, but after spending time together, he found that every aspect of Mingxi was better than his own, which made him even more dissatisfied. However, this trial changed his view of Mingxi a lot. If it weren't for Mingxi's extraordinary strength, they would have long become the demon beast's dinner. Chui Yuanhong took out today's loot, a blue beast essence and 5 white beast essences. Our performance today is pretty good. We got 15 points on the first day. There are still 14 days left in the competition, so we need to work hard. Chui Yuanhong said proudly. There were supposed to be 3, but I accidentally shattered one. Boss, thanks to you today, we wouldn't have scored so many points otherwise. From this day's experience, Chui Yuanhong truly admired Mingxi from the bottom of his heart. It's everyone's effort. I couldn't do it without you. Chui Yuanhong stepped forward and patted Mingxi on the back. Boss, you're too modest. Tonight, the 3 of us will take turns keeping watch. We need to be in good spirits to continue tomorrow. Boss, I heard that the reward for this trial is 5 bottles of concentration liquid. And the first team can represent the Academy in the Academy Grand Competition. I'm not very interested in the Academy Grand Competition, but concentration liquid is indeed a good thing. What you don't know is that the rewards for the Academy Grand Competition are very rich, including concentration liquid, and I heard there might be more than 1 bottle. More than 1. Is there such a good thing? Mingxi knew the value of concentration liquid. He had only seen it once. And that was when Yang Ingnua gave it to him. Jiang Xueqing continued, I've heard about it too. But it's very difficult for our team to win the competition because most of the participants are seniors, and there are quite a few second-tier students among them. Mingxi thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, we need to delve deeper. I know a place where there are many demon beasts. Chapter 13, Hellfire Wolf. Jiang Xueqing stood up and walked towards the tent. Everyone should rest early. We need to be well rested to fight tomorrow. The next morning, Mingxi fell asleep while sitting there. And when he opened his eyes, he was startled to see Leng Yuzhu sitting beside him. Perhaps he was too tired yesterday. Or maybe it was because someone was keeping watch, but he didn't even notice someone had come to his side. You're awake. Yuzhu, why are you here? Is your injury better? Mingxi asked excitedly. Much better. Thank you for saving me. After saying this, Leng Yuzhu lowered her head. I promise to protect you for a lifetime. That's a man's promise. Mingxi said resolutely. Leng Yuzhu covered her mouth and chuckled. Then we have a deal. You have to protect me for a lifetime. But even if you protect me, don't put your life at risk. Don't do what you did yesterday again. Mingxi scratched his head and said, I was a bit anxious yesterday, so I didn't think about it that much. If you do that again, I won't talk to you. Oh, please don't. I really couldn't think of any other way at that time. Leng Yuzhu hugged Mingxi tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Why are you so stupid? Mingxi stroked Leng Yuzhu's head, looking innocent. Yuzhu, I'm sorry for making you cry. Leng Yuzhu gently pushed Mingxi away. Who cried? I just had something in my eye. I won't talk to you anymore. Yuzhu, don't be mad. Cui Yuanhong walked over from the side. Boss, what's going on? Why did you make the goddess run away? Mingxi didn't say anything and turned to leave. Hey, boss, why did you leave without saying anything? I'm going to cook. Mingxi intentionally changed the subject. Great. I love the food you make the most. Cui Yuanhong forgot everything when he heard about food. Li Wenhao walked up to Mingxi. Did you feel anything unusual last night? Nothing unusual, just a few first-tier demon beasts wandering around, but they won't come near us with the firelight here. I was wondering why you were so calm. It turns out the demon beasts are afraid of fire. That's not entirely true. They only fear fire at night. During the day, fire doesn't have much effect. But that only applies to first-tier demon beasts. After spending so many years in the mountains, Mingxi understood this basic knowledge. I see. In the distance, on a large tree, stood 4 old men. These 4 were the vice president and 3 elders. The 7th elder said, Vice President, after a day and night. The number of eliminated participants has reached 150. The vice president sighed, and 2 students have died. This is my failure. You can't blame yourself for this. Those 2 didn't even have a chance to send out a signal before they died at the hands of the demon beasts. I don't know what the president was thinking, putting 30 second-tier demon beasts in this trial area. Most of those who haven't been eliminated are second-tier students. Only a dozen or so first-tier students have survived. The 7th elder said leisurely. In fact, I was quite surprised that 5 first-tier students could kill second-tier demon beasts. The vice president felt quite pleased as he said this. I saw that the vice president even wanted to rush up to save them. That was also something I didn't expect. That kid could actually take on a second-tier white-haired demon pig head-on. To be honest, even I, relying solely on strength, wouldn't be able to defeat that second-tier demon pig. The 7th elder continued, my spirit beast is a silver-clawed explosive bear, which is strength type. After I fused, my strength just barely reached 20,000 pounds. Yet, a 10-year-old child like him has strength close to 20,000 pounds. He's simply a monster. No wonder the president has taken a liking to him. This little guy didn't summon his spirit beast all day yesterday. I wonder what his spirit beast looks like. The vice president sighed. It's a bit regrettable to mention this. What do you mean by that? Do you all know that this little guy has a compatibility level of 5 and a blood-red cultivation aptitude? The elder 11, who had been silent, finally spoke up. What? A 5-level compatibility? Blood-red cultivation aptitude? Elder 7 couldn't believe it either. What a twist of fate. A 5-level compatibility and blood-red cultivation aptitude. Yet the spirit beast is only level 1. So that's how it is, what a pity. I thought so. Otherwise, how could we not know about a student with such talents coming out of the academy? It turns out his spirit beast is level 1, Elder 7 said regretfully. But don't forget, this little guy is a strength warrior, the vice president added. Strength warriors ultimately want to go as far as beast tamers. There is still a significant gap in the later stages. The vice president said, have you forgotten that great person from back then, who shattered the void with a single sword, and 2 9th-tier beast tamers were no match for him? I know that, but that great person is just one. That is true. Let us not worry about it here. Let us just watch the changes. We will observe in the dark. Then let us split up. I will secretly protect these little guys, and you all take people to look around, and be ready to rescue them when necessary. Okay, Vice President. As soon as the words were finished, several people disappeared without a trace. Mingxi and the others also packed their things and continued on their way. Cui Yuanhong wiped his mouth and walked over to link arms with Mingxi. Boss, the food you made is really delicious. Today's roasted meat is the best thing I've ever eaten, Lung Yuzhu said with a smile. Yuzhu, if you like it, I'll make it for you every day. Lung Yuzhu blushed and lowered her head, softly agreeing. Cui Yuanhong directly blocked Mingxi's path. Boss, what about me? Mingxi glanced at Cui Yuanhong. What about you? Do I know you? Cui Yuanhong scratched Mingxi's ribs with both hands, causing Mingxi to laugh and run away. Mingxi ran ahead while Cui Yuanhong chased after him. Suddenly, Mingxi stopped running, and Cui Yuanhong, not reacting in time, bumped into Mingxi. Just as Cui Yuanhong was about to speak, Mingxi covered his mouth. Mingxi whispered, "Don't speak, there's something up ahead." Cui Yuanhong asked in a low voice, "Boss, what's wrong? What's ahead?" The others also rushed over upon hearing the news. Mingxi signaled everyone to lower their heads, through the trees. They vaguely saw a demon beast fighting with several others ahead. Mingxi had only sensed a few first-tier demon beasts, but the big guy in front was clearly a second-tier demon beast. In Mingxi's impression, second-tier demon beasts rarely appeared on the outskirts of the night forest. But they had seen 2 in 2 days, which indicated something abnormal, and the demon beast before them was an attacking type. It was slightly smaller than the white-haired demon pig, but its teeth were long and sharp, and it had red fur. What was in front of them was a second-tier Hellfire Wolf. The Hellfire Wolf was not only fast, but also highly aggressive, and with its unknown bloodline skill, once discovered, it would be 9 deaths without life. Mingxi waved his hand, signaling everyone to retreat, but just then, the Hellfire Wolf turned its head and looked over here, then let out an angry roar. Mingxi knew they had been discovered, and it was not the time to sit and wait for death. If they didn't take the initiative to attack, they would all die. He summoned Qilin. Qilin was no longer the small snake from before. It had grown much larger and was now about 2 to 3 zhang long, with 2 small bumps on its head. Qilin watched. Qilin nodded. Mingxi shouted, "Fusion," and man and beast merged into one. After the fusion, a pair of antlers sprouted from Mingxi's head, and he had a snake tail behind him, covered in black snake scales, exuding a black aura. Mingxi looked at everyone and said, "If I fail, you all run quickly." Lung Yuzhu said, "I want to leave. I want to fight with you." "Boss, I want to leave either. I'll share life and death with you." "We want to leave either." Jiang Xueqing and Li Wenhao said in unison. Jiang Xueqing and Li Wenhao exchanged glances. Jiang Xueqing lowered her head, and Li Wenhao turned his head aside. Mingxi was very touched, but he didn't mean to go to his death. Even if he couldn't kill the Hellfire Wolf, he might not die either, and besides, they still had signal flares. "What I mean is I will sneak attack it. If I fail to kill it, you all escape first. Although I can't kill it. Escaping shouldn't be a problem," Lung Yuzhu said. "Then you must be careful." Mingxi nodded. First martial skill, Shadow. Mingxi suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. "Wow, boss, this skill is amazing." At this moment, Jiang Xueqing finally understood Mingxi's intention. He wanted to sneak attack the Hellfire Wolf. The 4 of them were seeing Mingxi's beast martial skills for the first time because he had been practicing the hidden dragon technique before. A black shadow was rapidly approaching the Hellfire Wolf. At the moment Mingxi attacked, the others also summoned their spirit beasts, ready to support at any time. Mingxi told them to leave, but how could they possibly leave if it weren't for the first-tier patterned leopards in front? The Hellfire Wolf would have charged at them long ago. The Hellfire Wolf hadn't noticed that Mingxi had reached its side, with a flash of the Azure Dragon's afterimage. A large hole was torn in the Hellfire Wolf's body. What was unexpected was that the Hellfire Wolf didn't die. Instead, it activated its bloodline skill, Berserk. In the Berserk state, the Hellfire Wolf was unafraid of pain, and its physical state was enhanced to rival that of a third-tier demon beast. The old man in the tree shouted, "Not good. This beast's innate skill is actually Berserk." Just as he was contemplating whether to intervene, Mingxi appeared from the shadows, seemingly performing a simple sword strike, but it was actually the break of the skies from the Sanxiong 13 slashes. This sword, while not killing the Hellfire Wolf, severed one of its front legs. The old man in the tree fell into contemplation upon seeing this sword, which was very strange and seemed capable of severing space. Could it be? The old man didn't continue but silently observed the battle situation ahead. The Hellfire Wolf charged at Mingxi once again. Just as the old man in the tree was about to go down to help, he saw the Hellfire Wolf's 3 legs frozen in ice, followed by a ground wave that trapped the Hellfire Wolf's neck, and huge fireballs began to crash down from the sky. The Hellfire Wolf swung its tail and cleared the rocks from its neck, and the ice beneath its feet was also dispelled. Chapter 14, Second Tier. Unexpectedly, 5 patterned leopards charged at the Hellfire Wolf and began to wrestle with it. The old man was somewhat stunned. Shouldn't T-demon beasts and humans join forces against a common enemy? What is going on here? Although the patterned leopards were first tier, their biting power was strong. The Hellfire Wolf was injured in many places, but one of the patterned leopards had its neck bitten by the Hellfire Wolf and was on the verge of death. The battle was fierce. The remaining 3 patterned leopards were not to be outdone. One jumped onto the Hellfire Wolf's back, one bit its neck, and another clawed at one of its eyes. The Hellfire Wolf suddenly howled in pain. It turned out its berserk time had passed, and due to the severe injuries from Mingxi's attack, it had run out of energy. Before dying, the Hellfire Wolf killed 2 patterned leopards, and the last one was also gravely injured and on the brink of collapse. Jiang Xueqing ran to Mingxi's side upon seeing this. Mingxi's breath was very weak, with 2 rows of blood holes on his shoulder, 4 of which were deep and large. If it weren't for Mingxi's hard scales, the Hellfire Wolf's teeth would have pierced through his body. Jiang Xueqing exerted all her strength, but it was to no avail. She slumped to the ground. Mingxi's breath grew weaker, and she could hardly feel his presence anymore. Lung Yuzhu saw Mingxi and tears streamed down her face as she cradled his head in her lap. Wake up, didn't you say you would protect me for a lifetime? Lung Yuzhu trembled as she spoke. Boss, why did you just leave like this? Li Wenhao turned his back to Mingxi. Although his face showed no expression, he was deeply saddened inside. The old man on the tree was remorsefully tapping the tree trunk, blaming himself for being too indecisive, which led to a tragedy. Suddenly, the old man's eyes brightened as he sensed a faint aura slowly reviving. He knew this aura came from Mingxi. At that moment, golden blood seeped from Mingxi's wound, sealing all the bleeding spots, and Mingxi gradually regained vitality. Cough, cough. Mingxi spat out a mouthful of blood. What are you doing? I'm not dead yet. Cold Yuzhu, seeing that Mingxi was alive, immediately embraced him. I thought I would never see you again. Cold Yuzhu sobbed a few times. Be gentle, gentle. You're making it hard for me to breathe. Big brother. I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Li Wenhao, seeing Mingxi was fine, said, I'll go collect the loot and that half-dead leopard. I'll give it a release. Wait for me. I'm going with you. Cui Yuanhong followed, not wanting to be a third wheel. Jiang Xueqing then reacted quickly and hurried to treat Mingxi. During the treatment, she noticed that Mingxi's wounds were slowly healing. The previously large wounds were now completely gone, and even the injuries on his arm had vanished. Mingxi touched his wounds, and to his surprise, they had indeed disappeared, leaving him in a daze. As Mingxi's combined state gradually, he realized that Qilin was particularly weak, and there were many new wounds on Qilin that matched the ones he had initially. Mingxi had a bold guess. Could it be that Qilin transferred the wounds to himself? Cold Yuzhu touched Mingxi's body and found no wounds. Why your injuries are gone? Mingxi pointed at Qilin beside him. He picked Qilin up, and golden blood flowed from the wounds on Qilin. Cold Yuzhu couldn't believe her eyes. Just moments ago, Mingxi was on the brink of death, and now he seemed perfectly fine. Why did his injuries transfer to the spirit beast? Although the old man on the tree couldn't see what was happening, he could sense that Mingxi's aura was stronger than before. The old man nodded in relief. It's good, it's good. Jiang Xueqing also helped Qilin seal its wounds and bandaged it. Confused, Jiang Xueqing asked, Mingxi, what is going on with your spirit beast? Why can it return the favor for its master? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xueqing continued. Ancient texts recorded that 3,000 years ago, there was a great beastmaster who would not die from any severe injuries unless they were to the heart or brain. All injuries would be inherited by the spirit beast, and the spirit beast's physical quality is strong enough to recover after a few days. Jiang Xueqing added, but which great master has a 5th-level divine beast, the Scarlet Flame Fire Dragon? Could it be that your spirit beast has a trace of the Scarlet Flame Fire Dragon's bloodline? No, they look completely different. But their commonality is that Qilin also has golden blood. Why is your body so hot? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Cold Yuzhu asked anxiously. Jiang Xueqing wanted to come over to heal Mingxi, but Mingxi waved his hand, indicating he was fine. You don't need to worry. It might be because my mental power has reached 20 points. I'll meditate for a bit. Jiang Xueqing was surprised. You're already a 2nd-tier warrior? What 2nd tier? Cold Yuzhu was also very surprised. Mingxi nodded. He had been worried about Qilin injuries and hadn't noticed that he had broken through since his injuries healed. Mingxi was also puzzled. He had been stuck at this level for several months, unable to raise his mental power beyond 19 points, no matter how hard he trained. Today, unexpectedly, he had broken through. He didn't expect that being injured would bring him such a great opportunity. Mingxi could clearly feel that his strength, speed, and physical resilience had all increased significantly. Mingxi stood up, feeling his body filled with power. He frowned, noticing a few people approaching. The newcomers looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, taller than Mingxi and his friends, indicating they were older students. The 5 of them were Wang Di, Wang Ming, Zhang Yao, Sun Song, and Li Yu. They were confronting Li Wenhao and the others. Wang Di smirked. Kid, hurry up and hand over the loot. And I won't make things difficult for you. Why should we give it to you? We risked our lives for it. Cui Yuanhong shouted. Brother, why waste words with them? Just take it. It was Wang Ming who spoke. Wang Di glanced at the corpse of the second-tier fire wolf beside them, realizing it would be difficult for them to kill such a beast. How did these kids manage it? At that moment, Mingxi and his friends slowly walked over. Wang Di saw the light spheres behind them and laughed. You guys better hand over the beast cores quickly, otherwise. Otherwise what? Mingxi asked disdainfully. You guys are asking for trouble. Wang Ming scolded. The 5 of them summoned their spirit beasts simultaneously and fused. Cui Yuanhong was stunned by the light spheres behind them. These guys actually had 3 second-tier Beastmasters. 2 light spheres were spinning behind the 3 of them, and Wang Di's light sphere was blue and green, indicating he had a mid-level beast martial skill. What are you afraid of? Your opponent, Wang Di, mental power 26 points, 3rd-tier spirit beast, great strength bear king. Your opponent, Wang Ming, mental power 25 points, 3rd-tier spirit beast, great strength bear king. Zhang Yao, mental power 21 points, 3rd-tier spirit beast, black iron armored ant. Your opponent, Sun Song, mental power 19 points, 2nd-tier spirit beast, bald-tailed eagle. Li Yu, mental power 18 points, 3rd-tier spirit beast, jade rabbit. Cold Yuju covered her mouth and laughed. What is going on with them? Jiang Xueqing was also confused. They even introduced themselves. Mingxi stepped forward and pointed. You, and you 3. I'll be your opponent. Big brother, are you crazy? They're all 2nd-tier Beastmasters. Cui Yuanhong said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm not trying to show off. You 4 take care of the other 2. Wang Di felt insulted. Are you looking for death? Although the academy prohibits killing fellow students. Who would know in this wild mountain? Brother, look at this kid. He hasn't even summoned his spirit beast. Is he still not at 1st tier? Haha. Li Wenhao impatiently said, stop talking nonsense. Let us fight quickly. You 2 girls rest. We'll handle these 2 idiots. Sun Song pointed at Li Wenhao and scolded. You dare call me an idiot? Li Wenhao snorted coldly. At your age, I was already 3rd tier. How can you say you're not an idiot? Stop talking to them. Zhang Yao was the first to launch an attack. He rolled his body into a ball and shouted, first martial skill, meatball charge. He rushed straight at Mingxi, while Wang Di and his brother grinned lewdly, thinking Zhang Yao's skill would end the fight. Be careful, he is a 2nd-tier Beastmaster. Don't worry, Mingxi will be fine, Jiang Xueqing said calmly. Cui Yuanhong covered his eyes, unable to watch Mingxi. However, Wang Di and his brother did not expect that Mingxi would single-handedly block Sun Yao's attack, and Sun Yao couldn't even push Mingxi back a step. Wang Di looked at the slender youth before him, realizing that even in his combined state, he could never block Sun Yao's attack with one hand, which carried nearly 10,000 pounds of force. Cui Yuanhong then noticed that all of Mingxi's injuries had healed. Big brother, your injuries? In fact, Li Wenhao had seen it long ago. He just didn't want to ask Mingxi. All right, big brother, leave these 2 to us. Wang Di finally realized that Sun Yao should be careful. He is a powerful warrior. It was too late. Before Wang Di's words had finished, Mingxi had already sent Sun Yao flying with a punch. Chapter 15, Instant Kill. Wang Ming quickly stepped forward to check, only to find that Sun Yao had been knocked out on the ground by Mingxi's punch. This could only be blamed on Sun Yao's overconfidence. Wang Ming shook his head at Wang Di. Brother, he can no longer fight. Wang Ming approached Wang Di. Brother, let's attack together. All right. The 2 brothers shouted simultaneously. First martial skill, strength amplification. They struck at the same time, one from the left and one from the right, with 4 fists smashing down heavily, while Mingxi stood still in the middle. Wang Ming thought to himself that this fool wasn't even dodging. Haha, die. With a loud crash, the brothers were stunned. Mingxi effortlessly caught their attacks with both hands. Wang Di found it hard to believe that a child around 10 years old could withstand their combined attack, which was a full 15,000 pounds. Impossible. Even if you are a 2nd-tier warrior, you shouldn't have that much strength, and at your age, you definitely haven't reached the 2nd tier. Mingxi looked disdainfully at the 2. If this is all you can do, you might as well drop the beast crystals and get lost. Wang Ming angrily retorted. Is strength so impressive? Brother, don't hold back, go all out. All right, let him know how powerful we are. The 2 brothers stood on either side of Mingxi. Wang Ming shouted loudly, 2nd martial skill, gravity magnetic field. Wang Di added, 2nd martial skill, rage of the battle bear. The gravity within 100 feet suddenly increased 1,000-fold, making it difficult for everyone except Mingxi to even stand straight. Fortunately, this skill affected both friend and foe, or it would have been truly terrifying. Wang Di's angry roar forced Mingxi back several steps, and he was also injured by the rage of the battle bear, with many scratches on his body. At this time, an elder appeared in the tree. Deputy Dean, aren't you going to intervene? The kids are just playing around. We don't need to worry about it. I find it quite interesting. The seventh elder glanced at the distant battle, noting that the child in the middle was being passively beaten, which wasn't very entertaining. Old 7, how about a bet? I say that child will win. Do you believe it? The seventh elder had already investigated and found that 2 second-tier beast tamers were fighting against a first-tier beast tamer. There was no doubt that the 2 second-tier beast tamers would win. The seventh elder smiled and said, "Then what shall we bet on, Deputy Dean?" Deputy Dean Ding Fei thought for a moment. "Let's make a small bet. How about 1,000 gold coins?" 1,000 gold coins? Isn't that too much? 1,000 gold coins was their annual salary, not a small sum at all. What's wrong, Old 7? Don't you think I'll lose for sure? Then why are you afraid to bet? In truth, Ding Fei also didn't have complete confidence. He felt that Ming-Shi hadn't revealed his full strength. Since the deputy dean is so eager to give me some money, what do I have to fear? The seventh elder thought to himself that the usually cunning deputy dean was being quite foolish today. The 2's stamina quickly diminished, and Wang Ming could no longer hold on, causing the gravity magnetic field to be dispelled. With the dispelling of the gravity magnetic field, Ming-Shi breathed a sigh of relief and stretched his muscles. The 2 had not shown any mercy, wanting to eliminate Ming-Shi, and Ming-Shi had developed a killing intent towards them. Although Ming-Shi was slightly injured, it did not affect the upcoming battle at all. Wang Di and Wang Ming had never seen someone so difficult to defeat. After enduring their attacks for so long, he still hadn't fallen. Ming-Shi had been fighting against beasts since childhood, so his physical fitness was incomparable to that of a normal person. Ming-Shi drew the sword from his waist. "Now it's my turn." Wang Di gasped for breath. "Don't get cocky. We haven't lost yet." Ming-Shi unleashed over 20 strikes in quick succession, and Wang Di and Wang Ming dodged left and right, but in the end, they were still left battered and bruised. Ming-Shi shouted, "Azure Dragon emerges from water." The seventh elder and the deputy dean quickly stepped in to block, stopping Ming-Shi's attack. Ding Fei said expressionlessly, "Just teach them a lesson, don't kill them." Just as Ming-Shi was about to speak, the deputy dean interrupted, "I've been here the whole time and know what happened. There's no need for you to say more. Wang Di, Wang Ming, you two are disqualified from the trial, and all items obtained will belong to Ming-Shi." Wang Ming was somewhat unconvinced. "Even if you didn't come to help, we wouldn't necessarily lose." The seventh elder shook his head and extended his hand, revealing a long cut on it. The seventh elder was not exaggerating. Although he was a 5th-tier beast tamer with significantly improved physical capabilities, without his combined form, his strength was equivalent to that of a 3rd-tier warrior. Ming-Shi's sword strike was something even a 3rd-tier beast tamer could hardly withstand easily. The seventh elder picked up one person. "Deputy Dean, I owe you 1,000 gold coins." After saying that, the seventh elder took Wang Di and his brother away. Ding Fei smiled and said, "Little guy, I have high hopes for you. Go get a good ranking." Ding Fei was happy to win 1,000 gold coins. In fact, he hadn't expected Ming-Shi to win so easily. After saying that, Ding Fei turned and left, as he could not interfere with the competition. "Deputy Dean, why are you here?" Ding Fei asked. "What's the situation now? There are still over 40 students in the trial area, and 7 second-tier beasts have been killed, with 23 remaining." Ding Fei continued to ask, "Has anything happened to the students since then?" "Nothing major, just one student had their arm severed by a beast. And the beast that severed this student's arm was a 2nd-tier golden-maned mad lion." Ding Fei was somewhat shocked. "What? There's still a golden-maned mad lion." He ordered, "You 3 elders take some people, and each elder will be responsible for the safety of 10 students." "Understood, Deputy Dean. I'll get right on it." The golden-maned mad lion is among the top existences of 2nd-tier beasts and can kill relatively weaker 3rd-tier beasts. If the students encounter it and do not receive timely rescue, they will either die or be seriously injured. Chui Yuanhong pointed at the 2 in front. "Boss, how should we deal with these 2? Leave their beast crystals. But let them go." "Boss, just let them go like this? I still want to teach them a lesson." Liu took out the beast crystals, tossed them to Chui Yuanhong, snorted coldly, and then the 2 quickly helped Sun Yao away, disappearing from sight. The 5 of them had only collected 11 first-tier beast crystals, not even half of what Ming-Shi had. Jiang Xueqing discovered a corpse of a spotted leopard nearby, and the beast crystal was still inside, which she collected. "Chui Yuanhong, how come you still missed a beast crystal?" Chui Yuanhong counted the beast crystals in his hand. "No, we didn't miss any." They counted the corpses of the beasts and found 1 extra. Seeing this extra corpse, Jiang Xueqing seemed to remember something. "I know why the spotted leopard was so desperate to fight the fire wolf. I read in a book that spotted leopards are very collective beasts. If one is killed, the others will not rest until they are avenged." I knew it. No wonder they acted like mortal enemies. Afterward, Chui Yuanhong collected all the beast crystals. "By the way, boss, how did you suddenly become so strong?" Chui Yuanhong asked in confusion. I've already broken through to the second tier. What second tier? As expected of my boss. That's amazing. Chui Yuanhong hugged Ming-Shi's neck. Ming-Shi pushed several times before finally managing to shove Chui Yuanhong away. Li Wenhao said, let us go? Otherwise, our first place will be gone. Ming-Shi looked at the forest across from him. We can't leave. A pack of beasts is approaching. Leng Yuzhu said, you should rest for a while. We'll handle these beasts. Yeah, boss, you take a break. We'll deal with these beasts. The beasts in the forest had already come close, crouching in the grass, waiting for the right moment to strike. You all protect yourselves. This is a pack of gale wolves. Their territory is far from here. Why did they come here? Could it be that they smelled the blood? Ming-Shi finished speaking and drew his sword, charging directly at the wolf pack. The wolves were about to attack him. But his speed was even faster than that of the gale wolves. Although the gale wolves were among the fastest first-tier demon beasts, Ming-Shi had already reached the second tier. He unleashed 3 strikes, taking down 3 gale wolves, and the remaining 4, seeing this, turned to flee, only to be swept down by a single horizontal strike from Ming-Shi. Now, for Ming-Shi, killing first-tier demon beasts was basically a one-strike kill, as he was far stronger than the average second tier. Chui Yuanhong exclaimed in surprise, is that it? We didn't even get a chance to show off. Leng Yuzhu smiled and said, if this continues, we might really take first place. Jiang Xueqing was collecting beast essences nearby, saying, at this rate, we might just do it. Li Wenhao, who had been quiet, finally spoke up. If it weren't for Ming-Shi, we wouldn't have killed the demon beasts so easily. Stop mocking me. We should set off, said Ming-Shi, giving Chui Yuanhong a push. If Ming-Shi hadn't advanced, it would have taken them a long time to kill those 7 wolves. The group set off on a new journey. And they hadn't encountered any second-tier demon beasts along the way, but had killed many first-tier ones. Unbeknownst to them, 7 days had passed. During these 7 days, aside from the second-tier demon beasts they had initially killed, they hadn't encountered any more. Only 4 teams remained in the trial area, with the other 3 teams mostly composed of second-tier members, and only 1 team had a first-tier member, while Ming-Shi's team had only 1 second-tier member. Vice Dean, which team do you favor the most? These teams are all pretty similar. One team has 5 second-tier members, and their coordination is quite good. They've killed quite a few demon beasts over the past few days, including 3 second-tier ones. There's another team with 5 second-tier members as well. Although their coordination isn't as good as the first team, their individual combat abilities are strong. As for the third and fourth teams, both rely heavily on one individual to turn the tide. I didn't expect there to still be 5 first-tier members in the trial area. Their luck is quite good to have made it this far. Elder 13 said, what you don't know is that despite having only 1 second-tier member in their team, that second tier is exceptional. I'm not even a match for him in terms of strength. Vice Dean, you might be exaggerating. You are a strength-type spirit beast. Ding Fei shook his head. The moment Ming-Shi advanced, I felt a surge of power. After Ming-Shi finished fighting the Wang brothers, I was certain that power came from within him. Chapter 16, Dignity. Now, only 4 teams remained in the trial area, one of which had only 2 members left. Aside from Ming-Shi's team, the other teams were in a constant state of tension. Before each rest, Ming-Shi and his team would set traps around to guard against nighttime demon beast attacks. The other teams took turns keeping watch, and fearing that fire would attract demon beasts. They didn't dare to light a fire at night, which resulted in them being attacked by demon beasts. After 7 days and nights of torment, the other teams were unable to eat or sleep well and were exhausted. Ming-Shi and his team, however, were well-fed and well-rested, feeling exceptionally energized. Moreover, after days of battles and nighttime meditation, their mental strength had improved. Others gained a slight increase, but only Jiang Xueqing gained 2 points of mental strength. The other teams weren't so lucky. They could only replenish a fraction of what they consumed during the day at night. And over time their mental strength became severely lacking. Focused solely on improving their mental strength, their physical stamina fell far behind. On the morning of the 8th day of the trial, as dawn broke, Ming-Shi was already patrolling the surroundings, carrying a bare leg on his shoulder. Boss, why are you up so early? Didn't you say that with the traps you set up, we wouldn't need to keep watch at night? As he spoke, Chui Yuanhong took the bare leg from him. Just as Ming-Shi entered the forest, he heard a loud noise in the distance. He put down the branch in his hand and rushed toward that direction. Ming-Shi sensed that 2 people were fighting against demon beasts ahead. He approached cautiously and saw a young man and a young woman battling 2 second-tier demon beasts. Although the young man was covered in wounds, he was still fighting desperately, while the young woman stood by. The 2 demon beasts were 4 zhang long and 2 zhang tall, belonging to the wolf-type demon beasts like the fire wolves. The only difference was that these 2 demon beasts were larger than fire wolves, and their aura was also stronger. These 2 pitch-black demon beasts were the twin-souled demon wolves. They gave birth to 2 offspring at a time, and they were always of the same gender, either 2 male wolves or 2 female wolves. The two cubs lived together from a young age, and if one died, the other would guard its corpse until it starved to death. Because they lived together from childhood, they fought with remarkable synergy. When one moved, the other already knew what it intended to do, making twin-soul demon wolves extremely difficult to deal with. The young man's spirit beast was intriguing, exuding a chilling aura, while the young woman's spirit beast appeared to be a deer. The young man was tall and strong, with dark skin and a handsome yet cold appearance. The young woman had a well-proportioned figure and was extremely beautiful, giving off an impression of fragility. From the looks of it, the young man wouldn't last much longer. At that moment, the twin-soul demon wolves utilized their bloodline skills, suddenly disappearing from sight and reappearing 10 meters away. They moved like this 3 times until they reached the young man's side, waiting for the right moment to strike, as the young man was already within their attack range. The young man wiped the blood from his forehead and said, "If I can't hold on in a bit, you set off the signal flare." The young woman grabbed the young man's arm, saying, "Let us leave together. If you don't go, I won't either." The young man pushed her hand away. "Even if I die, I won't surrender. Don't be willful, listen to me." Mingxi couldn't even determine where the demon wolves would attack from. Yet this young man could accurately find the location where the demon wolves appeared. Although the young man was in a tough battle, the demon wolves hadn't gained any advantage. Despite only showing a few minor injuries, Mingxi noticed that the demon wolves' stamina was nearly depleted. If they continued to fight like this, it was uncertain who would win. The demon wolves also realized that continuing this way would be detrimental to them. So they focused their attacks on the young woman, and to protect her, the young man sustained several new injuries. From this, it was evident that the young man was quite strong, able to hold off 2 opponents for so long. This time, the 2 demon wolves actually attacked simultaneously. The young man blocked the left demon wolf, just as he was about to block the right one, but the left demon wolf bit down on his calf. "No!" the young man shouted. He watched helplessly as the demon wolf's claws were about to grab the young woman, and in that moment, the young man, who had feared nothing, shed tears, tightly closing his eyes, unable to bear to look ahead. "Hey, can you still move?" Mingxi asked. The young man slowly opened his eyes and, seeing the young woman unharmed, felt as if his heart had been reborn. He kicked away the demon wolf that had bitten him and knelt on one knee. "I, Han Lai, have never begged anyone in my life. Thank you for saving Chu Chu. I beg you to take her away, then I can be at ease." This tall and strong man was willing to give up his dignity to protect a woman he cared for. The young woman knelt in front of Han Lai, wrapping her arms around his. "Han Lai, are you okay? Let me help you bandage your wounds." "No, I'm fine. You hurry and go with him. I'll hold them off here." Mingxi pulled the 2 up, saying, "You 2 go rest first. Leave these 2 wolves to me." Han Lai shook his head with a smile. "Little brother, do you know what tier these demon beasts are? You're only 1st tier. How can you fight them?" "I know. These 2 are 2nd tier twin-soul demon wolves. I've seen them once before." Mingxi grew up in the mountains and had indeed seen a magic wolf before. But it was just a 1st tier twin magic wolf. Han Lai initially thought that Mingxi didn't know the tier of the magic wolf, which is why he said to leave it to him. However, seeing that this young boy was aware of the magic wolf's tier and still said that made Han Lai a bit confused, as the boy looked to be only around 10 years old and was quite small. Mingxi knew that Han Lai was worried he wouldn't be able to defeat the magic wolf, which is why he asked that. Mingxi charged at a magic wolf, but the wolf teleported away, creating distance between them. Mingxi chased after it, and the wolf ran a few steps back before teleporting again. Then, 2 magic wolves attacked Mingxi together, one in front and one behind. The front magic wolf was sent flying by Mingxi's punch, landing dozens of meters away and struggling several times before getting back on its feet. Han Lai watched in shock, wondering what was happening. This little boy was surprisingly fierce, delivering a punch that was several times stronger than his own. Chu Chu asked, "How come I've never seen such a strong student before?" Han Lai thought for a moment and said, "I've never seen him either, but judging by his age, he should be a freshman. It's incredible that there's such a strong person among the freshmen. This trial is going to be unpredictable. The competition at Wind Spirit Academy will be intense this year." Han Lai originally thought there was only one person in his grade who could be his opponent, but unexpectedly, he felt a sense of crisis from this boy. Even at his peak, he wasn't sure he could defeat the boy in front of him. He didn't know that Mingxi wasn't using his full strength. He had already mastered the 2nd strike of the sky, piercing 13 slashes, and the 1st trial of the hidden dragon technique. Plus, he had a trump card, the black scale. Mingxi was holding back against the 2 magic wolves, but their teleportation was really annoying, and his clothes were getting torn. Mingxi hadn't used any martial skills at this moment because he was trying to find the pattern in the wolves' teleportation. After taking Mingxi's punch, the 2 magic wolves were a bit scared and didn't dare to confront Mingxi head-on. Mingxi continued to pursue them, and this time he charged while gathering his energy. Just as the magic wolf teleported out, he unleashed the Azure Dragon's shadow, striking the wolf directly and creating a large hole in it. Mingxi easily killed one of the magic wolves. This was because Mingxi realized that a magic wolf couldn't teleport again immediately after one teleportation, so it couldn't dodge his attack. Hanlai looked at the fallen magic wolf in front of him. After struggling with it for so long, he hadn't even injured one. While Mingxi had killed one in just a few minutes, he could tell that Mingxi's previous sword strike was very strong, and even he might not be able to block it. In fact, Hanlai wasn't that weak. It was just that the presence of women limited his actions. When the magic wolf realized its sister was dead, it howled a few times and charged at Mingxi, only to be pierced in the chest by Mingxi's sword. In this way, both magic wolves were taken down by Mingxi. He took out 2 second-tier beast essences and walked up to Hanlai. Mingxi handed one of the second-tier beast essences to him, saying, "This one is for you. I'll keep the other." After such a life-and-death separation, Hanlai deeply understood that between Chu-Chu's life and dignity, dignity was worthless. "Thank you, little brother. My name is Chu-Chu. If there's anything in the academy, you can come find me and Hanlai." Hanlai smiled wryly. "With how easily you dealt with those 2 second-tier monsters, do you still need my help?" He then asked, "By the way, little brother, what's your name? You must be a strong man, right?" Mingxi humbly replied, "My name is Mingxi. I'm a second-tier strong man and also a freshman this year. I hope you'll take care of me in the future." Hanlai laughed. "Little brother Mingxi, you're too polite. If it weren't for you today, we would have been done for." Hanlai continued, "I really didn't expect you to be a second-tier strong man. Usually, at your age, one can only cultivate up to the first tier." Mingxi smiled and scratched his head, feeling a bit shy to speak. "Well then, brother Mingxi, let's part ways here. If you need anything in the future, I, Hanlai, will not hesitate to help." Chu-Chu waved her hand. "Little brother Mingxi, see you at the academy. Goodbye." Brother Han and sister Chu, Mingxi waved to bid farewell. In the distance, on a tree, Ding Fei laughed loudly. "So, Elder 13, how about this little guy? Not bad, right?" Elder 13 nodded. Not bad at all. I really didn't expect such a young child to be so strong, able to kill a twin magic wolf." Ding Fei proudly said, "This kid has even more impressive abilities that you haven't seen yet." "Even more impressive abilities? Vice Dean, stop teasing me and tell me quickly." Elder 13 was a bit impatient. "Forget it. The fewer people who know about this, the better." Ding Fei was referring to Mingxi's sky-piercing 13 slashes, which was not an ordinary martial skill. It was the strongest technique of that esteemed individual. Chapter 17, Escape. Mingxi thought something had happened to everyone and hurried out to search. After not going far, he ran into Li Wenhao, who was also sweating profusely, evidently having run a lot. "Mingxi, where have you been? Everyone is looking for you." Mingxi and Li Wenhao talked about what had just happened as they walked, and soon they reached a lakeside, where they saw 3 spotted leopards chasing a monkey. "That monkey looks so familiar," Li Wenhao remarked, looking into the distance. Mingxi took a closer look and realized that it was none other than Cui Yuanhong. "Haha, it really is him." When Cui Yuanhong saw Mingxi and Li Wenhao, he dashed towards them as if he had seen a lifeline. Mingxi patted Cui Yuanhong on the shoulder and said, "Let's go find Yuzhu and the others. We'll talk as we walk." The 3 searched for a long time, but couldn't find Leng Yuzhu and Jiang Xueqing. Just as everyone was getting anxious, they suddenly heard a phoenix cry. Mingxi confirmed the direction. "I'll go ahead. You follow me." That's the call of the Red Lotus. Yuzhu and the others must be nearby. Mingxi knew that Leng Yuzhu must have encountered danger, so he ran at full speed, reaching Leng Yuzhu in just 5 breaths. Since both Leng Yuzhu and Jiang Xueqing could fly, they had only sustained minor injuries. "Yuzhu, Xueqing, are you okay?" "I'm late," Mingxi said. Leng Yuzhu took a deep breath. "You came just in time. We didn't want to clash with them, but these beasts have been chasing us relentlessly." It was rare for 4 second-tier beasts to team up to chase a human unless one of the beasts had a capability that garnered the respect of the others. The 4 beasts included a second-tier giant, horned water buffalo, which was 3 zhang long, with horns larger than Mingxi's. The second was a second-tier unicorn goat, over 2 zhang long, with jet black fur and a single horn on its forehead. The third was a second-tier longhorned elk, also 3 zhang long, with antlers 2 zhang long. The last was a second-tier grim-faced baboon, 2 zhang long, with an extremely ugly face. Generally, herbivorous beasts tend to be weaker than carnivorous ones, and it was clear that the baboon was the strongest among the 4. Shortly after, Li Wenhao and Cui Yuanhong caught up. Seeing the situation, Li Wenhao quickly summoned his spirit beast and merged with it. "You and Cui Yuanhong assist me. Yuzhu, you suppress from above," Mingxi said as he drew his sword and charged at the beasts. Leng Yuzhu shouted loudly, "That baboon can throw stones. Our injuries are from its attacks, so be careful." First martial skill, Ice Seal for 100 miles. Mingxi felt a cold wave sweep over him as the ground in front of him instantly froze, immobilizing the 4 beasts' limbs. Mingxi rushed over and directly chopped off the unicorn goat's head. Just as he was about to continue attacking the giant horned water buffalo, the ice's effect wore off. and the baboon threw a large stone back at him. Mingxi had no time to dodge, and it hit his arm squarely, causing him to lose his chance to strike. He hadn't expected the baboon to be so strong, and his arm was now swollen. As the other beasts were about to attack Mingxi, he prepared to unleash his first martial skill, Earth Wave. The first martial skill, Phoenix Feather Meteor. Cold Rain Bamboo's skills had already reached their heads. Mingxi, are you okay? Cold Rain Bamboo asked anxiously. I'm fine, just a small problem. Boss, help me. Chui Yuanhong unleashed an Earth Wave and charged forward. Due to Chui Yuanhong blocking the line of sight, several demon beasts didn't see Mingxi. Mingxi seized the opportunity and executed the Azure Dragon emerges from water, killing the longhorned elk. The great horned water buffalo was enraged, stomping its hooves hard on the ground, its horns turning crimson as it charged directly at Li Wenhao. Seeing this, Chui Yuanhong released another Earth Wave, but it couldn't stop the great horned water buffalo. This attack was its bloodline skill, Barbaric Charge. Li Wenhao shouted. First martial skill, Ice Sealing 100 miles. The great horned water buffalo broke through the ice seal and slammed into Li Wenhao, sending him flying. Jiang Xueqing hurriedly flew over to check. He found that Li Wenhao had only suffered a heavy blow to the chest, with no internal injuries. This was thanks to Chui Yuanhong's Earth Wave and his own ice sealing. If the great horned water buffalo had charged directly, Li Wenhao would have undoubtedly died. Chui Yuanhong ran over and grabbed the buffalo's tail. Boss, hurry up, I can't hold on. Mingxi approached, just about to strike, when Chui Yuanhong was kicked away several meters. And Mingxi missed his chance to strike the buffalo. Damn, it kicked me to death. Cough, cough, cough. Chui Yuanhong was face down on the ground, his mouth full of dirt. Although he didn't kill the buffalo, because it ran away, Mingxi managed to cut off its tail. The great horned water buffalo, furious, used its bloodline skill again, Barbaric Charge, this time targeting Mingxi. The great horned water buffalo charged at high speed, but Mingxi didn't dodge. He pushed against its head with one hand while using his sword to strike it down. The buffalo simply chose the wrong opponent. The ghost-faced baboon, being clever, saw the other demon beasts had been killed and immediately turned to flee. Chui Yuanhong covered his chest and shouted, "You ugly monster, you dare to run." He chased after the baboon, but soon lost it. While searching for the baboon, a large rock flew over and hit him right on the head. Mingxi hid behind a tree in the distance, slowly approaching the baboon. He prepared to peek at its position and ended up face to face with it. Mingxi instinctively threw a punch, sending the baboon flying 50 or 60 meters away. The baboon lay there motionless, and Chui Yuanhong walked over and kicked it. "You ugly monster. You dare to hit me after taunting me? I'll kick you to death." Chui Yuanhong kicked several times. "I was just afraid you couldn't handle it." Mingxi knew that if he hadn't come, Chui Yuanhong would have definitely been beaten. "Boss, if you hadn't come, I wouldn't have found it." Chui Yuanhong looked down and saw the baboon was gone. "Boss, the baboon ran away again. This baboon is too cunning. Be careful, I'll be right back." Mingxi turned and left. Chui Yuanhong was confused, wondering why the boss left him here. Just as he was thinking, another rock flew over, and at that moment, the tree in front fell. Thanks to the fallen tree, Chui Yuanhong avoided the rock's attack. He walked over and saw Mingxi had already killed the baboon. "Boss, I clearly saw you leave. How did you end up here?" "Boss, I admire you more and more. Let me give you a shoulder massage." Chui Yuanhong came over to help Mingxi with his shoulders. Mingxi went to collect the beast essence. "Let's go. They're still waiting for us." Ding Fei nodded with satisfaction. This kid, whether in strength or intelligence, crushes anyone. If he leads the team in this academy competition, they will definitely achieve good results. Let me, big brother. You rest first. This small matter is for your little brother to handle." Chui Yuanhong picked up Li Wenhao and threw him over his shoulder. "Ouch, that hurts, Chui Yuanhong. Do you want to kill me?" Li Wenhao cried out in pain. Mingxi shook his head helplessly. With these two lively treasures, the trial was no longer boring. Although Li Wenhao had improved a lot, he still struggled to keep up, so Chui Yuanhong supported him as the other three slowed their pace. After walking for a while, they heard fighting sounds nearby. The group had long sensed it and was approaching little by little. Only 3 people from this team were still fighting. The other 2 had been eliminated. The 3 were not in good condition and had encountered the golden mane mad lion, which was in a rampaging state, comparable to a peak 3rd-tier demon beast. If not for the seamless cooperation of the 3, they would have been defeated long ago. Their ability to fight the mad lion for so long showed the strength of the trio. One was Zhao Long, a golden eagle spirit beast, who was short and slender with an average appearance, but was very clever. Another was Bai Yi, a white bear spirit beast, who was tall and stronger than Chui Yuanhong, possessing great brute strength and incredible endurance. The last was Zhou Kaier, a jade rabbit spirit beast, who was petite and exuded a cute lowly vibe. Behind the 3 were 2 light orbs, indicating that all 3 were 2nd-tier beast tamers, and Zhao Long's orbs were blue and green, indicating his second martial skill was intermediate. Zhao Long attacked from the air while Bai Yi restrained from below, and Zhou Kai'er boosted their attributes. First martial skill, Mental Enhancement. Second martial skill, Beast Shield Armor. Zhou Kai'er unleashed her first martial skill, followed by her second. First martial skill, Feather Fall 10,000 Zhang. Zhao Long attacked the Mad Lion with all his might. And thanks to Zhou Kai'er's attribute boost, his attack was much stronger than usual. Thousands of feather swords struck the Mad Lion, one arrow hitting its left eye. The Mad Lion scratched at the feather arrows with its claws. Bai Yi charged forward, using his second martial skill, Explosive Bear's Fury. Two bear claws deeply embedded in the Mad Lion's body, but the Mad Lion swatted Bai Yi away, breaking several of his ribs and leaving multiple deep claw marks. Indicating this wasn't the first time Bai Yi had been thrown off. Bai Yi got back up, and thanks to Zhou Kai'er's Beast Shield, he could continue fighting. Bai Yi said, "Zhao Long, let's attack together. This Mad Lion is close to its end." Good. Zhao Long flew above the Mad Lion and unleashed his second martial skill, Hurricane Blade. First martial skill, Earth's Fury. Bai Yi pressed both hands on the ground. The ground suddenly erupted, slamming down heavily on the Mad Lion, while Zhao Long's Hurricane Blade formed a massive whirlwind, enveloping the Mad Lion. Countless wind blades sliced through its body, truly a middle-tier beast martial skill. Bai Yi laughed. "Zhao Long, we did it." But at that moment, the Mad Lion charged out and bit Bai Yi, who was completely unprepared. Just as Bai Yi was about to be killed by the Mad Lion, Mingxi prepared to rush over to save him. An old man intervened, directly saving Bai Yi and taking him away, leaving only Zhao Long and Zhou Kai'er in their team. Without Bai Yi to absorb damage, the two could not kill the Mad Lion. With no choice, Zhao Long and Zhou Kai'er reluctantly fired a signal flare. Soon after, they were taken away by the Academy staff. Chapter 18, Golden Mane Mad Lion. Mingxi knew this was their only chance to kill the Mad Lion, as its stamina was running low. "You all be ready to support me. I'm going to sneak attack." The group summoned their spirit beasts and fused them. Mingxi also summoned the Black Scale. "Good brother, I rely on you." Then Mingxi and the Black Scale merged. First martial skill, Shadow. Mingxi transformed into a shadow and slowly approached the Mad Lion. At this point, the Mad Lion sensed the humans in the distance but did not notice that someone had already arrived beside it. Mingxi seized the moment and executed Azure Dragon emerges from water, stabbing directly forward. By the time the Mad Lion reacted, Mingxi's sword had already pierced its body. What Mingxi didn't expect was that his sword only made a small hole. The Raging Lion swiped at him with a paw. Mingxi quickly dodged, and the ground was scratched out with 4 deep grooves. Mingxi wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Phew, that scared me to death, so close." The Raging Lion glared at Mingxi and let out an angry roar as it pounced at him. The first martial skill, Phoenix Feather Meteor. Lung Yuzhu launched an attack in midair. Mingxi was somewhat surprised by Yuzhu's attack, feeling that her martial skills were much stronger than before. The fireball of Phoenix Feather Meteor hit the Raging Lion, engulfing its body in flames. It struggled in pain, rolling on the ground for a long time before extinguishing the fire, but its fur was completely burned off, turning the Raging Lion into a hairless dog. The Raging Lion, filled with fury, roared at the sky and lunged at Lung Yuzhu. Seeing this, Mingxi seized the opportunity and stabbed the Raging Lion in the abdomen with his sword, causing it to wail in agony. The Raging Lion fell from midair, and Cui Yuanhong used Earth Wave to restrain it. After being attacked repeatedly by several people, the Raging Lion lay on the ground motionless. Just as Mingxi was about to step forward to finish off the Raging Lion, its body suddenly turned fiery red, enveloped in flames. The Raging Lion's body began to grow larger, increasing from 3 zhang to 4 zhang, with flames swirling around its 4 legs, and its wounds were slowly healing. Seeing this, Mingxi pulled back, sensing that the Raging Lion's power was rapidly increasing. Ding Fei shouted, "Not good. This golden-haired Raging Lion is about to evolve into a Fire Raging Lion. These kids are in danger." The defense of a 3rd-tier Raging Lion is not something they can easily break through. Ding Fei was ready to provide assistance at any moment, knowing that a 3rd-tier monster was not comparable to a 2nd-tier monster. At that moment, the Raging Lion let out a furious roar, stunning the 4 people except Mingxi. This was another bloodline skill of the Raging Lion Roar, which belonged to the mental category. Mingxi felt a headache coming on. He had already realized that the Raging Lion had advanced to a 3rd-tier monster. He dared not hide his strength any longer. First martial skill, Shadow. Mingxi transformed into a shadow and slowly approached the Raging Lion. He had only one chance. If he failed the sneak attack, he would definitely lose. So he planned to use his strongest attack. When Mingxi stopped 4 meters away from the Fire Raging Lion, he was within his attack range. Mingxi used the first strike of the sky-piercing 13 cuts, followed by the second strike, Shocking Heaven. The first strike pierced through the Raging Lion's defense, cutting through everything around it. and then the three sword energies from Shocking Heaven directly severed the Raging Lion. The Raging Lion was cut into 4 pieces by Mingxi and died on the spot. Mingxi also fainted from exhaustion after using Shocking Heaven. Dingfei was somewhat shocked by the scene before him. This little guy is too strong. The 3rd-tier Fire Raging Lion is a top-tier monster among 3rd-tier beasts. And even though it just advanced, it is not something an ordinary 3rd-tier monster can compare to. Haha, not bad. With this group of kids, our Wind Spirit Academy has a chance to break into the top 10. Xianfeng circled around Lung Yuzhu several times. Seeing Lung Yuzhu passed out, it kept shaking her head, and soon Lung Yuzhu began to respond. She wobbled to her feet and looked around, seeing that everyone else was down, with only Hong Lian accompanying her. Thank you, Hong Lian. Lung Yuzhu rushed towards Mingxi. She tested him with her hand and, finding that he was fine, let out a sigh of relief. The corpse of the Fire Raging Lion beside Mingxi startled Lung Yuzhu. She only remembered being stunned and figured that Mingxi must have killed the Fire Raging Lion given its wounds. She looked at the others and found them all fine. They were probably just stunned. After a while, Jiang Xueqing shook her head and regained consciousness, wondering why her head hurt so much and what had just happened. We were stunned by the Raging Lion, Lung Yuzhu explained, being the last among the 4 to faint due to her high mental strength, which allowed her to resist for a few seconds. Where's the Raging Lion? Where is it? Jiang Xueqing asked, looking around. Lung Yuzhu pointed to the large chunk of meat nearby. That's the corpse of the Raging Lion. Did you kill the Raging Lion? I don't have that ability. It should have been Mingxi who killed it. Are the others okay? Jiang Xueqing stood up. They're fine, just fainted. Lung Yuzhu dug out the beast core, which was much larger than a 2nd-tier beast core. Jiang Xueqing asked in surprise, could this be a 3rd-tier beast core? Lung Yuzhu looked around with it in hand. It should be. I've seen 3rd-tier beast cores before, and they are purple. Then Jiang Xueqing cast a healing spell, and soon Cui Yuanhong also woke up. Where's the Raging Lion? Where's the Raging Lion? I want to kill it. Cui Yuanhong flailed his arms. The Raging Lion is dead. You need to calm down, Jiang Xueqing said, tapping Cui Yuanhong on the forehead. After a while, Li Wenhao also sat up, asking, where's the Raging Lion? Where is it? The first thing that came out of everyone's mouth as they woke up was this question. Jiang Xueqing pointed to the corpse nearby. The Raging Lion is dead. I didn't see how it died, but judging by the wounds, it should have been Mingxi. Where's my boss? Why can't I see him? He wouldn't have died alongside the Raging Lion, right? Jiang Xueqing shot a glare at Cui Yuanhong, and Lung Yuzhu angrily kicked him. Ouch, that hurts. I was just saying. How could my boss possibly die? Mingxi covered his eyes. The light was a bit blinding, and he sat up. Seeing Mingxi awake, Lung Yuzhu hurried over. Mingxi, you're awake. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Uncomfortable? Not really, just feeling very hungry. I'll go get you something to eat. Lung Yuzhu looked particularly happy. Mingxi walked out of the small tent and, seeing that everyone was fine, felt relieved. Boss, you're awake. Yuzhu has been gloomy every day for the past few days. I wondered why she was so happy just now. Turns out it's because you woke up. A few days? Have I been unconscious for several days? Mingxi asked, somewhat confused. Yeah, you've been sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days, 3 nights? Wow. Mingxi thought he had only slept for a few hours. He didn't expect it to be 3 days and nights. It seemed that he couldn't easily use the second strike of the sky-piercing 13 cuts. The first time he used it, he had exhausted all his strength with 1 strike and fainted for 2 hours. This time, he had fainted for 3 days because he used Shocking Heaven with all his might. Mingxi, you're awake, Jiang Xueqing asked. Did I delay everyone as progress? Mingxi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. What are you saying? Without you, we would have been eliminated long ago, Jiang Xueqing said with a smile. By the way, Mingxi, did you kill the Raging Lion? I was just lucky to have killed it. Jiang Xueqing lowered her head and said, we owe our survival to you. You never complained about us dragging you down. When we were all 1st tier, we wanted to take 1st place. If it weren't for your breakthrough to 2nd tier, we would have been eliminated long ago. We're a team, so don't say that again. Jiang Xueqing nodded, softly agreeing. After a while, Lung Yuzhu brought over some food and placed it in Mingxi's hands. Eat up, this is what I made myself. Mingxi looked at Lung Yuzhu's face, which was covered in dirt, like a little kitten, and smiled, pointing at her face. All right, it's already wiped off. Mingxi picked up the food and started eating, but almost choked when the first bite went in. He glanced at Lung Yuzhu and swallowed the food in his mouth. Mingxi had never eaten anything so unpalatable. But to avoid making Lung Yuzhu sad, he finished everything in his hands. Yuzhu, your food is really delicious. Boss, you're too ungrateful. I'm hungry too, give me some. Lung Yuzhu stood up. Wait for me. I'll go get it for you now. I made a lot. Mingxi winked at Cui Yuanhong a few times, then pointed at Lung Yuzhu and waved his hand, signaling Cui Yuanhong not to eat. Boss, I understand. Cui Yuanhong also winked back at Mingxi, who gave a thumbs up. Then Cui Yuanhong shouted, Yuju, my boss said he wants to eat 5 bowls. All right, I'll get them for you right now. Mingxi covered his face and lowered his head helplessly, thinking that this kid would get him into trouble. Cui Yuanhong picked up the dish made by Lung Yuju and took a bite, then spat it out. Is this something that people eat? Lung Yuju picked up one of the bowls, saying, What? Is what I made so terrible? Mingxi snatched the bowl from Lung Yuju's hands and quickly finished everything in it. Delicious, delicious. How could what you made possibly be bad? Cui Yuanhong said with a bitter face, Delicious, delicious. Mingxi finished several bowls in one go. It was too delicious. Cui Yuanhong looked at Mingxi as if he were a ghost, having struggled to eat 1 bowl, while Mingxi had eaten 6. Lung Yuju walked to the pot and took a bite herself, but as soon as it touched her mouth, she spat it out. Tears welled up in Lung Yuju's eyes. She knew Mingxi didn't want her to feel sad, which was why he ate everything. If she couldn't even eat such terrible food. It was no wonder Cui Yuanhong said it was bad. Lung Yuju wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes as if nothing had happened. Chapter 19, The Demon Tiger. The trial had been going on for 11 days, with 4 days left until it ended. Since Mingxi and the others had wasted 3 days, it was still uncertain whether they could secure first place. Now, only 2 teams remained in the trial area, Mingxi's team and the strongest team of senior students. The strongest team of senior students was composed of 5 second-tier Beastmasters, each with a mental power exceeding 25 points. And their captain had a mental power of 29 points. Although they were not in as good a condition as Mingxi's team, they were all second-tier Beastmasters, and their mental power completely overwhelmed Mingxi's team. The sky was not on their side. It was pouring rain in the dark night forest. And it had been raining for 2 days and 2 nights. On the morning of the 14th day of the trial, due to the heavy rain from the previous days, the morning fog was extremely thick, making it impossible to see more than a few meters in the forest. Let's set out. We've already wasted 5 days. Mingxi said as he packed up his things. We haven't been able to do anything these past 2 days. The rain is too heavy for fighting, Li Wenhao said. However, Mingxi and the others had rested well during these days without any beast disturbances because Mingxi had sprinkled the scent of the wild lion around the camp. So no beasts dared to approach. In contrast, the other team was not so lucky. They had been fighting continuously these past few days. And due to the adverse weather for combat, 3 of them had been seriously injured. Wait here for me. The fog is too thick right now, and it's very dangerous for you to go. How could there possibly be a baby in this dark night forest? You need to be careful, Lung Yuju said. Mingxi summoned Hylan. Hylan, let's go. After merging with the beast, a shadow concealed itself as Mingxi slowly approached the source of the crying. Upon closer inspection, he found a group of first-tier single-eyed demon snakes, their bodies surrounded by eerie white bones, indicating how many passers-by they had slaughtered. They were using cries that mimicked those of a baby to lure travelers, and being pack creatures, they would swarm anyone who approached. Even a third-tier Beastmaster might not be able to defend themselves in time. Mingxi first used the Azure Dragon Emergence technique, followed by a void-breaking strike. The problem was resolved. Mingxi gently patted Hylan a few times. Boss, what exactly was that thing ahead? A few first-tier demon snakes. Mingxi casually tossed the beast essence to Cui Yuanhong. Cui Yuanhong took the beast essence and was surprised to find there were 7 pieces. Boss, you killed 7 single-eyed demon snakes in such a short time. They were all gathered together, so I just took them out with 1 strike. Mingxi continued. Let's keep moving. Yeah, let's go. There are only 2 days left. We need to push ourselves, Li Wenhao said as he walked ahead. Lung Yuju followed behind Mingxi because she felt reassured as long as he was by her side. Everyone, be careful. There are beasts approaching. Mingxi signaled everyone to slow down due to the thick fog. The others summoned their spirit beasts for merging, while Mingxi drew his sword from his waist. Everyone else was unable to detect the beast's position, indicating it was a second-tier beast. A roar echoed not far away, and Mingxi could feel that this beast was strong. With a deep and powerful voice, the beast had already noticed their presence and was slowly approaching them, hidden by the fog. Suddenly, it charged towards Lung Yuju's position. Mingxi had been prepared. The moment the beast lunged out, he leaped up and rode on its back. As he was about to stab it with his sword, he was unexpectedly thrown off. Mingxi had not anticipated that the beast would have such strength. He thought 1 strike would end the battle, but he was thrown off instead. Zhang Xueqing saw the beast clearly and warned everyone, be careful. This is a black-patterned demon tiger with the bloodline of the ancient demon beast, Jiuli. Although it's just a cub, it is not something a second-tier wild lion can compete with. This little tiger was actually a descendant of an ancient demon beast, which was quite rare. It was also Mingxi's first time seeing such a beast. There were almost no lion or tiger-type demon beasts in the Dark Night Forest. Mingxi remembered the ancient medicinal scroll his mother gave him, which contained recipes for medicinal baths, one of which required the blood of ancient demon beasts. He had previously inquired about the blood of ancient demon beasts, which cost 200 gold coins per vial, while the essence blood cost 500 gold coins per drop. The medicinal liquids Mingxi had bathed in before were all made from the blood of ordinary demon beasts, and now he was just missing the blood of ancient demon beasts, which he happened to encounter this time. I'll attract its attacks. You all assist me, Mingxi said before charging forward. Boss, just leave it to me, Cui Yuanhong shouted loudly, cupping his hands around his mouth. The demon tiger pounced fiercely, and it seemed that Mingxi was about to be knocked down. First martial skill, Ice Seal 100 miles. Li Wenhao pressed his hands to the ground, and soon the ground was frozen. The tiger's claws stopped just an inch away from Mingxi, who quickly jumped out. Just as Mingxi leaped away, the demon tiger broke free from the ice. The demon tiger charged again, but this time it was sent flying by a massive rock that erupted from the ground. The tiger roared angrily, and then its body rapidly expanded, growing to 6 zhang long, and a pair of wings sprouted from its back. This was the tiger's bloodline skill that enhanced its body. The demon tiger lunged at Mingxi once more. Although its body had grown larger, its speed did not decrease. It reached Mingxi in just 2 steps. Before Mingxi could react, he was swatted away by a paw. Lung Yuzhu flew down. Mingxi, are you alright? She helped Mingxi up, who had not expected the tiger to be so fast. Yuzhu, be careful. This demon tiger is very strong, Mingxi said as he brushed off the dirt and moved his arms. The demon tiger charged at Mingxi again. First martial skill, Ice Seal 100 miles. First martial skill, Earth Wave. Their martial skills were like a walk in the park for the current demon tiger. And the tiger's claws attacked again. First martial skill, Phoenix Feather Meteor. Lung Yuzhu unleashed her martial skill with all her might. The demon tiger was hit by several fireballs, and it retreated, not daring to clash head-on with Lung Yuzhu's skill. Before Mingxi could dodge, the tiger's paw attacked again. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Mingxi quickly blocked with his sword. Now, the demon tiger had doubled its strength after growing larger, and it was very difficult for Mingxi to withstand this attack, especially since it was coming down from above. The tiger's paw was about to land on Mingxi. Cold Rain Bamboo leaped down to rescue, but unfortunately, it was too far away to make it in time. At that moment, a dark shadow flashed by and struck the demon tiger's face, causing the demon tiger to quickly dodge to the side. It turned out that Black Lin had rushed out from the beast core. He sensed that his master was in danger and came out on his own. Mingxi was delighted to see Black Lin and hugged him, saying, "Good buddy. You came just in time." The combat power of a second-tier spirit beast is lower than that of a first-tier demon beast. But Black Lin's sudden appearance caught the demon tiger off guard, allowing Black Lin to send it flying with his tail. Mingxi merged with Black Lin and directly used the first martial skill, Shadow, quietly moving behind the demon tiger, which was still foolishly looking for Mingxi. The demon tiger charged at Mingxi again, leaping over 10 zhang and landing right in front of him, only to suddenly trip and fall. Haha. Although the ice seal is ineffective against it, the ice is still very slippery, Li Wenhao said smugly. The demon tiger glared fiercely at Li Wenhao. It was quite vengeful, having chased Mingxi initially because Mingxi had ridden on its back, and now it had set its sights on Li Wenhao. The demon tiger stood up only to fall down again, and because it was facing Li Wenhao, its rear was perfectly positioned for Mingxi, who continuously struck with several swords, piercing the demon tiger's rear with multiple holes. The demon tiger was on the verge of breaking free from the ice-sealed area, and just as it was about to escape, a circle of rocks appeared around it. Cui Yuanhong had finally acted wisely this time. The demon tiger could not escape and kept stumbling. Cui Yuanhong asked, "Xueqing, why doesn't this demon tiger fly out with its wings?" "You wouldn't understand. This demon tiger won't be able to fly until it advances to the 9-lead demon tiger," Jiang Xueqing explained. "Li Wenhao, I will use a fireball attack in a moment, and after my attack, you continue with the ice seal." "Okay." First martial skill, Phoenix Feather Meteor. The demon tiger stood helplessly on the ice, unable to retreat or advance, and could only endure Cold Rain Bamboo's attack. The demon tiger took a full hit from Cold Rain Bamboo's skill, already covered in wounds, and after the fireball attack, the ice beneath it reappeared. It could neither run nor stand up. The series of attacks from the group left the demon tiger exhausted, with many parts of its body burned by the fireballs. The ice beneath the demon tiger was stained blood red, and it lay there motionless, having no strength left to stand. Mingxi signaled Cui Yuanhong to lift the ground wave. The moment the ground wave was lifted, Mingxi rushed over and struck down the demon tiger's head with a sword. Afterwards, Mingxi collected the demon tiger's blood and essence. Normally, a demon tiger could produce over 10 bottles of blood, but this one only yielded 6. Cui Yuanhong sat down on the ground, panting. "This demon tiger is too powerful. If it hadn't died, I would have been exhausted," Li Wenhao said with a pale face. Chapter 20, Black Hole. If it weren't for the good cooperation among the three, they might not have been able to take down this demon tiger, unless Mingxi had used the celestial 13 slashes in front of everyone. The demon tiger, unable to exert strength on the ice, would have walked as if on flat ground if not for the ice's constraints and Chui Yuanhong's ground wave. Mingxi, what are you dazed about? Let's go. Cold Rain Bamboo said, patting Mingxi's shoulder. Oh, Mingxi had never actively killed demon beasts before, unless they threatened his life. This time, having killed so many demon beasts, he felt somewhat hesitant. Mingxi initially did not want to participate in the trial, but he decided to join after hearing Zetian's words. Since all demon beasts would actively attack humans upon seeing them, tens of thousands of people would be killed by demon beasts each year. These individuals were forced to go up the mountain to make a living to avoid starving to death. Moreover, every few decades, a beast tide would break out, resulting in many deaths. Over the years, the number of humans killed by demon beasts is no less than that of the demon race. Therefore, every year's trial involves hunting demon beasts, which helps control their reproduction and enhance the combat capabilities of the children. The mist gradually receded, and the forest was refreshed by the rain, with birds and beasts chirping in the woods. The group arrived at the edge of a large lake, which was about the size of 100 football fields, with clear water and fish swimming about. Jiang Xueqing pushed Chui Yuanhong and said, "You boys go over there. I want to wash up with Yuzhu. We haven't bathed in over 10 days. Don't you know shame? Can boys and girls wash together? Hurry up and go." Jiang Xueqing said, her face red. Mingxi pulled Chui Yuanhong, "Let's go." The three of them stopped in the woods about 100 meters from the lake. "Boss, why don't we wash with them?" Chui Yuanhong asked in confusion. "Because we are boys, and they are girls," Mingxi replied, unsure how to explain it. Even he couldn't articulate it clearly. They were still kids and didn't understand many things. Li Wenhao sat under a tree, looked up at Mingxi, and then lowered his head, saying, "To be honest, when you first came to the elite class, I didn't think highly of you because your spirit beast was only first tier and didn't deserve to be in the same class as us. But now it seems I was the joke. During this trial, I realized that our gap is not just a little. I, who considered myself a genius, am not even a tenth of you. You even risked yourself to save us. I apologize for my arrogance. If you don't mind, let's be brothers." Mingxi leaned against the tree, chewing on a leaf. "I don't accept your apology. As for being brothers, if you don't agree, then forget it. I know I always targeted you before, so it's understandable that you don't like me," Li Wenhao said dejectedly. Mingxi helped Li Wenhao up, and they faced each other. Mingxi then said, "I think you misunderstood. We were brothers long ago." Li Wenhao excitedly hugged Mingxi. Chui Yuanhong joined in. "We are 3 brothers. Mingxi is the eldest. I am the second, and Li Wenhao is the youngest." Li Wenhao and Chui Yuanhong started playfully punching each other. Li Wenhao pinned Chui Yuanhong to the ground and said, "I am the second brother. You are the third brother." After a while, Chui Yuanhong pinned Li Wenhao down again. Li Wenhao then said, "I am the second brother. You are the third brother." Mingxi watched, wanting to laugh, but feeling embarrassed to do so. The two said in unison, "Big brother. Who do you say is the second brother, and who is the third brother?" Mingxi thought for a moment. "Let's rank by age. I'll be the third brother." "No. You must be the eldest." The two said in perfect harmony. Mingxi reluctantly agreed, and in the end, they ranked by mental strength, with Li Wenhao as the second brother and Chui Yuanhong as the third brother. The 3 of them knelt and pledged brotherhood, resembling the Peach Garden Oath. Big brother. Third brother. Second brother. Third brother. Big brother. Second brother. The 3 little guys hugged each other and laughed heartily. In truth, after experiencing life and death situations over these few days, the 3 had long become sworn brothers. In Li Wenhao and Chui Yuanhong's hearts, they had already regarded Mingxi as their big brother. Otherwise, why would they disagree about the age ranking? Just then, a sudden scream echoed from a distance. Mingxi frowned and said, "Not good." The sound came from Yuzhu and the others. They must be in trouble. Let's hurry. Li Wenhao and Chui Yuanhong summoned their spirit beasts and merged. Mingxi ran ahead. The group had been chatting and had not noticed any demon beasts. When Mingxi reached the lake's edge, he found that Cold Rain Bamboo and Jiang Xueqing were missing. Mingxi looked around, confirming that they hadn't come ashore, which meant the demon beasts were in the water. However, mental strength could not detect anything underwater. Mingxi took off everything he had. "You all wait here. I'm going down to rescue them." "Okay, big brother, we'll wait for you here." Mingxi dove into the water. He was a great swimmer because he had loved playing in the water since he was a child. Li Wenhao asked, "You can't dive either?" Chui Yuanhong shook his head. "My mom never let me go into the water since I was little, and when I was a child, she basically never let me go out." "Me too," Li Wenhao said with a hint of sadness in his voice. "My parents didn't allow me to play with other kids because they wanted me to become an excellent beastmaster. They said they were afraid those kids would influence me, so now my personality is a bit reclusive." Chui Yuanhong patted his shoulder. "Don't think too much about it. Don't we have each other now? Let's wait for the big brother here." Mingxi dove into the water and searched for a long time, but couldn't find Lung Yuzhu and the others. He continued downstream and discovered a very deep black hole in the water, the entrance about 4 to 5 zhang wide. Without thinking, Mingxi rushed in. He swam for a long time and noticed light above him, so he swam directly towards it. Mingxi burst out of the water. To his surprise, there was a cave underwater, and the cave was particularly large. Mingxi walked ashore and found a row of beast tracks in front of him. He followed them and saw a white sand robe not far away, immediately recognizing it as Lung Yuju's clothing. Mingxi shouted, "Yuju, Xueqing, where are you?" Just then, his second beast core began to flash continuously. Mingxi summoned the beast core, but found nothing unusual. At that moment, a white light ball flew out from the turtle shell and drilled into the beast core. The beast core emitted a golden light, and Mingxi sat on the ground, feeling something moving inside the beast core. Finally, a small turtle ran out from the gray-black beast core, smaller than Mingxi's hand. Mingxi held the small turtle and wondered what was happening. Do I have a second spirit beast now? Hey, let me see what it is first. Why did you just take it away? Mingxi noticed that the golden stone looked a bit like a beast core, but he remembered that beast cores didn't seem to be golden. He had no choice but to put away the few blood-colored stones and the turtle shell, then left the place, as he still needed to find Lung Yuju. As Mingxi walked, he suddenly sensed a trace of Lung Yuju's aura. Although the aura wasn't very obvious, Mingxi was sure it was Lung Yuju. He ran straight over, but didn't find Lung Yuju and Jiang Xueqing. In front of him were several eggs. Mingxi slowly used his sword to cut open a large egg, and inside was the corpse of a first-tier beast and a beast larva. He then slowly cut open the second egg and immediately recognized Jiang Xueqing. He checked and found that Jiang Xueqing was not dead. She was just entangled in a white, sticky substance. He gently placed her on the ground and worked hard to cut away the white material from her body. Afterward, he killed the larva with a single sword strike. Mingxi then opened the nearby egg, and Lung Yuju fell out. Mingxi caught her in one swift motion. Mingxi examined Lung Yuju's wounds and saw that they weren't serious. He remembered there was a water pool in the center of the turtle shell and carried both of them toward the pool. Suddenly, a black shadow shot out from behind him, almost attacking Mingxi, who quickly dodged back. Mingxi slowly placed the two on the ground, and when he looked up, he saw a second-tier water spider. The water spider wasn't very strong, but in the water, it was much stronger than an ordinary second-tier beast. Its web would instantly tighten upon contact with water, preventing its prey from escaping. Mingxi didn't want to get entangled with it. As Lung Yuju and Jiang Xueqing were still unconscious, he summoned Hylan, good brother, merge. First martial skill, shadow. The water spider searched for a long time, but couldn't find Mingxi. It prepared to go down and kill Jiang Xueqing, just when Mingxi struck, cutting the water spider in half with a single blow. Mingxi carried the two to the side of the pool, washed them off, and then divided his clothes for them to wear. Mingxi had also gotten a lot of the water spider's slime on him, so he jumped into the pool. Instantly, he felt a surge of power entering his body. As he sat in the pool, the water level dropped by a quarter. Mingxi took out a water bottle and filled it. He discovered that both his spiritual power and mental strength had increased, and not only that, but his physical strength had also greatly improved. Mingxi clenched his fist and punched a nearby stone, shattering it with a force of 40,000 pounds. Chapter 21, Little Gray. Mingxi jumped into the pool again, but this time he felt nothing. He then dispelled the merge, and Little Black swam around the pool. After a while, the little turtle also emerged from Mingxi's second beast core, circling around him. Mingxi picked up the little turtle and examined it closely. I'll call you Little Gray. Haha. I have two spirit beasts now. The little turtle seemed to like Mingxi very much, swimming around him. Later, it climbed onto Hylan's head, and unexpectedly, the two began a drinking contest. The water level in the pool dropped rapidly, leaving only 1/5 behind. Mingxi's spiritual power increased by 3 points, mental strength by 3 points, and his physical quality also improved significantly. At this point, Mingxi's spiritual power had reached 18 points, just one step away from becoming a second-tier Beastmaster. After about an hour, Jiang Xueqing woke up. As she opened her eyes, she saw a person standing there shirtless. Upon closer inspection, it was Mingxi, and her racing heart immediately calmed down. Jiang Xueqing held her head and said, Mingxi, where are we? Mingxi explained, this is a stone cave underwater. Jiang Xueqing noticed she was wearing only one of Mingxi's clothes and held it to cover herself. Mingxi quickly explained, your clothes were corroded by the spider's slime and couldn't be worn anymore, so I gave you mine. Jiang Xueqing shyly said, You turn around first. Mingxi turned his head away, and Jiang Xueqing put on Mingxi's clothes. Okay, you can turn back now. Mingxi knew Jiang Xueqing was knowledgeable, so he pointed at the pool and asked, Xueqing, do you know what kind of water is in there? Jiang Xueqing walked over to take a look and reached her hand in. She felt a surge of energy enter her body and realized that the energy she felt when she first woke up might have come from this. Jiang Xueqing asked, Did you give us this to drink? Drinking? No, I just used the water to wash you, Mingxi replied. My body, did you wash it too? Jiang Xueqing asked. Yes. You were both unconscious, and you had spider slime on you. If I hadn't washed it off, your bodies would have been corroded, Mingxi explained. Jiang Xueqing's face turned red, and she quickly changed the subject. This water in the pool is a bit like divine liquid, but divine liquid can't possibly appear here. To form divine liquid, conditions must be met. First, there must be a divine beast that has died naturally. Second, the divine beast's body cannot touch the ground. Third, it cannot be exposed to light. And fourth, it requires tens of thousands of years. Not to mention the last 2 points. The first and second points are impossible. Mingxi pointed at the giant turtle shell. Xueqing, look at this thing. Is it a divine beast? Jiang Xueqing finally saw clearly that this huge palace was actually a turtle shell, and those things resembling giant stones were actually beast bones. With that, all 4 conditions were met. The giant turtle shell was left by a divine beast, and with the shell separating it, the body didn't have to touch the ground. The last 2 points were also satisfied here, so this must be divine liquid. Jiang Xueqing excitedly picked Mingxi up. Mingxi, this really is divine liquid. This divine liquid is priceless. You can't even buy it. Xueqing, put me down first. Don't get too excited. Tell me what this thing is useful for. Jiang Xueqing put down Mingxi and felt a bit flushed afterward because she had been too excited just now. Ahem, let me tell you about it. This Yushin liquid can not only enhance mental strength and psychic power, but it can also improve a person's physical quality. After using the Yushin liquid, it generally increases mental strength by 1 to 2 points. However, the most important aspect is that it can accelerate the cultivation speed of both humans and spirit beasts. And it can also allow spirit beasts to level up and even expand the sea of consciousness. Hearing about the leveling up, Mingxi's eyes lit up because his spirit beast was at the lowest level. However, at this point, Mingxi felt a pang in his heart because he didn't know how useful this thing was back then. And both of his spirit beasts had already drunk from the large pool of divine liquid. Mingxi asked, will my spirit beast advance to a second-level spirit beast? Generally speaking, yes. Xueqing, hurry up and summon your spirit beast. Spirit beasts usually don't drink too much because they can't absorb that much energy. Can't drink too much? His own spirit beast had drunk more than half of the pool. Ahem. Hearing the cough, Mingxi hurried over to help Lung Yuzhu up. Yuzhu, you're awake. Lung Yuzhu hugged Mingxi's neck, tears welling up in her eyes. With a crying tone, she said, I knew you would come to save me. I was so scared at that time. Don't be afraid. I'm right here. Jiang Xueqing also walked over. Yuzhu, you're awake. Why are you wearing Mingxi's clothes? Lung Yuzhu looked at Mingxi and said, Mingxi, why are you bare-chested? What is going on with you two? Jiang Xueqing pointed at Lung Yuzhu. And when Lung Yuzhu saw that she was also not wearing clothes, she realized that she was only covered by Mingxi's garment. Mingxi explained, both of your clothes were corroded and unwearable, so I gave you mine. Lung Yuzhu lowered her head and softly said, oh. Then she asked, so you also helped me wash my body? Upon hearing this, Lung Yuzhu angrily scolded, Mingxi, you pervert. This left Mingxi at a loss. Everything was fine just a moment ago, but now the atmosphere had changed. Jiang Xueqing waved her hand, signaling Mingxi to turn around. And then she helped Lung Yuzhu put on her clothes. Jiang Xueqing pointed to the Yushin liquid nearby. Yuzhu, go absorb some Yushin liquid. Lung Yuzhu asked in surprise. Yushin liquid? Yes, this is Yushin liquid. How can there be Yushin liquid here? Lung Yuzhu had also heard of Yushin liquid, which ranked second among medicinal liquids. Jiang Xueqing explained it to Lung Yuzhu, and only then did Lung Yuzhu realize that this was indeed Yushin liquid. The higher the talent, the more one can absorb. Jiang Xueqing absorbed about 3 gene of Yushin liquid, while Lung Yuzhu absorbed over 10 gene, and Hong Lian absorbed nearly 50 gene. Jiang Xueqing and Lung Yuzhu were refining the Yushin liquid, while Mingxi had nothing to do, so he walked over to the pool. At this point, there was only about 10 gene of Yushin liquid left in the pool, and Mingxi collected the remaining Yushin liquid, leaving not a single drop behind. At the bottom of the pool, there were 4 blocks of emerald green stones, which Mingxi found beautiful and collected them as well. Jiang Xueqing took an hour to refine the Yushin liquid. After refining the Yushin liquid, Jiang Xueqing found that her sea of consciousness expanded by 1/3, and her mental strength increased by 2 points. Just when Lung Yuzhu was at the final stage of refining, she suddenly turned completely red. Mingxi saw that Lung Yuzhu was sweating profusely and wanted to go help her wipe the sweat, but Jiang Xueqing held him back. Don't touch her. She is in the breakthrough. Mingxi asked, is Yuzhu going to level up? Jiang Xueqing nodded. Let us wait quietly for her here. About half an hour later, Lung Yuzhu also completed her level up. Lung Yuzhu's sea of consciousness increased by half. Her mental strength also increased by 2 points. And she successfully broke through to the second level. At this moment, the 2 people on the shore were feeling down because they thought that after such a long time, Mingxi and the others still hadn't come up and feared they had met with an accident. The 2 rushed up to Mingxi as soon as they saw him. And the 3 embraced each other. Cui Yuanhong was crying with snot and tears. Jiang Xueqing and Lung Yuzhu went aside to change their clothes as the sky gradually darkened. The group decided to set up camp by the lake, with Mingxi pitching the tent and letting Lung Yuzhu and Jiang Xueqing rest inside first. The three brothers were chatting happily about something, and Mingxi also shared what had happened at the bottom of the lake. As they were talking, Mingxi seemed to remember something and took out a large bag from his waist, which contained over 10 jin of Yushin liquid. Mingxi evenly divided the Yushin liquid among the two brothers. Li Wenhao took the Yushin liquid and asked, "Elder brother, what is this?" "This is Yushin liquid. It's for both of you." "Yushin liquid? Elder brother, are you sure this is Yushin liquid?" Li Wenhao asked excitedly. Cui Yuanhong asked, "What is Yushin liquid?" Mingxi nodded. "This is indeed Yushin liquid. Hurry up and summon your spirit beasts to refine it together. This Yushin liquid is a priceless treasure." Li Wenhao introduced the functions of Yushin liquid to Cui Yuanhong. "Wow, this stuff is so valuable." Cui Yuanhong was a bit at a loss. Mingxi smiled and said, "Hurry up and refine it." The two didn't say much, summoned their spirit beasts, and began to refine. Li Wenhao used up all of his Yushin liquid, while Cui Yuanhong had about a gene left, which he gave to Li Wenhao. The two, along with their two spirit beasts, finished absorbing it perfectly. Cui Yuanhong took less than an hour, while Li Wenhao took an hour. After refining, Mingxi took a look around, and the three rested. When the elder saw them, he felt relieved. Not only was Mingxi an exceptional talent, but there was also Lung Yuzhu with a 5th-level divine beast, and the equally talented Jiang Xueqing, who was a rare healing-type Beastmaster. Chapter 22, Winning the Championship. On the 15th day of the trial, before the others had even woken up, Mingxi had already prepared food. Cui Yuanhong sniffed, "What smells so good?" He walked over to see Mingxi cooking. "Elder brother, I could smell the aroma from afar." Mingxi handed a piece of deer meat to Cui Yuanhong, who took it and put it directly in his mouth. "Wow, this is really delicious. Eat slowly." "I'm not competing with you," Mingxi said with a smile, shaking his head. After a while, the others also came over upon smelling the food. Mingxi asked, "Why are you all up so early?" Jiang Xueqing glanced at the pot. "You made it so fragrant. How could we sleep?" "Then you should eat more," Mingxi replied. After they finished eating and packed their things, only one day was left in the competition. The 5 of them were full of energy and strength. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Cui Yuanhong asked. Li Wenhao directly summoned his spirit beast and discovered that his spirit beast had actually leveled up. Soon, everyone summoned their spirit beasts, and Mingxi also summoned Xiaohe. Jiang Xueqing, Cui Yuanhong, and Li Wenhao's spirit beasts had all leveled up. While Lung Yuzhu's spirit beast had also undergone significant changes, only Mingxi's spirit beast hadn't changed much. Lung Yuzhu, mental strength 21 points. Spirit beast 5th level mutated Tianming Xianfeng. Mutated Tianming Xianfeng. Ancient divine beast bloodline. Length 4 zhang. 9 colors all over its body. Appearance indistinguishable from a phoenix. First martial skill, Phoenix Feather Meteor. Second martial skill, Phoenix Wudong Bao. Jiang Xueqing. Mental strength 19 points. 4th level royal beast Ancient magic butterfly. Ancient magic butterfly. Ancient monster bloodline. Length 3 zhang. Its body is black. Wings are composed of 2 colors, light blue and black. Shape indistinguishable from a butterfly. First martial skill, super healing technique. Li Wenhao. Mental strength 17 points. 4th level royal beast 3-eyed silver moon wolf king. 3-eyed silver moon wolf king. Ancient monster king bloodline. Length over 3 zhang. Body silver white, with a 3rd eye between its eyebrows. Appearance indistinguishable from a wolf. First martial skill, ice ceiling 1,000 miles. Cui Yuanhong. Mental strength 15 points. Level 4 beast Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan, an ancient fierce beast bloodline. Stands 4 zhang tall, resembling a monkey, with a white head and red feet. And its body is golden yellow. First martial skill earth-shattering. Mingxi. Mental strength 18 points. Telekinesis 23 points. Level 1 spirit beast Black Lin. Spirit beast Xiao Hui unknown level. Xiao He, bloodline unknown, for zhang long, resembling a long snake. Its body is black. Xiao Hui, bloodline unknown, 6 inches long. Resembling a turtle, its body is gray. First martial skill Shadow. Martial skill Sky splitting 13 slashes. First slash Breaking Void. Second slash Shocking Heaven. Martial skill. First move Azure Dragon emerges from water. Boss, look, my spirit beast leveled up. Cui Yuanhong exclaimed excitedly. Mingxi noticed that the spirit beasts of the 4 others had undergone considerable changes, while his own spirit beast remained the same. Mingxi crouched down and gently stroked Black Lin. Even though it was a level 1 spirit beast, its growth speed was very fast. Among the 5 spirit beasts, only Black Lin was about to reach level 3, and Mingxi had a second spirit beast as well. The 5 of them simultaneously extended their right hands, with Mingxi's hand at the bottom, followed by Lung Yuzhu, Jiang Xueqing, Li Wenhao, and finally Cui Yuanhong. The 5 small hands stacked together as they shouted in unison, "Go, go." The 5 crossed a small creek, walked through a mountain gorge, and arrived at a valley. Mingxi sensed that there were many demon beasts nearby, lying in ambush around them. A group of demon beasts rushed out from all directions. Led by a second-level demon beast, with the rest being first-level, these demon beasts were long-tailed demon monkeys, known for their agility and strong aggression. That second-level one is mine. The remaining first-level ones are yours. Then, Lung Yuzhu drew her bow and arrow, using her second martial skill, Phoenix Wudong Bow. A fire arrow descended from the sky, instantly taking down the second-level demon beast. Lung Yuzhu's Phoenix Wudong Bow had a total of 7 arrows, and it would take an hour to use it again after shooting all 7. But this arrow was extremely powerful. What kind of damage is this? 1 arrow solves it? Cui Yuanhong couldn't believe his eyes. Li Wenhao raised one hand, using his first martial skill, ice sealing 1,000 miles. Several first-level demon beasts instantly turned into ice sculptures, and Cui Yuanhong stepped forward, knocking them down one by one. When they first entered the Dark Night Forest, the 5 struggled against a few first-level demon beasts. But now they could kill second-level demon beasts in seconds, and first-level demon beasts could be taken down with just 1 skill. They continued on their way, killing as they went, and the sky gradually darkened. With the setting sun, the trial officially ended. Zhao Long's team was in first place, followed by Han Lai's team in second, and Feng Tu's team in third. Situ Fengyun held the beast essences of 2 teams and began to read the scores. Mingxi's team had 270 first-level beast essences, earning 270 points. Liang Feihu's team had 360 first-level beast essences, earning 360 points. A first-level beast master can actually hunt 200 first-level demon beasts. That's impressive. And they weren't eliminated in the end. This year's freshmen are really strong. Quiet. I will continue to announce the scores. Mingxi's team, 13 second-level beast essences, earning 130 points. Liang Feihu's team, 10 second-level beast essences, 100 points. Liang Feihu laughed, "We won. Haha. Congratulations, Senior Liang. 5 first levels actually hunted 13 second-level demon beasts. Even if they didn't get first, that's still very strong. Yeah, second-level demon beasts aren't something just anyone can kill. How did they manage it?" Liang Feihu walked up to Mingxi and the others. "Junior, you shouldn't be discouraged for losing to us. The gap in our strength is just too big." Huh. Situ Fengyun looked at Mingxi's beast essences and then smiled. "The champion of this trial is..." Liang Feihu interjected. "Dean, our team is waiting to receive the first prize. Hurry up and announce it." "Congratulations to Senior Liang. Congratulations to Senior Liang for winning first place. The first place of this trial is Mingxi's team." Liang Feihu said with a smile. "No need to congratulate, Dean. Why are they first? Our score is the highest." Situ Fengyun said loudly, "Everyone be quiet." Mingxi's team scored 500 points, and Liang Feihu's team scored 466 points, so the first place is Mingxi's team. Liang Feihu said angrily, "They clearly only scored 400. Why is it 500? Situ Fengyun took out a third-level beast essence. "Do you recognize what this is? Just with this beast essence, I can give them first place." Liang Feihu sat down in shock. "Impossible. We are the first." Cui Yuanhong stepped in front of Liang Feihu. "Senior, losing to us is not shameful. The gap between our strengths is just too large, hum." Huojiu walked over and shouted, "Dean, they cheated. How could they, 5 first levels, kill a third-level demon beast?" Feng Jiu was also a member of Liang Feihu's team, acting as Liang Feihu's strategist. Liang Feihu realized, "The Dean, they cheated. Our team couldn't even kill a third-level demon beast. So how could they? They must have cheated. Cheating. Cheating." Cui Yuanhong pointed at Liang Feihu. "Just because you can't kill it doesn't mean we can't. You look down on people like us. What happened to that smugness just now?" Ding Fei waved his hand for everyone to be quiet. "Let me explain. This beast essence is indeed theirs. And the demon beasts were indeed killed by them because I was nearby at the time." Upon hearing the Vice-Dean say this, everyone fell silent. But how could 5 first-level beast masters kill a third-level demon beast? This was a bit hard to believe. "Congratulations, Brother Mingxi." At that moment, a voice broke the silence. It was Han Lai. Han Lai was one of the top students in the academy, and most people would give him face. Mingxi stepped forward. "Brother Han, thank you for saving me in the Dark Night Forest. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here today." Everyone was shocked to hear this. How could a first-level beast master save one of the top-ranked strong students in the academy? Mingxi said somewhat shyly, "Brother Han, you are too polite." Situ Fengyun continued. "The results of this trial are Mingxi's team first, Liang Feihu's team second, Zhao Long's team third, Han Lai's team fourth. The captains of each team come up to receive their awards. First place, 5 bottles of concentration liquid, a full set of Earth-level armor, eligibility for the academy competition. Second place, 5 sets of human-level armor, 2 bottles of concentration liquid, 1 slot for eligibility in the academy competition. Third place, 5 sets of human-level armor. 1 bottle of concentration liquid, 1 slot for eligibility in the academy competition. Fourth place, 1 bottle of concentration liquid, 1,000 gold coins. 1 slot for eligibility in the academy competition. You all did great. Yang Yingnua walked over from behind. Yang Yingnua and Zetian had been standing at the back, and only approached after the others received their rewards. Zetian said, "To be honest, I'm a bit surprised. I thought you could at most squeeze into the top 10. Yang Yingnua smiled. Let's talk as we walk. After seeing these kids, Yang Yingnua felt something was off. Did you encounter some kind of adventure? Why does each of you seem to have increased your aura significantly? Xueqing, you explain. Mingxi looked at Jiang Xueqing. Alright, we discovered the beast spirit liquid at the bottom of a lake in the Dark Night Forest, and Yuzhu advanced to level 2, so our strengths increased a lot. Chapter 23, The Third Spirit Beast. Yang Yingnua looked surprised and asked, what? Beast spirit liquid? Yes, we 5 absorbed the beast spirit liquid, which is why our strength surged. That's great, you all did well. However, don't tell anyone about this, including your parents. Yang Yingnua knew very well that they would undoubtedly become the pillars of the human race. Because 10,000 years ago, a Beastmaster accidentally obtained a small bottle of divine beast liquid and ultimately became the youngest innate Beastmaster in history. Since that time, the human race has never discovered divine beast liquid again. Good mentor. Jiang Xueqing continued. By the way, mentor, Li Wenhao, Chui Yuanhong, and I, our spirit beasts have all advanced. You all managed to upgrade your spirit beasts to level 4 kings? Yes, Yuzhu's spirit beast has also changed a bit. But Mingxi's spirit beast hasn't he advanced? After Jiang Xueqing finished speaking, she glanced at Mingxi. Mingxi looked as if nothing was wrong, because he had 2 spirit beasts. And besides, it seemed that the black scale was not inferior to other spirit beasts. Wait until we get to the training room. Let your spirit beasts out for me to see. Yang Yingnua brought a few people to the training room, and the 4 of them summoned their spirit beasts simultaneously. Zetian couldn't believe his eyes. A level 4 king beast Zhu Yan, a level 4 king beast 3-eyed silver moon wolf king, a level 4 ancient demon butterfly, and Yuzhu's colorful phoenix. You guys really made an extraordinary harvest this time. Yang Yingnua said, but don't get too proud. In a year's time, the academy competition will be filled with elites, and they will all be several years older than you. This means that you will be facing 3rd-tier Beastmasters. So during this year, focus on your training. I don't expect you to achieve any ranking. I just hope you can protect yourselves. Understand? Understood, Mentor Yang. The few of them replied in unison. Yang Yingnua looked at the little guys and said, you all go rest. Mingxi, stay behind. Let us talk. How did you kill that 3rd-tier monster? Actually, Zetian was also puzzled and wanted to know the truth. Mingxi lowered his head. Teacher, I'm sorry. I used that martial skill. Did anyone see you use that martial skill? Mingxi thought for a moment and said, no, they were all unconscious at that time. Then it's fine, but even if you used that martial skill, it wouldn't necessarily be able to kill a 3rd-tier monster. Zetian knew very well that even a 3rd-tier warrior would find it difficult to kill a 3rd-tier monster. I've broken through to the 2nd tier. Great. You finally broke through. Mingxi had been stuck at level 19 for several months without any signs of breaking through. Zetian had thought of many methods, but none worked. He didn't expect that he would break through during the trial. Yang Yingnua complained. While cultivating mental strength, don't neglect your spiritual power, understood? Understood, Mentor Yang. Mingxi took out a small water flask from his waist and handed it to Zetian. Mentor, this is for you and Mentor Yang. What is this? Zetian opened the flask and took a look. This is divine beast liquid. I brought it up from the bottom of the lake. Divine beast liquid? Yang Yingnua quickly took it from Zetian's hands. Yang Yingnua looked into the flask, and it really was divine beast liquid. I've seen records in ancient books. Mingxi discovered that it was actually a spatial ring, and the space inside was 500 cubic meters. There were many herbs inside, along with a set of armor. But unfortunately, the armor was too big for Mingxi. Mingxi compared the medicinal manual and found that the ring was still missing a few types of herbs. Mingxi decided to enter the Dark Night Forest once more, as he knew the approximate locations of those herbs. Mingxi knocked on the door of Cold Yuzhu's room. Dong. Dong dong. Jiang Xueqing walked to the door. Who is it? She opened the door and saw it was Mingxi, pulling him into the room. Xueqing, who is here? Cold Yuzhu walked over from inside. It's me, Yuzhu. Cold Yuzhu was initially very happy to see Mingxi, but when she saw him holding Jiang Xueqing's hand, she became furious. Cold Yuzhu angrily said, what are you doing here? This is the girls' dormitory. You're not welcome. Cold Yuzhu pushed Mingxi out directly. Mingxi looked confused. Everything was fine just a moment ago, but suddenly her expression changed. Cold Yuzhu suddenly opened the door. Where are you going? And why are you taking so long? I have something very important to take care of. Cold Yuzhu turned and ran back into the room. Then I'll pack my things and go with you. Cold Yuzhu looked at Mingxi with disappointment. Really can't take me with you? Cold Yuju knew that even if she went, she wouldn't be able to help much. And it would only distract Mingxi from protecting her. I'll go check on those too. You all come along. The three of them arrived at Li Wenhao's dormitory and knocked on the door. Who is it? It's late at night. Don't you know I'm resting? Cui Yuanhong looked half asleep, and when he opened the door, he saw Mingxi. Big brother, why are you here? Is Big brother here? Li Wenhao also came over upon hearing the voice. Cui Yuanhong quickly hugged both of them. You can't leave me out. All right, it's about time. I still need to go visit the mentor. Mingxi handed out a bottle of concentration liquid to each person and then gave the set of Earth-level armor to Jiang Xueqing. Because Jiang Xueqing currently had no means of self-defense, while the others were all combat types, she was the only healing type. Armors are divided into 6 levels: beginner, human level, earth level, heaven level, god level, and super god level. After parting with a few people, Mingxi arrived at Jitian's place, standing outside Jitian's door. Mentor, I'd like to take a month off. I want to go to the Dark Night Forest again. Go ahead, just be extra careful. Jitian surprisingly didn't ask anything and directly agreed. In fact, Jitian knew that a dragon could never be confined to a pond. Those who do not train will never become strong. Mentor, I'm leaving. After saying that, Mingxi turned and left. This time, Mingxi brought a lot of things. And with the spatial ring, he didn't have to carry them on his back. After entering the Dark Night Forest, Mingxi avoided monsters and searched for herbs. He had found all the other herbs and was only missing the last one. This herb grows on cliffs, and Mingxi climbed up the cliff. Surprisingly, there was a cave in the middle of the cliff, but it was too dark for Mingxi to enter. Finally, Mingxi discovered the herb he wanted, the poisonous tooth. And as he climbed over to pick it, he felt a chill on his back and noticed 2 big eyes shining in the cave below him, each as big as a lantern. Mingxi was so scared that he fell directly down. Fortunately, there was a tree below the cliff, and with his good physical condition, otherwise, he might have lost his life. Mingxi felt a bit of lingering fear. If that creature had attacked him just now, he might not have made it. Mingxi hadn't even sensed the presence of that creature, which indicated it was at least tier 3. Before dawn, Mingxi wanted to find a place to cultivate when suddenly he seemed to think of something. Mingxi headed deep into the forest and arrived at the lakeside. Yes, it was the lake with the turtle shell. Mingxi dived into the water and followed the black hole back to the cave at the bottom of the lake. He entered the turtle shell and took out the large barrel he had prepared from the spatial ring. Then took out the herbs and the essence blood of the demon tiger. Mingxi built a fire below and placed the large barrel on top, adding the herbs and the essence blood of the demon tiger. Then he jumped in himself. Previously, he had only used the essence blood of ordinary monsters. But this time he used the essence blood of an ancient monster, and Mingxi felt a dull pain in his body that lasted for a full hour. With nothing else to do, Mingxi took out the blood-colored stone he had found in the turtle shell and started playing with it, accidentally dropping it into the barrel. Mingxi fished around for a long time but couldn't find it. The liquid in the barrel turned blood red. Mingxi felt a burning sensation in his body, and his blood vessels glowed red, bulging alarmingly. Mingxi was sweating profusely, and all the veins on his body were popping up. Due to the reaction between the essence blood of the demon tiger and the unknown bloodstone, Mingxi was in unbearable pain. At this moment, Mingxi felt that his third beast core had a reaction, and despite the pain, he summoned the beast core. The white beast core radiated light, and from it actually emerged a small kitten. The little kitten swam around in the barrel, showing no discomfort at all. Mingxi watched as the little kitten grew little by little, while the medicinal liquid in the wooden barrel was being absorbed halfway by it. He thought of the few stones he had picked up from the divine liquid and took one out, placing it in the barrel and filling it with water. As the green and red mixed together, the medicinal liquid turned black. Mingxi jumped in and found that this medicinal liquid was several times stronger than the original divine liquid. He didn't know that this green stone was actually the essence condensed from the divine liquid over tens of thousands of years. The little kitten kept absorbing the medicinal liquid. And after a while, the little turtle also crawled out. The little turtle had grown a bit larger, and its belly was swollen, glowing with a golden light. Mingxi guessed that the little turtle must have swallowed the golden stone. The little kitten stood on the little turtle's back, and the two seemed to be playing happily. Mingxi looked at the 2 spirit beasts and felt very gratified because he now had 3 spirit beasts. Chapter 24, Medicinal Bath. Mingxi's skin began to crack, and blood seeped out of his body. He felt dizzy and eventually fainted. His body absorbed a large amount of medicinal liquid, turning bright red and exuding heat. At that moment, the little kitten jumped out of the barrel, its fur standing on end, and it howled into the darkness several times. After a while, a group of first-level water spiders rushed out of the darkness. The water spiders were a foot long and were in their juvenile stage. Considered quite weak among first-level demon beasts, the target of the water spiders was Mingxi because he had killed their mother. One water spider jumped towards Mingxi, and the little kitten pounced to grab hold of its leg. The little turtle also climbed out of the barrel. But the little kitten was thrown away by the water spider. A swarm of water spiders rushed in, and the little kitten and little turtle shielded the front. The little kitten was badly injured by the water spiders, and just then, a black beast core appeared above Mingxi's head, and the black Lin was transmitted out from the beast core. Although spirit beasts below the 4th level had little combat power, the black Lin was different. It had grown through slaughter. Although it was only at the 3rd level now, 2nd level demon beasts were no match for it. The black Lin was now 5 feet long and was no longer that little black snake. It bit one water spider and tossed it away, taking down one after another, clearing out a dozen water spiders in a row. However, to his surprise, the number of water spiders kept increasing, darkening the area, and there were hundreds or even thousands of them. After the black Lin appeared, the little kitten ran behind it for protection. And soon the black Lin had wiped out nearly 100 water spiders, while the little kitten howled excitedly behind it, as if cheering for the black Lin. The battle lasted for 2 hours, during which the black Lin was covered in spiders and bruises. The black Lin refused to retreat, even a step. Some spiders managed to bypass the black Lin and attack Mingxi in the barrel, but the black Lin, ignoring its own pain, fought to clear the spiders off the barrel. Mingxi's body slowly turned black, but as time passed, he gradually began to recover. At this moment, he opened his eyes and saw the injured black Lin, filled with rage, and jumped out of the barrel, wielding his sword to slay all the spiders one by one. Mingxi held the severely injured black Lin, tears streaming down his face, knowing that the black Lin had been hurt protecting him. The black Lin had absorbed the divine liquid and had been refining itself in the beast core for so long. It had already transformed, with both its physical strength and combat power several times stronger than before. If it weren't for the baptism of the divine liquid, the black Lin might not have survived to this point. Mingxi took out herbs to apply to the black Lin's wounds, then placed the black Lin back in the wooden barrel. The black Lin's stamina had long been exhausted, coiling inside the barrel and remaining motionless. The little kitten ran to Mingxi, rubbing against him. Upon closer inspection, Mingxi noticed that the little kitten was also injured, so he applied some medicine to its wounds and then picked it up. From now on, you'll be called Little White. Mingxi looked at the hundreds of spider corpses around him and could imagine the fierce battle the black Lin had gone through. These demon beasts were more than what their 5-person team had killed during their competition. 5 people couldn't compare to a single spirit beast. Mingxi collected the beast crystals from the spiders, totaling over 600. He initially intended to give the beast crystals to the black Lin, but the black Lin tossed them to the little kitten. Mingxi understood the black Lin's intention and distributed the beast crystals between the little kitten and the little turtle. The little kitten devoured all of its beast crystals, while the little turtle didn't eat any, likely due to having consumed the golden stone. Mingxi stayed by the black Lin's side, and surprisingly, the black Lin's wounds began to heal on their own, while the medicinal liquid in the barrel was almost fully absorbed by the black Lin. After an unknown amount of time, the black Lin raised its head and nudged Mingxi. Mingxi slowly opened his eyes and saw that the black Lin had fully recovered, feeling overjoyed as he embraced it. "Black Lin, I'm so glad to see you're all right." The black Lin nudged Mingxi back, and the two enjoyed their time together. Mingxi needed to soak in the medicinal liquid for 7 days. And since he had already adapted to its strength on the first day, the following 6 days were much easier for him to endure. Due to the days of bathing in demon beast essence and blood, Mingxi's physical strength was now comparable to that of a 3rd-level demon beast. Mingxi planned to go deep into the Dark Night Forest because he wanted to find a 3rd-level demon beast to practice against. 2nd-level demon beasts were basically easy kills for him. The center of the Dark Night Forest was not far from where he was. So Mingxi packed his things and headed straight for the center with the black Lin. He discovered that the worst demon beasts in the center were all 2nd level, with only a few 1st-level demon beasts. Mingxi spotted a 3rd-level demon beast on the opposite side, and it noticed Mingxi as well, charging towards him. Mingxi clenched his fists and met it with a punch. With a loud thud, Mingxi's fist collided with the demon beast's head, and he was knocked back several steps. Mingxi waved his hand and said, "Come on, bring it on." The 5-foot-long musk ox charged at him again, this time with even greater force, and Mingxi was pushed back another 10 steps. This time, Mingxi grabbed the musk ox's horns, and they engaged in a contest of strength, neither side giving an inch. While Mingxi was grappling with the musk ox, a chubby demon beast bumped into him. This demon beast wasn't large, about the size of an ordinary small dog. Mingxi initially wanted to kill it, but it was just too cute, and he couldn't bring himself to do it. After the chubby demon beast appeared, the musk ox seemed to have disappeared. The chubby beast had a pair of deer antlers and a body covered in green scales. Seeing how adorable it was, Mingxi gave it a piece of roasted meat he had cooked. The little creature stuffed itself with the meat and burped, spitting out a little fire with each burp. Wherever Mingxi went, the little chubby one followed, and the little guy seemed eager to play with the black Lin, who looked at it with disdain. Mingxi noticed that demon beasts would keep their distance whenever he was around, and he thought maybe he was so strong that they were intimidated. He tried to shake off the little chubby beast, but no matter how far he ran, it could keep up. Eventually, Mingxi ran to the outskirts of the dark night forest. He thought that maybe this time the little chubby beast wouldn't be able to follow him, but before long, it caught up again. Mingxi decided not to bother trying to shake it off again since it was futile. Mingxi arrived at the lakeside once more, planning to wash his face, when suddenly he was startled by something dark in the water. What was that black thing in the water? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his own shadow. But why was he so dark? Mingxi went down for a bath, only to find that the black stuff on his body wouldn't wash off at all, leaving him feeling helpless. The little chubby beast was swimming around in the water beside him. After coming ashore, Mingxi felt frustrated because he looked so dark that others might think he was a monster. He had not even noticed his own black hands over the past few days. Mingxi planned to take Qilin and the chubby boy to the cliff to see what was inside that cave. Since there were rarely high-level demon beasts around the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest, any that could evade Mingxi's perception would surely be above the 3rd rank. As Mingxi walked into the ravine, he unexpectedly discovered that there were people fighting with demon beasts. For some reason, this time the demon beasts did not evade him. Mingxi observed in the shadows for a while and saw 2 second-ranked demon beasts and 5 first-ranked demon beasts in front of him, with 4 corpses of first-ranked demon beasts on the ground. Across from them were 5 people. Mingxi noticed that 4 of them had 2 glowing orbs behind them, while one had a single orb, indicating that there were 4 second-ranked beast tamers and 1 first-ranked beast tamer present. This ravine was the boundary between the outskirts and the central area of the Dark Night Forest, so it was normal for second-ranked demon beasts to appear. It seemed that these 4 people had been entangled with the demon beasts for a long time, and Mingxi wondered what they were doing here, especially since second-ranked beast tamers had come to such a dangerous place. The demon beasts on the opposite side belonged to the canine family. Upon closer inspection, Mingxi realized they were likely fox-patterned jackals. The jackals were not very large, with second-ranked jackals measuring about 2 zhang long, which placed them in the medium combat power range among demon beasts, stronger than herbivorous demon beasts, but weaker than tiger and leopard types. Mingxi did not plan to intervene, as these people were more than capable of dealing with the demon beasts in front of them. He sat on a tree, eating wild fruits while watching the fight. He had to admit that the 4 second-ranked beast tamers were very experienced and clearly fought often, with 3 of them engaging in a frontal battle while one circled behind to launch a sneak attack. The beast tamer who circled behind resembled Mingxi quite a bit. He was a dark system beast tamer, and dark system beast tamers typically had stealth skills. This second-ranked beast tamer's ability allowed him to conceal himself in any area without sunlight. He should be a cat-type spirit beast, crouching in the shadows and taking advantage of the distraction to take down a second-ranked demon beast with a single claw. After one second-ranked jackal was killed, the other second-ranked jackal unexpectedly activated a bloodlust skill, which required the blood of a second-ranked jackal to trigger. Once the bloodlust skill was activated, all jackals' combat power would increase by 1 rank. The previously advantageous group of people suddenly found themselves at a disadvantage. In a bloodlust state, jackals did not feel pain, and their speed and strength increased by more than double. Chapter 25. Nine-tailed celestial fox. The first-ranked beast tamer behind the group appeared to be slightly older than Mingxi, standing a bit taller, with a handsome face that suggested she came from a prominent family. At this moment, the group was somewhat overwhelmed, yet they still protected the girl in the center. 2 of them were injured, one of whom had been bitten on the thigh by a jackal and was thrown several meters away. "Miss, be careful." A middle-aged man wanted to protect the girl, but it was too late. Just as a demon beast was about to pounce on the girl, a black figure jumped out and kicked the demon beast away. This kick instantly killed the demon beast. "You all continue your fight. I'll help protect this sister." Mingxi leaned against Qilin. The chubby boy was lying nearby, yawning from tiredness. The little girl looked at Mingxi as if he were a monster, thinking this little guy was too strong. She asked, "Little brother, are you a beast tamer?" Mingxi pointed at Qilin. "Can't you tell? My spirit beast is this big." The little girl was somewhat surprised that this big fellow was the little boy's spirit beast. She had thought the small meatball on the ground was Mingxi's spirit beast, but the one in front of her was at least 3rd rank. She looked at the little boy, who seemed to be only around 10 years old, probably 2 or 3 years younger than herself, and was capable of instantaneously defeating a first-ranked jackal in bloodlust state without even merging. The little girl lowered her head and said softly, "Can I ask you for a favor? Please save my uncles." Mingxi glanced around. These people were indeed struggling, and if they didn't act before the bloodlust skill wore off, they would all die here. Normally, a bloodlust skill could last for 5 minutes, but the jackal's version could last for half an hour. Even if you didn't ask, I would help them. "Qilin, you stay here and protect this sister." Mingxi drew his sword. With his current speed, even the bloodlust state jackals wouldn't be faster than him. He unleashed 3 strikes, taking down 3 jackals, leaving 1 second-rank and 1 first-rank jackal remaining. The people nearby were dumbfounded. Although the jackal's defense was not very high, they were not something an ordinary person could kill easily. Mingxi's sword had to deliver at least 5,000 pounds of force to strike down a jackal so decisively. "Uncle, you all go check on the injured ones first. Leave this to me." The middle-aged man, hearing Mingxi speak, finally regained his composure. "We'll go with you. These jackals have the strength of third-rank demon beasts." Mingxi sheathed his sword and jumped over. "Little brother, be careful. These jackals are very fast." And, before he could finish his sentence, Mingxi's heavy punch had already struck the second-rank jackal, causing it to sway and faint. The last remaining jackal was quickly surrounded and killed by the others. Even though the jackal's strength reached the third rank, it was still a second-rank beast, and its physical strength could not change. If these second-rank beast tamers had not been so defensive and had taken the initiative, they wouldn't have been so passive. The people nearby were somewhat incredulous. A child of about 10 years old had actually knocked out a second-rank jackal in bloodlust state with a single punch. Even a third-rank beast tamer in a combined state would not be able to deliver a single punch powerful enough to kill a bloodlust state second-rank jackal. They could see that this little guy was very strong enough to be unimaginable, and that punch must have had at least 30,000 pounds of force. What they didn't know was that Mingxi's strength had long reached 50,000 pounds. Yes, little brother is truly too strong. "Little brother, are you a mighty warrior?" Mingxi scratched his head and said, "I'm dual cultivating strength and beast taming." The middle-aged man looked shocked because there were hardly any dual cultivators, without specializing in one. One could never become a strong practitioner. Dual cultivation? You must be a first-rank beast tamer. Then what rank of mighty warrior are you now? "I'm a second-rank mighty warrior, but I just advanced." "Hey, you look to be only about 10 years old, yet you've already reached the second rank." "I, who mainly cultivates spiritual power, am only a first rank," the little girl exclaimed. "Little brother, please wait a moment. Take this." The little girl took out a token and handed it to Mingxi. Mingxi picked up the token, which was inscribed with eternal commerce. "My name is Ling Yi. Little brother, when you come to Tianhua City, you must come find me. Also, that token can be used for all our eternal commerce properties." Mingxi nodded. "My name is Mingxi. If I have the chance to go to Tianhua City, I will definitely come to see you." Tianhua City is one of the 5 main cities, and it is one of the most prominent cities on Songyuan continent. With the Imperial City located within Tianhua City, Mingxi, born in Fengling City, was very unfamiliar with the outside world. He had only heard of Tianhua City, which was said to be large and prosperous. Mingxi asked curiously, "By the way, what are you all doing adventuring in the Dark Night Forest?" At this point, Ling Yi's eyes turned red. "I came here to gather herbs on the mountain." Mingxi was very familiar with the Dark Night Forest. He knew the general locations of various herbs. "What herb do you want to gather?" "I was born here, so maybe I know where it is." Ling Yi said, "I want to gather a Tianhun grass that is over 100 years old. I heard from others that there are some on the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest. So I brought people here, but after 5 days, I still haven't encountered a single one." Indeed, there used to be a 100-year-old Tianhun grass on the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest, but over the years, even 10-year-old Tianhun grasses had been dug up. And finding a 100-year-old Tianhun grass would likely require going deeper inside. Over the years, Mingxi had explored the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest, and if he said there were none, there were definitely none left. Ling Yi sneaked out, thinking that she could just collect herbs on the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest with a few second-tier Beastmasters. If she brought a high-tier Beastmaster, her father would definitely find out. Normally, a second-tier Beastmaster could walk confidently around the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest, where there were mostly first-tier monsters. When Ling Yi heard Mingxi say he wanted to go deeper in, she sat down in disappointment, as their strength meant they would surely die inside. However, she had a compelling reason to gather herbs. The middle-aged man said resolutely, "Miss, we'll accompany you. The more people, the greater the chance of success." "All right, don't all look like you're ready to die. I have a way to get you through, but you must listen to me." After all, Mingxi had nothing else to do these days, so it could be considered training. "That's great. Thank you, Mingxi." Ling Yi looked at Mingxi's face and couldn't help but laugh. Mingxi awkwardly turned his head away. Ling Yi glanced at Mingxi and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean it." Mingxi turned back and began to laugh as well. He found the whole situation quite funny, as it had startled him initially. Ling Yi touched Mingxi's face and realized it wasn't the color of skin, but that of blood. "You're not poisoned, are you?" Mingxi thought for a moment and replied, "I shouldn't be poisoned." Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Could it be a reaction between the red stone and the green stone? He decided not to think too much about it since he felt fine overall. Since 3 out of the group were injured, the priority was to find a place to treat their wounds. "Let's go. We need to find a safe place." Mingxi led the group to a cave at the bottom of the lake, which was relatively safer than the forest. Ling Yi was surprised by what she saw. The sight before her was truly spectacular. What kind of monster is this giant tortoise shell? Ling Yi asked. Mingxi looked up and replied, this big guy? I actually don't know what it is. I just know it's a divine beast. Divine beast? Ling Yi spun around to take a closer look. It looks a bit like the divine beast Baxa, and a bit like the super divine beast Xuanwu. Ling Yi shook her head, uncertain of what it was. While Ling Yi was studying the giant, Mingxi took Hylan to inspect the cave, but found nothing unusual. Just then, Ling Yi let out a terrified scream. And Mingxi rushed over, followed closely by the middle-aged man. Mingxi smiled and said, don't be afraid. Those are all monsters killed by Hylan. Ling Yi looked closely and patted her chest, saying, you scared me to death. I thought it was a group of monsters. But it turns out to be a pile of monster corpses. Ling Yi pointed at Hylan and asked, wait, what did you say? These were all killed by it. Mingxi nodded. Yeah, I was unconscious at the time, and Hylan fought to protect me, so it got seriously injured. Why is my spirit beast not this strong? Mine is also 3rd tier. Ling Yi summoned her spirit beast. It turned out to be a level 4 king beast, the 9-tailed celestial fox, which was 4 zhang long. Pure white, with a black pattern between its brows. When the chubby boy saw the 9-tailed fox, he immediately approached it, causing the fox to back away in fright. Ling Yi noticed this and wondered why the 9-tailed fox was so afraid of the chubby boy. She patted the chubby boy, who unexpectedly spat out a small flame at her. However, the flame was too small to reach Ling Yi, and she covered her mouth, laughing heartily. Ling Yi patted the chubby boy and asked, what kind of monster is this little guy? It's so cute, and even my 9-tailed fox is afraid of it. Mingxi picked up the chubby boy, who was surprisingly heavy. He said, I found this chubby little guy in the central area of the Dark Night Forest. No matter how I tried to chase it away, it wouldn't leave, so I brought it along. It doesn't seem to like me very much. Ling Yi gently poked the chubby boy. Chapter 26, Rescue. Mingxi said, this chubby boy eats a lot. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Ling Yi reached out to hold the little guy, but it stubbornly refused to come to her, burrowing into Mingxi's arms instead. Ling Yi pouted, chubby boy? Why don't you like me? I'm so pretty. Uncle Zhong, can you tell what kind of monster this is? Uncle Zhong was the middle-aged man named Zhong Yi, who had a small mustache and stood about 1.8 meters tall, giving off a friendly vibe. He seemed to be lost in thought, not hearing Ling Yi calling him. At that moment, he was examining Hylan but couldn't see anything particularly special about it, just that it looked a bit bigger. Probably because the little brother had drained a lot of its beast essence. Spirit beasts have little combat power before they reach maturity, generally. Tier 5 spirit beasts are considered just reaching maturity, and Mingxi's spirit beast appeared to be only tier 3. There were at least 500 monsters around. Even if they were all 1st tier, it wouldn't be something an ordinary spirit beast could handle. Even if the 4 of us teamed up, we couldn't possibly kill so many monsters. The combat power of this spirit beast likely rivals that of a 3rd tier Beastmaster. Little brother, what tier is your spirit beast? The middle-aged man asked. Uncle, this is a 1st tier spirit beast. Little brother, don't joke around. How could such a powerful spirit beast be 1st tier? The middle-aged man thought Mingxi was joking. When I awakened, the deputy city lord tested it. My spirit beast really is only 1st tier, but I think 1st tier spirit beasts are quite strong, Mingxi said proudly. The middle-aged man had seen 1st tier spirit beasts, but they had little combat power and advanced slowly. Even when they reached 1st tier, the beast martial skills they possessed would be useless. So 1st tier spirit beasts were often regarded as waste spirit beasts. The chubby boy ran to Hylan and bit its tail. While playing, he accidentally hurt Hylan, which opened its mouth and lunged at the chubby boy. The chubby boy, frightened, quickly ran behind Mingxi. Mingxi picked him up and pointed at his nose, saying, chubby boy? So you have things you're afraid of too. The chubby boy turned his head aside, and Mingxi felt something warm on himself. Looking down, he realized the chubby boy was urinating. Mingxi put the chubby boy down, then took off his clothes. Ling Yi quickly covered her eyes, and through the gaps between her fingers, she saw the many scars on Mingxi's body, prompting her to step forward. Ling Yi gently touched the scars on Mingxi's body, asking, does it not hurt when you're injured? Mingxi looked up with a silly smile and replied, it hurts. Of course it hurts. But I want to become stronger because I have people I want to protect. Then will you protect me in the future? Ling Yi said, lowering her head. Sure, but I can't be with you every day because I also need to protect Yuju and my mom. When Mingxi mentioned his mother, his expression instantly turned gloomy. Ling Yi could tell that Mingxi was not in a good mood at that moment. By the way, which academy are you from? Ling Yi quickly changed the subject. Me? I'm from the Wind Spirit Academy. As Mingxi spoke, he took out his wooden bucket and filled it with some herbs. Then he added a piece of green stone. He still had 3 pieces of this green stone left. Mingxi didn't actually know what the stone was for. He only knew that it had effects similar to those of the divine liquid. Ling Yi muttered, Wind Spirit Academy, Wind Spirit Academy. Okay, I'll remember that. What are you busy with here? Ling Yi leaned over to take a look. Mingxi filled the bucket with water, then built a fire underneath and jumped right in. Want to join me for a soak? Mingxi peeked over. At first, Lingyi didn't intend to join, but then she thought that Mingxi was still a kid, and there was nothing to worry about, so she jumped in as well. Lingyi felt a powerful energy enter her body as soon as she stepped into the wooden barrel. The heat inside her was unbearable, and she could clearly sense her spiritual sea rapidly expanding. In that moment, her spiritual power jumped from 18 to 20 points. Lingyi began to meditate and refine her energy while Mingxi sat opposite her, also meditating. Zhongye came over and, seeing the two of them cultivating, did not dare to interrupt, but quietly stood guard by the side. After about 2 hours, Lingyi opened her eyes, surprised and delighted to find that her spiritual power had reached 22 points. Even absorbing 10 bottles of concentration liquid might not have increased her spiritual power by 4 points. She was eager to know what herbs Mingxi had used, and her spiritual sea had also expanded significantly. Lingyi noticed that Mingxi's complexion had become much paler. Wanting to take a closer look, she leaned in towards Mingxi, who had just opened his eyes, and their gazes locked. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Mingxi quickly wiped his face with his hand. Lingyi quickly stepped back. Mingxi asked, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? No, nothing's wrong. Lingyi turned her head aside. By the way, what is this medicinal liquid? Why did it increase your spiritual power so much? I don't know what it is. I found it in this turtle shell, Mingxi replied honestly, truly unaware of what the green stone was, and it indeed was found inside. While the two were chatting, the medicinal liquid in the wooden barrel was rapidly decreasing. Mingxi looked down and saw that the chubby boy had entered without anyone noticing and had gulped down all the liquid, now puffing fire from his mouth due to being overly full. After drinking the medicinal liquid, the chubby boy fell into a deep sleep. Mingxi placed him next to Hylan, who glanced at him but ignored him. After 2 days of recuperation, everyone's injuries had mostly healed, and Mingxi decided to take them deeper into the Dark Night Forest. However, the chubby boy had not woken up yet, so Mingxi had no choice but to carry him on his back. The group arrived at the lakeside, and Mingxi took out a bottle of powder, sprinkling a bit on each of them. What is this? It smells awful. Lingyi covered her nose. Mingxi smiled. This is made from the phosphorus powder from water spiders. It can mask our scents. Then let's set off. Lingyi, now a second-tier Beastmaster, felt much more confident than before. Mingxi spotted a beast in the distance, its body like a mountain, at least a 6th-tier beast. He signaled for everyone to lie down and stay still. If they startled the beast, they would all die. They waited until the beast moved away before daring to continue their journey. They entered a dense forest, as the Tianhun grass did not like sunlight, making this area suitable for its growth. Mingxi pointed to a spot under a tree where there was a Tianhun grass. The Tianhun grass is native to the Dark Night Forest and can refine medicinal liquids to assist Beastmasters in their cultivation. Therefore, it is always in high demand. The Tianhun grass on the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest had been completely harvested, causing market prices to skyrocket several times, and now it was also scarce. Moreover, to gather herbs in the center of the Dark Night Forest, one must be at least a 5th-tier Beastmaster to dare enter. Even a 5th-tier Beastmaster might not be able to leave the Dark Night Forest, as there are said to be very powerful beasts within. It is said that if a 6th-tier or higher Beastmaster appears in the center of the Dark Night Forest, it will alert the powerful beast, and few would dare to take the risk. There were many Tianhun grass here, all over 100 years old, and they didn't pick the younger ones. Mingxi discovered a Tianhun grass that was at least 1,000 years old. Come over and dig this one out. Lingyi was shocked to see it was 1,000-year-old Tianhun grass, which could be sold for at least 20,000 gold coins, equivalent to 10 years of income for an ordinary person. Are you really going to give this to me? Lingyi was somewhat moved, as a stranger was gifting her such a precious item. However, with this Tianhun grass, her mother's illness might be completely cured. Yeah, we are good friends, right? Mingxi smiled. Yes, we are friends. Lingyi had very few friends growing up, and now Mingxi counted as one. Mingxi looked at the sky and said, all right, we've gathered enough. Let's hurry up and leave. If it gets dark, we won't be able to get out. All right, Uncle Zhong, let's go. Lingyi waved at Zhongye and the others. Yes, young lady. The group was about to head towards the center of the Dark Night Forest, and since they were returning with a full load, everyone's spirits were high. Just then, the ground trembled, and a giant python over 10 feet long appeared before them. Mingxi felt a twinge of fear upon seeing the giant python, which was at least a 7th-tier beast. I'm not leaving. I want to fight with you. Lingyi didn't want to lose her only friend. Quickly leave. If you don't go, I won't consider you a friend anymore. Mingxi turned his head aside. Zhongye stood behind Mingxi and the others, saying, you all go. I'll hold it off. Really? Mingxi nodded. Quickly go. I'll catch up. Mingxi chopped down a large tree and threw it in front of the giant snake, needing to buy enough time for everyone to escape. Lingyi was reluctant, but turned to leave. After seeing them go, Mingxi felt a lot more relaxed. The giant snake wasn't initially concerned, but it didn't expect Mingxi to be able to injure it. With a flick of its tail, it sent Mingxi flying dozens of meters away. The impact left Mingxi dazed, and his vision blurred. At that moment, Qilin was transmitted out from the beast core. After merging with Qilin, Mingxi felt the pain in his body significantly decrease. The giant snake attacked again, moving at an incredible speed, something Mingxi couldn't match. He quickly used Shadow, barely dodging the attack due to the speed boost. Mingxi tried to distance himself from the giant snake to launch a sneak attack. But just as he prepared to strike, the snake's tail was already in front of him. Mingxi braced himself for the collision, but he was defeated. The power behind that tail was equivalent to 60,000 pounds. Once again, Mingxi was sent flying, realizing that his invisibility skill was useless against high-tier beasts. Moreover, the giant snake hadn't even used its full strength. Otherwise, Mingxi would have been defeated long ago. The giant snake opened its mouth, revealing a large glowing orb. Mingxi sensed that this orb was very dangerous, and being hit would mean certain death. As the giant snake raised its head to prepare for the attack, the chubby boy woke up behind Mingxi, falling to the ground with a thud. It lazily walked up to Mingxi, who understood its intentions. The chubby boy wanted to be picked up. Mingxi quickly pushed the chubby boy aside, fearing the giant snake would hurt it. The giant snake lowered its head, ready to attack Mingxi, but for some reason, it became frightened and swallowed the glowing orb instead, turning to flee. Human boy, tell me, how do you want to die? Mingxi looked around, but saw no one speaking. Come out, who is talking? I'm right in front of you, can't you see me? Is it you speaking? Mingxi found it hard to believe, as this was only the second time he had heard a beast speak. Were there other beings here? Mingxi could sense that the beast before him was far stronger than the giant snake, although it appeared to be only 10 feet long. The beast's body turned bright red, preparing to attack Mingxi. At that moment, the chubby boy stood in front of Mingxi, chattering away as if talking to this giant creature. Mingxi was confused. Could the chubby boy be its son? But upon closer inspection, there was indeed a slight resemblance. Moku grabbed Mingxi's clothes and pulled him onto himself, taking Mingxi to a cave filled with many rare treasures, piles of gold coins, and all kinds of armor and weapons. Moku was the master of the Dark Night Forest, known as the King Qilin, a beast even more powerful than the divine beasts. Wait here for me. I'll be right back, Moku said as he turned and went deeper into the cave. Okay, sir, Mingxi replied, as he wandered around the cave, which was exceptionally large. Resembling a grand palace, a graceful woman emerged from within. Little one, you don't seem very old. Why have you come to the Dark Night Forest? Mingxi was a bit dazed. Sister, were you also captured by the Sir? The woman laughed heartily. I am Moku. How could you not recognize me? Mingxi would never have associated such a rough voice with the woman before him. Seeing Mingxi's confusion, Moku explained, when beasts reach the 9th rank, they can change their size. Beasts above the 9th rank can transform into human form. Sister, is there something even stronger after the 9th rank? Mingxi asked in confusion. I don't know about the human race, but the demon and monster races definitely have stronger beings. I am the beast that broke through the 9th rank, and the demon race's great demon broke through long before me. The balance is maintained because of my existence and that of the great demon. Although there are no human beings who have broken through, there are many 9th rank humans. There are fewer than 30 9th rank beasts in the monster race, and the demon race has about 50 or 60 demon lords. However, there are over 100 9th rank humans. Recently, the demon race has been restless, as their great elder is said to be attempting to break through a bottleneck. If the demon race produces 2 great demons, the balance will be shattered, and the first to suffer will be the human race. The demon race wanted to ally with me, but I refused. Do you understand that if the monster and demon races ally, the human race will be devastated? Then why does the monster race attack the human race every few decades, causing heavy casualties? Mingxi said angrily. Moku flicked Mingxi lightly. Do you think everything the human race says is true? The first attack on the human race's city was because the egg of the monster King Qingwan was stolen by humans. The second attack was because the human race captured the son of the Black Dragon. The most recent siege was the deadliest because the wife of the king of the Azure Sky Pong was killed by humans during childbirth. This time, many 9th rank beasts were dispatched, and many 9th rank beast tamers from the human race came as well, making the battle particularly tragic. I did not participate in these wars. If I had, the human and monster races would have gone to war completely, benefiting the demon race. I dislike the human race, but I hate the demon race even more. Mingxi did not expect that each beast tied was due to human greed. Beasts also have feelings. How could they sit by and watch their wives and children being killed or captured? Moku smiled and said, in fact, I know about each attack on the human race, but I will not intervene. Some humans want to learn unless they are taught a lesson. This time, they stole Qing Wan's egg. If the monster race acts as if nothing happened, do you think they will not do even worse things in the future? The human race slaughters tens of thousands of my monster race every year, while the monsters mostly kill humans within the Dark Night Forest. Do you know that the Dark Night Forest is the only pure land of my monster race? Mingxi found Mo Ku's words somewhat reasonable. The human and monster races have been hostile for generations, leading to mutual hatred. If what Mo Ku said is true, if the demon race and monster race allied, the human race would be doomed. If the monster and human races allied, then the demon race would be completely eradicated. While Mingxi was deep in thought, a small creature kept rubbing against his leg. He looked down to see the chubby boy, who seemed to have grown quite a bit. Mo Ku curiously asked, "What have you been feeding Shui Yao these days? Why has it grown so quickly?" "Not much, just roasted meat and such." Mingxi suddenly thought of something. Could it be because of this? He then took out a piece of green stone. Mo Ku took the green stone, laughed a couple of times. This old thing has finally died. Mo Ku did not seem very pleased. Mingxi asked, "Sister, do you know what this is?" He summoned his second spirit beast. "Sister, can you tell me what grade my spirit beast is?" When Mo Ku saw Xiao Hui, she appeared particularly surprised. "It's truly heaven's will. It has become your spirit beast. It is the super divine beast Xuanwu. There will only ever be one Xuanwu in this world, and its soul will always be the same. I didn't expect it to become a human spirit beast." "Sister, do you mean that Xiao Hui is the divine beast that died back then?" Mingxi asked in confusion. "Yes and no. It only has the soul of the Xuanwu from back then. Super divine beasts are unique. They leave behind a legacy. I didn't expect it to willingly become a human spirit beast, and this black snake of yours is not an ordinary spirit beast." Mo Ku glanced at Hei Lin. Ordinary spirit beasts would be frightened upon seeing her, but Hei Lin not only showed no fear, but also gave her a sense of danger. Mo Ku suddenly raised her head and asked, "You have two spirit beasts?" Mingxi could tell that the woman before him was not a bad person. If she wanted to kill him, it would only take a slap, so he did not hide anything. "I have 3 spirit beasts, besides Hei Lin and Xiao Hui. There's also Xiao Bai." Mingxi then summoned Xiao Bai as well. "Ha ha ha, this proud white tiger actually chose the same master as Xuanwu. How interesting." When Mo Ku saw Mingxi's 3 spirit beasts, she realized that the boy before her was not ordinary. To have both Xuanwu and white tiger, as well as a black snake of unknown bloodline, was remarkable. "Sister, is Xiao Bai really the super divine beast white tiger?" Mingxi was extremely excited to learn that his little turtle was Xuanwu, and now hearing that his little cat was the super divine beast white tiger. "You are the first person in over 100,000 years to possess 3 spirit beasts. Perhaps you are the savior that Bai Zhe spoke of back then." Chapter 28, Golden Bloodbath. "Savior? What is a savior?" Mingxi asked in confusion. "It's not the right time yet. I cannot tell you now. Your main task right now is to become stronger. I can support you, but the monster race still has the 10 great monster kings. Each of these kings has had some conflict with the human race, and they all dislike humans. Each of these 10 monster kings has their own territory. Although they regard me as their emperor, I cannot force them to do what they do not want to do. Even if they do not speak of it, they will harbor resentment. So, convincing the 10 great monster kings will be up to you." Mingxi understood Mo Ku's deeper meaning. Even if she wanted to befriend the human race, it did not mean the entire monster race would agree. To get all the monsters to agree to ally with the humans, he would have to start with the 10 great monster kings. However, with his current strength, he would probably die before he even met a single monster king. "You are a smart child. I think you understand what I mean. However, you must not leave here for a year. I will personally train you." Mo Ku pointed to the pile of armor and weapons beside them. "You can use any of these things. Take as much as you want. These are of no use to me. They were left here by powerful humans. Okay, I promise you, I will not leave here for this year." Mingxi knew this was the only opportunity for the human and monster races to reconcile. And for the future of the human race, he could not act recklessly. Mo Ku brought Mingxi to the depths of the cave, where there was a deep pool. Mingxi looked down and couldn't see the bottom. It was pitch black below. This is the Azure Sea deep pool, with depths of 1,000,000 zhong. You need to measure your strength and not dive too deep on your first attempt, as that could harm you. The deeper you go, the colder the water will be. After training here, you will have cold energy left in your body, so you need to soak in a medicinal bath to dispel the cold. Just tell me what herbs you need, and I can help you find them. Don't worry, I'll train well. You're not the one training for me. I'm only helping you out because of that old guy's face. I'll leave you to train here by yourself." After Mo Ku left, Mingxi eagerly jumped in, followed by Xiao Hui and Hei Lin, while Xiao Bai stayed behind as a landlubber. Mingxi discovered that the deeper he dove, the greater the pressure of the water and the more chilling it became. All of this required immense physical strength to withstand. Mingxi stopped at a depth of 8,000 zhong. He was pleased to have reached this depth on his first attempt. Perhaps this kid really could do it. "This is the water avoidance pearl. I forgot to give it to you earlier. Let me know what herbs you need, and I'll have them fetch it for you." Xianxing leaves take about 100 years to grow, a 9-rank ginseng king, and warm blood flower also takes about 100 years. I have all the other herbs. Just missing these few. If you can help me find the blood of an ancient demon beast, that would be even better. Moku glared at Mingxi. The other herbs were fine, but the blood was another matter. Mingxi quickly explained, I said if. If not, then forget it. You little brat. You have quite a lot on your plate. I'll find a way to get those for you. You just focus on your training. Moku turned to leave. Mingxi dived back into the deep pool, and with the water avoidance pearl, he could breathe freely underwater and stay as long as he wanted. He remained in the deep pool for 3 days. After emerging, he radiated cold energy and felt a significant increase in his mental power. Training here for a day was far more effective than several days of regular training. Mingxi picked up the herbs and noticed a small porcelain bottle nearby, which seemed to contain a liquid. He sniffed it and detected a bloody smell. Mingxi realized this blood was different because it was golden. He prepared a wooden tub and other herbs, placing all of them inside. The herbs prepared by Moku would last him a long time. And Mingxi planned to keep the 10,000-year 9-rank Ginseng King for emergencies. Just as Mingxi was about to pour in the golden blood, he heard Moku's voice. Wait, this blood is your first time using it. Use at most 1 drop. If your body can't handle it, you might explode. Mingxi noticed a scar on Moku's forehead and asked in confusion, Sister, how did you get hurt? Who did this? Moku laughed. Who besides myself could hurt me? Just take care of yourself. Mingxi dripped a drop of golden blood into the wooden tub, and the color of the liquid instantly changed to gold. He then jumped into the tub. Mingxi felt a sharp pain, causing sweat to bead on his forehead. But he didn't make a sound, enduring the pain while soaking in the medicinal bath. A massive amount of energy surged into his body, and the burning sensation was several times stronger than before. The space around Mingxi filled with heat, and the temperature rose higher. Meanwhile, Moku emitted a cold energy from her origin power, which slowly consumed the heat, causing Mingxi's complexion to improve significantly. Moku nodded in satisfaction. This kid's endurance was much stronger than she had imagined. It was worth the blood she had wasted. In the cave at the bottom of the Dark Night Forest Lake, a group of 5 was still waiting for Mingxi's return. Ling Yi was crying continuously, Uncle Zhong, I want to look for Mingxi. He entered the depths of the Dark Night Forest for me, and it's been 3 days. I don't want to just sit here and wait. Zhong Yi sighed, sigh. Even if we go, it won't help. With our abilities, we can't go far without dying inside. Young lady, you must become stronger to avenge your little brother. They left the Dark Night Forest and first arrived at the Tianhing Chamber of Commerce branch. Zhong Yi took out the Tianhing Chamber of Commerce's main family's token and asked for the president to come out and see him. The branch president was an old man with white hair, a few wrinkles on his face, and a somewhat corpulent figure. He was a 5th-rank Beastmaster but was very respectful towards Zhong Yi. The old man's name was Hua Jinyuan, the head of the Tianheng branch in Wind Spirit City. Hua Jinyuan asked, May I ask what brings the main family to Wind Spirit City? If there's anything I can help with, please feel free to ask. Zhong Yi quietly told Hua Jinyuan, The young lady beside me is the main family's eldest daughter. She wants to enroll in Wind Spirit Academy and would like your assistance. Young lady? The old man Hua Jinyuan said, I didn't know the young lady was coming. Please forgive my lack of hospitality. It's fine. I'm mainly here for Wind Spirit Academy. Please don't tell anyone I come from Tianhua City. Just help me arrange this. They arrived at Wind Spirit Academy, but were stopped at the entrance. Halt. You can't enter without a pass or invitation. Hua Jinyuan stepped forward. Young man, you might not recognize me, but you can call your dean over. I have business with him. Just tell him my name is Hua Jinyuan. The guard thought the name sounded familiar and went to the dean's office. He knocked on the door and said, Dean, there's an old man outside who says his name is Hua Jinyuan, and he's brought a few people with him and wants to see you. As soon as Sidu Fengyun heard it was Hua Jinyuan, he said, Let's hurry and bring him in. Dean, who is this Hua Jinyuan? He is the branch president of the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce. We can't afford to offend him. A large part of our academy's resources comes from the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce. Sidu Fengyun was puzzled as to why this guy personally came to the academy. The guard thought to himself, I just stopped the branch president. Will he come to find me for trouble? The Tianheng Chamber of Commerce is not something ordinary people can provoke. Dean Situ, it's been a long time. Hua Jinyuan extended his hand to shake Situ Fengyun's hand. Brother Hua, if you have something to discuss, just send someone over. Why did you have to come personally? Hua Jinyuan glanced at Ling Yi beside him and said, I have a distant relative who wants to enroll in Wind Spirit Academy. I hope Brother Sidu can help arrange this. Are you Dean Sidu Fengyun? Ling Yi asked. Yes, I am Sidu Fengyun. Do you recognize me? Situ Fengyun observed the young girl closely. Situ Fengyun excitedly asked, What did you say? Mingxi might be in danger? Please tell me what happened. Ling Yi recounted the events, and Situ Fengyun struggled to accept the reality, as among this batch of students, Mingxi was the one he had the highest hopes for. Situ Fengyun immediately called for all the 5th-rank Beastmasters in the academy, planning to send them to search for Mingxi. Even if they encountered demon beasts, The 7 of them together would be fine. Usually, they would encounter at most 7th-rank demon beasts, which they could handle and retreat from. High-rank demon beasts typically did not appear in groups. An 8th or 9th-rank demon beast usually did not roam around, so they wouldn't face too much danger. Chapter 29, Treasure Vault. Situ Fengyun arranged for Ling Yi to enter the special class. Her actual age was only 11, and she was still a 2nd-rank Beastmaster, so it made sense for her to enter the special class. Situ Fengyun took Ling Yi to the front of the special class door, where Yang Yingnua was teaching a few students. Situ Fengyun knocked on the door, and Yang Yingnua came over. Situ Fengyun said a few words to her, and then handed Ling Yi over to her. Yang Yingnua glanced at Ling Yi and felt she looked familiar. When Ling Yi raised her head, she realized the woman in front of her was actually her cousin. Yi, how come it's you? Does Aunt know you're here? Yang Yingnua asked in surprise. Cousin, what are you doing here? I'm here to gather herbs for my mom. Ling Yi and Yang Yingnua have always had a good relationship, so there was no need for her to lie. It's outrageous for your uncle, with such power, to send a child like you to gather herbs. By the way, is it true that Dean Situ said you would be coming to Fengling Academy to study? Ling Yi nodded. Her father has been unable to leave due to royal matters, and the family situation isn't very stable. Oh, you seem quite unhappy. Yang Yingnua gently touched Ling Yi's face. Cousin, I'm feeling sad. Ling Yi hugged Yang Yingnua and started to cry. Don't cry yet. Tell me who is bullying you, and I'll help you. Yang Yingnua appeared a bit anxious. Mingxi is missing because of me. He fought a 7th-tier demon beast alone. Ling Yi cried even harder after saying this. Please tell me the details. How did you meet Mingxi? Ling Yi recounted the events again, and Yang Yingnua found it hard to believe. Mingxi is not an ordinary person. He is the only bloodline of that esteemed individual. At that moment, Zetian happened to walk over. Yingnua, what are you doing here? You seem to be in a bad mood. Something's happened, something big. Yang Yingnua looked particularly excited. What happened? Speak slowly. Yang Yingnua explained the situation to Zetian, who held his head and sat down heavily on the ground. Impossible. Mingxi cannot have an accident. If what you say is true, that esteemed individual will know something big is going to happen. Don't tell anyone else about this. I'll personally go check it out. Zetian turned and left. You go inside first. I have something to take care of. Wait for me inside. Then Yang Yingnua also left. After Ling Yi entered, she asked, who is Leng Yuzhu? Leng Yuzhu stood up. I am. What do you need from me? Ling Yi recounted all of Mingxi's circumstances to her. Leng Yuzhu shouted, you're lying. He can't be in trouble. After saying that, Leng Yuzhu fainted directly, and Jiang Xueqing hurried over to help her up. Cui Yuanhong rushed to Ling Yi and grabbed her clothes angrily. I don't believe it. My brother can't be in trouble. What do you have in mind? Ling Yi, feeling guilty about Mingxi, allowed Cui Yuanhong to make a scene. Li Wenhao came over and pulled Cui Yuanhong aside. Calm down. Big brother won't die that easily. Don't forget. He has an evasion skill. Cui Yuanhong slapped his hand right. How did I forget that? If big brother can't win, he can still escape. Ling Yi asked in confusion. What do you mean? Cui Yuanhong proudly said, my brother's beast martial skill is called Shadow. It's an evasion skill. After hearing this, Ling Yi felt much better. What they didn't know was that Mingxi's evasion skill was useless against high-tier demon beasts. In the depths of the night forest, Mingxi stood by a deep pool waiting, worried about Hyland and Xiaowei still being underwater. Imoku walked over from behind. Are you waiting for your 2 spirit beasts? Mingxi nodded. Sister, do you know when they can come up? You don't need to worry about that. They have strong bloodlines and will be fine. They won't come out for at least a month or 2. The deep pool is very suitable for their cultivation, so just relax. After hearing this, Mingxi felt much better. Imoku took Mingxi to her treasure vault, where all kinds of treasures were available. Take whatever you want. These things are of no use to me. Mingxi first went to the weapon storehouse, where various weapons were available. He saw a sword and picked it up, feeling a chill. He quickly let go and noticed his hand had been frostbitten. What kind of weapon is this? It has such a strong freezing effect. Imoku picked up the sword and swung it a few times. This sword was used by a 9th-tier warrior of the human race 1,000 years ago. He had already cultivated to the extreme, and his martial skill was ice-based. In the end, he foolishly challenged me and was slapped to death by me. However, this sword cannot be used by anyone below 5th tier. If someone below 5th tier picks it up, they will be backlashed to death. But you can put the sword in a spatial ring and use it when you reach 5th tier. Let's go? I'll show you the armor. If you can use any, just say so. Imoku led Mingxi to the armor area. Mingxi was dazzled. The armor here was much better than those outside. Although Mingxi didn't know the levels of these armors, he could tell from the craftsmanship that they were good items. Imoku selected some Earth-level armor for Mingxi since Beastmasters below 3rd tier can only wear Earth-level armor. Above Heaven-level armor has attributes, so low-tier Beastmasters would suffer backlash. See if you can use these armors. If you can, just take them. We have Dragon Python leather armor, Crocodile skin armor, and Dragon fish soft armor. Can I take all of these? Emoku casually waved her hand. These are useless to me. Just take them. Emoku then took Mingxi to the pharmacy, where the herbs were of high quality, many being over 10,000 years old. Mingxi picked some herbs he could use, and then he and Emoku went to the treasure room, which was filled with all kinds of treasures. Emoku then took out a box. When Mingxi opened it, he saw it was full of spatial rings, and several of them were better than his. Emoku casually picked one up. This ring belonged to a 9th-tier Beastmaster of the human race. 30,000 years ago, 7 9th-tier Beastmasters came to my cave to duel with me. They were indeed strong, fighting me for a day and a night, but in the end, they were all exterminated by me. I also sustained some injuries. These rings are theirs, and this one is from the demon lord of the demon race. If you like it, take it. Mingxi collected over a dozen super large capacity spatial rings. Emoku put a lot of gold coins into a spatial ring and handed it to Mingxi. Take these coins. You'll need them in the future. Thank you, sister, but I can't use so many coins. Mingxi stretched out his hand to refuse. Emoku placed the ring in Mingxi's hand, thinking that he wouldn't be able to use these coins for long. Mingxi didn't refuse any further. After they finished looking at the treasure vault, they went out to check on Xiaobai, who was eating beast essence with Xiaopeng. Mingxi looked closely and saw that all these beast essences were above 5th tier. The two little fellows were eating them like candy. Xiaobai had already broken through to 2nd tier, but Mingxi couldn't tell what tier Xiaopeng was. Sister, what tier is Xiaopeng now? Mingxi asked. Mingxi took out 2 pieces of divine beast liquid essence. Could this thing help it level up quickly? Mingxi casually tossed 2 pieces of divine beast liquid essence to Xiaopeng. And after eating them, Xiaopeng entered a meditative state. After an hour, Xiaopeng's height grew from 2 feet to 20 feet, successfully advancing to 1st tier. Shui Yao is expected to advance to 2nd tier demon beast in a year. Mingxi said, Shui Yao will be entrusted to you from now on. Its main food is beast essence, and it can't be below 3rd tier. Mingxi was dumbfounded. Sister, you are so nice to me. You don't want me to take care of it, do you? Emoku secretly smiled. That's partly true. The other reason is because of Baizei's words. You don't need to know anything else. Just focus on getting stronger. Having Shui Yao by your side is also a boost. Don't underestimate it just because it's 1st tier. 2nd tier demon beasts are no match for it. Okay, I feel like I've been tricked. I'm going to continue my cultivation now. Mingxi jumped directly into the deep pool. A month later, at Fengling Academy, Li Wenhao glared at him. You crow's mouth. I believe big brother won't get into trouble. Ling Yi lowered her head. Her mood had not been good lately, spending every day either training or training. Lung Yuzhu would ask about Mingxi's news every few days. The special class felt lifeless without him. In the dean's office, Tutor Yang said, Don't worry, the vice dean is still searching. Although we haven't found Mingxi. We haven't discovered any of his belongings either, which means he might still be alive. Sidu Fengyan sighed. The Dark Night Forest was filled with dangers. Although Zetian was a 6th tier warrior and wouldn't be attacked by that powerful beast, there were many 7th tier beasts in the Dark Night Forest. And one careless mistake could lead to being killed by a beast. Chapter 30, Return. In his repeated attempts, Mingxi dived deeper each time. Whenever he surfaced, herbs and food were always prepared for him. Days went by like this, with Mingxi transitioning from training for a few days to several dozen days at a time. After his relentless efforts, he finally reached the bottom of the deep pool, where the pressure was immense. Mingxi needed mental power to withstand the pressure. If it weren't for the beast blood refining his body, he definitely wouldn't have been able to endure such strong pressure. At the bottom of the pool, a person and 2 beasts were training. Qilin and Xiaowei had already been at the bottom for 3 months, and Xiaowei had grown to 3 zhang long due to consuming the essence of the divine beast Xuanwu. The coldness at the bottom of the deep pool was extremely fierce. In the beginning, Mingxi could only stay for a few days, but he gradually got used to the coldness with each training session. After a year of training, Mingxi jumped out of the deep pool, and his body was no longer small and thin. His muscles bulged, hard and solid like pieces of stone. Mingxi shook his long hair, which had grown past his shoulders, and stretched lazily. This time he had stayed at the bottom for a full 2 months. The little fat guy had grown to 4 zhang and advanced to the 2nd tier, no longer as chubby as before. His scales alternated between white and red, looking quite imposing. Emoku walked slowly from the opposite side. Mingxi, after today, you can leave the Dark Night Forest. Before you go, I have a treasure for you. Emoku took out a piece of beast skin paper from her bosom, on which an ancient magic array was drawn. Mingxi took the beast skin paper and asked, Sister, what is this? Emoku explained, This is the ancient contract magic array, used to sign contracts with beasts. Ordinary arrays can only sign contracts with beasts below the 5th tier, but this array can sign contracts even with 9th tier beasts. Half a year ago, I taught you many arrays and the language of the beast clan. This should be easy for you. However, you must remember not to tell anyone about this array to avoid it falling into the wrong hands. After saying this, Emoku left. Emoku sighed. I don't know if what I did was right. I hope the little guy won't let me down. Mingxi studied the array all night and finally understood it thoroughly. Before leaving, Emoku asked Mingxi to demonstrate the ancient contract magic array, using the little fat guy as the target. Mingxi drew a pattern on the ground, dripped a drop of his blood onto it, and then golden light erupted from the ground. Mingxi recited the incantation, which was in the language of the Beast clan. And to his astonishment, he succeeded on the first try. After the contract was successfully established, the fates of the person and the beast were bound together from that moment on. Mingxi, you must remember your promise. All right, it's almost time. You should be leaving now. Emoku gently patted the little fat guy. By the way, Mingxi, take these 2 scales. They contain my secret techniques. Even a 9th-tier expert would be heavily injured by them. Don't use them lightly unless absolutely necessary. The road ahead is still long, so you must be careful. What Mingxi didn't know was that these 2 secret techniques consumed 2,000 years of Emoku's power. And it was fortunate that she was a seasoned cultivator with hundreds of thousands of years of experience. Sister, don't worry. I will work hard to become stronger. I'm leaving now. Take care. Mingxi had gotten along very well with Emoku over the past year, and they felt like siblings. He felt a little reluctant to turn and leave. Emoku watched Mingxi and Shui Yao walk away, feeling somewhat reluctant as she was left alone again. Feeling cold and desolate. At Fengling Academy, Sai, Mingxi has been missing for a year. This time, Ling Yi will take his place in the academy competition. Because of Mingxi, several people trained hard, all wanting to avenge him, and they grew rapidly. Lung Yuzhu and Ling Yi had already advanced to 3rd-tier Beastmasters. In the academy competition, each academy had 8 participants, 5 official team members, and 3 substitutes. The 8 participants were Lung Yuzhu, Jiang Xueqing, Ling Yi, Chui Yuanhong, Li Wenhao, Han Lai, Zhao Long, and Huijiao. In the depths of the Dark Night Forest, Mingxi rode on the little fat guy, running at great speed. Suddenly, he heard sounds of fighting in the distance. He turned in that direction and approached the battle. Mingxi peered through the trees and saw a person fighting a 7th-tier black-brown lion, and he felt that the person looked somewhat familiar. The person had a full beard and tattered clothes. When Mingxi took a closer look, he realized it was Zetian. Mingxi rode the little fat guy straight over. Zetian, why are you here? Mingxi smiled and said, it's all right, tutor. Unbeknownst to him, it was because of the little fat guy beneath him. The little fat guy carried Emoku's scent, causing high-tier beasts to avoid him. Zetian excitedly picked up Mingxi and said, haha, I knew you wouldn't be in trouble. You've grown a lot stronger. Are you almost at the 3rd tier now? Tutor, I've already reached the 3rd tier. I guess this counts as a blessing in disguise. Already at the 3rd tier? At 11 years old. That's impressive. You truly are my student, Zetian exclaimed. After more than a year of fighting, Zetian had now broken through to the 7th tier. His speed as a 7th-tier warrior was very fast, but even at full effort, he couldn't shake Mingxi off. Proving that Mingxi's mount was extraordinary, Zetian carefully observed, but couldn't he figure out what kind of beast it was. He had seen many ordinary beasts, but this one was a first for him. Soon, the two arrived at the outskirts of the Dark Night Forest, where they were safe. Mingxi, let us rest for a bit before we continue, Zetian said, taking out his water bottle and sipping from it before handing it to Mingxi. Mingxi took the water bottle and asked, by the way, tutor, how did you end up here? I heard you went missing. So I came to the Dark Night Forest to find you. I believed you wouldn't be in trouble, so I stayed for a year. Mingxi hadn't expected Zetian to care about him so much, staying in such a dangerous place for an entire year. Thank you for your hard work, tutor, for watching over me here for a year. I was chased into a cave by a 7th-tier beast and ended up hiding in a deep pool for a year. I'm sorry, tutor, I can't tell you the truth, Mingxi thought to himself, as Emoku had told him not to mention seeing her. I see. So where did you get this mount? Zetian asked, looking puzzled after examining the little fat guy for a while. I found the little fat guy in the Dark Night Forest. He has been following me ever since. Mingxi was telling the truth. The little fat guy was indeed something he had found. Not bad, not bad. This beast is impressive. It's even faster than I am. Let us keep going. Everyone is waiting anxiously. Zetian could tell that the little fat guy hadn't even used its full speed when running just now. Zetian and Mingxi raced all the way to Fengling Academy. They arrived at the dean's office, and Zetian knocked on the door. Come in. Upon seeing them, Situ Fengyun smiled broadly. It's great to see you both safe. Please, have a seat. Mingxi stood at the door and didn't enter because the little fat guy was still behind him. Mingxi, come in. There's no need to be so reserved. Situ Fengyun waved his hand, signaling Mingxi to come inside. Dean, my spirit pet is still here. Mingxi pointed to the chubby boy outside the door. Situ Fengyun walked in and took a look, saying, although this demon beast is only at the 2nd level, its aura is even stronger than that of a 3rd-level demon beast. Not bad. Situ Fengyun took out a bead and said, this spirit control pearl is for you, Mingxi. It can hold a spirit pet, and it has 100 cubic units of space to accommodate living creatures. Mingxi took the spirit control pearl and casually put the chubby boy inside. It was also the first time Mingxi learned about such a treasure. Thank you, Dean Situ. All right, Dean, I'll go check on them first. Mingxi turned and left. Zetian, thanks to you, we wouldn't have found Mingxi without you. Dean, it really has nothing to do with me. I just happened to run into him in the forest today. Mingxi arrived at the front of the advanced class and pushed the door open directly. Who is so rude as to come in without knocking? Yang Yingnua looked up and saw it was Mingxi, her expression instantly softening. Chapter 31, The Dark Gate. The others also rushed over. Lung Yuzhu approached Mingxi, and a figure immediately rushed into Mingxi's embrace, wrapping its arms around his neck. Ling Yi lightly punched Mingxi's chest, saying, I knew you wouldn't die. You know how tormented I've been this past year. I felt it was my fault that you got into trouble, and I had nightmares every night. At this moment, Ling Yi's tears had soaked Mingxi's clothes, and Mingxi used his hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Aren't I back safe and sound? Ling Yi was extremely excited. She had been living in self-blame for the past year, and Mingxi's safe return relieved her a lot. Lung Yuzhu quickly ran over and covered Jiang Xueqing's mouth. Ling Yi stood up from Mingxi's embrace, and Mingxi made eye contact with Lung Yuzhu. Mingxi stepped forward and hugged Lung Yuzhu, who tightly embraced him back, and they held each other for several minutes. Mingxi grasped Lung Yuzhu's arms and said, Yuzhu, there is something I wanted to tell you this past year. I missed you. Lung Yuzhu could no longer hold back and cried uncontrollably in Mingxi's arms. Yang Yingnua said, All right, everyone go back to your seats. Let's continue the class. Ding ding ding. There was a knock at the door, and Yang Yingnua walked over. Mingxi told Zetian and the others what had happened again, explaining, I was trapped in a cave by a demon beast, and since I couldn't get out, I just practiced inside for a year. Boss, you're amazing. You actually escaped from a 7th level demon beast. I admire you so much. Cui Yuanhong leaned on Mingxi's shoulder. Mingxi glanced at Ling Yi and asked, How did you end up at our academy? Really? If you say that, it makes me feel a bit better. Ling Yi lowered her head, revealing a long-lost smile. Mingxi then approached Lung Yuzhu and softly said, I'm sorry for making you worry. Lung Yuzhu turned her head away, saying, I wasn't worried at all. Mingxi suddenly pulled Lung Yuzhu into his arms, causing her heart to race and her face to turn red. You're so annoying. Lung Yuzhu gently pushed Mingxi away and ran to a corner. Li Wenhao extended his right hand, and the two shook hands. Mingxi pulled him in, and they embraced. Big brother, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Sorry for worrying you all. At that moment, Yang Yingnua and Zetian walked in from outside. Zetian had already shaved off his beard. Cui Yuanhong looked down and said, Sigh, I guess the one who got kicked out must be me. I'm the weakest among us. Cui Yuanhong laughed. Haha, I can't believe I wasn't replaced. Actually, the most surprised was Ling Yi. She wondered why she herself wasn't replaced since she hadn't participated in the trial, and the one who was replaced was also a 3rd-level Beastmaster. Jiang Xueqing pulled Lung Yuzhu and Ling Yi, and the three of them were the first to leave the classroom. Cui Yuanhong patted Mingxi, saying, Let's go too, big brother. What are you thinking so deeply about? Cui Yuanhong's call brought Mingxi back to reality. Mingxi had just sensed that his spirit beasts were in danger. He went to a secluded spot and tried to communicate with his spirit beasts through his mind. Neither Qilin nor Xiaowei responded. So Mingxi tried to communicate with Xiaobai and learned that Xiaowei was undergoing a transformation, while Qilin was fighting several demon beasts. Xiaobai, due to its low rank, was responsible for protecting Xiaowei. Mingxi could now communicate simply with his spirit beasts because he had learned the demon language from Imoku. Xiaobai informed Mingxi that to enter the spirit beast realm, one must endure the thunder power of the Dark Gate, and the higher the rank of the Beastmaster, the greater the thunder power they must withstand. Moreover, the thunder power was extremely fierce, and many strong individuals had died beneath it. Only one person had succeeded in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Mingxi didn't think too much and let Xiaobai open the Dark Gate for him. As soon as Mingxi stepped inside, the thunder struck him mercilessly. However, he soon discovered that the thunder power here was not as strong as he had imagined, possibly due to him being a 2nd-level Beastmaster. What Mingxi didn't know was that his physical strength had far exceeded that of ordinary people by 10-fold or more. Mingxi arrived in the spirit beast realm and saw Xiaowei undergoing its shell shedding, while Qilin was battling 3 powerful spirit beasts. Mingxi noticed that there were actually 2 5th-level spirit beasts and 1 6th-level spirit beast among them. One was a 5-headed fire lion, 5 zhong long, covered in flames, belonging to a 4th-level ancient bloodline spirit beast. The other was a 5-level red-eyed bat, 3 zhong long, entirely black, with a wingspan of 7 zhong, belonging to a 4th-level fierce beast bloodline. The 6th-level soaring snake was 7 zhong long, with green scales and 2 pairs of large wings, belonging to a 5th-level divine beast bloodline. Although they were all 5th level, The combat power of 5th level spirit beasts was vastly different from that of 5th level demon beasts. Their actual combat power was comparable to 3rd level demon beasts, while the combat power of 6th level spirit beasts was equivalent to that of 4th level demon beasts. Although Qilin was only 4th level, it wouldn't be at a disadvantage in a one-on-one fight against those two 5th level beasts. But one of the 6th level spirit beasts had already heavily injured Qilin. Seeing this, Mingxi rushed over, drew his sword with his right hand, and summoned the spirit control pearl to call out the chubby boy. Mingxi signaled for Qilin to entangle the bat, while he would handle the fire lion. And he would take on the soaring snake himself. The soaring snake released a sound wave that disoriented Mingxi's mind. Seeing this, the soaring snake flew up and struck Mingxi to the ground with its tail, thinking it had won, as it believed this human before it was no match. However, after a moment, Mingxi shook his head and stood up. The soaring snake's attack hadn't harmed Mingxi. It had only affected his mental power with the sound wave. Mingxi shouted, "Fusion," and merged with Xiaobai. After the fusion, 3 whiskers appeared on Mingxi's face. Tiger ears grew on his head. He was slightly taller than usual. His claws were sharp and long, and his body was covered in white fur with a tail wrapped around his waist. Second martial skill, instant transmission. Mingxi instantly teleported behind the soaring snake, and before it could react, he executed a void slash. The soaring snake was only grazed by a small cut. Mingxi thought it was a shame. If the soaring snake hadn't retreated a bit, that slash would have killed it. The soaring snake swept its tail at Mingxi, who met it head-on. In the clash of strength, both were evenly matched. The soaring snake then exhaled black mist, obscuring Mingxi's vision, and struck at him with its tail. By the time Mingxi reacted, the tail was already upon his face. Mingxi took a step back, and the tail struck his left shoulder, but fortunately, the wound was not very large. Mingxi countered with a sword strike, but the soaring snake used its wings to block. What Mingxi didn't expect was that the Azure dragon emerges from water couldn't break through the soaring snake's defense. Mingxi teleported again and delivered another void slash. But the soaring snake had already anticipated this and quickly dodged, ultimately getting its wings slashed. The tongue snake was furious and once again used sound waves against Mingxi. But after a while, it surprisingly stopped. Mingxi took a closer look and saw that the little fatty had bitten down on the tongue snake's wings. Mingxi hurriedly said, "You go and tangle the fire lion. I can handle it here." Chapter 32, The 8 Great Academies. The first martial skill, instant transmission. Taking advantage of the situation, Mingxi instantaneously teleported over and slashed down with his sword, severing the tongue snake's head. Mingxi hadn't expected that the little fatty, who only knew how to eat, would be so powerful in a fight. What he didn't know was that the little fatty's body had ice and fire immunity, which just happened to restrain the fire lion. The fire lion's bloodline skill couldn't harm the little fatty, and the little fatty's bloodline skills were heavenly fire and profound ice, effectively restraining the fire lion. So, the outcome was quickly determined. At this point, only one spirit beast, the Tianfu, remained. Qilin was facing off against it. If Qilin hadn't been seriously injured, he would have attacked long ago. The Tianfu was extremely cautious. It wouldn't move unless the enemy moved first. Qilin began to launch an attack, launching himself from the ground and directly charging in front of the Tianfu. The Tianfu hurriedly dodged, and Qilin's strike missed. Mingxi seized the opportunity, instantaneously teleporting behind the Tianfu and dispatching it with a single sword strike. Afterwards, Mingxi checked Qilin's injuries and found several serious wounds. He estimated Qilin would need at least 5 or 6 days to recover. The black dragon unexpectedly did not attack, but circled in the sky. At that moment, a giant rock was flying over. Mingxi couldn't determine the rock's rank, but it was about 80 feet long, with a wingspan of around 100 feet. For spirit beasts below the 7th rank, one could usually tell their rank just by their size. But the pressure these two beasts exerted on Mingxi was much greater than that of normal 6th or 7th rank beasts, indicating that they were at least 8th rank. For some reason, the rock engaged in battle with the black dragon. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning. The fight between the two divine beasts was truly earth-shattering. The thunder released by the black dragon struck near Mingxi and the others, creating a large pit about 15 to 20 feet wide. The rock used its claws to grab the black dragon, but the black dragon was not a small snake to be easily controlled. It spat out thunder and lightning, injuring the rock's wings. The rock then unleashed countless feathers like arrows at the black dragon, which responded by expelling spirit pearls to form a defensive barrier. The barrage of arrows struck the barrier but caused no damage whatsoever. The rock let out a loud cry, and a golden feather emerged from its body, shattering the black dragon's barrier with a crack. The black dragon shot a beam of light at the golden feather, neutralizing it. The rock once again attacked the black dragon with its claws, and the black dragon summoned thunderclouds, vanishing into them. Mingxi noticed more spirit beasts moving towards them from a distance, and clearly saw that another tongue snake was approaching. this one much larger than the previous one. Mingxi held 2 scales in his hand, waiting for the moment the tongue snake came close. At that moment, the ground heaved, and a small mountain next to them actually moved. A monster beast was carrying the small mountain and battling the arriving tongue snake. Upon closer inspection, Mingxi saw that the beast carrying the mountain was actually a giant tortoise, which was 40 feet long, clearly a 9th rank spirit beast. Mingxi remembered that Mo Ku had once said that the Xuanwu clan only had a single spirit beast named Xiaohui, which meant that the monster before him could not be from the Xuanwu clan. Mingxi could see that this giant tortoise was here to help him, which made things much easier for him. Xiaohui had just advanced and was currently in a weakened state. It no longer looked like a tortoise. Its shell now had thick, protruding spikes, and its body had grown significantly larger. Mingxi learned from Xiaohui that when a divine beast breaks through a bottleneck, it condenses a large amount of energy in its beast essence, and absorbing its beast essence could allow other spirit beasts to gain 100 years of cultivation. Although spirit beasts were not as strong as monster beasts in combat, they advanced much faster in rank. 100 years for a monster beast was just a blink of an eye, but for a spirit beast, it could mean several ranks of advancement. However, Mingxi found it strange why Hyland and Xiaobai had come here. Could it be that his spirit beasts had some connection or sensing ability? While treating Hyland's wounds, Mingxi noticed that Hyland's healing speed was even faster than before. The smaller wounds had completely healed, leaving only a deep wound from which golden blood flowed. The little fatty helped Hyland lick the wound, and the initial bleeding had stopped. Hyland opened his eyes to look, and the little fatty seemed particularly happy, running around and rubbing against Hyland. The crisis had been averted, but Mingxi heard Xiaobai say that for divine beasts above the 5th rank, each advancement was incredibly difficult because many monster beasts coveted their beast essence. Therefore, each subsequent advancement would be even more perilous than this one. Mingxi then felt how small he truly was. From the first encounter with the 7th rank giant python in the Dark Night Forest to Mo Ku's appearance. And now this battle of divine beasts, any one of them could easily annihilate him. Although Mingxi was considered outstanding among his peers, compared to the strong, he was just an ant. The demon clan had been restless in recent years, and Mingxi had little time left. If he wanted to persuade the demon king, he must speak with strength. The demon clan revered brute force, so without strength, everything was in vain. Mingxi awkwardly said, "Sorry to interrupt, I was just passing by. You can continue." The 2 people were left dumbfounded, wondering how someone had suddenly appeared. By the time they regained their senses, Mingxi had already run far away. Mingxi quickly tidied up his things, and then sat down to meditate. In the evening, Huang Yu walked in from outside and was startled upon seeing Mingxi. Are you human or ghost?" Huang Yu stammered in fear. Mingxi smiled and walked over. "What do you think? Am I human or ghost?" Huang Yu covered his eyes and reached out to touch Mingxi's face, feeling the warmth. Huang Yu patted his chest. "You scare me to death. They all said you were dead. Your sudden appearance really frightened me. I was just training outside. Let's get some rest early," Mingxi said as he lay down on the bed. Huang Yu looked at Mingxi, feeling both familiar and unfamiliar. A person who seemed so inconspicuous managed to take first place in the trial, and Mingxi had returned safely after over a year in the depths of the Dark Night Forest. The 2 were fundamentally from different worlds. And Huang Yu sighed and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the team leader was Vice President Ding Fei, accompanied by teachers Zhe Tian, Yang Ingnoa, and Pang Xueli. The 4 of them led the way to Tianshui City to participate in the competition. They traveled on a 5th-rank mountain giant lizard, which was 80 feet long, with a small house built on its back. This giant lizard was Pang Xueli's spirit pet. Pang Xueli was 32 years old, a 5th-rank Beastmaster and a Tamer. She was not very tall and had a lowly face. Those who didn't know would think she was only in her teens. Fengling City was over 3,000 kilometers away from Tianshui City, and at the pace of the giant lizard, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to arrive. Ding Fei stroked his beard. "I hope you all can achieve good results this time. The competition will take place 4 days from now. A total of 134 academies are participating. 8 special academies, 21 higher academies, 37 middle academies, and 68 lower academies. The higher and special academies have abundant resources, and each major competition will see the appearance of 4th-rank Beastmasters. 3 years ago, our academy achieved quite a good result, securing 36th place. This time, as long as you can secure a spot in the top 40, the academy will be satisfied." Mingxi asked in confusion, "Vice President Grandpa, how is the competition conducted?" The competition is divided into 8 subregions, with matches determined by drawing lots. Each region has an average of 16 teams, and 4 matches will be held each day over 4 days. The final 8 teams will advance to the top 16, and then compete in the main tournament for 4 days, with 4 matches each day. The top 4 will then engage in the final showdown. "Wait," Chui Yuanhong interrupted Ding Fei, "Vice President, Why do 8 teams advance, but 16 teams compete in the main tournament? Ding Fei smiled and said, that's because the 8 teams from the top-tier academies entered the top 16 without competing, and I heard that this time there is a team with 2 4th-tier Beastmasters. Most high-level academies have 3rd-tier Beastmasters, and top-tier academies also mostly have 3rd-tier Beastmasters, but there are a few prodigies who have reached the 4th tier. Ding Fei continued, the 8 top-tier academies are the Water Domain Academy and the Azure Academy from Tianshui City, the Flame Academy and the Blazing Academy from Tianhua City, the Blue Star Academy and the Ethereal Academy from Tianxing City, and the Cloud Ascension Academy and the Mysterious Academy from Sky City. These academies are the key institutions in the 4 main cities. Every year, the students admitted to the 4 great sanctuaries from these 8 academies account for over 50% of the total. Moreover, the scores required by the 8 academies are much higher than those of the lower-tier academies. In lower-tier academies, a 3rd-tier Beastmaster with a mental strength of 34 points or more can have a chance to enter the 4 great sanctuaries, while the minimum standard for the 8 academies is to reach a 4th-tier Beastmaster with a mental strength of 42 points or more. If our academy can secure a spot in the top 40 this time, we will receive a large batch of resources. The academy has prepared a set of top-grade human-level armor for each of you. Ding Fei then took out several sets of armor and placed them on the table. Chapter 33, Refused at the Door. Ming-Shi suddenly remembered something and took out 6 sets of Earth-level armor from her spatial ring, placing them in front of everyone. Ding Fei picked one up and found that it was actually top-grade Earth-level armor. Ding Fei could hardly believe his eyes, even in the entire Wind Spirit City. It would be hard to find such high-quality Earth-level armor, and it was most suitable for their current cultivation level. Ming-Shi, where did you get these? Every piece is top-grade. Pang Xueli, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Ming-Shi didn't lie. She indeed obtained them from a cave deep in the Dark Night Forest. But it was Mo-Ku who had picked out these few sets from thousands of pieces of armor. Ming-Shi distributed the 6 sets of armor to the others. And since Jiang Xueqing already had a set of Earth-level armor, it worked out perfectly for the other 6 people to each receive one. Lung Yuzhu looked at Ming-Shi with the armor in hand. Ming-Shi, you've given us all the armor. What about yourself? I should give this back to you. Ming-Shi scratched her head. I don't need it. Don't forget I'm a strong man. Ling Yi smiled and said, you guys keep passing it around. When we get to Tianshui City, I'll get you another set of Earth-level armor. Ding Fei shook his head. Earth-level armor isn't so easy to find. Even if we find it, the price is too high. Sigh. Deputy Dean Ding, don't worry. Yi will have no problem finding a set of Earth-level armor. Yang Yinghua said. Of course, she knew she could find Earth-level armor because she was the daughter of the president of the First Chamber of Commerce. Ding Fei didn't say anything more upon hearing Yang Yinghua's words, as her status was much higher than his. If it weren't for Lung Yuzhu, the Beast God Palace wouldn't have sent her to this small Wind Spirit City. Although Ding Fei didn't know Yang Yinghua's identity, he could tell from her guards that she was definitely not an ordinary person. The Zetian family primarily cultivated strongmen, and her ancestors were prominent figures in the Beast God Palace. Suddenly, the giant lizard came to a halt, causing everyone to lean forward. And Yang Yinghua fell directly into Zetian's arms. Zetian quickly helped her up. Are you alright? I'm fine. What happened? Why did the giant lizard stop suddenly? Yang Yinghua tried to look ahead. Zetian stood up. I'll go take a look. You all wait here. At this moment, 5 people jumped out from behind, led by a tall, thin man who seemed to be around 40 years old. The leading man laughed loudly. Haha, here come a few fat sheep. Hurry up and hand over your valuables, and I'll make it quick for you. Zetian replied expressionlessly. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Second brother, listen to this brat talking nonsense. He whispered to the leader. I've already checked. They have 3 5th-tier Beastmasters, 5 3rd-tier Beastmasters, and 3 2nd-tier Beastmasters. The leading man grinned wickedly. Not bad, not bad. The 5th-tier Beastmasters must have quite a few good things on them. Yang Yinghua stepped forward. Zetian, what is going on? Ding Fei and Pang Xueli followed her out. You guys don't need to intervene. I'll handle them, Zetian said as he took a few steps forward. The 5 men burst into laughter upon hearing Zetian's words. A burly man stepped forward. I'll take care of him, second brother. The leader grinned widely. Be careful, don't break any of his treasures. The burly man summoned his spirit beast, Fusion. 5 light spheres appeared behind him, with colors of 1 gray, 3 blue, and 1 purple. Ding Fei looked at the burly man in front of him and clearly felt that he was very strong. The man's spirit beast was a 3rd-tier fangtooth black pig, and after merging with it, his body became even stronger, dark all over, with 2 long, sharp fangs. Ding Fei frowned and said, let us go help him. Yang Yinghua shook her head. It's fine. These few people pose no threat to Zetian. The burly man shouted loudly. First martial skill, strength enhancement. Third martial skill, barbaric charge. A gust of airflow formed around the burly man, moving incredibly fast towards Zetian. The leading man laughed, still standing there like a fool. Not even merging with your spirit beast. Even if he does, he is still dead. Zetian drew his sword, hidden dragon technique, third form, Azure dragon chasing the sun. The leading man's jaw nearly dropped. What is going on? This kid looks to be only around 30, even as a strongman. He should only be at the 4th or 5th tier. How could he kill a 5th tier Beastmaster with one sword? Second brother, let us attack together. The 4 of them summoned their spirit beasts, while the leader had 6 light spheres, and among those, 1 gray, 2 blue, and 3 purple. The leading man whispered, Xiao Chong, you and Lao San flank him from the sides. I'll attack head-on with Air Li. Understood. Understood. Xiao Chong's spirit beast was a 2nd-tier swift leopard, with light spheres colored 3 gray, 2 blue. Lao San's spirit beast was a 3rd-tier crimson flame python, with light spheres colored 1 gray, 2 blue, and 2 purple. Air Li's spirit beast was a 2nd-tier mighty ant, with light spheres colored 2 gray and 3 blue. The leader's spirit beast was a 4th-tier icefield tiger, with light spheres colored 1 gray, 2 blue, and 3 purple. Xiao Chong transformed into leopard form, 4th martial skill, leopard shadow kill. A streak of light shot towards Zetian. Zetian crossed his sword in front of him, blocking Xiao Chong's attack. Lao San stealthily approached Zetian from behind, 5th martial skill, giant python binding. Lao San's body coiled around Zetian like a long snake, and then the leader followed up. 2nd martial skill, tiger roar mountains and rivers. A deafening tiger roar echoed. Zetian grinned. He was a 7th-tier strongman. How could a 5th-tier Beastmaster bind him? With a single move, the Azure dragon emerged from the water, directly killing Lao San. Then, Zetian turned around and appeared behind Xiao Chong, and before he could react, he was killed by Zetian's sword. Zetian suddenly noticed that one person was missing. At that moment, several spikes emerged from the ground. Zetian couldn't dodge in time and was pricked in the foot. He stabbed his sword into the ground, and blood spurted out. The leading man finally realized that the man before him was not an ordinary person. Being able to instantly kill 3 5th-tier Beastmasters meant he was at least a 6th-tier strongman. The leading man snorted coldly. So what if you're a 6th-tier strongman? I'm a 6th-tier Beastmaster. Zetian shook his head at his ignorance. Are you done talking? If you are, then go die. The leading man cursed angrily. Ignorant brat. Today I'll let you know the power of a 6th-tier Beastmaster. 3rd martial skill, ice binding. Zetian was instantly encased in ice. The leading man shouted. 6th martial skill, fierce tiger shaking the mountain. The ice suddenly cracked, and Zetian leaped forward, striking down the leader's head with a single sword. Until his death. He never expected that Zetian was a 7th-tier warrior. Ming-Shi sighed to himself. The mentor is truly powerful. Without him, we might all have been exterminated. Ming-Shi also noticed one thing. The only advantage of being a warrior is that others cannot see one's cultivation level. Yang Yingnua approached and asked, Are you okay? I saw that your foot was injured just now. Zetian waved his hand and replied, It's nothing. I was just careless. Yang Yingnua knew Zetian's personality. He disliked others interfering when he fought, which was the pride of a warrior. Everyone said that Beastmasters were stronger than warriors, and Zetian felt a bit unconvinced. Dingfei nodded and said, Yes, Mentor Zetian is really strong. I heard about it from others before, but seeing it with my own eyes is still shocking. By the way, has Mentor Zetian already reached the 7th tier? Zetian nodded. Vice Dean Ding has good eyesight. Those bandits didn't realize it until their death. Pang Shueli asked in surprise, You are actually a 7th tier warrior? I can't believe it. You are so young. Ding Fei slowly said, Let's continue on our journey. If it weren't for Mentor Zetian this time, we might have. Moreover, this group of bandits was not ordinary. Each of them was not weaker than Ding Fei. If ordinary people encountered them, they would surely be doomed. The group continued on their way, and nothing else happened. They were just a step away from Tianshui City. Ding Fei said, Kids, just do your best in this competition. Even if you don't get good results, no one will blame you. After all, you are still young, and you will be facing kids who are 15 or 16 years old. Ming-Shi, the oldest among you 5 is only 12, and the youngest is 11. Only Zhao Long and Han Lai are a bit older. This time, let Han Lai be the captain. Han Lai stood up and saluted. Vice Dean, I recommend Ming-Shi as the captain. He has a clear mind. While I am just a rough person, Brother Han, you should be the captain. I am the youngest here and not suitable. Ming-Shi hurriedly waved his hand. Chui Yuan Hong put his arm around Ming-Shi's neck. Big brother, I think you would be a good captain. Ding Fei looked at the others. What do you all think? Since there are no objections, then Ming-Shi will be the captain. Vice Dean, I. Ming-Shi was interrupted. Ding Fei gestured with his hand. No need to say more. It's settled. We will arrive at Tianshui City in an hour, so you all should rest well these days. Upon arriving in Tianshui City, all the inns were fully booked, and Ding Fei was anxious about what to do. We should have come a few days earlier. Tianshui City suddenly saw an influx of tens of thousands of people, and the inns are already full. What should we do? Ding Fei sighed. Ling Yi smiled and said, Vice Dean, you don't need to worry, I have a way. Just follow me. The group arrived at the branch of Tianheng Commerce in Tianshui City, but they were refused entry at the door. The gatekeeper said, Where do you country bumpkins come from? Do you know where this place is? Chapter 34, Academy Competition 1. Ling Yi shouted, Call your president. I have business with her. The gatekeeper laughed. Do you think any cat or dog can meet our president? Get lost. Ling Yi took out a token, which was the family token of Tianheng Commerce. The gatekeeper took the token, glanced at it, and indeed, it resembled their commerce token a bit. Look at what you wrote here. The words are all wrong. We are Tianheng Commerce, not Tianheng Trading. If you don't leave, I will hit you. The gatekeeper casually tossed the token on the ground. Ding Fei whispered, Why don't we just leave? It's better to avoid trouble. At that moment, an old man came out from inside. He was about 50 or 60 years old. Not very tall, with a plump figure and squinting eyes. He looked at the group and asked, May I ask what you need? I am the steward here. My name is Bai Tian. How can I help you? Ling Yi's face turned red with anger. I am looking for your president. The old man seemed to realize something. He picked up the token from the ground and was stunned. Whose token is this? He asked. The gatekeeper pointed at the group and said, It's from these country bumpkins. They want to use a fake token to fool me. Bai Tian slapped him backhandedly. You must be blind. You don't even recognize the family token. Now get out. The gatekeeper was so frightened that he sat on the ground. Not expecting to offend someone from the main family, Bai Tian held the token and asked, May I ask whose token this is? Ding Fei then understood why Ling Yi came here. It's because her surname is Ling. Of course, please come in, Bai Tian said, leading the way. Bai Tian brought the group to the hall and said, Please wait a moment. I will go call the president. After a while, a middle-aged woman walked out. She was dressed in a black gauze dress, not very beautiful but exuding a strong presence. Ling Yi hurriedly approached. Auntie, I miss you so much. The woman's name was Ling Fei Shui, and she was Ling Yi's aunt. Upon seeing Ling Yi, Ling Fei Shui exclaimed, Yi, what brings you here? Are you here to watch the competition? But wait, you don't like fighting, do you? Auntie, I am here to participate in the competition, Ling Yi said proudly. Ling Fei Shui had not noticed before. You have already reached the 3rd tier? In the past, when I asked you to cultivate, you were reluctant. What changed your mind? Ling Yi glanced at Ming Shi and replied, Auntie, let's not talk about that for now. Can you arrange a few rooms for us and help me find a set of Earth-level armor? Ling Fei Shui clapped her hands. And soon 2 female attendants came over to take them to rest in the guest rooms and prepare dinner. Ling Yi and Ling Fei Shui chatted for half the night and didn't rest until dawn. Brief introduction. Lung Yu Zhu. Mentality 33 points. First martial skill. Phoenix Feather Meteor, purple. Second martial skill, Phoenix Wudong Bao, black. Third martial skill, Phoenix Divine Shield, black. Jiang Shueqing, mentality 30 points. First martial skill. Super Healing Technique, blue. Second martial skill, Mental Interference, purple. Third martial skill, Decayed Wood Revives in Spring, purple. Li Wenhao, mentality 29 points. First martial skill. Ice Sealing 1,000 Miles, blue. Second martial skill, Ice and Snowstorm, purple. Chui Yuan Hong, mentality 27 points. First martial skill, Earth Shattering, blue. Second martial skill, Earth Spirit Binding, purple. Ling Yi, mentality 32 points. Spirit Beast Level 4 King Beast 9-Tailed Sky Fox, Ancient Divine Beast Bloodline. First martial skill, Charm, black. Second martial skill, Heart Devouring Orb, purple. Third martial skill, Dream Domain, purple. Zhao Long, mentality 33 points. Spirit Beast Level 3 Spirit Beast Golden Eagle, first martial skill. Featherfall 10,000 Zhong, gray. Second martial skill, Hurricane Blade, blue. Third martial skill, Golden Eagle Strike, blue. Hanlai, mentality 37 points. Spirit Beast Level 4 King Beast Xiongqi, Ancient Divine Beast Fierce Beast Bloodline. First martial skill, Black Curtain, blue. Second martial skill, Gale Stealth, blue. Third martial skill, Blood Rage, purple. Ming Shi, mentality 29 points. Telekinesis 38 points. Martial skill, Sky Dome 13 slashes. First slash, Breaking Void. Second slash, Shocking Heaven. Third slash, Falling Blade. Hidden Dragon Technique. First style, Azure Dragon emerges from water. Second style, Golden Dragon slashes the moon. Xiaohei. First martial skill, Shadow, black. Second martial skill, Dragon's Tooth, black. Xiaobai. First martial skill, Phantom, black. Second martial skill, Teleport, black. Xiaohui. First martial skill, Xuanwu Shield, black. Second martial skill, Devour, black. On the day of the competition, everyone arrived at the venue, which was located in the southeastern part of Tianshui City, covering an area of 10,000 square meters. The venue was already crowded with people, and Mingxi's team was assigned to the 7th subdivision. Each sub-competition zone covers 2,000 square meters and is separated by high walls. Each sub-competition zone has 4 venues, with each venue occupying 400 square meters and a boundary line of 100 square meters. Each match consists of 4 groups competing against each other. In the 7th sub-competition zone, there are 2 prestigious universities, 5 medium colleges, and 9 lower colleges. The participants are the top combatants from each college, so the competition is expected to be fierce. The captain of each team goes on stage to draw lots. The speaker is Feng Qingyun, the supervisor of the 7th sub-competition zone, a tall and robust middle-aged man in his 40s. Lung Yuzhu places her hand on Mingxi's shoulder, saying, "Don't be nervous, good luck." Mingxi goes on stage and draws the number 69. Today, they will face a medium college and 2 lower colleges. A middle-aged man who looks around 60 approaches, his kind face marked with some wrinkles. The elder smiles and says, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Guayu, and I will be your referee for the next 4 days. There are 4 teams here, and the final winners will remain. I hope everyone will hold back and not harm each other. If anyone violates this, they will be disqualified from the competition. Is that understood?" "Understood," everyone replies in unison. Guayu looks at the roster in his hand. The first match is between Fengling Academy and Nanyu Academy. The competition rules are 5 individual matches and 1 team match, with 1 point for each individual match and 4 points for the team match. I declare the match officially begins. Since the first battle is against a medium college, Mingxi and the others do not dare to be careless. The first match features Li Wenhao. Although Li Wenhao is a 2nd-tier Beastmaster, he is not inferior to a 3rd-tier Beastmaster in combat. Nanyu Academy sends out a 15-year-old boy, Lin Feng, who is also a 2nd-tier Beastmaster. Looking rather average and slightly thin, one of Nanyu Academy's team members comments, "This kid looks only a little over 10. Lin Feng, don't make the little brother cry." Lin Feng sneers, "Don't worry, I'll go easy on him." Both players summon their spirit beasts. Lin Feng has a 3rd-tier spirit beast, a rattlesnake. Behind both of them are 2 orbs of light. However, Li Wenhao's are blue and purple, while Lin Feng's are both blue. To outsiders, the 2 appear evenly matched. But Li Wenhao does not give his opponent a chance. First martial technique, Icebound 1,000 miles. Second martial technique, Ice and Snowstorm. The 2 techniques flow seamlessly into each other, and before Lin Feng can react, he is already down. His opponent never expected that a 2nd-tier Beastmaster's techniques would be inescapable. Li Wenhao's Spirit Beast is a 4th-tier King Beast, and his compatibility is rated at 3rd tier. Guayu looks astonished. He never expected the match to end so quickly. Ahem, the first match is won by Fengling Academy, earning this team 1 point. Mingxi pats Li Wenhao on the shoulder. "Well done, Wenhao, you're much stronger than before." "I'm still far from big brother," he replies. "All right, let us stop flattering each other. Brother Han, it's your turn for the next match." Han Lai nods. "Mingxi, how about I take the remaining 4 matches?" Mingxi shakes his head. "No, brother Han. We only need to win 3 matches and concede the last one. This way, we can secure 8 points in total. If we win all 5, we'll only get 5 points. Han Lai scratches his head. "Right? Why didn't I think of that? I'll go up now." "Okay, brother Han, be careful." The second individual match begins. This time, a burly youth named Zhou Qihong, aged 15, takes the stage with a 3rd-tier spirit beast, a unicorn. Both players summon their spirit beasts, and behind them are 3 orbs of light. Han Lai has 2 blue and 1 purple, while his opponent has 1 gray and 2 blue. Zhou Qihong taunts, "Hurry up and admit defeat, so you can avoid getting hurt." Han Lai smiles. "You look like a fool. Do you even know how to write death? You'll be the one crying soon." Zhou Qihong shouts. Second martial technique, Death Stomp. Zhou Qihong moves at incredible speed, a unicorn's afterimage appearing above Han Lai. Han Lai calls out, second martial technique, Gale Stealth. In an instant, Han Lai dodges Zhou Qihong's attack, causing him to miss. Zhou Qihong angrily retorts, "Keep running if you can." Third martial technique, Galloping Horses. Han Lai coldly snorts. First martial technique, Black Veil. Zhou Qihong's move is an area attack, but Han Lai seems to have foreknowledge, dodging each attack before it arrives because he can sense all attacks within the Black Veil's 100-meter radius. Han Lai uses Gale Stealth to run behind Zhou Qihong and knocks him out. Guayu steps forward to check and confirms Zhou Qihong is unconscious. Second match. Fengling Academy wins, earning 1 point. The students from Nanyu Academy quickly come on stage to carry Zhou Qihong away, discussing something among themselves. The third individual match begins. This time, a very handsome youth named Wu Tian, the captain of the Nanyu team, takes the stage with a 4th-tier king beast, a red dragon. Fengling Academy sends Han Lai again. Wu Tian summons his spirit beast, and behind him appear 3 purple orbs of light. The audience buzzes with excitement. Nanyu Academy is not simple. All 3 martial techniques are advanced. What kind of great family could nurture such a prodigy? Advanced martial techniques are top tier in any academy, consuming less mental energy and having double the effectiveness of low-level techniques. Chui Yuanhong quietly remarks, "Boss, this guy is tough to deal with." Mingxi can also sense that this opponent is strong, and his spirit beast likely carries a hint of true dragon bloodline. Let's just watch and trust Brother Han, Mingxi thinks. Knowing Han Lai is not one to easily admit defeat, Lin Feng shouts towards the arena, "Go, Captain." "Don't worry, Lin Feng, the captain will not lose." Lin Feng replies with a cold snort. Nanyu Academy initiates the attack again. Wu Tian's body turns fiery red, and his eyes become golden. First martial technique, Crimson Gold Evil Eyes. A pair of gigantic eyes appear before Han Lai, resembling a colossal beast staring at him, creating an oppressive feeling as if facing a powerful, ferocious beast. This is the power of advanced martial techniques. Wu Tian shouts, second martial technique, Crimson Dragon's Great Flame. A massive fireball rushes toward Han Lai. At this moment, Han Lai is bound by the evil eyes, and the huge fireball crashes into him, enveloping the arena in black gas, and in that instant, Han Lai's aura disappears. Mingxi collapses onto the ground. "Brother Han." Lin Feng laughs. "The boss won. That's awesome." When the black gas dissipates, an unexpected scene unfolds. Han Lai stands, his clothes tattered, emanating a powerful dark energy, while Wu Tian is lifted by the throat with one hand. No one anticipated this outcome. Lin Feng watches in disbelief. The invincible captain actually lost? The members of Fengling Academy breathe a sigh of relief. Mingxi suddenly realizes why Han Lai's aura had vanished. It was because he was surrounded by dark energy, making it hard to sense. Han Lai tosses Wu Tian out of the ring. "Referee, you can announce the result." Guiyu had been watching closely. At the moment the fireball struck, Han Lai used the third martial technique to brace against the fireball's attack and grab Wu Tian. This reckless strategy was something he had never seen before. Third individual match, Fengling Academy wins. Wu Tian struggled to stand up, looking at Han Lai on the field with a hint of fear. He never expected to be defeated so thoroughly. He thought victory was his, but instead, he was subdued by his opponent in one move. Wu Tian raised his hand and said, "Referee, our Nanyu Academy concedes." The other members of Nanyu Academy said nothing, just lowered their heads, feeling a bit dejected. However, even though they conceded, they managed to preserve their strength, as they still had matches against the other 2 teams. In the first round, due to Nanyu Academy's concession, Fengling Academy scored 5 points. Jiang Shueching squinted and said, "Mingxi, your plan has fallen apart." Mingxi also did not expect the opponent to concede directly. He thought they could score 8 points in this round, but now they only got 5. 5 points are better than none, but thank you, Brother Han, for your hard work. As Mingxi spoke, he helped Han Lai apply medicine. Han Lai patted his chest and said, "Hey, my life is saved by you. Why are you being polite?" The second round began, with Luwu Academy facing Beitsong Academy. Both are lower-tier academies. Luwu Academy was led by a Tier 3 Beastmaster, while the others were Tier 2. Beitsong Academy's team included 2 Tier 3 Beastmasters. In the individual match, Luwu Academy faced Beitsong Academy, and the match started. Beitsong Academy won, earning 1 point. Beitsong Academy won again, earning another point. Luwu Academy finally won, earning 1 point. Ultimately, Beitsong Academy secured the match victory and scored a total of 7 points. In the third round, Fengling Academy faced Beitsong Academy. Chui Yuanhong placed his hand on Mingxi's shoulder and said sideways, "Brother, it's my turn to go on stage this time." "All right, you start this round," Mingxi replied. "Just watch." "Brother." Chui Yuanhong walked onto the stage, and his opponent was also a Tier 2 Beastmaster named Sun Tao, who was short and particularly thin, with a Tier 3 Mantis as his spirit beast. Both merged with their spirit beasts simultaneously, with Chui Yuanhong's being a blue and purple orb, while Sun Tao's were gray and blue. Sun Tao launched an attack with his first martial skill, Mantis Slash. A huge mantis shadow lifted its giant claw and slashed down at Chui Yuanhong. Not to be outdone, Chui Yuanhong used his first martial skill, Earth Split and Sky Collapse, followed by his second martial skill, Earth Spirit Binding. Chui Yuanhong interrupted Sun Tao's attack with the first skill and controlled Sun Tao's movements with the second. Sun Tao slowly sank into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. In the end, he had no choice but to concede, although both were Tier 2. Chui Yuanhong was much stronger than him. In the first match of the third round, Fengling Academy won, earning 1 point. Han Lai stretched his limbs and said, "This round, I'll go on stage." Mingxi couldn't help but smile. "Brother Han, you should rest. Let Brother Zhao Long go on this round." Zhao Long said expressionlessly, "Okay." Ling Yi pouted. "Why can't I go on stage? I'm just watching you all perform." Lung Yuzhu also felt a bit upset. What? Do you look down on us girls? Mingxi covered his forehead and said, my two ladies, you can't go on stage for now, because we still have to face stronger opponents. There are definitely people from other academies watching. We can't expose our strength too soon, or we'll catch them off guard. Ling Yi gently lifted Mingxi's chin with her finger. All right, little brother, I'll trust you this once. Cold Yuju stepped on Mingxi's foot hard. Humph, I'm ignoring you. The second individual match began. Zhao Long stepped onto the stage. And the Beastmaster from Baitsong Academy also came up, this time a girl named Qin Shan, a Tier 2 Beastmaster, with long hair and a well-proportioned figure. Almond-shaped eyes and a high nose bridge, very beautiful, and her spirit beast was a Tier 3 Gray Crane. Both merged with their spirit beasts simultaneously and coincidentally. Both had bird-type spirit beasts. Zhao Long had 3 orbs, 1 gray and 2 blue, while Qin Shan had 2 orbs, 1 gray and 1 blue. Zhao Long took the initiative to attack with his third martial skill, Golden Eagle Assault. The match ended almost instantly. The two were simply not on the same level, as Zhao Long was a Tier 3 Beastmaster. In the second match of the third round, Fengling Academy won, earning 1 point. Boss, let me take this one. Li Wenhao approached. Mingxi nodded. All right, it's your turn. The third individual match began. Li Wenhao stepped onto the stage, and this time Baitsong Academy sent out their captain, Qin Shengnan, who was Qin Shan's sister. The two were twins, but had very different personalities. They looked the same, except Qin Shengnan had short hair. And she was a Tier 3 Beastmaster. Both merged with their spirit beasts. Li Wenhao had 1 gray and 1 purple orb, while Qin Shengnan had 3 orbs, 2 blue and 1 purple, with her spirit beast being a Tier 3 Rattlesnake. Li Wenhao attacked first with his first martial skill, Frozen 1,000 Miles, followed by his second martial skill, Blizzard. Li Wenhao thought he had won, but unexpectedly, Qin Shengnan appeared behind him. Her second martial skill, Snake Dance, unleashed countless rattlesnakes towards Li Wenhao. He jumped back a few steps, but to his surprise, he was already bitten. Li Wenhao slowly lost consciousness. He never expected to be defeated by a woman one day. Mingxi, watching closely, saw that the moment Li Wenhao released his martial skill, Qin Shengnan also used her skill, which left an afterimage to confuse her enemy while she secretly attacked from behind. In the third match, Baitsong Academy won, earning 1 point. Captain, amazing, we won. Captain, so powerful. Mingxi and Cui Yuanhong helped Li Wenhao down and gave him an antidote pill. Mingxi stretched his muscles and said, I'll take this battle. The fourth individual match began. This time, Qin Shengnan from Baitsong Academy went up again, and Mingxi stepped forward. Qin Shengnan frowned and asked, aren't you merging with your spirit beast? Mingxi took out the spirit beast pearl. Although I'm a Beastmaster, I'm actually also a Tamer. Alright then, I hope you don't disappoint me. Qin Shengnan wanted to see what the captain of Fengling Academy was capable of. Mingxi released the little chubby beast, not wanting to reveal his strength too early. He wanted others to think he specialized in taming beasts. Where did this spirit pet come from? Cui Yuanhong was also seeing the little chubby beast for the first time. Remember when I said I found a monster in the Dark Night Forest? It might be that one. Ling Yi saw the little chubby beast and suddenly remembered. So it's that little guy from back then. I didn't expect it to grow so big. Qin Shengnan attacked first with her second martial skill, Snake Dance. The little chubby beast stood in front of Mingxi, and the snakes couldn't break through its scales, making the attack completely ineffective. With the third martial skill, Giant Snake's Fury, a giant rattlesnake shadow appeared before Mingxi, and its tail struck repeatedly where Mingxi was standing. Mingxi rode on the little chubby beast, which dodged left and right to avoid the attacks, but in the end, it still got hit by a tail swipe. One couldn't help but admit that the attack was quite strong. It actually left a cut on the little chubby beast's rear. Chapter 36, Academy Tournament 3. Mingxi jumped down from the little chubby beast, and just as Qin Shengnan faced off against it, a sword was drawn against her neck. Mingxi tilted his head to look at the referee, announced the result. Guoyu had just seen it as well. Mingxi's speed was incredibly fast, and Qin Shengnan didn't notice when he got behind her. In the fourth match of the third round, Fengling Academy won, earning 1 point. Captain, that guy is so shameless. Actually doing a sneak attack. Qin Shengnan couldn't understand why she didn't notice when he got behind her. Was she too focused on the spirit beast? The fifth individual match began, and both sides were called to the stage. The Wind Spirit Academy's player is still Mingxi, while Baitsong Academy's player this time is a third-tier Beastmaster named Gongwu, who is chubby and has a level 3 ice bird as his spirit beast. Gongwu merged with his spirit beast, and 3 orbs of light appeared behind him, 1 gray, 1 blue, and 1 purple. Gongwu shouted loudly. First martial skill. Ice chains. The chains wrapped around the chubby boy, and then Gongwu attacked again with his third martial skill, Ice Feather Arrow. Countless arrows came flying, but the chubby boy not only didn't dodge, but also charged forward, swallowing all the arrows. Gongwu looked at this guy in front of him with some frustration. realizing that his strongest attack was treated like a snack. Second martial skill, surprise attack. A group of icebergs charged at the chubby boy, who opened his big mouth again and swallowed the incoming attack. Gong Wu, with his mouth agape, was shocked to see 2 out of his 3 skills eaten. He angrily declared, "I'm not fighting anymore. I concede. What is this thing?" In the 5th match of the 3rd round, Wind Spirit Academy won and earned 1 point. After 5 minutes, the next team match would begin, so the participants were asked to prepare. Mingxi stepped down from the arena, and Chui Yuanhong rushed over, saying, "Big brother, your spirit pet is really awesome, way better than second brother." At that moment, Li Wenhao, who had just woken up, heard Chui Yuanhong's words. Li Wenhao said, "You come here, I promise not to hit you." Chui Yuanhong stood behind Mingxi, saying, "Only a fool would go over there." Jiang Xueqing kicked Chui Yuanhong and said, "Enough of the nonsense, let's study the team match." Mingxi thought for a moment and said, "Let's have me, Brother Han, Brother Xiaolong, Chui Yuanhong, and Xueqing take the field." Why can't I go? I've been watching you perform this whole time." Ling Yi turned her face away in anger. "All right, stop sulking. Didn't Yuzhu also not take the field? You two are our trump cards, so you have to go last." Ling Yi shot him a glance. "I don't believe you." The last match of the 3rd round began, and both sides were called to the arena. The Wind Spirit Academy's team consisted of Han Lai, Zhao Long, Mingxi, Chui Yuanhong, and Jiang Xueqing. Beitsong Academy's team included Qin Shengnan, Qin Shan, Gong Wu, Sun Tao, and a second-tier beastmaster named Li Yun, who was of average appearance but very muscular, with a level 3 spirit beast called Lonely Goose. Chui Yuanhong said, "Second martial skill, Earth Spirit Binding." Jiang Xueqing flew in the air, her eyes turning purple, and used her second martial skill, Mental Interference. In just a few seconds, 4 people on the opposite side had fallen. As Jiang Xueqing interfered, each of Mingxi's 4 teammates took down 1 opponent, leaving only Qin Shengnan standing. Qin Shengnan was also a bit dazed, as she had been mentally disoriented just moments ago and didn't know what had happened. Jiang Xueqing's mental interference caused those with lower spirit power to be affected for a longer time, while those with higher spirit power were affected for a shorter time. Qin Shengnan tried to prepare for a counterattack, but realizing she was stuck in a quagmire, she had no choice but to raise her hand and surrender. In the last match of the 3rd round, Wind Spirit Academy won and earned 4 points, with a total of 8 points from both individual and team matches. This result was what everyone liked to see. The 4th round featured Nanyu Academy against Luwu Academy, and the match started 5 minutes later. Unsurprisingly, Nanyu Academy defeated Luwu Academy 5-0. The 5th round was Wind Spirit Academy against Luwu Academy, where Wind Spirit Academy scored 8 points. In the 6th round, Nanyu Academy faced Beitsong Academy, starting with the first individual match. The first player from Beitsong Academy was Qin Shengnan, while Nanyu Academy sent out Lin Feng, who was defeated by Qin Shengnan in 1 move. In the second match, Beitsong Academy sent out Qin Shengnan again, while Nanyu Academy sent out Zhou Qihong, who also failed to defeat Qin Shengnan, giving Beitsong Academy 2 points. The third individual match began, with Beitsong Academy sending out Qin Shengnan once more, while Nanyu Academy surprisingly sent out Wu Tian. Wu Tian merged with his spirit beast and declared, "I won't hold back." Qin Shengnan didn't have a chance against him. Both players had snake-type spirit beasts, and they were both third-tier beastmasters, but Wu Tian had 3 advanced skills while Qin Shengnan had 2 intermediate and 1 advanced. Wu Tian launched the first attack with his first martial skill, Crimson Gold Evil Eye. A pair of enormous eyes stared at Qin Shengnan, who surprisingly bit her lip to resist Wu Tian's mental attack. At that moment, Wu Tian's second martial skill, Crimson Flood Dragon's Giant Flame, reached Qin Shengnan's head, causing a loud crash as the giant flame hit her. At that moment, Qin Shengnan appeared on Wu Tian's left side and shouted, "Third martial skill, Giant Snake's Fury." Wu Tian snorted coldly and used his third martial skill, Crimson Flood Dragon Transformation. With a flash of golden light, the Crimson Flood Dragon transformed, and a massive fire dragon's afterimage appeared in the arena. The giant snake's fury clashed with the fire dragon, which grabbed the giant snake with its 4 claws, and they became entangled. The giant snake was no match for the fire dragon and ultimately lost, giving Wu Tian the victory. In the individual match, Nanyu Academy earned 3 points, and in the team match, Nanyu Academy won, earning 4 points, resulting in a total of 7 points. Chui Yuanhong stretched and said, "Finally done. That was so boring." Mingxi patted Chui Yuanhong's shoulder and said, "The next 2 days of matches will be relatively easier, as we will be facing the teams ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. However, in the 4th day's matches, we'll encounter the top 4 teams from the subregions, and there will definitely be some high-level academies. So everyone must not slack off. Everyone performed well today, especially Mingxi. Making you the captain was indeed the right choice. With today's results, Our academy has a great chance of entering the top 40, Ding Fei said with a satisfied smile. Zetian gave a thumbs up, saying, good job. And you haven't even shown all your strength today. Ling Yi pouted from the side. You all seem to be having a great time while I just sat here watching all day. In the following 2 days, Mingxi and the others easily won their matches. Although they faced a few mid-level academies, their strength was far beyond what those teams could match. And they ultimately advanced to the final day of matches in the sub-region with the first place in their group. The remaining 4 academies were Wind Spirit Academy, which scored 21 points on the first day, 20 points on the second day, and 23 points on the third day for a total of 64 points. The High-Level Academy. Yulan Academy, which scored 18 on the first day, 21 on the second day, and 21 on the third day for a total of 60 points. The Mid-Level Academy. Lanshou Academy, which scored 19 on the first day, 21 on the second day, and 18 on the third day for a total of 58 points. And the High-Level Academy. Qingfeng Academy, which scored 15 on the first day, 18 on the second day, and 21 on the third day for a total of 54 points. The overall rankings were Wind Spirit Academy first, Yulan Academy second, Lanshou Academy third, and Qingfeng Academy fourth. On the 4th day of the competition, Ding Fei squinted and said, you are now firmly in the top 40. With 32 teams from the 4 subregions plus 8 special high-level academies, that's a total of 40 teams. Today's matches are critical. If you can win one, you will enter the top 30. Zetian approached Mingxi and the others, saying, be careful of the team ranked 4th. I've watched a few of their matches, and they might be stronger than the 2nd and 3rd teams. You need to be cautious when facing them. Understood, Mentor. The teams that can stand here today all have strength. We will respond carefully. In fact, Mingxi had already arranged everything. He couldn't let others know about his 3 spirit beasts. To everyone else, he was a Beastmaster. Mingxi had already put Xuanwu and Xiaobai into the Beast Spirit Pearl. Even if he encountered a strong opponent, he wouldn't be afraid because Xuanwu was much stronger than an average 3rd-tier monster. And with the addition of the chubby boy and Xiaobai, these 3 spirit beasts would be more than enough to handle it. Today is the last match of the subregion, and I will be the host. In the first round, Qingfeng Academy will face Lanshou Academy. Please, both teams, get ready. The speaker is Feng Qingyun, the supervisor of the 7th subregion. The match only lasted 50 minutes, with Qingfeng Academy overwhelming Lanshou Academy with their strength. Qingfeng Academy lost one individual match, but ultimately scored 8 points. Mingxi frowned and said, this team is indeed strong, especially their captain, who managed to take on 4 opponents alone. Everyone needs to be prepared. Han Lai cracked his knuckles and said, Mingxi, leave their captain to me. Don't rush, brother Han. This round, we're up against Yulan Academy. Alright, let's give it our all. Your loss in the previous match wasn't unjust. That girl had a technique that countered yours. The second round of matches is about to start. Fengling Academy and Yulan Academy, please prepare. Mingxi from Fengling Academy takes the stage. And the opponent from Yulan Academy is a tall and very strong young man named Tenglong, a 3rd-tier Beastmaster with a 4th-level royal beast, the Qingtian Giant Lion. Possessing the bloodline of a fierce beast, Tenglong has fused with his spirit beast, and behind him are 3 spheres of light, 2 blue and 1 purple. Tenglong asked, aren't you going to fuse with your spirit beast? Clearly, Tenglong knew that Mingxi had not fused with a spirit beast in the previous matches, and he likely had information on everyone who had fought. Mingxi sent out the spirit beast pearl and released Xuanwu. Tenglong was somewhat surprised to see this massive creature, as the data indicated that Mingxi's spirit pet was a 2nd-tier beast, yet this one appeared larger than a 3rd-tier beast, measuring 6 or 7 zhang. However, from its aura, it could be determined that this beast was only as strong as a 3rd-tier beast, although Tenglong had never seen one like it before. Tenglong took the initiative. Using his first martial skill, Qingtian Giant Transformation, Tenglong's body grew over 3 zhang tall. Despite this, he still looked like a child compared to Xuanwu's 7 zhang stature. His second martial skill, Giant Lion Evil Light Slash, unleashed a massive beam of golden light from above, striking Xuanwu, who stood still and unmoving. The golden light was incredibly fierce, containing the ferocity of a fierce beast. Tenglong was very confident in his martial skill because even a 3rd-tier Beastmaster, if not in a defensive stance, would either be dead or severely injured from it. Tenglong laughed. Kid, your spirit beast has a low IQ. It didn't even try to dodge. Mingxi merely smiled and said nothing. Xuanwu was known for its defense, and such attacks were unlikely to harm it. What Tenglong didn't know was that Xiaowei was a 5th-tier spirit beast, much stronger than an ordinary 3rd-tier beast. Xiaowei shook its body, as if nothing had happened, leaving Tenglong particularly surprised. He had not expected this unfamiliar beast to have such high defense. Xiaowei charged forward, and Tenglong engaged Xiaowei in a direct confrontation. Tenglong's strength was great, and he found himself evenly matched with Xiaowei. After several punches, Tenglong's hands were swollen, while Xiaowei remained unscathed. Tenglong couldn't find a way to attack Xiao Wei's turtle shell. Tenglong angrily declared, "No matter how thick your skin is, I can still burn you to death." Third martial skill. Giant Lion Furious Flame. A column of fire shot towards Xiao Wei, engulfing its body in flames. Mingxi saw that things were not looking good and rushed to help. But he discovered that the flames surrounding Xuanwu were being isolated by water, and the fire was slowly being devoured. Mingxi relaxed upon realizing that Xuanwu could control water, as he had heard from Imoko before. Tenglong laughed loudly. "How about now? Do you see my power?" Mingxi sat cross-legged, resting his chin on one hand. Yawning in boredom, Tenglong's anger increased upon seeing Mingxi's expression. He intensified the flames, but unexpectedly, the fire was gradually extinguishing. Upon closer inspection, he saw a large water sphere forming around Xiao Wei, which was spinning, and Xiao Wei looked incredibly comfortable. Tenglong's face turned green with rage as he punched down on the turtle shell, causing him to scream in pain. He roared, "Second martial skill, Giant Lion Evil Light Slash." Tenglong shouted, "This is impossible. He is clearly a second-tier Beastmaster. Why does he have such strength? And he specializes in taming beasts." Mingxi grinned, "Big guy. If this were a battlefield, you'd already be dead." Feng Qingyun shouted loudly, "The first personal match of the second round. Fengling Academy wins and earns 1 point." Tenglong angrily cursed, "Damn it. This kid is strange. His strength is extraordinary. You all need to be careful. I'll step up next to meet him." A lean man stepped forward. "Captain, are you going to compete personally?" Tenglong asked. "Remember, don't underestimate any opponent. This kid is not simple. Judging by his muscles and the speed of his previous attacks, he could be a third-tier warrior." Tenglong was shocked. "A third-tier warrior? He looks barely over 10 years old. That is impossible. Although I don't want to admit it, his speed and strength far exceed the level of a second-tier warrior. This young man is strong." After saying this, the man walked onto the stage and stopped in front of Mingxi. He extended his right hand and smiled. "Hello, I'm Sikong Yu from Yuan Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you." Mingxi politely shook his hand. "I'm Mingxi from Fengling Academy. Nice to meet you." Sikong Yu carefully observed Mingxi's muscles and found them stronger than he had imagined. He took a few steps back and said, "I will use all my strength to fight you because you are very strong." Sikong Yu squinted and said, "If you win, we from Yuan Academy will concede. If you lose, the remaining matches in this personal competition will count as our victory. How does that sound? In that case, if I lose, Fengling Academy will concede as well. That seems fair." Sikong Yu laughed. "All right, straightforward. I like people like you. I hope we can become friends in the future." "All right." The second personal match begins now. Sikong Yu summoned his spirit beast and fused with it, becoming taller and stronger, contrasting sharply with his original appearance. Sikong Yu's spirit beast was the 5th level divine beast Kuei Nyo, which resembled a bull without horns and was azure in color, capable of calling forth wind and rain. With a roar like thunder and radiating light like the sun and moon. 3 spheres of light appeared behind Sikong Yu, 1 black and 2 purple. The audience erupted in excitement. Even the top-tier academies can't compare to this. In this small sub-region, divine martial skills have appeared, which are particularly costly in terms of beast essence. One must say, Yuan Academy has indeed invested heavily. The Beastmaster on the stage is in trouble, alas. What a pity. Mingxi still did not fuse. He simply drew his sword from his waist and stretched his muscles. Sikong Yu shouted, "First martial skill, strength amplification." Sikong Yu charged forward, and Mingxi punched to meet him. A large fist collided with a small fist, and to Sikong Yu's surprise, he was knocked back several meters. This was his proudest strength, a punch with a force of 45,000 pounds, yet he was pushed back. He had anticipated Mingxi was strong, but not that he could push him back. Sikong Yu adjusted his stance and used his third martial skill, Wrath of the Earth. Sikong Yu leaped into the air, and as his feet landed, the ground split apart, and molten lava surged forth, seemingly about to engulf Mingxi. Mingxi calmly took out the spirit beast pearl and summoned Xiaopeng, who stood in the lava while Mingxi stood on Xiaopeng's back. Sikong Yu looked at the beast before him with frustration. The data had mentioned this beast was immune to ice, but he hadn't expected it to be immune to fire as well. Sikong Yu felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as he had never been defeated before. His strength was not as great as others, and magma had no effect on him, so he could only use that one move. The second martial skill, Kuei Nyo Jin Jiu Shao. The powerful bellow of the bull was deafening. Mingxi's mental strength was obviously weaker than Sikong Yu's, and he felt his soul tremble slightly. Sikong Yu seized the opportunity to punch Mingxi away and unleashed dozens of punches in quick succession. Sikong Yu was panting heavily, laughing. "Haha, I won. Great, the captain won. Well done, captain." Mingxi shook his head and sat up, feeling a terrible headache. Sikong Yu looked at Mingxi as if he were a monster. Even a 4th-tier Beastmaster caught off guard would be badly injured by his punch, yet Mingxi seemed unaffected. Mingxi stood up and patted his head. "Hey, you really hit hard. My chest still hurts from that punch. Sikong was speechless, thinking to himself that this guy was too tough. He had just exhausted himself from the fight. Sikong used Kuei Nyojin Jiuxiao once again, causing Mingxi to sway left and right. Sikong took the chance to attack again. His massive fist was about to smash into Mingxi's face when suddenly, Chapter 38, Academy Grand Competition, 5. Mingxi suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Sikong realized he had fallen into a trap. Mingxi dodged to the left, grabbed Sikong arm, and punched him in the face. Although Sikong was strong, his defenses were much weaker than Mingxi's. Mingxi's punch left Sikong's face swollen. Mingxi raised his fist, just about to strike again. Sikong said, "Stop, stop, I concede." If Sikong had taken another punch from Mingxi, he might have been knocked out. Just now, Mingxi's punch had clearly not been full strength. Moreover, Mingxi was a second-tier Beastmaster and hadn't fused with his spirit beast, and a third-tier warrior wouldn't lack martial skills. Mingxi released Sikong's arm. "I concede." Sikong covered his face. "Ouch, you hit harder than I did. Look at my face, it's all swollen because of you." Our Yulan Academy concedes. In the second round, since Yulan Academy conceded, Fengling Academy won 5 points. Yulan Academy actually conceded. This mid-tier academy was surprisingly strong. I initially thought the least of Fengling Academy. But now it seems I need to re-evaluate this academy. In a corner of the stage, a middle-aged man and an old man wearing black cloaks sat there. The middle-aged man laughed. "Ha ha ha, this kid is interesting. Fengling Academy has produced such a prodigy. President Ling, I really didn't expect you to come watch the children's competition. Later, I saw someone in the audience, and I realized you came for her. Elder Shangwan, what do you think of Fengling Academy? Hidden talents." Although it's just 4 words, it shows his high regard for Fengling Academy. Elder Shangwan, let's continue watching the competition. The first match of the third round, Yulan Academy versus Lansho Academy. The competition begins now. Yulan Academy's individual matches had 5 rounds with 4 victories, and they won the team match as well, as the gap between the two teams was still significant. The first match of the 4th round, Fengling Academy versus Lansho Academy. The competition begins now. Mingxi fought solo against 5 opponents with 2 spirit beasts, achieving a 5-match winning streak and winning the competition. Sikong shook his head from the sidelines, not expecting that this kid didn't exert full strength in their fight. That sword move just now was incredibly exquisite. Even I couldn't dodge it. Is the captain really that strong? What do you think? Did I hold back? That's not what I meant. Next up is us. Let's have a good match. The first match of the 5th round, Yulan Academy versus Qingfeng Academy. The competition begins now. The battle between both sides was very intense, with Yulan Academy surprisingly winning 3 individual matches. Captain Sikong won 2 rounds on his own, but was ultimately stopped by the captain of Qingfeng Academy. Unfortunately, the team match was completely dominated by Qingfeng Academy, which ultimately scored 6 points. The last match of the division was Qingfeng Academy versus Fengling Academy. Please get ready. The match will start in 5 minutes. Ling Yi stepped forward. "I'll take this one." Mingxi shook his head. "No, you're the key to our victory in this round. I'll go first. Although they know a lot about me, I still have some hidden tricks." The first contestant from Qingfeng Academy turned out to be a girl. About 15 or 16 years old, slender, with big eyes, snow-white skin, and hair like dark clouds cascading down her back. She wore a white long dress, and her name was Xiuyu, a 3rd-tier Beastmaster with a 4th-tier royal beast, the Baiyu Qilin. Although her bloodline was somewhat mixed, she still possessed a trace of ancient divine beast bloodline. Xiuyu summoned her spirit beast for fusion, and silver-white Qilin armor covered her body, with 3 purple orbs rotating rhythmically behind her, making her look like a Valkyrie. Another 3 advanced skills appeared. This grand competition was truly filled with strong contenders. Those who could compete here were all the best from each academy, most coming from wealthy families. That's true. Xiuyu's eyes turned white, and her body floated in the air. Her spirit beast was of the wind attribute, allowing her to ride the wind. First martial skill, Wind Tornado. A massive tornado rushed towards Mingxi, who commanded Xuanwu and the chubby one to attack from the sides while he dealt with the tornado himself. The wind blades tore through Mingxi's clothes, and Xiuyu smiled happily, knowing that these wind blades could shred the body of a 3rd-tier demon beast. Even Mingxi, no matter how strong, would be badly injured. The spectators were all worried for Mingxi, as these wind blades were exceptionally fierce. As the tornado slowly dissipated, Mingxi stood in the middle, his clothes in tatters, with multiple scratches and blood marks all over his body. At this moment, Xiuyu was fighting Xuanwu and the chubby one, but she realized that her combat strength had not been fully unleashed today, feeling somewhat breathless. Little did she know it was due to the chubby one's suppression of the Baiyu Qilin's bloodline. As a fellow Qilin, the chubby one had a pure demon bloodline and was a king among Qilins. The chubby one swiped a paw, pushing Xiuyu back a few steps. Second martial skill, Wind Guardian. A wind shield formed in front of Xiuyu, but unexpectedly, it was shattered by the chubby one's paw. Xiuyu's clothes were soaked, and her arm was deeply scratched by the chubby one. As the chubby one charged again, Xiuyu was so frightened that she raised her hands to cover her face. She found that the demon beast hadn't continued attacking her, and when she lowered her arms, she saw Mingxi standing in front of her. She knew that Mingxi must have stopped the demon beast, otherwise, she would have already fallen. Xiuyu sighed. I lost. Thank you for helping me, you're very strong. Mingxi scratched his head. You're strong too. I could win thanks to those two. We'll meet again. Next time, I will definitely defeat you. Mingxi smiled wryly. Next time? Please go easy on me. In the first individual match, Fengling Academy won and received 1 point. Awesome, big brother won. Cui Yuanhong hugged Li Wenhao's neck from behind. Be gentle, you're choking me. Isn't it normal for big brother to win? Zhao Long was initially dissatisfied with Mingxi being captain, but out of respect for Han Lai, he didn't say much. However, after these few matches, he realized that this seemingly second-tier captain was actually the most formidable. Even 3 of himself couldn't defeat him. He finally understood that Mingxi and his team winning the trial championship was not just luck. He now fully respected Mingxi. The second individual match began. This time, the contestant from Qingfeng Academy was a big fat guy, large enough to fit 4 or 5 of Mingxi. This person was named Yin Xiaopeng, and his spirit beast was the third-tier spirit beast, the Great Strength Diamond Bear. Yin Xiaopeng summoned his spirit beast for fusion, creating 3 orbs of light, 2 blue and 1 purple. The third martial skill, Berserk Power. Shunpo was somewhat surprised. After going berserk, few could match Yin Xiaopeng. This kid actually took several punches from him and surprisingly remained unharmed. Mingxi grew more courageous as the battle went on. He hadn't had such a thrilling fight in a long time, a pure power duel. The two faced off for nearly 10 minutes, during which Mingxi noticed that Yin Xiaopeng's attacks grew weaker each time. Yin Xiaopeng was pushed back repeatedly by Mingxi, and in the end, he fell on his own. Shunpo gritted his teeth in anger. As a power-type, Beastmaster was unable to defeat a strength warrior, and the opponent hadn't even used any martial skills. He had expected Yin Xiaopeng to finish off Mingxi within 10 minutes, but unexpectedly, after 10 minutes, Yin Xiaopeng was the one who was knocked down. Yin Xiaopeng's berserk state lasted for 10 minutes. If released within that time, he would only be physically exhausted and wouldn't fall, but beyond those 10 minutes, his stamina would be completely depleted and wouldn't recover quickly. In the second round of the individual competition, the Wind Spirit Academy won and earned 1 point. Chapter 39, Academy Grand Competition 6. Elder Shangwan, what do you think? Is President Ling talking about this kid's strength? What else could it be? Although this kid is a third-tier strength warrior, his power has already reached 60,000 Jin, which can rival that of 4th and 5th-tier warriors purely based on strength. President Ling nodded. Indeed, he wondered how much this little guy would grow in the future. The third round of the individual competition began. This time, a girl from the Qingfeng Academy took the stage. She was short, resembling a child, giving off a lowly vibe. Named Ho Xiaoxiao, she was also a beast tamer, with her spirit pets being a third-tier demon beast, the swift wind wolf, and a second-tier one-legged golden toad. She herself was a second-tier beast master, with a red-eyed dragonfly as her spirit beast. Ho Xiaoxiao sent out her spirit beast for fusion, resulting in 2 orbs of light behind her, 1 blue and 1 purple. Shinpa thought of a battle between demon beasts. If Ho Xiaoxiao could help in the air, it would be much easier to deal with Mingxi's 2 demon beasts first. Ho Xiaoxiao commanded the swift wind wolf and the one-legged golden toad to attack. But a dramatic scene unfolded. The swift wind wolf and the one-legged golden toad ran in front of Yin Xiaopeng and lay down motionless. Yin Xiaopeng held his head high, looking like a king. No matter how Ho Xiaoxiao called out, the 2 demon beasts did not respond. Although they were contracted with her, they were still demon beasts after all. Yin Xiaopeng was the king among the demon beasts. Only his kind could make all demons bow down. Ho Xiaoxiao cried out, I concede this match. Mingxi surprisingly won without a fight, while Ho Xiaoxiao left the stage in tears. Ho Xiaoxiao cried uncontrollably, I don't know. This has never happened before, boo-hoo. Shunpa gently patted her head, saying, all right, stop crying. Losing one match doesn't mean anything. I'll take the next one myself. In the third round of the individual competition, the Wind Spirit Academy won and earned 1 point. As Mingxi just got off the stage, Cui Yuanhong rushed over, asking, Big brother, what happened just now? Why did she concede? You two aren't involved, are you? Mingxi slapped him on the shoulder, saying, why are you so mature? She probably conceded because she found me too handsome. Lung Yuzhu kicked him from behind, huffing, you rogue. Mingxi scratched his head, unsure how he had offended her again, and then called a few people over. The fourth round of the individual competition began now. Referee, we concede the last 2 matches of the individual competition. Have you all made up your minds? Mingxi nodded, we have. All right, since the Wind Spirit Academy concedes the last 2 matches, the Qingfeng Academy earns 2 points. Next, We will proceed to the team competition. Shunpa looked baffled. He had just formulated a plan, yet the opponent conceded unexpectedly. The last team match of the subdivision began now. The Qingfeng Academy had one injured member and another who was exhausted. So 3 main team members were replaced with 3 substitutes. The Qingfeng Academy fielded Shunpu, Tu Zhan, Yu Li, Huang Xiaoqian, and Zhao Feihong. The Wind Spirit Academy fielded Ming Shi, Ling Yi, Jiang Xueqing, Li Wenhao, and Han Lai. Both sides had fused their spirit beasts, with the Qingfeng Academy having 5 third-tier Beastmasters. Shunpa had 3 orbs of light, 2 purple and 1 black, with his spirit beast being a 5th-tier divine beast. The Shadow Dragon, an ancient demon beast with a bloodline indistinguishable from normal dragons, except for its entirely black body. Tu Zhan had 3 orbs of light, 1 blue and 2 purple, with his spirit beast being a 4th-tier king beast, the explosive rat, resembling a rat, but entirely fire red. Yu Li had 3 orbs of light, 2 blue and 1 purple, with his spirit beast being a 3rd-tier spirit beast, the pale bear, resembling a polar bear, entirely snow white. Huang Xiaoqian had 3 orbs of light, 2 blue and 1 purple, with his spirit beast being a 3rd-tier spirit beast, the white deer, similar to a spotted deer, completely snow white. Zhao Feihong had 3 orbs of light, 1 gray, 1 blue, and 1 purple, with his spirit beast being a 3rd-tier spirit beast, the giant toothed leopard, resembling a jaguar, but with long, sharp, elongated upper teeth, like 2 sharp daggers. Ling Yi had 3 orbs of light, 1 black and 2 purple. Jiang Xueqing had 3 orbs of light, 1 blue and 2 purple. Li Wenhao had 2 orbs of light, 1 gray and 1 purple. Han Lai had 3 orbs of light, 1 gray, 1 blue, and 1 purple. Wow. 2 people with divine-level martial skills appeared on the field, and one of them was making her debut. Could she be the strongest of the Wind Spirit Academy? This battle is going to be interesting. A middle-aged man in the corner of the arena stood up and then sat back down. President Ling, your daughter is on stage. Aren't you going to greet her? I'm just here to take a casual look. Greeting her is unnecessary. Initially, when Ling Yi wanted to study at the Wind Spirit Academy, her father strongly opposed it. But later, under Ling Yi's coercion and enticement, he finally agreed. The father and daughter were in a cold war over this matter. Both sides took their respective positions. Jiang Xueqing's eyes turned purple, activating her second martial skill, Mental Disturbance. Huang Xiaoqian stood at the back of the team, activating his third martial skill, Mental Barrier. They were already prepared, knowing that Jiang Xueqing's martial skill had once annihilated an entire team, so they wouldn't let this happen again. Han Lai charged to the front. Using his first martial skill, Dark Veil, second martial skill, Gale Stealth, and third martial skill, Blood Rage, Han Lai unleashed 3 martial skills at once, with Ming Shi closely following. Li Wenhao shouted loudly. First martial skill, Ice Seal for 1,000 miles. Second martial skill, Blizzard. Shunpa grinned. Tu Zhan, it's your turn. Tu Zhan pressed both hands on the ground, activating his second martial skill, Explosive Fireball. Yu Li stood at the front, activating his first martial skill, Ice Curtain. The explosive fireball collided with Li Wenhao's Ice Seal for 1,000 miles. Due to a lower mental power than the opponent, Li Wenhao's ice was melted by the flames. The blizzard was completely blocked by the Ice Curtain. Subsequently, Shunpa charged forward, using his first martial skill, Shadow Kill. A shadow surged forth like a sword. Ming Shi unleashed a technique. Azure Dragon emerges from water, and the 2 forces canceled each other out, resulting in an explosion. Shunpa charged in once more, using his second martial skill, Dark Dragon Concealment. Han Lai chuckled. My Dark Veil ignores his invisibility. I can sense his position. Ming Shi gave a thumbs up, saying, Brother Han, this martial skill of yours is quite impressive. Shunpa looked bewildered. He didn't know how Han Lai had discovered him. If he could take down Ming Shi, they could win the match. But what was going on with Han Lai? How could he see him? Ming Shi also realized that Shunpa's skill was very similar to his own shadow, both being skills that conceal their presence, while Han Lai's martial skill specifically countered stealth techniques. Ling Yi and Li Wenhao moved forward a few steps, with Li Wenhao unleashing Blizzard, while Yu Li used Ice Curtain to defend. Ling Yi stood behind Li Wenhao, activating her third martial skill, Dream Domain. The opposing team members fell silent in a sweet dream, while Li Wenhao used Ice Seal for 1,000 miles to seal a few of them off. Ling Yi advanced and used her second martial skill, Heart Devouring Pearl, hitting one person, and then Li Wenhao unleashed Blizzard once more, causing 2 of the opposing team members to lose their combat ability. Before they could make a move again, the other 2 had already regained consciousness. Now on the arena, there were 3 remaining from the Qingfeng Academy, Shunpu, Tu Zhan, and Huang Xiaoqian. If it weren't for Tu Zhan and Huang Xiaoqian having higher mental strength than the others, they would have already been eliminated. Shunpa was clearly struggling against Han Lai and Ming Shi, as one person was already enough for him to handle, let alone two. At this moment, Ling Yi and Li Wenhao had also consumed a lot of mental strength and felt somewhat powerless. Jiang Xueqing stood in the air, using her third martial skill, Withered Wooden Spring. Instantly, everyone's mental strength was replenished, and it became even stronger than before. Jiang Xueqing's third martial skill not only restored mental strength, but also enhanced it. Shunpa shouted loudly, second martial skill, Fury of the Shadow Dragon. Shinpo's body doubled in size, and all his attributes increased twofold. A black aura emanated from his body. Han Lai was not surprised, but rather pleased. He pulled Mingxi behind him, saying, "Leave Mingxi to me. You take care of the others." Mingxi knew Han Lai was a battle fanatic and replied, "Big brother Han, be careful." Li Wenhao continued to unleash ice and snowstorm, while Yi seized the moment to use her first martial skill, Charm, against Tu Zhan. Tu Zhan instantly knelt down, his expression one of ecstasy. Mingxi rushed behind the two and knocked them down with a punch each. As they had already exhausted more than half of their mental strength, Mingxi merely came to collect two heads. In the 41st chapter, the auction began. Han Lai and Shunpa were both in a berserk state, their powers evenly matched. Shunpa had always relied on the Dark Dragon concealment to defeat enemies. But this time it was useless against Han Lai. If both were at full strength, Han Lai wouldn't be able to defeat Shunpa, and with Jiang Xueqing's amplification, Han Lai had always been at full status, while Shunpa remained in a weakened state. At that moment, Shunpa was already severely injured. Yet he still chose not to surrender. Two black auras enveloped the entire arena. Han Lai, being a battle fanatic, grew braver with each fight. The collision of fists saw Shunpo's blood flying everywhere, filling the surrounding air with a stench of blood. This was a physical and power showdown. Shunpa landed a punch on Han Lai's face, causing blood to gush from Han Lai's mouth. Han Lai then punched Shunpa in the stomach, and Shunpa spat out bile. The two exchanged blows, and in the end, Shunpa surprisingly fainted while standing. Ho Xiaoxiao ran onto the stage and hugged Shunpa, saying, "Stop fighting, we concede." In the final match of the subregion, Fengling Academy won, earning 4 points. The total score for Fengling Academy was 81 points, and they would head to the main competition area for the finals in 3 days. Alright, that's it for today. Kids, I'm truly proud of you. You made it into the top 16. Fengling Academy's best previous score was only 30th, thanks to everyone's hard work. Ding Fei shed tears of excitement, recalling how he had participated in competitions in his youth and only placed 47th. His dream had always been to break into the top 20, and he never expected to witness Fengling Academy reach the top 20 in his lifetime. Mingxi said, "Vice Dean Ding, don't say that. We are also fighting for the honor of the Academy." "Yes, for the honor of the Academy." Ding Fei was smiling like a child at that moment. Mingxi did well. "I believe you all have no problem making it into the top 8. Zetian patted Mingxi on the back. Yang Yingnua smiled and said, "I feel that making it into the top 8 is also not a big issue. Our strongest attack hasn't even been deployed yet, and Mingxi hasn't shown all his strength. Instructor Yang, this is also thanks to you. If it weren't for your excellent teaching, our academy wouldn't have achieved such good results." The Vice Dean humbly replied, "You flatter me. No matter how well I teach, if the students don't learn, there is nothing I can do. This is all the result of the kids' hard work." Upon returning to the Tianjing Chamber of Commerce, they found several large boxes in the hall. Ling Yi asked, "Andy, what are these things?" She opened a box to find it filled with second and third tier beast essence and various potions for restoring mental strength, as well as some healing potions. And there were even 10 bottles of concentration liquid inside. Yang Yingnua looked at these items and could only think of one person, Ling Yi's father, Ling Yunxing. Ling Yi distributed the beast essence to the others, as her martial skills had already upgraded to high level, and she needed a large amount of beast essence to reach divine level. She herself didn't need much of it. Mingxi and Leng Yuzhu also didn't take any, as all of Mingxi's martial skills were at divine level, and second and third tier beast essence were of no use to him. The chubby boy could only consume 5th tier beast essence, with a minimum standard of 3rd tier. And Mingxi had brought back plenty of rations for him from the Dark Night Forest, enough for him to eat for several years. In the end, the concentration liquid was divided into 2 bottles each for Li Wenhao, Cui Yuanhong, Zhao Long, Jiang Xueqing, and Han Lai. After dinner, Ling Yi asked, "Are you guys going to the auction tonight?" Mingxi yawned and replied, "I'm not interested. You all go?" Ling Yi grinned and said, "You're really not going?" "From what I know, the highlight of tonight's auction is the beast essence of an 8th tier divine beast that can help spirit beasts or spirit pets advance. Is that true?" Mingxi immediately became interested upon hearing this. "Of course it's true. I'm an insider. Do you want me to help you bid on it?" Ling Yi, who was not lacking in money, said, "Isn't the Chamber of Commerce your family's? Do you really have to auction off your own things?" Mingxi asked in confusion. "Although the Chamber of Commerce is my family's, treasures are generally sold on behalf of others here. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go. Mingxi looked more eager than anyone else. The 8 of them arrived at the auction site, which had already begun, and they sat in the super VIP room on the 3rd floor. The auction hall was quite large, over 3,000 square meters, filled with people both upstairs and downstairs. The auction was hosted by a young woman who looked about 18 or 19 years old, tall with an oval face and very beautiful. Next, the 5th auction item was introduced. Ice Silkworm Silk, produced in the extreme cold region, owned by the 7th tier monster, the Snow Domain Ice Silkworm. It was the best material for making armor, with a starting bid of 3,000 gold coins. 3,100 gold coins, an old man called out. Humph. I bid 3,200 gold coins, someone in the 2nd floor VIP room said. 3,500 gold coins, the old man continued. I bid 3,700 gold coins. 4,000 gold coins. I bid 5,000 gold coins, the old man said with a smile. Forget it. Let the young ones have it. 5,000 gold coins once, no higher bids. 5,000 gold coins twice. 5,000 gold coins 3 times. Congratulations to VIP number 13 for winning this item. Next, we continue with the 6th auction item, 5,000-year-old purple sungrass, classified as a 5th tier herb, grown deep in the dark night forest. Purple sungrass is an excellent medicine for treating internal injuries, with a starting bid of 4,000 gold coins. Mingxi didn't expect those herbs to be so valuable. There had been many purple sungrass back when they were grinding, and he never thought a 5,000-year-old one could sell for such a high price. 4,100 gold coins. A man in blue called out first. Cough, cough. Young man, I bid 5,000 gold coins. A half-aged old man grinned. 5,100 gold coins. The man in blue continued to bid. 6,000 gold coins. 6,100 gold coins. The half-aged old man was furious. Oh, come on. You're still going against me. 7,000 gold coins. The man in blue spread his hands. I'll let you have it. 7,000 gold coins for a herb isn't worth it. You dare to trick me. 7,000 gold coins once, 7,000 gold coins twice, 7,000 gold coins 3 times. Congratulations to this VIP for winning this auction item. Next, we continue with the 7th item, which is quite extraordinary, a heavenly grade top-tier fire attribute weapon, starting bid of 10,000 gold coins. It's actually a heavenly grade top-tier weapon. This is a good item. Now that I'm a 5th tier warrior, it's just right for me to use. I bid 11,000 gold coins. A muscular man called out first. Sorry, brother. I also really want this weapon. I bid 12,000 gold coins. No problem. The highest bidder wins. I bid 13,000 gold coins. I'm joining in the fun too. I bid 15,000 gold coins. Haha, how can I miss out on such a good item? 20,000 gold coins. The one calling out the bid is a middle-aged man, with a handsome and upright posture, a strong physique, and developed muscles, especially his block-like chest and abdominal muscles, giving a solid, tall, and powerful first impression. Forget it. I don't have many gold coins on me. You all go ahead. I'm also out. Maybe next time. I'll bid when there's another opportunity. Is there anyone else bidding? 20,000 gold coins once. 20,000 gold coins twice. 20,000 gold coins 3 times. Congratulations to this distinguished guest for winning the treasure. The 8th item up for auction is a set of top-grade heavenly armor, which was won by a white-haired old man for 90,000 gold coins. The 9th item is a millennium-old 7th grade meat spirit mushroom, which enhances the physical strength of warriors. Mingxi didn't need it, so he didn't bid, and it was also bought by someone with a heavenly weapon for 110,000 gold coins. Next up for auction is a spirit beast egg. Although it is a dead egg, it has been around for tens of thousands of years. Collectors may want to get it, but if the original owner didn't urgently need gold coins, they wouldn't have brought it to auction. The starting bid is 150,000 gold coins. What is the bidding value of a dead egg? Exactly, and the price is so high, I won't waste my money on that. With 150,000 gold coins, I could buy a good set of equipment. Mingxi stood up when he saw the spirit beast egg because Black Lin had a reaction to this egg. Mingxi was the first to call out. I bid 150,000 gold coins. Ling Yi asked in confusion, what use do you have for a dead egg? Mingxi shook his head. I don't know what use it has, just consider it a collection. There really are fools who buy it. Maybe it's the prodigal son of some big family. 150,000 gold coins is not a small sum. It seems there are no more bids. 150,000 gold coins once. 150,000 gold coins twice. 150,000 gold coins 3 times. Congratulations to this super VIP for winning this auction item. It's actually a super VIP. I knew it. It sounds like they are on the 3rd floor. The super VIP room is not for ordinary people to enter. I heard only big figures can go into the super VIP room. Chapter 41, Breakthrough. Next is the final item up for auction, also the highlight treasure of today. A beast essence from the 8th grade divine beast, the Chongming bird, starting at 400,000 gold coins, and the bidding starts now. The Chongming bird is indeed a super divine beast. This beast essence is a great item. Unfortunately, the price is too high for me to bid. Let us just watch. Such a good item will definitely be fought over by those big families. I bid 410,000 gold coins, said a youth on the second floor. 450,000 gold coins. 500,000 gold coins. It seems many big families have sent people today, so I'll join in too. 600,000 gold coins. Look, all 6 major families of Tianshui City are here. The Sun family, Zhao family, Wang family, Li family, Qin family, and Lu family. This auction is going to be exciting. 650,000 gold coins, shouted the second elder of the Sun family. Mingxi, let me help you win it. With several big families here, the competition will surely be fierce. Here are 5 million gold coins for you. Ling Yi casually took out a gold card. Where did such a little kid get so many gold coins? You don't need to be embarrassed. Just consider it a loan from me. Mingxi took out a spatial ring and placed it in front of Ling Yi. I don't know how many gold coins are in here. You can take a look for yourself. Ling Yi picked up the spatial ring and exclaimed, where did you get so many gold coins? There are at least 7 or 8 million here. Chui Yuanhong took the spatial ring to check it and said, wow, brother. I've never seen so many gold coins before. Lung Yuzhu also handed Mingxi a spatial ring. I have some gold coins here too. Take it and use it. This time Mingxi didn't refuse. He knew his gold coins were sufficient, but still accepted Lung Yuzhu's coins. Ling Yi was unhappy on the side. Why can she accept it, and I can't? Humph. Li Wenhao took the gold card. I'll accept it for my brother. It's the first time I've seen someone so eager to give away money. 1. 8 million gold coins. 2 million gold coins. The auction was still ongoing, and the bidding price had already reached 2 million gold coins, and the bids kept coming. 3 million gold coins. This was the first bid from Steward Liu. A rare guest. Steward Liu is here too. I bid 4 million gold coins. The second head of the Wang family also followed with a bid. It has already reached 4 million gold coins, and with that, most small families have given up. Indeed, a small family wouldn't earn that much in 20 years. Not to mention small families. Even big families would take several years to earn that. Steward Liu gritted his teeth. I bid for 5 million. The second head of the Wang family had a total of 5 million gold coins, and he had one last chance. If the Liu family continued, he wouldn't be able to bid anymore. The Liu family is really wealthy. Our Wang family didn't prepare much, only a little over 10 million. I bid 5 million gold coins. The Liu family only brought 5 million this time. When Steward Liu heard the opponent had prepared over 10 million, he tossed his hands and left the auction. The second head of the Wang family smiled, seeing the Liu family leave. This beast essence is securely in hand because he knew there was no one else who could take out 5 million, though it pained him. Winning the beast essence was worth it. Is there anyone else bidding for 5 million gold coins? 5 million once. I bid 5 million. This time it was Mingxi calling out the bid. The second head of the Wang family was furious. Who is that reckless kid shouting the bid? An old man with white hair shouted, this is the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, not your Wang family courtyard. You can't act wild here. Come, escort him out. The second head of the Wang family snorted coldly and turned to leave because the one speaking was the elder of the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, a 7th grade Beastmaster. 5 million gold coins. Is there anyone else bidding? 5 million once. 5 million twice. 5 million 3 times. Congratulations to this super VIP for winning the 8th grade Divine Beast Essence. Today's auction has successfully concluded. Thank you all for participating. On behalf of the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, I thank everyone for their support. Who knows which young master this is, so wealthy? I think it should be someone from the 4 great sacred halls. Yes, I think so too. Bang bang bang. A series of knocks sounded. Come in, young miss. This is the item won by this young master next door, totaling 5,650,000. The president said the chamber S10 is waived, leaving 5,080,000 gold coins. Let me pay for him. Ling Yi took out her gold card. Mingxi took the item and said, use this to pay. Ling Yi pouted in anger. What? Do you look down on me? You want to give me a chance to return the favor. Do I have to owe you a favor for the rest of my life? We are friends, so you don't owe me any favors. At this moment, the black beast core flickered, and Black Lin ran out from the beast core, taking up half the room with its 8-meter-long body. Black Lin told Mingxi that he must use Mingxi's blood and the blood of a spirit beast to revive the dead egg. Mingxi bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood on it. Then Black Lin also dripped his blood onto the egg, which shone with golden light. Mingxi felt the breath of life. He didn't expect this dead egg to really come to life. Black Lin told Mingxi that this beast egg would hatch in 3 days, and Mingxi placed it in the spirit pearl. where the little fatty was just finishing absorbing the beast essence and refining it. Black Lin leaned against Mingxi, and Mingxi stroked Black Lin's head, asking, Black Lin, what exactly is your bloodline? Although you are a first-level spirit beast, I find you stronger than other spirit beasts. They say first-level spirit beasts grow slowly. But your growth is faster than anyone. Since awakening, I haven't fed you at all. You've relied on yourself to level up. Qilin communicated with Mingxi in beast language. Master, I don't have much memory. My memory only began after I formed a contract with you. I can't remember anything from before. It's okay. Once you grow a bit more, you'll know what bloodline you possess, Mingxi replied. Qilin nestled beside Mingxi, and the two brothers slept through the night. The next morning, Mingxi woke up early, but Qilin was nowhere to be seen. Mingxi checked the spirit pearl. The beast egg was fine, but the little fatty's aura had grown much stronger and had also increased in size by more than a foot. Mingxi released the little fatty. Have you already leveled up? The little fatty said in a sweet voice using beast language. Yes, master, I am now at the peak of the 3rd tier. 3rd tier? That was quick. It seems the 500,000 gold coins were well spent. Mingxi was particularly excited because the little fatty reaching the 3rd tier meant he was now his greatest support. With the little fatty at the 3rd tier, the upcoming matches would be much easier, but the main priority now was for him to advance to a 3rd tier Beastmaster. If he reached the 3rd tier, he would have a fighting chance even against a 4th tier Beastmaster. Mingxi sat in meditation, realizing he had been stuck at 29 points of mental strength for 3 months. He had used the concentration liquid and soaked in the essence of the spirit liquid, but there had been no improvement. Mingxi took out the last piece of the spirit liquid essence, bit off a piece, and after half an hour, he found that the essence had no taste and seemed to have no side effects. So he swallowed the entire piece of spirit liquid essence. A headache struck him as if his head were about to split, causing him to roll on the bed in pain. Gradually, the pain lessened significantly, and Mingxi fainted from the agony. When he woke up again, it was already deep into the night. Mingxi continued to meditate and found his mental strength was rapidly condensing. After about 2 hours, he finally broke through to the 3rd tier. Li Wenhao also used 2 bottles of concentration liquid to break through to the 3rd tier, leaving only Cui Yuanhong at 29 points of mental strength. Mingxi used Beast Essence to upgrade all his 3rd martial skills to divine level, while Li Wenhao upgraded his martial skills to intermediate level. Mingxi, mental strength 30 points, telekinesis 39 points. Martial skills, sky piercing 13 slashes, 1st slash, void break. 2nd slash, earth shattering, 3rd slash, falling blade. Hidden dragon technique, 1st form, Azure dragon emerges from water, 2nd form, golden dragon slashes moon. Little black. 1st martial skill, shadow, black. 2nd martial skill, dragon's tooth, black. 3rd martial skill, dragon god transformation, black. Little white. 1st martial skill, phantom, black. 2nd martial skill, teleportation, black. 3rd martial skill, white tiger's might, black. Little gray. 1st martial skill, Xuanwu shield, black. 2nd martial skill, devour, black. 3rd martial skill, Xuanwu domain, black. Li Wenhao, mental strength 29 points. 1st martial skill, icebound 1,000 miles, blue. 2nd martial skill, snowstorm, purple. 3rd martial skill, icebound prison, blue. Chapter 42, breaking into the top 8. Finals venue. I am very pleased to be the chief judge for today's academy competition. Each academy will have 2 matches today. The morning session will be the 16-8, and the afternoon session will be the 8-4. The matches will be conducted in a team format. The rankings for the 3 top teams in the subdivision are Fengling Academy in 1st place with 81 points, Fengyun Academy in 2nd place with 76 points, and Xinyuan Academy in 3rd place with 74 points. These 3 teams should come and collect their rewards when you have time. Now, the captains from the 16 teams will come up to draw lots. The speaker was a middle-aged man named Tang Long, a 5th-tier Beastmaster, around 40 years old, dressed in a blue robe, not very tall, with fair skin and an elegant demeanor. Cui Yuanhong excitedly said, "Our team actually ranked 1st, and there are rewards too. I wonder what good items we might get." Look at your naive expression. What good rewards could there be? It's probably just concentration liquid or something like that. Ling Yi said dismissively. The captains of the 16 teams went on stage to draw lots, and the final results were Special Academy, Flamefire Academy, versus Advanced Academy, Dragon Hidden Academy. Special Academy, Water Domain Academy, versus Advanced Academy, Qinyuan Academy. Special Academy, Azure Blue Academy, versus Special Academy, Flame Academy. Advanced Academy, Xianxing Academy, versus Intermediate Academy, Fengling Academy. Special Academy, Misty Academy, versus Advanced Academy, Shine Academy. Special Academy, Cloud Rising Academy, versus Advanced Academy, Fengyun Academy. Special Academy, Empty Spirit Academy, versus Advanced Academy, Divine Movement Academy. Special Academy, Blue Star Academy, versus Advanced Academy, Warboat Academy. Tang Long coughed a few times. In the first round, Flame Fire Academy will battle Dragon Hidden Academy. The match begins. The battle between Flame Fire Academy and Dragon Hidden Academy had no suspense. Flame Fire Academy decisively ended the fight with overwhelming strength. Flame Fire Academy won and advanced to the top 8. In the second round, Water Domain Academy faced Qinyuan Academy, and the match began. The captain of Water Domain Academy was a 4th-tier Beastmaster, and under his leadership, they easily secured the victory. Water Domain Academy won and advanced to the top 8. In the third round, Azure Blue Academy faced Flame Academy, and the match began. The captains of both teams were 4th-tier Beastmasters, and this battle was extremely fierce. In the end, Flame Academy narrowly defeated Azure Blue Academy. Flame Academy won and advanced to the top 8. In the fourth round, Xiansheng Academy competed against Fengling Academy, and the match began. The participants from Fengling Academy were Jiang Xueqing, Mingxi, Li Wenhao, Cui Yuanhong, and Han Lai. The participants from Xiansheng Academy were Li Chuang, Ma Yu, Qi Yong, Yuan Haoyu, and Gong Fei. Li Chuang had 38 points of mental strength and a level 4 spirit beast, the Howling Sky Tiger, with 3 light orbs, 2 purple, and 1 black. Ma Yu had 37 points of mental strength and a level 4 spirit beast, the Long-Tailed Crocodile, with 3 light orbs, 1 blue and 2 purple. Qi Yong had 37 points of mental strength and a level 3 spirit beast, the Iron-Horned Giant Rhino, with 3 light orbs, 1 blue and 2 purple. Yuan Haoyu had 35 points of mental strength and a level 3 spirit beast, the Three-Eyed Demon Wolf, with 3 light orbs, 2 blue and 1 purple. Gong Fei had 34 points of mental strength and a level 3 spirit beast, the Nether Grey Wolf, with 3 light orbs, 2 blue and 1 purple. Both sides merged their beasts, except for Mingxi, who didn't merge with his spirit beast. Mingxi then released Little Grey from the Spirit Pearl. Second brother, third brother, I will lead the attack with Brother Han. You must protect Xueqing well. The rest will be left to me and Brother Han. Brother Han, your task is. Han Lai was the first to charge, using his first martial skill, Black Screen, and his third martial skill, Blood Rage. Little Grey was in front, with Mingxi hiding behind him, and Han Lai on Little Grey's left side. The opponents, seeing Little Grey's size, didn't dare to act recklessly. Li Wenhao pressed both hands to the ground, using his first martial skill, Icebound 1,000 Miles. Ma Yu stomped 1 foot, using his second martial skill, Crocodile Defense. The ground rose up, forming a fortress that blocked Li Wenhao's ice attack. Cui Yuanhong roared, using his first martial skill, Earthquake. The fortress was lifted by a protruding rock, and the few quickly left that area. At this moment, Han Lai had already reached in front of them, using his second martial skill, Gale Stealth. Han Lai moved extremely fast, charging directly forward. Seeing this, Li Chuang rushed forward to meet him, and when Han Lai saw Li Chuang coming, he smiled broadly. Li Chuang shouted loudly, third martial skill, Sky Tiger Break Extreme Kill. Li Chuang and Han Lai collided, and in a frenzied state. Han Lai was actually knocked away by Li Chuang's claw. Han Lai charged again, and Li Chuang struck again with a claw. Han Lai tilted his head to dodge and retaliated with a punch. Li Chuang, reacting quickly, met the attack with his tiger claw, and both were knocked back. Little Grey used Water Seal to block the retreat of several opponents. Mingxi, seizing the opportunity, dashed to the right and executed the second form of the Hidden Dragon technique. Golden Dragon slashes Moon. A golden dragon's afterimage, resembling a real dragon, slashed down instantly, severely injuring Gong Fei, who was eliminated without even using a martial skill. Mingxi charged forward once again, launching a strike called Azure Dragon Emerges from Water. Ma Yu reacted very quickly, using his third martial skill, Giant Crocodile Tail Strike. Yuan Haoyu pushed with both hands, using his second martial skill, Three-Eyed Impact. The enormous tail collided with the residual image of the Azure Dragon, and the two forces instantly canceled each other out. However, Yuan Haoyu's Three-Eyed Impact directly hit Mingxi, sending him flying several meters away. Qi Yong seized the opportunity to rush over, using his third martial skill, Iron Horn Drill Mountain. The impact was tremendous, and Mingxi, unable to evade due to being knocked back, was met with Xiao Hui appearing in front of him, using the power of water to slow Qi Yong's attack, then using a turtle shell to block Qi Yong's horns. Qi Yong was sent flying, but Xiao Hui's turtle shell also suffered a hole, as Xiao Hui was just a young beast. At that moment, the ground sank, trapping the 3 enemies in the swamp, and then the 3 of them were simultaneously encased in ice, which was Li Wenhao's third martial skill, Ice Sealing Cage. Seeing the opportunity, Mingxi charged forward again, but before his sword could fall, the ice seal was broken. Unexpectedly, Yuan Haoyu had released his third martial skill, Three-Eyed Shield, before being sealed in ice. Mingxi dared not act rashly, and then Cui Yuanhong and Li Wenhao rushed over, With Jiang Xueqing releasing her third martial skill, Decay would meet Spring in midair. Mingxi exchanged a glance with Jiang Xueqing and charged forward. Qi Yong, seeing this, immediately used his second martial skill, Giant Rhino Earth-Shattering Blade, causing a massive crack to open in the ground, with an energy surge heading directly for Mingxi. Suddenly, everything disappeared, and the three of them felt dazed. They had fallen under Jiang Xueqing's mental interference. Cui Yuanhong stepped forward, using his first martial skill, Earth-Shattering. However, Cui Yuanhong did not notice that Ma Yu had already regained consciousness, using his third martial skill, Giant Crocodile Tail Strike. Mingxi wanted to step forward to help, but it was too late. Cui Yuanhong had already been knocked down. This left both sides with 4 members each. While Li Chuang was still engaged in a duel with Han Lai, who, despite being injured in several places, still appeared very excited. Mingxi felt that if this dragged on, they might lose, as the opponents were seasoned veterans. Mingxi whispered, "Second brother, just do this later." The two formulated a strategy, with Mingxi instructing Xiao Hui to use the power of water to seal the movements of several opponents. After finishing, Mingxi charged forward, with Li Wenhao pressing both hands to the ground, using his first martial skill, Ice Sealing for 1,000 miles. Not only the ground, but also the water of Xuanwu was frozen. Jiang Xueqing released a mental disturbance in midair, and Mingxi rushed up to solve Ma Yu with a punch. Li Chuang wanted to come over to help, but Han Lai relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no chance to assist. Now only Qi Yong and Yuan Haoyu remained, both of whom had expended a lot of mental energy, while Mingxi and his team only had Jiang Xueqing using up more of her mental energy. Li Wenhao pushed forward with both hands, using his second martial skill, Ice and Snowstorm. Yuan Haoyu deployed the three-eyed shield, which only formed a protective layer around him, but it could not fully withstand the ice and snowstorm. Mingxi charged forward with another Azure Dragon emerges from Water Strike, prompting Qi Yong to quickly block in front. Even though his spirit beast was defensive, he was still injured from taking the Azure Dragon emerges from water head-on. Qi Yong and Yuan Haoyu were now at their wits' end, and Mingxi and Li Wenhao continuously attacked, eventually leaving Qi Yong heavily injured on the ground and Yuan Haoyu knocked out by Mingxi's punch. Now only Li Chuang remained, who was quickly overwhelmed by the combined attacks of Han Lai and Mingxi. Was it not a mistake? The Medium Academy actually won. It was truly unbelievable. Their strategy worked well, sending a strong fighter to control the opposing strongest force, and then taking them down one by one. Wind Spirit Academy won and advanced to the top 8. Upon hearing this, Yang Yingnua excitedly hugged Zetian, their eyes meeting. Yang Yingnua quickly released her grip, blushing and lowering her head shyly, while Zetian awkwardly chuckled a few times. Ding Fei wiped his tears and said, "The kids really brought honor to the academy. It's the first time in history that a medium academy has advanced to the top 8. Chapter 43, the top 4 competition. Cui Yuanhong placed his hand on Mingxi's shoulder. "Brother, where did you go just now? The 5th round has already started. I went to claim the ranking rewards." Ling Yi asked, "Is it something like spirit concentration liquid?" Mingxi took out 16 beast essences, leaving everyone stunned, and then he distributed 2 to each person. "These are beast essences from 6th tier demon beasts. This is a great item," Jiang Xueqing exclaimed excitedly. Ling Yi casually tossed her beast essence to Mingxi. "I didn't expect the reward for the ranking match to be this, but I can't use this. So it's yours." Mingxi did not refuse and directly put away the beast essence, knowing that Ling Yi did not lack such things. "Let's go watch the match. Knowing ourselves and our enemies will help us formulate countermeasures." Mingxi deduced that the opponents might have a Beastmaster similar to Jiang Xueqing. Time passed little by little, and the mysterious Mist Academy had consumed more than half of their mental energy, while everyone from the Sandy Rock Academy remained spirited. In the end, led by the captain of Sandy Rock Academy, they counter-killed mysterious Mist Academy. Sandy Rock Academy won and advanced to the top 8. It was rare for a higher academy to defeat a special academy. There seemed to have been a case 9 years ago where a higher academy defeated a special academy. I actually want to see how far that medium academy can go. I think they will stop if they encounter a special academy. They were lucky this time to face a higher academy, but who knows what will happen next round. In the 6th round, Yunting Academy faced Fengyun Academy, and the match began now. The captain of Yunting Academy was also a 4th-tier Beastmaster, and the match was one-sided, finishing in just 20 minutes. Yunting Academy won and advanced to the top 8. In the 7th round, Kongling Academy faced Xinxing Academy, and the match began now. Both sides integrated their spirit beasts. The captain of Kongling Academy was a 4th-tier Beastmaster, but everyone was surprised to find that Xinxing Academy also had a 4th-tier Beastmaster, and their beast martial skills were also of high level. In the end, Xinxing Academy narrowly defeated Kongling Academy. Xinxing Academy won and advanced to the top 8. Another higher academy defeated a special academy. What happened this year? Did the special academies weaken, or did the higher academies grow stronger? However, This higher academy was indeed powerful, having a 4th-tier Beastmaster appear. This year, the Medium Academy defeated a higher academy, and the higher academy defeated a special academy. It was truly a rare occurrence. In the final round of 16-8, Launching Academy faced Wuzhou Academy. The match starts now. Both sides integrated, and Launching Academy surprisingly had 2 4th-tier Beastmasters. The battle ended in 10 minutes. Launching Academy won and advanced to the top 8. Brother, this small team has 2 4th-tier Beastmasters. That's too strong. I'm only at 2nd tier. Mingxi frowned. This team was indeed tricky, but we wouldn't be facing them next round. The teams that advanced to the top 8 are Yinhua Academy, Shuiyu Academy, Qilin Academy, Wind Spirit Academy, Sandy Rock Academy, Yunting Academy, Xinxing Academy, and Launching Academy. The matches will start promptly at 2 in the afternoon. Everyone can disperse now. Mingxi, let's go strategize for this afternoon's match, Jiang Xueqing said. Yeah, let's go. This match is particularly crucial, especially since the opponent has a 4th-tier Beastmaster. All the teams arrived early in the afternoon, as each team did not want to miss the matches of the other teams. Special Academy, Yinhua Academy, versus Special Academy, Shuiyu Academy. Special Academy, Qilin Academy, versus Medium Academy, Wind Spirit Academy. Higher Academy, Sandy Rock Academy, versus Special Academy, Yunting Academy. Higher Academy, Xinxing Academy, versus Special Academy, Launching Academy. Time's up. The first round of the top 8, Yinhua Academy versus Shuiyu Academy, begins now. The Flame Academy and the Water Academy are evenly matched, with both teams led by 4th-tier Beastmasters. The two teams fought for a long time before a winner was determined, with the Water Academy ultimately prevailing over the Flame Academy. The Water Academy won and advanced to the top 4. In the second round, the Azure Academy faced the Wind Spirit Academy, and the match began. The fighters for the Wind Spirit Academy were Mingxi, Jiang Xueqing, Ling Yi, Li Wenhao, and Han Lai. The Azure Academy fielded Yuna, Guo Gang, Guo Chang, Zhu Jiqing, and Jing Guanyuan. Yuna had a mental strength of 41, was a 4th-tier Beastmaster, and her spirit beast was the ancient divine beast, the Bluebird, with 4 light spheres, 3 purple, and 1 black. Guo Gang had a mental strength of 38, was a 3rd-tier Beastmaster, and his spirit beast was the ancient fierce beast, the Ming Snake, with 3 light spheres, all purple. Guo Chang also had a mental strength of 38, was a 3rd-tier Beastmaster, and had the same spirit beast as Guo Gang, with 3 light spheres, all purple. Zhu Jiqing had a mental strength of 37, was a 3rd-tier Beastmaster, and her spirit beast was the ancient divine beast, the Fu Zhu, with 3 light spheres, all purple. Jing Guanyuan had a mental strength of 37, was a 3rd-tier Beastmaster, and his spirit beast was the ancient demon beast, the Wenhua beast, with 3 light spheres, 1 blue and 2 purple. Both sides merged their powers. Mingxi still hadn't merged his spirit beast, and this time he released both the chubby boy and the Xuanwu. Han, you and Yi follow me. Second brother, you support from behind. Mingxi led with 1 person, 2 beasts, and a horse. Yuna said, pay attention to your positions. Since they plan to attack, we will defend. Jiqing, activate the barrier to prevent their mental skills from entering. Guo Gang and Guo Chang, come with me to meet the enemy. Mingxi stopped and whispered, there's a mental barrier here. I'll break it, and you all can follow in. If we don't break the barrier, they will know our positions, and it will also block mental attacks. Mingxi's first move of the Hidden Dragon technique, Azure Dragon emerges from water, was precisely the nemesis of the barrier. Mingxi slashed with his sword, and the barrier instantly vanished. Mingxi signaled the chubby boy to keep an eye on Yuna. They were going to use the same trick to take them down one by one. Ling Yi stood behind Mingxi and used her 3rd martial skill, Dream Realm. Zhu Jiqing shouted, 3rd martial skill, Grave Dispersion. Ling Yi's illusion immediately disappeared, revealing many tombstones on the ground exuding a chilling aura. Mingxi executed a move called Golden Dragon/Moon, and the Golden Dragon's afterimage shattered the tombstones on the ground. Han Lai used his 1st martial skill, Black Curtain, and 3rd martial skill, Blood Rage. Han Lai's black energy instantly enveloped the entire arena. Guo Gang and Guo Chang were twin brothers, and both their martial skills and spirit beasts were identical. They shouted in unison, 2nd martial skill, Sound of the Ming Snake. The powerful sound waves made several of them feel dizzy. Seeing this, Yuna charged forward, using her 1st martial skill, Kill of the Azure. The speed of Kill of the Azure was extremely fast. Mingxi gritted his teeth in pain, preparing to counterattack, when the chubby boy stepped in front and let out a scream that dispersed the sound waves. He then faced Yuna head-on. Yuna was caught off guard by the strength of this beast, and a fire escape easily neutralized her attack. A 4th-tier Beastmaster was actually entangled by a 3rd-tier beast, which made Yuna somewhat annoyed. She used her 3rd martial skill, Azure Flame. The Azure Flames surged towards the chubby boy, who surprisingly opened his mouth wide and swallowed the flames. Yuna was terrified. This flame was not ordinary but the divine fire from the divine beast, the bluebird. Why could this beast swallow divine fire? Gua Gang, Gua Chang, and Jin Guanyuan took advantage of the four not fully recovering and charged forward. Gua Gang and Gua Chang called out, third martial skill, giant snake strangulation. Jin Guanyuan followed closely, using his second martial skill, fiery slaughter. Two giant Ming snakes were about to reach them, and a massive fireball was descending from the sky. In this critical moment, the black beast core above Mingxi's head flickered, and the black Lin leapt out from the core, its tail smashing the giant snake. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was Xiao Hui soaring into the air, blocking the massive fireball with its body. Chapter 44, Advancing to the Top 4. Gua Gang frowned and said, why does he have so many spirit pets? And on top of that, he has the strength of a third-tier Beastmaster? That one next to him is even more outrageous, being able to hold back the captain. Gua Chang had been watching closely and said, brother, that last one isn't a spirit pet, but a spirit beast. Spirit beast? Impossible. How could a spirit beast have such powerful attacks? Our third martial skills are not something ordinary people can break, Gua Gang asserted. Gua Chang shook his head, brother. Didn't you see that black beast core appear above that kid's head? If it came from the beast core, it must be a spirit beast. The data also didn't mention what his spirit beast looks like, right? Hearing Gua Chang say this, Gua Gang seemed to recall that he did see a black object for a moment, but he didn't see it clearly. Just then, pink gas enveloped the entire arena. It was Ling Yi's third martial skill, Dream Realm. Gua Gang, Gua Chang, and Jin Guanyuan were already lost in their beautiful dreams. Han Lai, Li Wenhao, and Mingxi charged in. Mingxi knocked Jin Guanyuan down with a punch, while Han Lai and Li Wenhao took down the Gua brothers. Zhu Jiqing wanted to help, but it was too late, as the positions of the four had stretched too far apart. She had thought her teammates would win, but unexpectedly, the appearance of the Black Lin turned the tide, and 3 teammates were killed in retaliation. No one had expected they would lose to a spirit beast, in their eyes. Spirit beasts were merely auxiliary combatants, yet this spirit beast strength was comparable to a third-tier Beastmaster. Outside the arena, 2 white-haired elders sat there, exuding an air of immortality. What do you think of this little kid? His spirit pets and spirit beasts are quite interesting. No, you haven't seen the main point. Are you talking about our family's hidden dragon technique? Zilong Xiao, you really are getting old. Well, I'm surprised he can use the hidden dragon technique. That's not what I'm talking about. He's only about 10 years old, but haven't you noticed that he is both a third-tier Beastmaster and a third-tier warrior? What kind of talent is it to cultivate both to the third tier? At his age, even reaching one of them to the third tier would be considered a genius. Unless his cultivation talent is blood red. Otherwise, it's impossible to have such a fast cultivation speed. Have Zetian send me this kid's data later. Okay, Hall Master. I'll have Zetian send his data right away. And this little brat actually passed on the hidden dragon technique to others. Let's see how I deal with him. Why can't you be more flexible? Zetian is also considered this kid's master, so when he graduates, won't he be one of us in the Beast God Hall? So I think Zetian is right. Since the Hall Master said so, I'll let him go this time. Let's continue watching the match. My 2 granddaughters are down there. I really didn't expect that the little kid who used to get a headache just hearing about cultivation would now be a third tier. The Wind Spirit Academy has truly refreshed my understanding. He didn't want to cultivate because of his father's influence. If only she could be like her mother. Zilong Xiao didn't continue. Cough, cough, cough. Hall Master, challenging her one-on-one is just asking for trouble. Now that you mention it, there is indeed some similarity. The strong attack power and that fire immunity. Could it be the bloodline of the Imperial Qilin? No, no, that is an ancient chaotic divine beast. How could it serve as a spirit pet for humans? It could just be a slight resemblance. Yes, just a slight resemblance. At this moment, a loud bang echoed in the arena as Yuna unleashed her 4th martial skill, Wrath of the Bluebird. This skill was incredibly powerful, and the entire arena looked as if it were engulfed in flames. If it weren't for the chubby boy and Xiao Hui, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the attack unscathed. Xiao Hui used water escape to protect them, while Li Wenhao used his first martial skill to freeze the water, which helped to fend off the woman's attack. On the competition stage, Mingxi's 5 teammates were injured, and Yuna, exhausted from the continuous attacks from the 5, had her mental strength drained. Mingxi swiftly drew 2 swords, ending the battle. Although they won, everyone was hurt, yet Mingxi hadn't used several of her trump cards. Fengling Academy emerged victorious, advancing to the semifinals. You guys are amazing. You've made it to the top 4. Chui Yuanhong exclaimed, grabbing Mingxi's shoulder, and the 2 embraced. Leng Yuzhu had not participated in the match at all, and seemed a bit unhappy because she felt she hadn't helped them. Mingxi approached her and said, I know you're not happy, but you're our secret weapon. We need you for the final match. Really? I can participate in the last match? Leng Yuzhu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course, you're our strongest output, Mingxi replied. Leng Yuzhu smiled brightly. That's great. In the audience, spectators were discussing. A medium academy actually made it to the top 4. That's incredible. The Beast Tamer in their team is very strong, able to control 3 demon beasts at once. Indeed, those demon beasts were formidable. In the 3rd round, Shine Academy faced Yunting Academy, and the match began. Shine Academy had 1 person in each of the 4 corners and 1 in the center, while the captain of Yunting Academy was a 4th-tier Beast Tamer, launching a fierce attack. However, Shine Academy's defense was as hard as a turtle shell. The 2 sides were locked in a stalemate for an hour. Although Yunting Academy couldn't break through Shine Academy's defense, 3 members of Shine Academy were injured, while Yunting Academy's 5 members suffered severe mental exhaustion. The 5 from Yunting Academy launched an attack together and finally broke through Shine Academy's defense. However, unexpectedly, Shine Academy fought back. Due to the significant consumption of energy by Yunting Academy, Shine Academy ultimately secured victory. Shine Academy won and advanced to the semifinals. The members of Shine Academy were so excited they nearly jumped up because they had made it to the top 4. Captain, we made it to the top 4. This is thanks to everyone's efforts. That's why we could get here. They stacked their hands together, cheering, go, go. In the last match of the quarterfinals, Xinxing Academy faced Launching Academy, and the match began. Launching Academy had 2 4th-tier Beast Tamers, while Xinxing Academy had 1. The 2 academies clashed head-on from the start. Although Launching Academy had 2 4th-tier Beast Tamers, they still found it very challenging to defeat Xinxing Academy. Launching Academy emerged victorious and advanced to the semifinals. The teams that made it to the semifinals were Shuiyu Academy, Fengling Academy, Shine Academy, and Launching Academy. The finals would take place tomorrow. Please arrive at the venue before 8 o'clock. The semifinal matchups were Special Academy, Shuiyu Academy, versus Medium Academy, Fengling Academy, and Higher Academy, Shine Academy, versus Special Academy, Launching Academy. Mingxi discovered that there was a small green snake in the spirit pearl, but upon closer inspection, it had 4 legs and 2 small bumps on its head. Mingxi observed it for a while. Could this be a dragon snake? This little guy resembles the description in the book. The chubby boy was just 1 step away from reaching the 4th tier. Mingxi gave him 4 6th-tier beast essences, but realized that 4 6th-tier beast essences were not enough. It seemed that the hope of advancing was slim. Mingxi's mental power had also reached a bottleneck, just 1 step away from the 4th tier. Reaching the 4th tier would mean a significant leap forward. After practicing all night, Mingxi couldn't break through the bottleneck. It appeared that advancing to the 4th tier was not that simple. The finals venue was already filled with people, with several significant figures seated in the VIP area, including 2 elders from the Beast God Temple. Among the VIPs were the heads of the 4 major temples. The others were also prominent figures. The 4 major temples aimed to recruit talented individuals through this competition to solidify their positions. It was said that the 4 major temples held student competitions every few years, ranking the temples based on student performance. For the past few years, the War God Temple had consistently held the top position, while the Beast God Temple had been at the bottom. Although the Beast God Temple was last, it still had many powerful individuals. I remember 60 years ago, the Demon Clan launched a large-scale attack on the Human Clan, resulting in the deaths of over 100,000 people. The Human Clan's strong suffered heavy casualties, severely wounding the 4 major temples. The Beast God Temple has been in decline ever since, dropping to last place when it used to be first. In recent years, many strong individuals had emerged from the Human Clan, and there were many strong defenders at the border between the Demon Territory and the Human Territory, leading to no recent attacks on Human Territory. Chapter 45, Entering the Finals. Now, several teams were ready, and I announced that the competition officially begins. The first match is Shuiyu Academy versus Fengling Academy. Please welcome the teams to the stage. The participants from Shuiyu Academy are Shui Qingyue, Xin Xiaoro, Zhou Xinya, Sun Jingxiang, and Xiao Qing. The participants from Fengling Academy are Mingxi, Han Lai, Li Wenhao, Jiang Xueqing, and Zhao Long Shui Qingyue, with a mental power of 42. Is a 4th-tier Beast Tamer with a level 5 Spirit Beast, the Qingxiu Fox, possessing 4 orbs, 3 purple and 1 black. Xin Xiaoro, with a mental power of 39. Is a 3rd-tier Beast Tamer with a level 4 Royal Beast, the Flame Weasel, possessing 3 orbs, 2 purple and 1 black. Zhou Xinya, with a mental power of 37. Is a 3rd-tier Beast Tamer with a level 4 Royal Beast, the Black Pattern Demon Cat, possessing 3 purple orbs. Sun Jingxiang, with a mental power of 37. Is a 3rd-tier Beast Tamer with a level 4 Royal Beast, the Glasses King Snake, possessing 3 purple orbs. Xiao Qing, with a mental power of 35. Is a 3rd-tier Beast Tamer with a level 3 Spirit Beast, the Flamingo, possessing 3 orbs, 1 blue and 2 purple. Chui Yuanhong asked, why are all the participants from Shuiyu Academy women? Ling Yi gave him a light smack. You fool, because Shuiyu Academy is a women's academy. That's why they're all women. Oh, I see. Both teams summoned their spirit beasts. Mingxi released the chubby boy and Xiao Hui, then summoned He Lin. In terms of ranks, Shueyu Academy had the advantage. But Mingxi had 1 spirit pet and 2 spirit beasts to support her, giving her team a numerical advantage. Shueyu Academy adjusted its formation, with 4 people on the left and 2 on the right, protecting Xiao Qing in the center. Meanwhile, in Fengling Academy, Zhao Long and Jiang Xueqing were in the air. Zhao Long in front and Jiang Xueqing behind. Mingxi and Han Lai were in front, with Li Wenhao behind. Mingxi had the chubby boy and He Lin by her side, while Xiao Hui was responsible for protecting Jiang Xueqing and Li Wenhao. Shueyu Academy struck first. Shui Qingyue's eyes turned white as she used her 4th martial skill, Heavenly Fox Dance, followed by her 3rd martial skill, Fox Charm and 100 Beauties. Heavenly Fox Dance increases mental power, while Fox Charm and 100 Beauties is a mental attack. A group of Fox Phantoms rushed towards Mingxi and her team. Shui Qingyue's mental power was much higher than theirs. If hit, they would be instantly defeated. Jiang Xueqing's eyes glowed purple as she used her 3rd martial skill, Withering Wood meets Spring. Jiang Xueqing used Withering Wood meets Spring to increase the mental power of her teammates by 10 points, ensuring they wouldn't be one-hit killed. Mingxi wasn't sure if Azure Dragon emerges from water would work against Fox Charm and 100 Beauties, so she thrust her sword directly. Mingxi discovered that Azure Dragon emerges from water could break through the mental attack, but it only worked at the point of the sword strike. To completely break through, she would need a dozen strikes, which wouldn't be enough time. Mingxi dared not hide too much. She activated the first form of Demon Refining Technique, Water Shield. A shield made of water blocked Shui Qingyue's mental attack. Water Shield can resist both physical and mental attacks, provided that the opponent's mental power is not higher than hers by 20 points. This technique was learned from Mo-Ku and is one of Mo-Ku's 8 great techniques. Without Jiang Xueqing's boost, Mingxi wouldn't have been able to withstand Shui Qingyue's attack. With the enhancement of her 4th martial skill, Shui Qingyue's mental power had reached 50 points, while Mingxi's was only 40 points, even with Jiang Xueqing's support. Shui Qingyue never expected them to withstand her attack, as this was her full power strike. Shui Qingyue took a few steps forward, executing the 2nd martial skill, Spirit Fox Phantom. Shui Qingyue's body vanished from everyone's sight, and Mingxi glanced at Han Lai. Han Lai nodded, using his 1st martial skill, Black Veil, followed by his 3rd martial skill, Blood Rage. Han Lai's dark energy instantly spread across the entire arena, and he indicated to Mingxi that the enemy was to his left. Mingxi shouted loudly, 2nd form of the Hidden Dragon Technique, Golden Dragon Slashing the Moon. Zhao Long couldn't understand why Mingxi would strike at an empty space. The Golden Dragon's afterimage whizzed past, and with a sudden cry, Shui Qingyue was knocked out. A deep wound was cut into Shui Qingyue's left shoulder. If she hadn't dodged to the right, she would have been severely injured. Xiao Qing hurried over, using her 2nd martial skill, Firebird Heavenly Seal. It was evident that this skill was a healing technique, and Shui Qingyue's bleeding was instantly stopped. Just as Xiao Qing was treating her, the 3 men and 2 beasts charged in, but the 3 behind were blocked by Han Lai, He Lin, and the chubby boy. Shun Xiao shouted loudly, Xiao Qing, be careful. But it was too late. Mingxi had already knocked her out with a punch. Mingxi intended to deliver a final blow to Shui Qingyue, but unexpectedly, she suddenly jumped out despite the pain. Zhao Long seized the opportunity to unleash his 3rd martial skill, Golden Eagle Charge, and Shui Qingyue was knocked down again, this time injuring her back as well. Zhao Long declared, 2nd martial skill, Hurricane Blade. Although Zhao Long's martial skill was intermediate, Shui Qingyue was seriously injured, and she might not be able to withstand this strike. Mingxi couldn't bear it either. Since Shui Qingyue was already heavily injured, he rushed over and knocked her out with a punch, then gently laid her on the ground. With the main force of the Water Domain Academy lost, the remaining 3 were thrown into disarray. The chubby boy was like a force of nature. The 3 couldn't stop his attacks at all. Shin Xiao was the strongest among the 3, but the chubby boy was immune to fire, rendering her attacks ineffective. No one else dared to strike, and the 3 were being toyed with by a single beast. Sun Jingxiang complained, why isn't it afraid of my snake venom? What kind of beast is this? Shin Xiao frowned and said, I don't know either. My attacks are like snacks to it. It just consumes them. Xinya, what about you? You didn't see the big black snake next to me? It attacks me as soon as I move. I'm too scared to budge. Zhou Xinya retreated a few steps in fright. He Lin didn't actively attack, but it was fixated on Zhou Xinya. Whenever she moved, it would lunge forward a bit. While they were all focused on dealing with the chubby boy and He Lin, Li Wenhao created an ice prison, trapping the 3. Zhao Long executed Featherfall, and Li Wenhao unleashed Ice and Snowstorm. At this moment, Shun Xiao was pinned under the chubby boy. Zhou Xinya was entangled by He Lin in the middle. and Sun Jingxiang was eliminated by Zhao Long Mingxi, and the others easily won this round. Fengling Academy triumphed and advanced to the finals. This medium academy is indeed formidable. It easily defeated the Water Domain Academy. Did you see how strong that beast was? 3 third-tier Beast Tamers couldn't do anything to it. In the second match, Cheyenne Academy faced Launching Academy, and the competition began now. Cheyenne Academy maintained a defensive formation, with one person at each cardinal direction, protecting one in the center. Launching Academy continued with a main offensive strategy, with 2 fourth-tier Beast Tamers in front, followed by the others. Cheyenne Academy withstood wave after wave of attacks, and the two teams remained deadlocked for a long time. However, under the simultaneous attack of the 2 fourth-tier Beast Tamers from Launching Academy, the defense was eventually breached, and Cheyenne Academy was instantly defeated by Launching Academy. Longyan Master, what do you think of these young fellows? They performed well, but I'm most curious about that third-tier Strength Master. He hasn't merged with a Spirit Beast since the competition began, and his Spirit Beast can actually fight alongside its master. Such a thing is rare. The speaker appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, seemingly gentle, but actually short-tempered. He was Long Ezhou, the master of the War God Hall, and very few knew his actual age. At a young age, he is already a triple cultivator, mastering both beast taming and strength. Each of these paths is outstanding. Long Ezhou remarked, at his age, I think I was just a third tier. Yet he remains a third-tier strength master. This is a bit embarrassing for me. Go check his information, no matter what method. We must bring him into the War God Hall. Yes, master, I'll take care of it right away. In a corner of the stands, President Ling, aren't you going to see your daughter? Just a bit longer, just a bit longer. Mingxi and the others left the arena and arrived at the dining area, where a variety of foods were available. They took what they wanted and gathered around a table. While eating, Mingxi said, in this afternoon's match, me, Yuzhu, Xueqing, and Brother Han will take the stage. The opponent will be a strong offensive beast tamer, and we are also offensive types. I and the chubby boy will handle the 2 fourth-tier ones, and I'll leave the other 3 to you 4. Mingxi continued, Yuzhu, your martial skills are unknown to them, which is advantageous for us. I'll have Xiao Hui protect you and Xueqing. You'll support me from the back. The opponent will definitely target Xueqing first, but with you and Xiao Hui around, they won't be able to approach her easily. Plus, your martial skills rely on surprise. So we won't be too passive in this battle, and they haven't seen my martial skills before. Good, we'll follow your lead. Brother, me and second brother will cheer for you. Ling Yi smiled and said, do you need me to make a banner for you to hold? Sure. Go ahead and write it. I'll hold it later. The others burst into laughter, and Cui Yuanhong scratched his head and asked, brother, what are you all laughing about? Chapter 46, The Finals. At the finals venue, the last match of the Academy competition, Fengling Academy versus Launching Academy. The competition starts now. The participants from Fengling Academy are Mingxi, Lung Yuzhu, Ling Yi, Jiang Xueqing, and Han Lai. The participants from Launching Academy are Qin Shuiyao, Qin Shuixian, Lung Qing, Wang Ta, and Hu Xiaoping. Qin Shuiyao, mental strength 41 points, 4th tier beast tamer, spirit beast level 5 divine beast Qing Wan, ancient divine beast bloodline. For light spheres, 3 purple and 1 black. Qin Shuixian, mental strength 41 points, 4th tier beast tamer, spirit beast level 5 divine beast Ming Feng, ancient divine beast bloodline. For light spheres, 3 purple and 1 black. Lung Qing, mental strength 39 points, 3rd tier beast tamer, spirit beast level 4 king beast 3-headed lion king, ancient fierce beast bloodline. 3 light spheres, 3 purple. Wang Ta, mental strength 37 points, 3rd tier beast tamer, spirit beast level 3 spirit beast shadow leopard, 3 light spheres, 1 blue and 2 purple. Hu Xiaoping, mental strength 35 points, 3rd tier beast tamer, spirit beast level 3 spirit beast fire lin dog, 3 light spheres, 1 blue and 2 purple. Both sides have merged with spirit beasts, and this time Mingxi also summoned He Lin for merging. The 3 black light spheres behind Mingxi were very conspicuous, while Lung Yuzhu had 1 purple and 2 black light spheres behind her, and Ling Yi had 2 purple and 1 black. The audience erupted in excitement again. What kind of background does Fengling Academy have to showcase so many divine-level martial skills, and one person even has 3 divine-level skills? 3 divine-level martial skills. Is he the illegitimate child of a divine emperor? This medium academy actually has more resources than a special tier academy. Who knows where this academy is? I want to go study there. Several important figures in the VIP seats could no longer sit still. I said, why hasn't this kid merged with a spirit beast? Turns out he was holding back, showing off 3 divine-level martial skills. Long Ezhou laughed heartily. The little girl behind seems to be making her debut. She also has 2 divine-level martial skills. This is getting interesting. I initially thought Launching Academy would crush them, but I didn't expect they had hidden talents. The speaker was the elder from the Dark Holy Hall. The Blue Star Academy did not launch an immediate attack this time. While Mingxi and the others were already prepared for battle, Xiao Hui stayed back, and the chubby boy followed Mingxi closely. Third martial skill, Dragon God Transformation. Mingxi's aura suddenly increased several times, and his body changed significantly. His original snake tail transformed into a dragon tail, and a pair of small horns appeared on his head. Han Lai exchanged a glance with Mingxi. First martial skill, Dark Veil. Third martial skill, Blood Fury. Qin Shuiyao and Qin Shuixian looked at each other, being twin sisters. They understood each other's intentions with just a glance. The two sisters had a huge contrast between their personalities and appearances, with a cute girl exterior hiding a combative heart. Fourth martial skill, Azure Dragon Tornado. Qin Shuiyao's eyes shone with white light. Fourth martial skill, Phoenix's Wrath. Qin Shuixian raised her hand, and flames erupted. A massive azure tornado rose from the ground, accompanied by red angry flames, and the huge fire tornado surged towards Mingxi and the others. Xiao Hui used water to defend. But to his surprise, the water couldn't extinguish the flames. The fire tornado continued to approach step by step. Lung Yuzhu slowly moved behind Mingxi, saying, "Leave this tornado to me. You don't need to be distracted." Mingxi nodded. "Then you need to be careful." Lung Yuzhu flew above them. Third martial skill, Phoenix Shield. A giant fire shield appeared in front of everyone, and the fire tornado collided with the fire shield, generating immense heat, causing the group to sweat profusely. Li Wenhao pressed his hands on the ground. First martial skill, Frozen 1,000 Miles. The temperature in the arena dropped significantly, and Qin Shuiyao and Qin Shuixian continued to channel the fire tornado, trying to forcefully shatter the fire shield. Lung Yuzhu used all her strength to resist, but even she couldn't withstand the attacks of two fourth-level Beastmasters. The fire tornado advanced little by little. Lung Qing and Wang Ta stood on either side of the Qin sisters. Wang Ta shouted loudly, "First martial skill, Leopard Shadow Kill." Lung Qing said, "Third martial skill, Mad Lion Celestial Armor." A beam of golden light and a shadow arrived in an instant, cracking the Phoenix shield. As the fire shield was about to be broken, Lung Yuzhu's face showed a painful expression. Jiang Xueqing's eyes emitted a purple light. Third martial skill, Decade would meet Spring. Lung Yuzhu's mental strength was instantly replenished and even increased by 10 points, and the cracks in the Phoenix shield disappeared, just as everyone was focused on the battle. Mingxi seized the opportunity. His eyes turned black. First martial skill, Shadow. Mingxi vanished from his original spot due to the acceleration from Dragon God Transformation. His speed was incredibly fast. At that moment, a golden dragon's afterimage appeared behind Qin Shuiyao, roaring towards her. Hu Xiaoping attempted to raise a shield for defense. Second martial skill, Fire Unicorn Aerial Control. The golden dragon broke through Hu Xiaopeng's fire attack and injured Qin Shuiyao. It must be said that if it weren't for Hu Xiaopeng's exceptional reflexes, Qin Shuiyao might have already been eliminated. However, even so, Qin Shuiyao was injured and lay on the ground. The fire tornado instantly lost its momentum, and without the support of the wind, it was shattered by the Phoenix shield. However, Lung Yuzhu was not in a good condition either. After fighting against 4 alone, blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. This was the result of her forcing the Phoenix shield to withstand the 4 attacks, and she suffered internal injuries. Seeing this, Jiang Xueqing hurried to Lung Yuzhu's side to heal her. Mingxi charged into the crowd alone, followed by the chubby boy and Han Lai. The enemy formation was disrupted by Mingxi's charge, and the chubby boy pursued Qin Shuixian closely, following her wherever she went, while Han Lai confronted Lung Qing. Mingxi fought against Wang Ta and Hu Xiaoping alone. Ling Yi's eyes turned pink. First martial skill, Enchantment. Lung Qing's expression instantly changed to one of intoxication, allowing Han Lai to take the opportunity to knock him out with 3 strikes. Ling Yi then released her third martial skill, Dreamland Domain. Pink gas enveloped the arena, and the 4 were lost in beautiful dreams. Just then, the injured and downed Qin Shuiyao suddenly launched an attack on Ling Yi, who didn't even have time to react and was defeated. Qin Shuiyao rushed towards Lung Yuzhu. Xiao Hui attempted to block her, but unfortunately, it was too slow. Qin Shuiyao bypassed Xiao Hui, using third martial skill, Azure Phoenix Strike. Qin Shuiyao defeated Jiang Xueqing with 1 move, and Lung Yuzhu, enduring the pain, jumped out. Qin Shuiyao pushed her hands forward, second martial skill, Azure Aurora. Lung Yuzhu had one hand in front and the other drawn back, using second martial skill, Phoenix Wudong Bao. A beam of azure light quickly approached, colliding with a fire arrow, both energies canceling each other out instantly. Lung Yuzhu then shot 6 arrows in succession. But due to Qin Shuiyao's overexertion of mental strength, she was unable to dodge, and both fell to the ground. At the moment Ling Yi cast Dreamland Domain, Mingxi had already taken down Wang Ta. Now in the arena, Only Hu Xiaopeng and Qin Shuixian remained from the Blue Star Academy, while only Mingxi and Han Lai were left from the Wind Spirit Academy. Mingxi saw Leng Yuzhu fall and instantly erupted in rage, his eyes turning red and emitting a black aura. Hu Xiaopeng was frightened and retreated repeatedly as Mingxi threw a punch. Hu Xiaopeng backed up a few more steps. Third martial skill, Bloodstained Power. Hu Xiaopeng instantly grew taller and larger, his whole body turning fiery red, his power multiplying several times. As he punched back, he said, "Kid, this martial skill only lasts 5 minutes, but it's enough to take you down. You really think you can wrestle with me? What an idiot." The two fists collided, and Hu Xiaopeng's arm was broken from the impact. Hu Xiaopeng covered his arm in terror, saying, "How is this possible? You're not human, you're a devil." Mingxi sneered, not saying a word, then leaped into the air, both hands together, and slammed down. Hu Xiaopeng felt immense fear and trembled, shouting, I concede." But Mingxi was already blinded by rage and had no intention of stopping. Seeing this, Tang Long directly fused with his spirit beast, using all his strength to take on Mingxi's attack. Soon after, 2 5th-level Beastmasters joined the fray, and it took all 3 of them considerable effort to subdue Mingxi. Tang Long's arms swelled up significantly from absorbing Mingxi's attack. Mingxi lost his reason and was penalized out of the arena, while Hu Xiaopeng surprisingly remained on the field. The reason being Mingxi's concession after losing control did not count. Hu Xiaopeng laughed joyfully. "Ha, we've won for sure. We have a 3rd-level Beastmaster and a 4th-level Beastmaster. How can we not beat them with just 1 person and 2 beasts?" At this moment, Qin Shuixian was being chased by the chubby boy and was utterly unable to fight back. Han Lai stood behind Hu Xiaopeng, saying, "Fatty, are you done?" Qin Shuixian was floating in the air, and surprisingly, the chubby boy could also fly. No matter what skill Qin Shuixian used, it was ineffective against this spirit beast. She was already exhausted and gasping for breath. Han Lai, Hu Xiaopeng, and Xiao Hui gathered around. The chubby boy roared, "Ever since I reached the 3rd level, I've developed 3 colors on my body, red for fire, blue for water, and white for wind. I've gained the ability to control the wind, which is why I can fly." Qin Shuixian knew it was only a matter of time before she was defeated. She raised her right hand and said, "Judge, I concede." Chapter 47, Azure Dragon. The audience was somewhat confused. What was happening? How could she, a 4th-level Beastmaster, concede? Yes, she wasn't even injured. Only she knew how powerful this spirit beast was. It had been playing with her all along, which was why she hadn't been defeated. Moreover, this spirit beast was immune to fire, leaving her with no chance to win, especially with Han Lai and Xiao Hui also present. Due to Qin Shuixian from the Blue Star Academy conceding, the Wind Spirit Academy won this academy competition. Congratulations to the Wind Spirit Academy for achieving 1st place in this competition. The Wind Spirit Academy is impressive. They actually secured the 1st place. Instructor Yang, is Mingxi okay? Leng Yuzhu asked with a pale face. Yang Yingnua sighed. You should worry about yourself first. Eat this. Mingxi is only temporarily unconscious, but your internal injuries are severe. Your spiritual C shows signs of collapse. This medicine can only delay your condition. To cure it completely, you need a Qilin grass that is over 5,000 years old. Qilin grass. Didn't it disappear thousands of years ago? Leng Yuzhu had read in books that Qilin grass had gone extinct 3,000 years ago. It was said that about 400 years ago, a powerful human discovered one deep in the Dark Night Forest, but due to an urgent situation, there was no time to collect it. So, Qilin grass should still exist in the Dark Night Forest. However, the Dark Night Forest is not easy to enter. Even Zetian only stepped into the outskirts. Leng Yuzhu knew how dangerous the Dark Night Forest was. 7 human powerhouses had once gone to hunt the king of the Dark Night Forest, but were counter-killed. One of whom was Leng Yuzhu's great-grandfather, a 9th-tier Beastmaster. Mingxi shook his head and slowly opened his eyes. Teacher Yang, how did the competition go? Alas, our academy. Mingxi lowered his head in disappointment. It's all my fault. Otherwise, our academy wouldn't have lost. Yang Yingnua poked Mingxi's forehead with her finger. I never said we lost. We won, but Yuzhu's condition is very bad. Mingxi asked, what happened to Yuzhu? Leng Yuzhu tugged at Yang Yingnua and explained, I'm fine. Look, I'm doing quite well. Cough, cough, cough. She covered her mouth, but blood was still at the corners of her lips. She then hid her hand behind her back. Mingxi grabbed Leng Yuzhu's hand and found it covered in blood. How did you get such serious injuries? Yang Yingnua recounted the events. Mingxi asked, Teacher Yang, where can we find Qilin grass? It should be deep in the Dark Night Forest, but I'm not very sure. As soon as Mingxi heard about the Dark Night Forest, he felt confident. As long as there's Qilin grass in the Dark Night Forest, leave it to me. Suddenly, Mingxi thought of something. He took out a spatial ring and pulled out a pile of herbs, then took out a 9th-tier ginseng king from a brocade box. Teacher Yang, is this okay? Yang Yingnua was stunned by the herbs in front of her, as each one was worth a fortune. The one in Mingxi's hand was a 100,000-year-old 9th-tier ginseng king. Yang Yingnua noticed a herb that looked familiar, picked it up, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed a 2,000-year-old Qilin grass. Mingxi, where did you find so many precious herbs? And there's actually Qilin grass here. Yang Yingnua handed the Qilin grass to Leng Yuzhu. Mingxi stored the herbs away. Teacher Yang, if you can use these herbs, just say so. They're of no use to me. Yang Yingnua whispered, I can't use them for now. Just keep them safe and don't let others see. Zetian walked up to Mingxi. You brat, you're awake. Mingxi smiled. Sorry to worry you, teacher. Beside them, Jiang Xueqing looked gloomy because she knew Leng Yuzhu's injuries were serious. Mingxi gently nudged Leng Yuzhu. When she opened her eyes and saw Mingxi, she slowly sat up. Don't wake Xueqing, she said quietly. You didn't stay up all night making medicine, did you? Mingxi chuckled. Drink up quickly. The medicine will cool down soon. Leng Yuzhu drank all the medicine in one go. But it was so bitter that she coughed several times. The two exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Leng Yuzhu looked at Mingxi and said, Look at your silly face. Why don't you carry Xueqing to bed and sleep with me? The ground is cold. Mingxi slowly carried Jiang Xueqing to the bed and quietly left after saying goodbye to Leng Yuzhu. Back in his room, Mingxi recalled how he had gone berserk before. At that time, all he could think about was killing, and he didn't understand why he had become that way. Mingxi released the little dragon snake from the spirit pearl. The little dragon snake looked at Mingxi and said, Who are you, little guy? Why did you lock me in this pearl? Mingxi was stunned. This dragon snake could actually speak. How can you talk? Mingxi poked its head with his finger. The little dragon snake angrily said, Don't poke my head, kid. I am the famous Azure dragon. Mingxi laughed. Azure dragon? Stop bragging. Where's a dragon as small as you? I have the white tiger and the black tortoise. Ha ha. You're quite the braggart. How could you possibly have the white tiger and the black tortoise? 10,000 years ago, we were the top 10 divine beasts. How could they associate with a little brat like you? In fact, the black tortoise had also been in the spirit pearl these past few days. But the little chubby one had bullied the Azure dragon so much that it didn't dare to come out, which was why it hadn't seen the black tortoise. Mingxi summoned the white tiger from the beast core. The moment the Azure dragon saw the white tiger, it froze. Although it wasn't its good brother from back in the day, this divine beast was indeed the white tiger. When the white tiger saw the Azure dragon, it let out a low moan. The white tiger actually had inherited memories, albeit incomplete, and it still recognized the Azure dragon. The Azure dragon and the white tiger were as happy as a father and son reuniting. Mingxi also learned from Xiaobai that this little guy was indeed the Azure dragon. The Azure dragon cleared its throat. Kid, how do you have two major divine beasts? Mingxi asked, Did you see the little guy in the spirit pearl? The Azure dragon tilted its head in anger. Don't mention it. I've been bullied by it for the past 2 days, and I'm very familiar with the aura it carries. It's the son of the Emperor Qilin, with pure bloodline. Emperor Qilin? Is that the 9-colored Qilin? Upon mentioning the Emperor Qilin, a hint of fear flashed in the Azure dragon's eyes. I don't know if it's the 9-colored Qilin, but I only know that her name is Moku. The Azure dragon's eyes held a mix of fear and respect. It's really her. She's very strong and ranked second in ancient times. Mingxi curiously asked, if she's so strong, why is she ranked second? The Azure dragon nodded slightly. The one ranked first is the golden sacred dragon, also known as the 5-clawed golden dragon. It has wings on its back and is also called Yinglong. It's the ancestor of our dragon clan. It's a dragon that one rarely sees. I have only seen it once. It can command 10,000 dragons. And no matter how strong the bloodline of a dragon is, it will be suppressed when it encounters it, including me. Mingxi listened intently. As he had never heard of these things before, he continued to ask, what are the 3rd and 4th ranked demon beasts? The Azure dragon proudly said, You probably don't know this. Let me enlighten you. The 3rd rank is not a single beast but 2, the Sun Candle and the Yin Shade. I've never seen them, but I've heard they are very powerful. The 4th rank is the divine beast Baizhe. In terms of combat power, Baizhe is not as strong as our top 10 divine beasts, but it can predict the future and understand the past, which is why it's ranked above us. The black beast core glowed, and the black tortoise ran out. The Azure dragon curled up beside Mingxi, not moving at all. Mingxi patted the black tortoise. Why did you come out? I was just chatting with the Azure dragon. Mingxi tilted his head to look at the Azure dragon. Do you know what bloodline the black tortoise has? The Azure dragon moved slightly, as it had felt a hint of fear for a brief moment, but it disappeared quickly. Cough cough, I really can't tell what its bloodline is. Chapter 48, Entering the Demon Realm for the First Time. In front of Xiaobai, Xiaohui, and the little chubby one, the black tortoise acted like the big brother. The little chubby one, who was usually so mischievous, became obedient upon seeing the black tortoise. The Azure dragon asked, Little guy, when you found my beast egg, did you find my beast spirit? Little guy, can you help me with something? No. It should be helping yourself. The moment I hatched, I realized I had made a contract with you. Have you learned any secret techniques? Otherwise, how could you unilaterally establish a contract? Yes, I learned about the ancient contract array from Sister Imoku. The Azure Dragon's eyes nearly popped out. It turned out to be the ancient contract array, which is a secret of the demon race. It was created by the leaders of the demon race to control disobedient demon beasts. She actually passed this on to you. It seems she cares about you a lot. The Azure Dragon stood on Mingxi's shoulder, and you still haven't agreed to help me find the beast spirit. Mingxi thought for a moment and said, all right, I'll help you find it. You know the approximate location, right? I do, but the journey is long and very dangerous. Are you afraid? Mingxi patted his chest. Didn't you just say that helping you is helping myself? Let's treat it as a training exercise. The next morning, Mingxi arrived at Lung Yuzhu's door and knocked. Lung Yuzhu opened the door and welcomed Mingxi inside. Mingxi, you're up so early. Why don't you sleep a bit longer? Mingxi sat on the edge of the bed and asked, Yuzhu, are you feeling all right now? I'm fine. I can feel the sea of spirit slowly repairing. Lung Yuzhu replied with a smile. Mingxi smiled back and said, it's not like we're parting for life and death. Just smile. After chatting for a while, Mingxi went to meet a few others and asked Zetian for leave. Before leaving, Ling Yi brought Mingxi a bunch of food and supplies. Mingxi released the little fat one and the Azure Dragon. He sat on the little fat one's back, while the Azure Dragon lay on his legs. Under the Azure Dragon's guidance, they headed north. During the journey, Mingxi wasn't idle and practiced meditation and cultivation. The little fat one was very fast. And in half a month, they reached the border between the human race and the demon race. The Azure Dragon looked around and said, once we leave this city, the demon territory is right ahead. Mingxi asked, Azure Dragon, how is the demon race categorized? The Azure Dragon proudly replied, from now on, when you call me, you must add senior to my name, got it? I'm several 100,000 years older than you. Let me give you some knowledge. The demon race has a total of 9 levels. Demon Apprentice, Demon Warrior, Demon General, Demon Commander, Demon King, Demon Emperor, Demon Lord, Demon God, and Great Demon God. A Demon Apprentice is equivalent to a Tier 2 Beastmaster, because an ordinary demon is comparable to a Tier 1 Beastmaster. The fighting style of demons is not like that of humans, who need to merge with spirit beasts. Demons are born with much stronger physical qualities than humans. And they are also very powerful. Although the demon population is not as large as the human race, there are plenty of strong demons. I see. I thought demons had to merge with spirit beasts just like humans. At this point, they had entered the demon territory. And as soon as they stepped into the demon realm, they felt a sense of desolation. About 30 miles into the demon realm, Mingxi noticed some humans below, along with 2 tall, dark-skinned creatures. Upon closer inspection, Mingxi saw that the 2 dark beings were herding the humans forward. Mingxi gently tapped the Azure Dragon, who looked up and asked, what's wrong, little one? Senior Azure Dragon, can you see if those below are demons? The Azure Dragon looked down and said, yes. Those are demons, but they are just low-level demons. The 2 below are demon apprentices. Hearing they were just demon apprentices, Mingxi swooped down and killed one with a sword. The other, wielding a large knife, charged at him. Damn human, you killed my brother. I will kill you. This demon apprentice spoke in a rough voice, standing taller and bulkier than an ordinary human, with a body as dark as ink. Mingxi smiled, thinking this guy wanted to compete with him in strength. When blades clashed, Mingxi found himself evenly matched with the demon before him. Seeing that if this continued, he might lose, Mingxi unleashed the sky-piercing 13 strikes. With the first strike breaking through the air, he killed the demon, initially expecting to win with overwhelming strength, but to his surprise, the opponent's strength was not inferior to his own, and he had better stamina. A middle-aged woman approached and said, thank you, young master, for saving us. Otherwise, we would all have died here. An elderly man wept, my daughter has already been eaten by them. Mingxi frowned and asked, do they still eat people? The old man sighed and replied, young master, you may not know, but the demons in this area are very impoverished. They often risk their lives to capture humans for food. A child who looked only 6 or 7 years old clung to the woman's leg, their face displaying a look of terror. The 2 knelt on the ground, saying, thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. You are truly a good person. Mingxi quickly helped them up. You should leave quickly. It's about to get dark. Be careful. After they left, the Azure Dragon emerged from Mingxi's embrace. Aren't you curious why that demon had such great strength? Mingxi asked, aren't all demons that strong? The Azure Dragon lifted its head and said, of course not. While demons generally have great strength, the 2 you saw were strength demons. They are very strong, but also very clumsy. There are many kinds of demons, like the strength demons you just saw, horned demons, succubi, dark demons, and the most mysterious shadow demons. There are even a few ancient races I haven't seen. I thought all demons had such strength, it almost shattered my pride, and they are even 1 tier lower than me. You'll get used to it. Many demons can kill above their rank. That demon kid back then killed a demon lord 2 levels above him when he was only a demon king. Later, when he became a demon god, he led the demons to attack the human race, resulting in mutual destruction. He single-handedly fought against a dozen human experts of the 9th tier, killing 3 but was severely injured himself. Later, I heard he advanced to Great Demon God, but I don't know what happened afterward because I fell shortly after that. Senior Azure Dragon, how far are we from that location? The Azure Dragon closed its eyes and said, about 2 more days. You must conceal your aura then. Mingxi asked in confusion. Can I hide my aura without releasing martial skills? We have a mental connection. I'll teach you a unique martial skill of mine called Dragon Concealment. You must learn it within a day. Otherwise, when we get there, the demon powerhouses are too numerous. They can sense your presence from a distance. With your current cultivation, encountering them would mean certain death. I've already passed on the training method for Dragon Concealment to you. You need to practice it well for the next day. With your aptitude, you should learn it quickly. Mingxi practiced for 2 hours according to what the Azure Dragon taught. But he saw no progress. Later, Mingxi realized that the acupuncture points of dragons and humans are different, which is why he couldn't practice. Senior Azure Dragon. What is the function of this acupuncture point in the dragon race? That acupuncture point is the position of the dragon's main vein, and these are a few others. This one is the dragon's central nervous system, and this one is comparable to the Rin meridian in humans. This one is like the Dai meridian. This one is like the Chong meridian, and this one is what you humans call the Du meridian. After the Azure Dragon's explanation, Mingxi finally understood where he had gone wrong. After making some adjustments, Mingxi learned Dragon Concealment in just half an hour. The Azure Dragon nodded. Not bad. You learn quite quickly. When I learned it, it took me less than half an hour. The Azure Dragon didn't dare mention that it had taken him 3 full months to learn back then. Chapter 49. The Heavenly Demon's Sacred Body. Ahead is the demon race's stronghold. We can't continue flying. It would be easy to be discovered. Let's go around through the nearby forest. Mingxi asked in confusion, Senior, can't we fly a bit higher? The Azure Dragon shook its head. There are many winged demons living in the area ahead, so the ground is safer than the sky. They entered the forest and found nothing unusual along the way, only some Tier 1 demon beasts. Mingxi stepped out to continue on, but suddenly he felt a chill on his back. A winged demon descended from the sky. Mingxi quickly dodged a few steps back, and the winged demon missed its attack. This winged demon was not the one he had sensed earlier. Human, how dare you come here? I will eat you. The speaker is a purple-skinned female winged demon. With light pink hair and golden eyes, resembling a human woman with an oval face, high nose bridge, and large eyes. She has a pair of wings on her back that resemble bat wings. The Azure Dragon whispered, this winged demon is a demon warrior. You need to be careful, as winged demons excel in speed. Mingxi summoned the black scale for fusion, activating the 3rd martial skill, Dragon God Transformation. The winged demon dashed towards him in a flash, moving so quickly that Mingxi barely had time to react. Although the winged demon was fast, her attacks were weak. The previous strike had only scratched Mingxi's arm. Mingxi noticed that while the winged demon was fast, her attacks were very weak. She launched several attacks at Mingxi, but he discovered that she had a slight pause with each strike, narrowly missing him several times. The winged demon charged at him once more, and Mingxi closed his eyes, timing it perfectly to grab her by the neck. The winged demon struggled in pain, but Mingxi pressed her to the ground, ready to strike her with his sword, only to find himself shedding tears. The Azure Dragon appeared particularly angry, saying, You're so foolish. How can you let her go? She'll call her companions to catch you, bringing you danger. You're too indecisive. All right, Senior, let's hurry and run. Mingxi released the fusion and summoned the chubby one. The sky gradually darkened, and Mingxi didn't dare to light a fire for fear of being spotted by the demon race. However, the forest was filled with low-level demon beasts, and with the black scale and the chubby one by his side, he felt relatively safe. At dawn, Mingxi woke up feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. He arrived at a cliff, which dropped into a seemingly bottomless abyss. The Azure Dragon carefully scanned the surroundings and confirmed, Yes, this is the abyss. We need to walk 10 miles north and then descend from there. They continued down for another 10 miles before heading towards the abyss below. Mingxi rode the chubby one and flew down several thousand zhang. The Azure Dragon pointed at a cave below, saying, That's it. We go in there. Upon reaching the cave entrance, it was pitch black inside. Mingxi took a few steps in, and a swarm of bats flew out, startling him into a cold sweat. He took out a torch, and after walking about 20 miles into the cave, he was surprised to find it illuminated as if it were daytime, revealing a gigantic snake skeleton that emitted a bright light. Upon closer inspection, Mingxi realized it was none other than the Azure Dragon skeleton, with phosphorescent powder on it lighting up the cave like day. The Azure Dragon approached its skull, where a normal beast spirit would be found. Mingxi joined in the search, but after a long time, they found nothing. However, Mingxi did discover a pile of red stones that looked identical to the red stones at the bottom of the lake. Suddenly, a giant white python burst out of the cave. The python was enormous, with a single eye the size of Mingxi's head, and it had something resembling a comb on its head. Mingxi didn't even notice its presence, indicating that this beast was very strong. He took out the scales given to him by Mo Ku, ready to defend himself. When the beast approached, it didn't attack immediately. The Azure Dragon surprisingly recognized it. The Azure Dragon stepped in front of the giant python and said, "Little one, is that you? I didn't expect to see you here." When the giant python saw the Azure Dragon, it bowed its head low and spat out a wooden box from its mouth. Mingxi gently opened the box and found it contained the Azure Dragon's beast spirit. All these years, the giant python had not absorbed the Azure Dragon's spirit, but had chosen to guard it silently. The Azure Dragon swallowed the beast spirit and entered a meditative state. While the giant python stood guard nearby, Mingxi knew the Azure Dragon wouldn't wake up anytime soon, so he took out the red stones, aware of their miraculous properties. He brought out a large container, filled it with herbs, and dropped in the red stones. Mingxi jumped into it and felt nothing unusual. He then added all the red stones, including a few he had picked up from Xuanwu. After a while, the liquid in the barrel turned blood red and began to bubble. Mingxi's skin turned blood red from the heat of the liquid, but he endured the pain and continued to absorb it. After some time, he let out a loud cry, as he felt signs of a breakthrough. Finally, he successfully advanced to the 4th stage. Emerging from the barrel, he felt his body filled with strength, comparable to a 5th stage demon beast. Inside the box spat out by the giant python, something was glowing. Mingxi walked over and picked it up, discovering it was a space ring. Inside the space ring were a demonic martial skill, a demon sword, a set of soft armor with the words Azure written on it, a large pile of black crystal stones, and other items. Mingxi took out the martial skill book, which was titled Heavenly Demon Sacred Body Technique. Upon opening it, he found it was a martial skill for training the body from the demon race. With nothing else to do, Mingxi decided to try practicing the contents of the book. He felt something new inside him, as the first layer of the Heavenly Demon's sacred body transformed magic essence, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth to convert it into demonic energy. The Azure Dragon slowly opened its eyes and asked, "Little one, how long have I been asleep?" Now, the Azure Dragon's body had grown to 5 or 6 zhang long, no longer resembling the small dragon it once was. It now looked like a true dragon and had successfully advanced to the 4th stage. Mingxi calculated and said, "Senior, you've been asleep for a total of 41 days. He nodded and said, "Good, we shouldn't delay, let's set off." The Azure Dragon tilted its head and asked in beast language, "Are you coming with us?" The giant python nodded, then shrank down 1,000 times, turning into a small white snake, which Mingxi then stored in the spirit pearl. Mingxi found it amusing and asked, "Senior, how can such a large snake become so small?" The Azure Dragon also shrank its body down thousands of times to its original size, explaining, "Only 9th-stage demon beasts can change size, and I am an exception. Normal 9th-stage demon beasts can speak human language, but the white snake has been isolated here, sleeping alone for over 100,000 years, so it doesn't know anything and needs to adapt slowly." Mingxi spotted 3 demon race members ahead discussing something. Just then, a shadow flashed behind him. As Mingxi prepared to act, he realized the newcomer meant no harm, as his concealed aura had led them to mistake him for a member of the demon race. Someone patted Mingxi and said, "What are you doing here? Come down and chat with us." The speaker was a black demon, dark-skinned, not as muscular as the strength demon, and appeared relatively young. Mingxi reluctantly climbed down from the tree. Below, there were 3 others, a strength demon boy, a female winged demon, and a charm demon. Mingxi had a bit of face blindness and thought the winged demons all looked similar, while the strength demons were all tall and muscular. Chapter 50, Journey to the Demon Capital. "Heifeng, who is this little one?" asked the female winged demon. Heifeng is the black demon. While the female winged demon is named Kongwu, the charm demon is Qianjiao, and the strength demon is Nanpei. Heifeng was quite familiar and said, "This is a friend I just met." The charm demon, Qianjiao, lifted Mingxi's chin with her finger and said, "Little brother, what are you doing here alone? Would you like to travel with your sister?" Heifeng laughed and said, "All right, Qianjiao, stop teasing this little brother." "Little brother, my name is Heifeng. May I ask for your name?" Mingxi thought for a moment, realizing that demons' surnames might differ from human ones. Suddenly, he remembered and replied, "My name is Shilao. Please take care of me." Kongwu looked for a long time but couldn't tell what race Mingxi was, because in her impression, there was no race with red skin all over. She curiously asked, "Little brother, what race are you?" Heifeng glanced at Kongwu, thinking it inappropriate to directly ask someone about their race. "Aren't all races our friends in the demon tribe? Let's walk and talk." Mingxi was just thinking of finding an excuse to escape when she happened to overhear a discussion among several people about the demon god planning to launch a surprise attack on the human race. With this, Mingxi decided not to leave. She wanted to go undercover. Although it was dangerous, it was worth it for the lives of millions of humans. Among the 4 of them, 3 were at the level of demon generals, while only Haifeng was at the level of demon commander. Haifeng looked at Mingxi, feeling it was unbelievable that a demon disciple could keep up with him at full speed, and even faster than himself. The other 2, besides the strength demon, were already panting heavily. Mingxi didn't realize that she was just casually running faster than they could at full speed. The winged demon was fast, but she couldn't fly for too long. After a while, she would be left behind. Mingxi learned from the group that demons only come of age at 200 years old. Haifeng was 280 years old, and the other 3 were around 200 years old. The 5 of them took 3 hours to reach the demon city. At the city gate, there wasn't even a guard. Once inside the demon city, many demons were sleeping on the roadside, their homes made of mud, with only a few large courtyards built of stone. It was clear that the demon tribe was very backward, unlike humans, who had good food and housing. The roads of the demon tribe were filled with all kinds of people, including women holding children and drunks lying on the roadside sleeping, all of whom looked quite happy. The 5 of them arrived at a restaurant, which was about 20 square meters, with only 1 table and no door. The food was mostly meat from magical beasts, with very little vegetables. A few of them ordered some food, and the restaurant owner's wife, carrying a child on her back and another in her arms, cooked for them. After they finished eating, Haifeng paid with a black crystal stone from Mingxi's spatial ring. The demon tribe's currency is not calculated by quantity, but by the size of the crystal stones. They weigh it with their hands and say how much it is. Mingxi was refreshed by her understanding of the demon tribe. It could only be said that the demons were truly carefree. There were stalls in the demon tribe selling daughters, infants, and even themselves, with some of those selling themselves being at the level of demon kings. In the demon tribe, positions are not given by others but are earned through strength. Whoever is the strongest is the king. The number of strong demons is closely related to their growth cycle. Human strong beings can only live for a few hundred years, with the longest living up to 1,000 years, while ordinary humans can only live for a few decades. However, in contrast, ordinary demons can live for 1,000 years, and strong demons can live for 10,000 years without issue. The group saw a crowd of demons gathered ahead, where a strong demon was sitting, and many people were signing up there. Mingxi asked in confusion, "What are they doing up ahead with so many people?" Haifeng explained, "Little brother, you may not know, but recently, Lord Demon God is preparing to attack the human capital. This is a recruitment." Mingxi frowned, questioning why they wanted to attack the human capital, as many lives would be lost in the war. Haifeng continued, "It's not yet that time. This is just a surprise attack to capture a human city. It is said that the nearest city only has 2 8th-level Beastmasters, and Lord Demon God personally comes here to deal with those 2 8th-level Beastmasters. The largest battlefield between humans and demons isn't here, but in the human-demon battlefield. Didn't your elders ever tell you this?" Mingxi smiled bitterly. "This is the first time I've heard of it because my parents dislike fighting. Indeed, there are a very small number of people in the demon tribe who do not like war. There is a tribe of black demons located in a remote polar area that avoids conflict, and surprisingly, there are even 2 demon god-level strong beings in that tribe. However, the situation for the demon tribe has been severe recently, with signs of volcanic eruptions appearing in many places. The already resource-scarce demon territory is like adding insult to injury, causing tens of thousands of demons to starve each year. The vast and resource-rich land of humans is also one of the reasons why the demon tribe attacks humans." Mingxi saw a strength demon selling human beings, a woman and a young girl. The woman's clothes were tattered, her face pale and thin, with cracked lips, making it hard to recognize her original appearance. She looked as if she hadn't eaten for several days. The young girl looked slightly better. At least her clothes covered her body, and her complexion was much better than the woman's. She was also quite beautiful. He didn't want crystals, but instead wanted to trade the 2 human women for 2 loads of grain. It was rare for demons to produce 2 loads of grain, and many demons wanted them but couldn't afford it. Meat was not worth much in the demon tribe, but grain was very valuable, with 1 load equivalent to several thousand jin of meat. Haifeng called out to Mingxi, "Little brother, what are you thinking so deeply about?" Mingxi came back to her senses. "Oh, nothing, just thinking about my mother." Qianjiao wrapped her arms around Mingxi's neck, her eyes turning pink. "Little brother, how about I accompany you from now on?" Mingxi was sweating profusely. "No, that's okay, thank you, sister." Qianjiao looked at Mingxi with curiosity, wondering why her charm technique had no effect on this little guy. Everyone has desires. As long as there is desire, one would fall under the charm technique. Yet this boy had dodged her charm twice. Was her charm technique not working anymore? Haifeng was also curious. Even he would fall under Qianjiao's charm technique if unprepared, Yet this kid seemed unaffected, as if nothing happened. Qianjiao turned around and exchanged a glance with Nanpei, and Nanpei immediately fell under her spell, kneeling on the ground and licking Qianjiao's toes. Qianjiao rested her chin on her hand and said softly, "Isn't this quite useful? Why does it not work on him?" Heifeng shot a glare at Qianjiao. "You're really mischievous." Qianjiao shyly replied, "Brother Heifeng, I just wanted to see if my charm technique was effective." Heifeng closed his eyes and pushed Qianjiao away. "All right, I'm scared of you. Keep your distance." The others looked at each other and burst into laughter. Heifeng stood behind Mingxi, thinking that one could provoke anyone but not Qianjiao. She was too scary. Heifeng had also fallen under Qianjiao's charm technique before, and it was very embarrassing. Heifeng embraced an old black demon and said, "Uncle Ghost, please prepare 4 guest rooms for me. I'll go check on my father first." Heifeng entered the hall, where an old black demon was chatting with 2 middle-aged black demons. Heifeng shook his head, saying, "The wars between humans and demons have been relentless, with heavy casualties on both sides. What I saw the most on the human-demon battlefield were corpses. Although our black demon tribe does not like war, we cannot influence the choices of the great demon god. Even if the demon tribe captures the human city in 1,000 or 10,000 years, the demon tribe will still face a great crisis. Demons do not like labor, they only enjoy plundering. This cannot continue. But we are of low ability and cannot influence the thoughts of other demons. What I saw this time were barren lands and lazy tribesmen. All right, enough of that. Grandpa, let me introduce you to some friends. This is the winged demon Kongwu. This is the charmed demon Qianjiao. This is the strength demon Nanpei. And this is Xiao Luo. As for what race he is, I don't know." The old black demon looked at Mingxi's skin color and asked, "Little friend, are you the legendary red demon tribe?" Mingxi had never heard of red demons mentioned by Qinglong, so it was possible that red demons were also one of the ancient races. Mingxi nodded. "Grandpa, I am indeed from the red demon tribe." Chapter 51, Saving the Tribe. The old man laughed heartily. "I have only heard of the red demon tribe, but have never seen one. It is truly a great fortune to see you this time. The red demon giant and night demons have not appeared for a long time. May I ask where the young friend Xiaoluo lives?" Mingxi thought for a moment. "We are living in the abyss 50 miles ahead." Heikong then said, "Yes, I met a little brother from the Azure clan nearby." "Haha, I see. So the red demon clan lives at the bottom of the abyss valley, which is not a place for ordinary people to go. I heard that there is a powerful demon there, and many people have been killed by it." Mingxi could tell that the black demon clan did not like war and was very hospitable. The powerful demon they mentioned should be by Shui. The few of them chatted happily, and after eating, Mingxi was arranged to rest in a guest room. Feeling that everyone else had more or less rested, he changed into a black outfit and summoned the Qinglong. "Senior, please help me find the location of those 2 humans." Mingxi could not use his mental power and could only rely on Qinglong's sensing ability to help him search. Qinglong tilted his head and looked at Mingxi. "There are more than 30 humans in this city. Which one are you looking for?" Mingxi was surprised and said, "So many. Let's start with the closest one." Mingxi infiltrated a demon's house, and in a small room's iron cage, there were 3 humans locked up. Mingxi quietly entered the room and released them. There was 1 man and 2 women inside, all quite young. The 3 were so scared that they retreated repeatedly, kneeling and begging Mingxi, "Please don't eat us. We will do anything you ask." Mingxi whispered, "Keep your voice down. I'm here to save you." Upon hearing this, the 3 were both surprised and delighted. Following Mingxi as they escaped, Mingxi called out the little fat man and sent them out of the city. In this way, Mingxi saved more than 10 people in succession. But when he arrived at a strength demoness house, an unexpected incident occurred. Just as Mingxi infiltrated the courtyard, he happened to encounter a strength demon getting up at night, and the 2 began to fight. Their fighting noise attracted 3 other strength demons from the house. 4 strength demons, 1 demon general, and 3 demon soldiers were much stronger than the 2 strength demons he had encountered previously. With no choice, Mingxi summoned the Black Lin and fused with it. The strength demon general laughed loudly. "I didn't expect to gain unexpected harvest. This kid is worth more than those in the house. Capture him alive." The strength demon regarded Mingxi as an easy target because he felt Mingxi was very weak, only at the level of a demon apprentice. Mingxi unleashed his first martial skill, Shadow, and instantly disappeared from their sight. By the time they reacted, the last demon soldier had already been killed by Mingxi. The strength demon general angrily shouted, "Kill him." The 3 attacked together, but Mingxi was now a 4th-level strength warrior. He punched 1 demon soldier back, severely injuring him, while another demon soldier exchanged blows with Mingxi and was sent flying several meters away. The general was somewhat surprised that someone could actually overpower a strength demon in terms of strength. The general emanated black gas, his body growing larger than before. At this point, Mingxi had already dealt with the other 2 strength demons. The general punched forward, and Mingxi met his punch. Both were bounced back. The general looked at Mingxi in horror, realizing that even in his demon transformation state, he was evenly matched with him, indicating how formidable Mingxi was. The general dared not hide his strength. He drew out a large knife from behind and slashed down. Mingxi blocked with his sword, and the two became locked in a stalemate, with the knife gradually approaching Mingxi's body. The large knife cut a wound on Mingxi's left shoulder. Seeing this, Mingxi activated Dragon God transformation to push the knife away. Not daring to linger, he performed the sky-piercing 13 slashes, the second slash astonishing the heavens. Unexpectedly, the strength demon was quite agile, and this sword only severed his left arm. Mingxi once again used shadow, and with a sword descending from the sky, executed the golden dragon slashing moon, piercing through his body. Mingxi entered the house and released the two humans, who trembled in fear. Mingxi softly said, "I am of the human race. I am here to save you." One of the women was already pregnant, and Mingxi supported her until the little fat man arrived to escort them out of the city. Mingxi then went to the next house. Several families passed without incident. But when he arrived at a winged demoness house, an unexpected incident occurred. This house had raised a demon beast, a red-headed demon eagle. Although it was only second tier, its cries alerted its owner. Mingxi used shadow, and when the winged demon general came out, he swiftly slashed his throat with a sword. He then stealthily killed the red-headed demon eagle and quietly led the humans out. After 2 hours, Mingxi had saved all 34 people. The old man nodded repeatedly, "Rest assured, benefactor, I will definitely convey the message. The lives of hundreds of thousands of humans in the city depend on you." Mingxi deeply bowed. "Thank you for saving us, benefactor." "Thank you, young master." Some people even knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Mingxi hurriedly helped them up. "You need to leave quickly. It will be dangerous once they find you." The old man asked, "Benefactor, won't you come with us?" Mingxi shook his head. "I still have some things to do. You must leave here quickly." The next morning, the streets were in chaos because more than 10 families had lost their white pigs, a term the demons used to refer to humans. They conducted a thorough investigation house by house, as 5 demons had died, and even the white pigs from the demon lord's house had been set free. The few of them sat in the hall chatting, and Heikong sighed. This isn't the first time such a thing has happened. Last time, several hundred people were taken at once, and more than 1,000 demons died, mostly killed with a single sword strike. Whether they were demon kings, demon generals, or demon commanders, all were killed with a single sword strike. Kongwu continued, "Yes, I know about this. Last time, it even alarmed the demon god, and the city was sealed for 3 days without any results. This time only 5 people died. So the city shouldn't be sealed. A single sword strike must be from an incredibly powerful warrior." Mingxi revealed an admiring expression. No matter how they investigated, they would not find Mingxi, as he only appeared to have the strength of a demon apprentice in their eyes. Among the 5 who died, the weakest was a demon soldier, with 2 being demon generals. Heikong said, "You all should avoid going out at night recently. If anything happens, be sure to shout loudly. Otherwise, others won't be able to come to your aid." However, I heard that this time the killer also used a sword, but he is not as strong as the last one. It took several sword strikes to kill the demon general this time, but even so, this person's cultivation must be above us. Everyone must be careful. It's going to be restless again. A group of humans arrived outside Yanhua City, and after confirming their identities, the city guards let them in. The old man found the captain of the guards, who looked upright and was strong in build. The old man said, "Sir, I want to see the city lord. I have urgent news to tell him." The old man, with tears streaming down his face, recounted the events. "Captain of the guards, it's urgent. The demons are going to attack the city, and a demon god is stationed there." Upon hearing this, the captain realized it was serious and hurried to the city lord's residence. "Please inform the city lord. I have important matters to discuss." "Captain Lee, please wait. I will report to the city lord right away." Before long, the guard ran out. "Captain Lee, the city lord summons you." The captain quickly ran to the council hall, where an old man sat in the center, white-haired with white eyebrows and a long beard, giving off an immortal aura. This person was the city lord, Tang Shan. "City lord, it's bad. The demons are going to attack the city." Tang Shan smiled and said, "Let them come. We are not afraid of them." "Captain Lee, your courage has shrunk. You've been through hundreds of demon attacks. Why are you so anxious?" The captain explained, "City Lord Tang, you may not know. An old man returned from the demon territory, and according to him, a powerful demon god has come to lead the demons. The city lord must prepare." Tang Shan was somewhat surprised and asked, "A demon god level expert?" The captain nodded and said, "Yes, the city lord must be prepared. Otherwise, Yanhua City will surely suffer great losses." Tang Shan shouted loudly, "Someone come." A guard walked in and said, "What orders do you have, city lord?" "Quickly go to the war god temple and request support. Just say that a powerful demon from the demon race is attacking." "Yes, I will go at once." Tang Shan sighed and said, "Captain of the guards, go prepare defenses and ask the elder for specific details." It's better to believe it than to doubt it. Yes, I will deploy immediately. The captain of the guards hurried away. As this concerned the lives of hundreds of thousands, he would never be negligent. Chapter 52, The Siege. The demon warriors were already prepared. Among them was a demon towering 6 or 7 meters high, with an ugly appearance and his body covered in sores. His strength was at the level of a demon saint, but sitting on him was a demoness exuding powerful demonic energy, a succubus with an enchanting figure, whose beauty could not be concealed even with a veil. Qian Jiao looked at the succubus on the giant demon with admiration, thinking, I must become like her. A revered succubus. Cough, stop dreaming. How can you compare to Lord Mirage? She is like a goddess in my heart, He Feng said, looking intoxicated. Mingxi felt extremely anxious. If the demon race attacked the city now, the human race would definitely not be prepared, and the city would surely fall, turning the citizens into the demon's souls. At the command of the female succubus, hundreds of thousands of demon warriors set off towards the human territory, and at their speed, they would reach the human city in 8 hours. Why are you in such a hurry? Be careful on the way. I must follow Lord Demon God into battle and 1TC you off, Mingxi said to several others. Then quickly ran to a distant place from the demon city, releasing the little chubby one. They sped towards the human city, and with the speed of the little chubby one, Mingxi could reach it in an hour. Mingxi ran frantically and soon arrived at the city gate. The guards at the gate asked, Who are you and what do you want here? Mingxi shouted, I am a human. I have urgent business with your city lord. A human? You look like a demon spy. No human has red skin. The soldiers on the wall were ready to attack. The captain of the guards approached and asked, What's all this noise about? Captain, there is a demon spy below who wants to see the city lord. The captain looked down and, seeing Mingxi's red skin, dared not let him into the city. In desperation, Mingxi summoned He Lin for fusion. The 3 black orbs behind him were very eye-catching. The captain hurriedly let Mingxi in, as only humans could fuse with spirit beasts. The captain asked, How did you come from the demon territory? And why is your skin red? Mingxi was at a loss for words. My skin turned red because I soaked in a medicinal bath. It's urgent. Gather all the human experts here. The demon army will arrive in a few hours, and if we delay, it will be too late. The captain frowned and asked, Is what you say true? Mingxi nodded. Absolutely. Please gather the human experts now. The captain shouted, Someone. Quickly inform the city lord that the demon army is advancing here, and then gather all beast masters and warriors above the 3rd rank in the city. The captain asked, Little brother, do you know approximately how many demons there are and how many strong ones? About 100,000, with a succubus demon god and several demon lords, and many demon emperors. I don't know exactly how many. The captain sighed. Yanhua City is in danger. The reinforcements from the War God Temple will probably arrive in a day. We must hold out for a day. The captain pointed to a nearby soldier. You take 500 men and escort the civilians away. It wasn't long before the strong in the city gathered, including the old city lord and the deputy city lord. Both were 8th rank beastmasters, and many 5th and 6th rank beastmasters had also come to the city. The old city lord looked at Mingxi and asked, Little guy? Are you the one who came to deliver the news? Mingxi glanced at the elder, realizing he was very strong. Yes, it was me. Tangshan assessed Mingxi, who looked only in his teens, probably just a 1st or 2nd rank beastmaster. How did he infiltrate the demon city and hide his aura? Even he couldn't detect Mingxi's rank. Mingxi noticed the city lord's doubts and then released his dragon concealment. The old city lord smiled with satisfaction. Good, child. You did well. I never expected that the hero who saved 30 people in the demon city would be a child. Truly a talent. Report. Bad news. Scouts report that the demon army is approaching, and they will arrive at Yanhua City in 6 or 7 hours. The old city lord waved his hand to indicate that he could withdraw. Everyone must hold Yanhua City firmly. The nearby city lords are also coming to support us, and they should arrive soon. We must hold out until the reinforcements from the War God Temple arrive. Warriors of the human race, do you have confidence? To defend human territory to the death, we will not let the demon race step in half a step. To defend human territory to the death, we will not let the demon race step in half a step. To defend human territory to the death, we will not let the demon race step in half a step. Tangshan raised his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Well, since everyone has this awareness, I can rest assured. Beastmasters above the 4th rank stand on the city wall and provide long-range output. Warriors use catapults to attack, and melee beastmasters must hold the city wall. Beastmasters and warriors above the 7th rank, be ready at any time. Before long, the 5 city lords arrived with their teams. Soon, a dark mass of demon soldiers arrived at the city gate. Several strong human warriors frowned as they could clearly feel the powerful aura of the demon warriors. At the command of the demon god, the demon army charged straight towards the human city, and the beastmasters fused. The winged demons attacked from the air, One city lord's spirit beast was a falcon, leading the aerial beast masters to resist, but no one could withstand an 8th-rank strongman from the winged demons. The first wave of attack was repelled by the humans. At the front were the horned demons, who had extremely high defense, followed by the strength demons, who wielded boulders to attack the human city wall. Tangshan shouted, "Long-range beast masters, attack! Warriors, prepare the catapults, fire!" The area below the city wall turned into a sea of fire, and many human warriors were crushed to death by the boulders. Just an hour had passed, and blood flowed like rivers. The demon army, enduring the attacks of the beast masters, raised ladders to prepare to climb the city wall. The dark mass of demons climbed the wall, and the bodies of both demons and humans lay scattered across the battleground. The humans held off wave after wave of demon attacks. Meanwhile, the demon god in the distance showed no intention of acting, sitting there observing the battle, completely indifferent to the lives of other demons. As that was the nature of the demon race, to die in battle was considered glorious. Human warriors were dying and getting injured. The number of defenders had dropped from 40,000 to 30,000. However, with several city lords leading them, the demon army also suffered heavy casualties. Their numbers had already dropped by more than half, from over 100,000 to less than 30,000. Overall, in the first battle, the humans were victorious. The giant demon moved, advancing forward, followed closely by the demon strongmen. The old city lord commanded, "All strongmen, charge down and engage in battle with the demon strongmen." The old city lord and 3 other city lords confronted the demon god. The old city lord launched the first attack, 7th martial technique, Wild Lion's Heavenly Flame. The old city lord's spirit beast was a 4th-rank king beast, the purple flame Wild Lion, and a purple fire pillar shot directly at the succubus. The succubus waved her hand, conjuring a pink shield. The purple flame collided with the pink shield, scattering the purple flames and incinerating the surrounding demon kin to ashes. The succubus soared into the air, her eyes turning pink. Seeing this, the old city lord quickly warned everyone to close their eyes. Even so, one of the city lords fell into the trap and dropped directly from the sky. Just with this one strike, an 8th-tier powerhouse lost their combat ability. Tangshan angrily said, "8th martial skill, Frenzied Lion Possession." Tangshan transformed into a gigantic purple flame frenzied lion and swiped a claw at Mei Ying. Mei Ying did not move, and the nearby troll took the brunt of Tangshan's attack. It must be said that the troll race is indeed strong. A demon saint level could withstand an 8th-tier beastmaster. The other 2 city lords behind also launched their attacks. The slightly chubby one called Long Haisheng had a level 4 king beast, the black flood dragon, while the square-faced, big-bearded one called Luan Ping had a level 4 king beast, the diamond mountain leopard. Long Haisheng pushed forward with both hands, using the 6th martial skill, Black Flood Dragon Breath. Luan Ping circled behind Mei Ying and used the 8th martial skill, Leopard King's Poison Dragon Drill. A black whirlwind swept in, and Mei Ying extended her right hand to defend, while Luan Ping attacked fiercely from behind. Chapter 53, Repelling the Succubus. Mei Ying knocked Long Haisheng flying with a single palm, and a lot of pink phosphor dust floated out from her body. Seeing this, Tangshan shouted loudly, "Retreat." Tangshan angrily declared, 4th martial skill, Lion's Roar Shakes the Heavens. Tangshan wanted to disperse the phosphor dust with his roar, but there was too much of it, and his attack was completely ineffective. This pink phosphor poison could cause people to lose their minds. Tangshan had only heard of it before, and this was his first time witnessing it. The succubus was rapidly approaching Tangshan and the others. Just when Tangshan was at his wit's end, a young man in a black cloak rode in on a dragon-shaped demon beast, followed by a white giant python over 10 zhong long. "Ming," she whispered, "Senior, is there any way to clear away those pink things?" "That's a piece of cake," the young man replied. "Watch closely." The Azure dragon let out a furious roar and directly blew away the phosphor dust. Tangshan was stunned, and so was Mei Ying. Tangshan did not expect that something he could do nothing about was blown away by a 4th-tier demon beast. Mei Ying frowned because the aura emitted by the giant snake behind her was even stronger than her own. The giant snake struck Mei Ying with its tail, sending her flying. It opened its mouth and roared, causing the demon race powerhouses to retreat in fear, knowing that this giant creature could kill them in an instant. The morale of Tangshan and the others greatly increased, and they charged forward. Ming-Shi led the 2 demon beasts into the fray, jumping onto the giant python's head. Mei Ying wanted to take down Ming-Shi first and used her strongest charm technique on him, sending a flying kiss that turned into a pink heart-shaped substance. Directly hitting Ming-Shi, Tangshan shouted loudly, "Be careful, that's the succubus's curse of the heart. Anyone hit by this will become a living dead." Tangshan realized it was too late. He felt regretful for letting Ming-Shi face the succubus alone. However, Ming-Shi found that he was completely unaffected because his mind was pure and devoid of desire. rendering the succubus's charm technique ineffective against him. Mei Ying exclaimed in surprise, "This is impossible. Every living being in the world has desires, especially you greedy humans. Why are you not affected by my charm?" This was the first time the succubus spoke to everyone, and her voice was incredibly melodious. Mingxi patted himself all over and indeed found nothing wrong. The giant python bit down on the succubus, who was surrounded by a spherical energy shield. The giant python bit down hard, and cracks appeared in Mei Ying's energy shield. Seeing this, Mei Ying withdrew her energy shield and fled, while the giant python bit nothing but air. Mei Ying said calmly, "Go call Jiao Yu and Kong Ming over." "As you command, my demon lord." A horned demon commander hurriedly left. After half a day, the demon army remained silent. In the human race's hall, for city lords and one deputy city lord were seated. Long Haixing asked, "Haven't found him yet? Was it that person who saved me back then?" Tang Shan shook his head, saying, "That person seems to have evaporated from the world, not even leaving a trace of his aura. Whoever could evade our search must be a 9th-tier Beastmaster." Long Haixing stated, "That must be it. His spirit pet could even knock a demon god away. And that Azure flood dragon of his is indeed formidable, dispersing the phosphor dust in one breath." Tang Shan sighed, "That demon beast's breath was actually more powerful than my 8th-tier Beastmaster's martial skill." Report. City lords, the demon army is still stationary, still 20 miles away. After another half a day, the demon race still showed no reaction. The city lords judged that they were likely waiting for reinforcements. City lord. The lords from the war god temple have arrived. Tang Shan stood up. City lords, let's go welcome the reinforcements from the war god temple together. The war god temple took border defense seriously and had sent over 20 strong individuals this time. Upon seeing the people from the war god temple, Tang Shan said, "Deputy Hall Master, you actually came personally. With you here, I feel at ease." The elder who spoke was Su Su, the deputy hall master of the war god temple, with gray hair and a weathered face etched with wrinkles from the passage of time. His gentle eyes always shining with a kind light. Tang Shan said with embarrassment, "Deputy Hall Master, you may not know, but if it weren't for a mysterious expert and a child, this flame fire city would have fallen long ago. It was a child who sent word to us, prompting us to call for reinforcements, and later it was due to the appearance of a powerful Beastmaster who, along with his spirit pet, repelled the demon god, allowing us to be saved." Su Su asked with a puzzled expression, "A powerful Beastmaster, could it be that old guy from the Beast God Temple? His spirit pet is a white giant python, which should be a 9th-tier demon beast, and the curse of the heart is also ineffective against him." Su Su frowned, wondering if the demon god they were facing this time was a succubus. Tang Shan nodded. "Yes, it's a succubus, and a very powerful one. If it really is her, it would truly be a miracle if you can hold Flame Fire City. This succubus is named Mei Ying, an old-school demon god, and even I don't have confidence in defeating her." Su Su recalled the battle from years ago, where a succubus fought against 2 human powerhouses, one of whom was Su Su himself. The 2 had barely managed to reach a stalemate with her. Su Su continued, "Once hit by the curse of the heart, even a 9th-tier Beastmaster wouldn't fare much better, and the succubus has her innate phosphor poison. I really can't think of who that mysterious expert you mentioned could be. The old guy from the Beast God Temple has a spirit pet that is a giant turtle, and the person you mentioned has a white giant python. Definitely not the same person." Tang Shan then recalled something. "That's right, he also has a 4th-tier Azure flood dragon that blew away the phosphor poison in one breath." Su Su shook his head. How could phosphor poison be blown away by a 4th-tier demon beast? Besides, Beastmasters usually only raise 1 spirit pet in their lifetime. It's not for any other reason, but because they can't afford to raise more. Deputy Hall Master, you may not know, but that was indeed phosphor poison. Even my full-strength attack couldn't disperse it, which is why I was also very frustrated. My full-strength attack should not be weaker than a demon beast's breath. Where's that expert now? After the demon race was repelled, he disappeared without a trace, and I searched for a long time without finding him. Report. City Lord. It's not good. The demon army is advancing towards us. Su Su stood up. Old Tang, let's go. We need to prepare for battle on the city wall. The group arrived at the city wall, which was stained red with blood. Su Su sighed. Make sure to comfort the families of the deceased. Each family will receive 1,000 gold coins, which can be collected from the War God Temple later. On behalf of the families of the deceased, I thank Deputy Hall Master Su. Su Su waved his hand. If it weren't for the War God Temple's financial constraints, I would have prepared to give more. An hour later, the demon army arrived at the foot of the city, darkening the ground with a multitude of around 100,000. Su Su sensed that there was not just one demon god among them, but 4. Su Su nodded to the others, and they fused with their spirit beasts. Among the 20 or so people, 5 were 9 luminous orbs. Su Su was 4 purple and 5 black. The elder beside Su Su was 5 purple and 4 black. and he was the second elder of the War God Temple. The fourth elder was 6 purple and 3 black, while the seventh and eighth elders were also 6 purple and 3 black. Look, it's actually a 9th level Beastmaster. Amazing. Yes, there are actually 5 9th level Beastmasters. Seeing the addition of 9th level Beastmasters, the morale of the human race soared, and everyone fused with their spirit beasts. The warriors were also ready with their catapults. At this moment, Mingxi was in the city. He saw that everyone on the city wall had fused with their spirit beasts, and he knew that the war was about to begin again. He secretly went to the far east side of the city wall. The guard saw Mingxi and said, "Brother, you should quickly go into the city to take refuge. There is fighting here. Don't worry, I'm here to join the battle. I'm a 3rd level Beastmaster." "All right then. Just be careful." Mingxi covered his face. If the guard saw his face, he would suspect that he was a spy for the demon clan. On the demon clan's war chariot, a demon with 2 large horns on his head was the horned demon god Jiaoyu. Next to him was a winged demon with very large wings. Although she wasn't as enchanting as the illusion demon, she was also extremely beautiful. She was the winged demon god Kongming. Chapter 54, Capturing the Succubus. A demon was riding a 6th level beast, the diamond tiger. This demon was a strength demon, but he was much stronger than a normal strength demon and was twice their size. He was the strength demon god Liwan. The illusion demon was still sitting on the giant demon, looking as charming and alluring as ever, but this time she wore a long dress made of black gauze, exposing her long legs and bare feet. A horn sounded, and the demon army began to attack the city again. The strength demons launched stones, the horned demons defended, and the winged demons provided aerial support. The major human powerhouses also rushed down. Susu's spirit beast was a 5th level divine beast, the Yizi. The second elder's spirit beast was a 4th level king beast, the sky pillar giant python. The 4th elder's spirit beast was a 4th level king beast, the Arctic wolf king. The 7th elder's spirit beast was a 4th level king beast, the ghost-eye butterfly, and the 8th elder's spirit beast was a 4th level king beast, the crimson-eyed diamond. The 8th elder faced Liwan, the 7th elder faced Kongming, the 4th elder faced Jiaoyu, and Susu, and the 2nd elder dealt with the illusion demon. The 8th elder soared into the air, using the 8th martial skill, diamond body, the 3rd martial skill, strength enhancement, and the 7th martial skill, mount tie pressing down. A giant diamond tightly clenched its fists and smashed down from above. Liwan enhanced his muscles and met the fists head-on. With a loud bang, they collided, creating a massive pit in the ground. With one powerful push, Liwan sent the 8th elder flying. The 8th elder realized that this strength demon was indeed strong. Even enhanced, he was still much weaker than Liwan, and that was while transformed. Liwan sneered. "Is that all a 9th level Beastmaster is?" The 8th elder disdainfully glanced at him. "Ignorant fool, 9th martial skill, diamond flash kill." In the blink of an eye, the 8th elder had rushed in front of Liwan. Liwan quickly punched to counter, but a flash of golden light melted through Liwan's arm. Liwan screamed in pain, clutching his severed limb. "I'm going to kill you." His eyes turned blood red, and his body doubled in size as he picked up a large knife and slashed at the 8th elder. The 6th martial skill, diamond iron fist. The 8th elder punched to counter, but unexpectedly, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. The 8th elder got back up, and both the demon and the human were locked in a fierce battle. Although Liwan had lost an arm, he surprisingly was still not at a disadvantage. The 7th elder was faring worse, with several holes poked in him, but Kongming was also poisoned. The 7th elder gasped for breath, using the 5th martial skill, Dream Bubble. Many bubbles appeared in the sky, and Kongming flew high up. Although she was poisoned, being a demon, her resistance to poison was much higher than that of humans. She spread her wings and quickly fanned the bubbles away. The 7th elder grinned. He had anticipated this outcome. The 9th martial skill, Dark Butterfly Arrow. A poisoned arrow pierced Kongming's left shoulder, causing her to fall from the sky in pain. However, at this moment, the 7th elder was also at his limit, and both the human and the demon stared at each other, neither daring to attack easily. The 4th elder was much stronger than the 7th elder. At least he wasn't injured, though he was mentally exhausted. Jiaoyu had extremely strong defense, but his attack power was low. Neither his speed nor attack could match the 4th elder, yet none of the 4th elder's attacks could harm him. The 4th elder stood there panting. Jiaoyu beckoned. "Come on, why have you stopped? You humans are too weak, lacking endurance." The 4th elder cursed. "You old turtle. Stinky and hard, I'll grind you down if it kills me." The 4th elder attacked while Jiaoyu defended, neither able to gain the upper hand, causing the 4th elder to feel 100,000 frustrations boiling in his heart, nearly making him curse. Susu restrained the 2nd elder with his hand. "Don't be impulsive. You were affected by her charm earlier, your mental C was injured. Rest for a bit, and I'll handle her." The 2nd elder glanced sideways. "Weisstein, are you injured? You're bleeding from your nose." Susu wiped his nose. It's nothing, I'm fine. You rest first, I'll deal with her. Susu inwardly cursed. This demoness is too sexy. I'm getting heated just looking at her. The illusion demon snorted. Humph. All of you go die? The illusion demon crossed her arms, and countless petals fell from the sky. The human race initially had a significant advantage, but whoever the petals landed on would be stuck in a frenzied battle. Susu dodged left and right, but accidentally got hit, and both he and the second elder stood there foolishly laughing. The illusion demon, unable to move while casting her secret technique, commanded the giant demon to deal with Susu and the second elder. The giant demon raised its large wooden stick and brought it down on the second elder, who fell to the ground unconscious. The giant demon then lunged at Susu, when suddenly a massive serpent tail struck the giant demon away, as if a star had fallen from the sky, swiftly descending. A deep cut appeared on the illusion demon's back from a sword strike, which was the third strike of the celestial 13 cuts. Everyone came to their senses. If Mingxi hadn't arrived in time, the human race would have been defeated. Susu picked up the second elder. Qin Xiao, are you all right? Wake up. The second elder slowly opened his eyes. Stop shaking. Even if I wasn't killed, I'd be shaken to death by you. My head hurts so much. Susu saw a giant serpent before him, with a person standing on it. This must be the mysterious expert Tangshan spoke of. He didn't recognize him because none of the people he knew had a spirit pet that was a giant serpent. And this giant serpent was extremely powerful, even surpassing him. Susu cupped his fists. Thank you for your help, expert. The battle isn't over yet. Once the war calms down, I'll properly thank you. Blood trickled from the corner of the illusion demon's mouth as she wiped it and glared at Mingxi in anger, as this was already the second time he had interfered with her. The illusion demon pointed at Mingxi. Do you dare to reveal your name? I want to see who I've lost to. Mingxi remained silent, and the giant python charged forward. The illusion demon continuously retreated, as her charm technique had no effect on this person. The giant python chased from behind while the illusion demon ran ahead, and they made their way into the forest. At this point, the illusion demon could no longer hold on. Due to excessive magic power consumption and having taken a sword strike, she fainted. Mingxi jumped down from the giant serpent's head, drawing his sword to kill her when the Azure dragon crawled out of his arms. Don't kill her. She might be useful later. Mingxi asked in confusion. Senior, this woman is too dangerous. If we don't kill her, it might lead to endless troubles. The Azure dragon smiled. I want to verify my thoughts. Let's first take her to the cave in the abyss. All right. Since the Azure dragon said so, Mingxi didn't ask further. He picked up the illusion demon and they headed to the cave in the abyss. Mingxi asked, Senior, what should we do next? You will use the ancient contract formation on her. Mingxi opened his mouth. Huh? Use the ancient contract formation on her. Will it be effective? You will know whether it works once you try it. I also want to verify what I have in mind. Mingxi cast an ancient contract formation on the phantom, and after a while, a crescent-shaped mark appeared on the phantom's forehead. Mingxi unexpectedly fainted due to excessive mental energy consumption. When Mingxi woke up, he found the phantom chatting with the Azure dragon. As soon as the phantom saw Mingxi awake, she pinned him down. Mingxi shouted, You too, come and save me. The Azure dragon laughed and said, Phantom, don't scare him. You have already signed a contract. If Mingxi dies, you will die too. The phantom smiled and sat up, saying, You little brat, how dare you use a contract formation on me? If it weren't for this contract, I would have killed you already. Mingxi patted his chest and said, You scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. In fact, the Azure dragon wasn't sure if the contract formation was effective against the demon race. It was just trying it out. The phantom looked at Mingxi with a sideways glance and asked, What are you planning to do next? Mingxi thought for a moment and said, I want to see how the battle in Flame City is going. The phantom sighed and said, Oh, no need to go. Once I leave, they won't win against those human beings, so don't worry. Hearing this made Mingxi feel much better. He had been a bit worried earlier. Upon thinking carefully, he realized that there were only 3 demon gods in the demon race, while the human race had 5 9th-tier Beastmasters, so they should win easily. Mingxi asked, Phantom, how many demon gods and great demon gods are there in your demon race? The phantom tilted her head and said, Are you trying to make me betray the demon race? Mingxi replied, I was just asking casually. If you don't want to say, I won't force you. The Azure dragon asked, Is that great demon god who has lived for over 100,000 years named Shadowkill? The phantom asked in confusion, How do you know? Very few people in our demon race know his name. The Azure dragon said, It really is him. When he was still a demon god, he fought against me. At that time, he wasn't my opponent, but he had just been promoted, and my strength was on par with the great demon gods. Chapter 55, Space Rift. The phantom laughed and said, A little dragon like you can't even defeat me, yet you claim to be on par with great demon gods? Stop bragging. The Azure dragon looked at the skeleton beside him and said, This skeleton is mine. My name is Azure Dragon. And this white snake is one I saved back in the day. I didn't expect it to guard my skeleton for 100,000 years. The Phantom said in surprise. You're actually the Azure Dragon. I've heard my elders mention you. 3 demon gods fought against you, and 1 was killed by you. And one of those 3 was the great demon god Shadow Kill. That made sense. Otherwise, how could he know the great demon god? What was even more surprising was that the white snake in front of her had actually lived for 100,000 years. She thought to herself, how could one possibly lose to a snake? The Azure Dragon proudly said, haha, it seems I am quite famous among the demon race. The Phantom asked in confusion, with your strength, why have you fallen so low? The Azure Dragon coughed and said, ahem, I fell ill. Yes, just got a serious illness. That's why I've fallen to this state. The Azure Dragon didn't want to admit that he was severely injured after being beaten by 3 demon gods and escaped here, ultimately dying without treatment. How could a super divine beast fall ill? The Phantom smiled but didn't expose him. Mingxi had heard from Mo before that there weren't many demon gods among the demon race, but after listening to the Phantom, he became a bit worried, because now, there were only about 109th tier strong humans, and the demon race still had great demon gods. Whether humans had surpassed the 9th tier limit was still an unknown. The Phantom frowned, looking as if she was in great pain. Mingxi noticed that the wound on her back was emitting black gas, which was not demon energy. This was also the first time Mingxi had used the falling blade to injure someone, and he didn't know what effect it had. Mingxi asked, what medicine do you demon race people use when you're injured? The Azure Dragon flew over and said, this martial skill seems a bit like spatial martial skills. Do you see that there is a black and transparent thing in the wound? Mingxi looked closely and indeed saw a black object that was slowly expanding. Senior, do you know what this is? Mingxi asked in confusion. The Azure Dragon said lightly, sigh, I don't know what it is. I just feel it resembles the space blade of the dragon god. This black thing should be a space rift. Then how should this be treated? Do you know, Senior? The Azure Dragon shook his head. I can't help it either. This is the first time I've seen this thing. The Phantom was sweating profusely from the pain, and the wound was deep and long, yet not a drop of blood flowed. Mingxi had no choice but to summon Xiao Bai, Xiao Hui, Xiao Pongzi, and He Lin to ask if they knew anything. Xiao Bai and Xiao Hui also didn't know, and Xiao Pongzi was even less helpful. Meanwhile, He Lin was lazily lying there, half opening his eyes and glancing up. Just when Mingxi was at a loss, He Lin used beast language to tell Mingxi, using your own blood might heal her wound. Your blood contains He Lin's blood, Xuanwu's blood, Imoku's blood, and Azure Dragon's blood, as well as the divine medicine. The divine liquid. Mingxi suddenly had hope again because He Lin's blood could self-heal. The divine liquid could heal wounds, and he also had Imoku's blood in his body. It might actually be useful. Mingxi made a cut on his palm and pressed his hand against the Phantom's wound. The moment the golden blood entered, the black space rift actually began to close slowly. The Phantom screamed in pain as the golden blood burned her, and after a while, she fainted. The Azure Dragon asked, why is your blood golden? Golden blood in the demon race represents nobility, and only a few great demons possess golden blood. The Azure Dragon's eyes nearly popped out. What? That old woman actually sacrificed her essence blood for you? If a demon beast gives up a drop of essence blood, it will lose hundreds of years of cultivation. And the stronger the demon beast, the more cultivation it loses. For a demon beast like her, losing a drop of essence blood means at least 1,000 years of cultivation. 1,000 years of cultivation? Mingxi recalled that Imoku had given him a vial of essence blood with at least a dozen drops in it. If one drop is 1,000 years, then Imoku must have lost 10,000 years of cultivation. No wonder she looked so pale at that time. It turned out to be because of this. The Azure Dragon ran over to Xuanwu and they communicated in beast language. However, Xuanwu had not inherited many memories, just a sparse little bit. And he couldn't remember who the Azure Dragon was at all. In fact, Xuanwu had gone to find the demon race to take revenge for the Azure Dragon. But he didn't even see a great demon god before being surrounded and severely injured, leading to his eventual downfall. The 4 divine beasts, with the Azure Dragon as the leader, had a very close relationship. However, the white tiger disappeared first, followed by the vermilion bird, then the Azure Dragon, and finally the Xuanwu. 100,000 years after the Azure Dragon's fall, a group of demons arrived in the abyss. At that time, the white snake was only a 5th-tier demon beast and was severely injured while desperately protecting the beast egg. In the end, the beast egg was taken away by the demons, but how the beast egg ended up in human hands remains a mystery. Otherwise, it would not have reached Mingxi's hands. Taking advantage of the Phantom's coma, Mingxi continued to cultivate the celestial demon's sacred body, and he was about to reach the second layer of the celestial demon's sacred body. Xiao Pongzi actually ate more than half of the Azure Dragon's skeleton, and the Azure Dragon wept as he watched his skeleton being consumed. The Azure Dragon shouted angrily, "Little thing, don't eat it all. Leave something for later." Xiao Pongzi didn't care about that. His stomach was bulging, and he was burping non-stop. In the end, Xiao Pongzi finished eating the Azure Dragon skeleton, leaving only the skull. Xiao Pongzi had never eaten so much before. 5 days passed, and the phantom slowly opened her eyes. Mingxi was practicing the celestial demon sacred body, and the phantom felt that this martial skill seemed a bit familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it. Mingxi slowly opened his eyes and found the phantom staring at him, giving him quite a scare. Mingxi patted his chest, scaring me to death. Don't look at me like that. I'm feeling anxious. What are you anxious about? I can't eat you. By the way, how do you feel physically? Mei Ying smiled and turned around for Mingxi to see. Much better. It should be no big deal now, and I feel much lighter than before. Mingxi saw that her wounds had healed, which is good. Now I can rest assured. Mei Ying noticed that her skin wasn't as dark as before, and she seemed stronger too. She walked over to the cave wall and punched it, creating a large hole with one punch. Mei Ying was a bit stunned by the sight. This strength was several times greater than before. What Mei Ying didn't know was that after merging with Mingxi's blood, her physical strength had increased several levels. Qinglong smiled and said, surprised? Mei Ying pretended to be calm and said, not really, just a little stronger than before. Qinglong called out, Bai Shui. Come over and spar with Mei Ying to see if her body has changed. Bai Shui swept over with her tail, and Mei Ying raised her hands to defend, surprisingly blocking the attack. Mei Ying couldn't hide her joy because the physical quality of a succubus is the worst among the demon race. Although her charm skills are strong, her physical strength is very weak. Now her physical strength is comparable to a 9th-tier demon beast. She is originally a powerful demon god. Plus the essence of several demon beasts, her physical strength has undergone a significant change. Mingxi gave Mei Ying the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body technique. This is for you. I think you should use it. When Mei Ying saw the name, she realized this was the martial skill that the great demon god had lost. Yes, that's right. I remember it was called the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body technique. I was wondering why the martial skill you practiced just now seemed so familiar. It turns out to be the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body, one of the top techniques of the demon race. Mingxi didn't expect this martial skill to be so strong. Through practicing the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body, his mental strength had reached 43 points, which was much faster than his usual training. They practiced in the cave for nearly a month. Mingxi's Heavenly Demon Sacred Body reached the 2nd layer, and Mei Ying's Heavenly Demon Sacred Body surprisingly reached the 4th layer. The chubby guy, after eating dragon bones, successfully advanced to the 4th tier. Mei Ying looked at Mingxi with her pink eyes and said, Master, aren't you going to take me with you? Mingxi smiled and said, all right, stop using your charm skills. They don't work on me. Mei Ying pouted and said, Humph. Why are my charm skills ineffective on you? Hee hee, maybe it's destined by heaven for me to collect you. Chapter 56, 5-Clawed Golden Dragon. Mingxi rode the chubby guy to the edge of a cliff, where a female succubus sat at the top. Mei Ying tossed her hair and said, I just wanted to see you off, afraid you might die in the demon realm. Mei Ying smiled and said, then I'm really leaving. I'm really leaving. Mingxi waved his hand, goodbye. When they arrived at Flame City, the ground was covered with the corpses of demon race members. The guards were burning their bodies, and thick black smoke rose, mixed with the smell of charred flesh. Mingxi saw a very large corpse, which belonged to the giant demon race. Mingxi knew that the human race had won, and the demon race would no longer attack Flame City. They had been flying for 4 days, and in 3 days, they could reach Wind Spirit City. While meditating, Mingxi suddenly opened his eyes, frowning. He signaled the chubby guy to find a place to stop, and they landed on a plain. Mingxi put the chubby guy and Qinglong into the Spirit Pearl. Mingxi instructed Bai Shui to open the dark gate. The moment the dark gate opened, a fierce wind howled. And this time the power of thunder was much stronger than before. However, with Mingxi's physical strength, he easily walked through. At this moment, Qilin was undergoing transformation and awakening. Mingxi noticed that Qilin's skin was cracking, and golden blood was seeping out. The spirit beasts in the spirit beast realm were restless for some reason. Mingxi released Qinglong and the chubby guy. Qinglong looked around and said, is this the spirit beast realm? Senior, you know this place? Qinglong laughed. We were born here. At that time, I broke through to the 9th tier and then passed through the Xuanjie Gate to arrive at Songyuan Continent. However, passing through the Xuanjie Gate was not easy. We tried thousands of times and spent hundreds of years to get out. But how did you get in? Was it the Dark Gate? Yes, this is my 2nd time here. The first time was during the transformation of the Xuanwu, and this time it's Qilin's transformation. Qinglong was surprised, not expecting that you could pass through the Dark Gate. Many humans want to come here, but fail at the Dark Gate. Perhaps it's because of your dual cultivation. A group of spirit beasts gathered around, but this time they did not attack Qilin. They just watched. With dark clouds gathering above them, and a black dragon had appeared in the clouds. Mingxi recognized it at a glance. This was the one that had helped him last time. Then, with a flash of lightning, a fiery red, true dragon flew over. Qinglong looked at these old dragons and seemed very familiar with them. The old dragons recognized Qinglong too. The black dragon bowed and said, "It really is Lord Qinglong. I never expected to see you in my lifetime." The fire dragon awkwardly said, "Actually, we are." Before the fire dragon could finish, an old earth dragon burst out from the ground, saying, "Yes, we came to see Lord Qinglong. It's been a long time since we last met." In an instant, over 100 dragons gathered nearby, the strongest being 9th tier and the weakest at 6th tier, surrounding Mingxi and the others in the middle. Qilin looked very painful and was growling lowly. Mingxi wanted to help, but Qinglong stopped him, saying, "No one can help him right now. True dragons continued to gather here." And at this moment, many birds appeared in the sky, and there were a lot of them. Qinglong shouted, "Not good, it's the Kuanping clan. Why are they coming here in force? Are they looking for revenge on me?" The Dragon clan and the Kuanping clan started fighting. Among the Dragon clan, there were more than a dozen 9th tier giant dragons, and the Kuanping clan also had more than a dozen 9th tier members. The two clans fought fiercely, with corpses everywhere. Mingxi noticed that their target was actually Qilin, and some low-tier Kuanping were trying to sneak attack Qilin. Mingxi took Bai Shui out of the Spirit Pearl and let her guard Qilin. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and lightning struck Qilin's body. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Qilin's skin suddenly cracked open, and 4 legs appeared. When Qilin skin burst open, golden light radiated, illuminating the entire land. He transformed into a golden giant dragon, and small wings sprouted from his back. At this moment, the sky instantly cleared. Qilin roared to the sky, and the morale of the Dragon clan soared, forcing the Kuanping clan to flee in panic. Qinglong hid behind Mingxi and whispered, It's a 5-clawed golden dragon." Qinglong then realized why all the dragons had gathered here. They sensed the aura of the dragon ancestor. They knew that the dragon ancestor was awakening, and their mortal enemies would definitely take the opportunity to attack the dragon ancestor. Qilin roared as all the dragons bowed their heads, including Qinglong. Qilin used beast language to tell the other dragons, "Everyone, disperse." All the dragons disappeared from their sight. Qilin walked over and gently rubbed his head against Mingxi, saying, "Young master, I have received the inheritance memory. I now know that I am from the Dragon clan." Mingxi smiled and said, "I noticed that. Wait, you can speak human language now?" Qilin proudly replied, "Yes, I received the inheritance. Isn't it normal to speak human language?" Qinglong asked in confusion, "Lord Inglong, why were you a little snake at first?" Qilin glanced at Bai Shui beside him. She also showed signs of transforming into a dragon and needed dragon blood, but I can provide that for her. Qinglong looked at the corpses on the ground and said, "There is plenty of dragon blood here." Qilin shook her head, saying that my essence blood would be better for her, as it flows with the blood of the dragon ancestor, which would allow her to transform into a true dragon. "But that would diminish your cultivation." Qilin replied lightly, "It won't. My cultivation is already low. A few days of training will be enough." Qilin released a drop of essence blood from her forehead, which flew directly into Bai Shui's mouth. Dark clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning roared. Even more intense than when Qilin awakened earlier, with bolts striking Bai Shui, who flew skyward along with the lightning, being struck by dozens of heavenly bolts. Mingxi clenched his fists, feeling anxious for her, while the Azure Dragon noticed Mingxi's tension and reassured him, "No need to be nervous. She's a 100,000-year-old demon beast, stronger than a 9th tier Beastmaster. Rest assured, Lord Inglong also recognized this, which is why she was allowed to awaken." Not long after, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a white dragon before them, its aura stronger than before, as it was of pure dragon lineage. Upon hearing that he was now at the 9th tier, Mingxi realized that he had reached the same level as Mo. Outsiders cannot stay too long in the spirit beast realm, or they will face heavenly punishment. So Mingxi needed to find a safe place for Bai Shui to enter secluded training. The first place that came to Mingxi's mind was the cave at the bottom of the lake. At this moment, Mingxi was extremely happy because his first-tier spirit beast was actually the strongest. He released Xiaobang, and they proceeded, flying for 3 days until they reached the lakeside on the outskirts of the night forest. Mingxi let Bai Shui out and told her about the cave at the bottom of the lake, and Bai Shui jumped right in. Mingxi jumped on his Xiaopang's back and set off for the academy. In just a few minutes, Mingxi arrived at the academy's entrance. It had been several months since he last stepped out, and he felt a bit nostalgic. Mingxi arrived at the door of the special class and knocked. "Come in." Yang Yingnua tilted her head towards the door. Mingxi nodded and said, "Okay, mentor, I'll have them explain it to me when I have time." The class bell rang, and after Yang Yingnua left, several people gathered around. "Big brother, where have you been these past few days?" Everyone bombarded him with questions. Chapter 57, The Wasteland. Mingxi, along with Cui Yuanhong and Li Wenhao, chatted as they walked, just in time to encounter Li Wenlong approaching with a few people from the opposite direction. Li Wenlong glanced at Mingxi and spat, "You little brat, what a narrow road for enemies." Mingxi ignored him, pulling Cui Yuanhong and Li Wenhao along. Let's go. Li Wenlong shouted angrily. You little brat, did I say you could leave? Stop right there. Li Wenlong chuckled. Oh, isn't this my whiny cousin? What? Are you trying to defend him or something? Wenlong, is this the useless cousin you were talking about? A short-haired girl with a plain appearance and many freckles, and not very tall, spoke up. Li Wenhao retorted angrily. What? Do you want to fight? Li Wenlong suddenly shrugged off Li Wenhao's hand. What are you? Don't think I'm afraid of you just because your father is the family head. Let me tell you, I'm now a second-tier Beastmaster. And the family head position is definitely mine in the future. Li Wenlong mistakenly thought Li Wenhao was a first-tier Beastmaster. He didn't know it was Mingxi and the others who went to participate in the grand competition, only that Han Lai was leading the team. Unaware that it was Mingxi, Cui Yuanhong grinned. Trash. Li Wenlong pointed at Cui Yuanhong and yelled, Who are you calling trash? What are you? Cui Yuanhong stepped up and slapped him. Who are you talking about? Who gave you the face? Li Wenlong summoned his spirit beast, which had merged. With 2 orbs of light behind him, 1 gray and 1 blue. Li Wenhao summoned his spirit beast and merged it, with 3 orbs of light behind him, 2 blue and 1 purple. Li Wenlong couldn't believe his eyes. He hadn't expected Li Wenhao to already be a 3rd-tier Beastmaster. A tall boy nearby exclaimed, Is this still a new student? A 3rd-tier Beastmaster. Li Wenlong shouted, First martial skill, Ice Freeze for 1,000 miles. Li Wenlong was immediately encased in ice. And Li Wenhao didn't give him a chance. Second martial skill, Ice and Snowstorm. Li Wenlong was knocked unconscious by the storm. And Li Wenhao snorted coldly before the 3 left. Cui Yuanhong asked, Big brother, have you heard that Fengling Academy has 3 spots to enter the wasteland for training? Our academy has 1 spot. Because we won the championship in this grand competition, the Beast God Temple gave us 2 more spots. It doesn't seem that meaningful. Can't we train anywhere? Cui Yuanhong glanced at Mingxi. Big brother, you don't know this, right? The wasteland has 9 levels, and each level doubles the training time. Moreover, the wasteland is vast and filled with many rare treasures. Mingxi wasn't particularly interested in the rare treasures, but the doubling of training time was indeed a good thing. Given the current crisis and the demon clan's movements, he needed to improve his strength quickly and then persuade the 10 demon kings. Mingxi asked, Have the spots been confirmed? When Mingxi heard it was from his class, he decided not to compete with them. Cui Yuanhong put his arm around Mingxi's neck. What is there to compete for? There's only you among us. The 3 people are Lung Yuzhu, Ling Yi, and you. Besides, all 3 of you were specifically called by the Beast God Temple. Ling Yi is the granddaughter of the Beast God Temple's master, so she will definitely have a spot. Lung Yuzhu's spirit beast is the 5th level divine beast, the 9-colored phoenix, so she will also have a spot. The Beast God Temple has already regarded Mingxi as a predetermined candidate, so he will definitely have a spot too. Let's go. Mingxi pulled the 2 away. Mingxi hurried over. Yuzhu, what are you doing here? The 2 arrived at the hillside behind the academy, where there was a large tree, and they sat under it. Lung Yuzhu looked at the twinkling stars in the sky. Time flies so fast. It's already been 2 years. Mingxi gazed at the distant forest. Yeah, it's been 2 years. I wonder how Mom is doing. Don't be sad. I haven't seen my parents for 7 years. Lung Yuzhu lowered her head. Mingxi gently patted Lung Yuzhu's head. All right, let's not talk about that. Lung Yuzhu looked up with her big eyes at Mingxi. We only have 2 years until graduation. Which sacred temple do you plan to go to? Mingxi thought for a moment and said, Let's go together. Wherever you go. I'll go. Didn't we promise each other? I'll protect you in the future. Hearing Mingxi say this, Lung Yuzhu felt particularly happy. In fact, she had the same thought. Wherever Mingxi went, she would follow. Lung Yuzhu unexpectedly fell asleep under the tree, leaning on Mingxi's shoulder. Mingxi glanced at her and slowly took off his jacket, draping it over her. The next morning, Lung Yuzhu opened her hazy eyes to find herself resting on Mingxi's shoulder, who was smiling at her. Mingxi asked, You're awake. Lung Yuzhu nodded lightly and stretched. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Mingxi grinned foolishly and said nothing. Lung Yuzhu playfully tapped Mingxi's forehead and turned to run, laughing. Ha! You silly. 2 months later. This time, the team leaders were Zetian and Yang Ingnua, as they were more familiar with Tianhua City. They rode a 5th-tier demon beast, a Kanjiing, which was hired by Zetian because it was faster. Zetian said, Although the wasteland is a place for cultivation, it is particularly dangerous inside. Every year, many talented individuals die there. There are many dangerous monsters inside, as well as a group of indigenous people. Although they are not beastmasters, their nature is very similar to that of strength warriors. Their strength is basically comparable to that of 4th-tier strength warriors, and some can even reach the level of 5th-tier strength warriors. Moreover, you must also be careful of other people. There are many unscrupulous individuals inside who like to rob others of their belongings. The restrictions inside range from 1st tier to 5th tier. Beastmasters above 6th tier will be struck dead by the mysterious thunder. Generally, Every academy will send elite students for cultivation, usually at the 3rd or 4th tier. And some unscrupulous academies send in 5th tier Beastmasters. So you must be cautious. The 3 of you shouldn't be separate. Mingxi, you are the only boy among the 3. You need to be responsible for protecting them, understood? Understood, Minter. Their safety is in my hands, Mingxi said, patting his chest. The eagle flew for a whole day and finally arrived at the wasteland. The entrance was already crowded with people, many of whom Mingxi recognized, including Qin Shuiyao and Qin Shuixian from the Blue Star Academy, and Shui Qingyue and Xin Xiaoro from the Water Domain Academy. Almost everyone had arrived, and they opened the entrance to prepare to enter. A middle-aged man who was speaking was sent by the Beast God Palace. The entrance slowly opened, and a chill drifted out. All the students rushed in, and Mingxi and the others followed. Once inside, they found that it was not much different from the outside, just a bit cold. There were forests, rivers, and monsters inside. The leaves of the trees had already turned yellow, and the rivers were even frozen. Mingxi sneezed from the cold. Why is it so cold here? Let us quickly find the entrance to the next layer. Lingyi nodded, then took out a piece of paper. I have a map here. Look, this red dot is the entrance. Mingxi stared at her wide-eyed. How do you have a map? Who do you think I am? I'm the young lady of Tianhing Trading Company. Is there anything I can't obtain? Lingyi said proudly. Following the map's directions, they quickly arrived at the entrance to the second layer. They pushed the door open, and it closed on its own behind them. Upon entering the second layer, they found it particularly hot, with temperatures reaching 50 degrees. Lingyi wiped the sweat from her face. Why is it so hot? Let us find a place to wash our faces. Lung Yuzhu softly said, There's a river ahead. Let us go there. The 3 of them arrived at the riverside. Mingxi touched the water, which was scalding hot. The 3 of them washed their faces, but the heat was suffocating. Lingyi took out the map. Let us head to the 3rd layer. They easily found the entrance to the 3rd layer according to the map. They pushed the door open. And this time the temperature was normal. However, the gravity was different, 10 times that of the outside. Mingxi didn't feel much. But Lung Yuzhu and Ling Yi felt very tired, as if they were carrying a 1,000-pound boulder. Mingxi looked around. There was a small cave ahead. Let's south adapt to this place first before continuing to the next layer. Otherwise, we want to know what the next layer is like. Okay, Lung Yuzhu nodded. Chapter 58, Earth Demon. The 3 of them entered the cave, which was not very deep, only about 10 meters. The monsters in this layer were mostly 1st and 2nd tier, posing little threat to them. Mingxi took out the Beast Spirit Pearl and released the little fatty, who was now at 4th tier, more than enough to handle 1st and 2nd tier monsters, allowing them to cultivate at ease. Mingxi stood up. You wait here. I'll go take a look outside. Lung Yuzhu nodded slightly. Be careful. With the little fatty guarding them, Mingxi felt reassured. He summoned the Azure Dragon. Senior, do you feel anything different here? I didn't expect there to be such a small world here. It's like a spirit beast realm, an independent space. The Azure Dragon replied. Mingxi walked forward. Senior, let us go check ahead. There was a lake ahead, the water a light blue. Mingxi reached out and found a chilling aura. The Azure Dragon sensed something under the water and dove in. Shortly after, the Azure Dragon emerged with a lotus flower in its mouth, placing it in Mingxi's hand. This is a 50,000-year-old ice lotus. For those with spiritual power not exceeding 50 points, it can increase spiritual power by 2 points. For those above 50 points, it can increase spiritual power by 1 point. This is a rare treasure in the world. Mingxi held the ice lotus, amazed. Is this thing really that magical? This cold aura is something normal people can't withstand. So no one has taken it for tens of thousands of years. The Earth Demon was short, resembling a 7 or 8-year-old child, with a broad face, flat nose, pointed ears, and a large mouth with sharp fangs. Its forehead slanted back, and its dark eyes were between red and yellow. They walked upright on 2 legs, with arms drooping to their knees, and their skin color ranged from black to various shades of gray to pitch black. They were wrapped in a tattered cloth covering their lower body. Lung Yuzhu flew in the air. First martial skill, Phoenix Feather Meteor. Fireballs the size of fists fell from the sky, instantly taking down dozens of earth demons, followed by hundreds of earth demons rushing in. Ling Yi's eyes turned pink. Third martial skill, Dreamland. The earth demons fell into a deep sleep, but at that moment, an earth demon at the mountain peak jumped down, wielding a wooden stick, aiming to strike Lung Yuzhu. The little fatty leaped up and bit the earth demon, tossing it away. The little fatty jumped down, taking out one earth demon after another. Even so, the number of earth demons did not decrease but continued to increase. Ling Yi was exhausting her spiritual power controlling so many earth demons. One earth demon woke up from the dream. Ling Yi was clawed by an earth demon, leaving 3 wounds on her waist. More earth demons awoke, and Ling Yi was reaching her limit. Lung Yuzhu continuously cast Phoenix Feather Meteor in the air, sweat pouring down her forehead. Even without fighting, flying under 10 times the gravity was incredibly difficult. Ling Yi collapsed from exhaustion, softly calling out, Mingxi, come save me quickly. With a roar, Mingxi descended from the sky, creating a large crater upon landing. The little fatty stood beside Ling Yi to protect her. Mingxi, along with the Azure Dragon, slaughtered through the earth demons, who kept crawling out of the ground. 3 beast cores flashed, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Golden Saint Dragon, 2 super divine beasts, and 1 chaotic divine beast, charged wildly at the earth demons. Lung Yuzhu just saw Mingxi's 3 beast cores and couldn't believe her eyes. A Beastmaster only has 1 spirit beast in their lifetime. Why does Mingxi have 3? She didn't dare to think further, as it was not the time to be distracted. Lung Yuzhu fell from the air, and Mingxi jumped over to catch her, holding her in his arms. Lung Yuzhu softly said, you don't need to worry about me. Go check on Yi first. Mingxi placed Lung Yuzhu in the cave, then walked to Ling Yi and picked her up. Ling Yi was bleeding black blood from her wounds. The Azure Dragon said lightly, this girl is poisoned. The poison is too close to her chest, and it has already seeped into her internal organs. You need to suck the poison out for her. Otherwise, she won't last 3 hours. Mingxi didn't dare to delay. He laid Ling Yi flat on the ground, tore open the clothing around her waist, and began to suck out the poisoned blood. After that, he took out some healing medicine and sprinkled it on her. Mingxi pulled out a spatial ring and began searching through the herbs inside. Not this found it. Mingxi held a red medicinal herb, which was no ordinary herb. It was a 30,000-year-old flame poison flower. It could detoxify 100 poisons and enhance a person's resistance to toxins, what others referred to as being immune to all poisons. Mingxi crushed the flame poison flower and fed it to Ling Yi, who had turned completely gray. After taking the flower, her complexion improved significantly. Qinglong looked at the precious medicinal herbs scattered on the ground and said, you kid have quite a treasure trove. These are all good stuff. And they are all over 10,000 years old. Mingxi smiled and replied, it's nothing special, just some seldom used herbs. Besides, I've already used all the useful ones. Mingxi walked over and sat down next to Lung Yuzhu. Mingxi handed Lung Yuzhu a pill for restoring mental energy, saying, take this. I made it myself. Don't judge it by its appearance. I feel it's quite effective. Lung Yuzhu took the pill and swallowed it in one go. She instantly felt her mental energy recover by 30%, and her physical strength also improved significantly, her complexion no longer pale. Lung Yuzhu exclaimed in surprise. This pill is amazing. It can instantly restore mental energy. Mingxi took out a small cloth bag from his spatial ring. Here, there are many more. These are all made from spirit replenishing herbs, and they are all over 10,000 years old. I also added some 10,000-year blood spirit mushrooms to restore physical strength and some 10,000-year grade 9 ginseng kings to replenish vitality. In short, it's a great tonic. Lung Yuzhu waved her hand. This is too precious. I can't accept it. You should keep it. Mingxi placed the pills directly in her hand. If you're going to be polite with me, I'll really get angry. Besides, I have plenty of these. Lung Yuzhu took the pills. All right. Then I'll accept it. Actually, I want to ask you something. As she spoke, Lung Yuzhu glanced at the several spirit beasts lying at the cave entrance. Mingxi knew what she was going to ask. Are you wondering why I have 3 spirit beasts? Lung Yuzhu nodded yes. She looked around and asked, why isn't He Lin here? Could this blue dragon be He Lin? Qinglong shouted angrily, who is a dragon? I'm a real dragon. Don't speak nonsense. You little girl. Lung Yuzhu realized, you can talk. Qinglong smiled and said, didn't I just chat with Mingxi? They were too far apart earlier for Lung Yuzhu to hear clearly, thinking Mingxi was talking to himself. At that moment, He Lin walked in from outside. Are you looking for me? Mingxi smiled and said, Senior Qinglong, the dragon's soul hasn't perished, and this little golden dragon is actually He Lin. It has awakened and obtained a legacy, which is why it can speak. Are you talking about the Azure Dragon among the 4 great divine beasts? Yes. Senior is the Azure Dragon, Xiaobai is the White Tiger, and Xiaowei is the Black Tortoise. Lung Yuzhu looked at the spirit beasts in surprise, realizing that 3 of the 4 divine beasts were present, and He Lin had transformed into a golden divine dragon with a legacy. However, a spirit beast with a legacy must be a level 5 divine beast, indicating that He Lin was not a level 1 spirit beast, but a level 5 divine beast. It was simply unbelievable that one person could possess 3 great divine beasts and a golden divine dragon. Chapter 59, Traveling Together. At this moment, Lung Yuzhu automatically released her fusion, and Xianfeng flew to Qinglong's side. Qinglong recognized the spirit beast in front of him and laughed. You 2 little ones are quite fated. I never expected this. Mingxi asked in confusion, Senior Qinglong, what do you mean by unexpected? What fate? You'll understand in the future. By the way, little one, don't tell anyone about your 3 spirit beasts, otherwise it will bring you disaster. Mingxi nodded, I understand, Senior. Lung Yuzhu sat in meditation while Mingxi cleaned up the aftermath outside. He burned all the bodies of the ground demons. However, The smell attracted a group of low-level demon beasts, mostly first tier, with a few second tier. The little fatty was playing with a nine-tailed celestial fox when Mingxi called him over. The little fatty roared, scaring the group of demon beasts into fleeing in panic. Mingxi patted the little fatty's head. Well done, you're reliable. In the forest ahead, flames were bursting forth, and Mingxi noticed people fighting there, with a familiar pillar of fire. Isn't that the fire tornado of the Qin sisters? Could it be that they are fighting someone? Mingxi rode the little fatty over and saw the Qin sisters battling a plump middle-aged man, who had 5 glowing orbs behind him, 4 purple and 1 blue. The Qin sisters were already injured, but the man was not in good shape either. After a while, another middle-aged man arrived, also with 5 glowing orbs behind him, 2 blue and 3 purple. Xie Yuan, you're too slow. I've already dealt with my side. The man speaking was Hu Kai, who had a slim build and a noticeable large mole on his face. Xie Yuan cursed. You're just standing there without a scratch. The 2 you dealt with were 3rd tier, while mine are 4th tier. Qin Shuiyao whispered to Qin Shuixian, I'll hold them off. You run as far as you can. Sister, I want to leave. I want to fight with you. Hu Kai grinned lewdly. Neither of you is getting away. Xie Yuan and Hu Kai exchanged glances. Let us each take one of these beauties. Qin Shuiyao glared at them. You're dreaming. Even if we die, we won't let you succeed. Mingxi knew that in order to kill the 2 men, he had to catch them off guard. The Qin sisters were already at their limit and couldn't help. Mingxi raised his sword and leaped up, using a downward slash. Before Hu Kai could react, his arm was severed, and a deep wound appeared on his chest. Mingxi used dragon concealment to hide his presence, so they did not notice him at all. When Qin Shuiyao saw it was Mingxi, hope returned to her eyes. Qin Shuixian grabbed her sister's hand. Sister, we're saved. Xie Yuan looked at Mingxi in terror. Who are you, meddling in our affairs here? Mingxi coldly snorted. Evil and wicked, everyone deserves to be punished. Hu Kai applied a healing medicine to stop his bleeding and then assessed Mingxi. You little brat, daring to sneak attack me. I'll kill you. Xie Yuan's spirit beast was a level 3 crimson gold Hu wolf, while Hu Kai's spirit beast was a level 3 red-eyed baboon. Little fatty, that cripple is yours. Hu Kai cursed. You all are going to die here today. If you hadn't sneak attacked me, you wouldn't even touch my backside. The little fatty charged forward, and Hu Kai laughed. What can a 4th tier demon beast do to me? Mingxi shook his head. If he underestimated the little fatty, he would meet a terrible fate. The little fatty's combat power and speed were comparable to that of a 5th tier demon beast. The little fatty swiped with a claw. Hu Kai shouted, 4th martial technique, red-eyed blood claw. Hu Kai and the little fatty clashed head-on. The blood-red claw met the little fatty's paw, and the little fatty sent Hu Kai rolling several times. Hu Kai stood up, realizing that the strength of the spirit beast before him was even greater than that of a 5th tier demon beast. He was already injured and was no match for this spirit beast. Looking around, Hu Kai used his 3rd martial technique, Crimson Eye Jump Kill. Instead of attacking the little fatty, he jumped into the forest and fled, with the little fatty chasing after him. Now only Xie Yuan remained. And the Qin sisters stood beside Mingxi. We'll fight with you. Mingxi smiled. You 2 should rest. I'll take care of this scoundrel. Qin Shuiyao asked. Aren't you going to fuse with your spirit beasts? Mingxi scratched his head. I left in such a hurry that I didn't bring my spirit beasts out. Qin Shuiyao was at a loss for words. But since Mingxi had said that, she must have confidence. If they really couldn't handle it, the sisters could intervene later. Mingxi unleashed the heavenly demon's sacred body and dashed forward at her fastest speed. By the time Xie Yuan reacted, she had already been struck by a sword. Due to the gravity in this area, Xie Yuan couldn't keep up with Mingxi's speed. Xie Yuan's eyes gleamed with golden light as she activated her 3rd martial skill, Wolf Gold Eyes. A beam of golden light flashed, and Mingxi instantly lost consciousness. Xie Yuan sneered, die? And then unleashed her 5th martial skill, Wolf Poison Bone. A bone spiked the length of a chopstick shot straight for Mingxi's forehead. The Qin sisters wanted to help, but they were too far away. Just then, Mingxi grinned and swung her sword, unleashing a golden dragon that roared towards Xie Yuan, severely injuring her. After activating the heavenly demon's sacred body, a demonic aura surrounded Mingxi, making ordinary mental attacks ineffective unless the opponent was significantly stronger. At that moment, Xie Yuan was already at her limit after fighting with the Qin sisters. Her mental energy had been depleted by more than half. Seeing that Mingxi was unharmed, the Qin sisters relaxed. They would have felt guilty if Mingxi had died because of them. The Qin sisters stopped watching and surrounded Xie Yuan, swiftly killing her. Qin Shuiyao placed her hands in front of her left chest, her right hand pressing down on her left, her right leg bending back as she kneeled, and said, Thank you for saving us, young master. If it weren't for you, my sisters and I would have. Mingxi helped her up and said, You don't need to be so polite. Others would have saved you too. People like that are a disaster when they live. Hu Kai weakly said, Please, save me. I promise I won't do bad things again. Please, I really know I was wrong. Mingxi grinned. All right, I'll let you go. Hope flickered in Hukai's eyes. Thank you. Young master, thank you. Before he could finish, Mingxi swiftly struck, silencing him with a sword to the throat, blood spraying out. Qin Shuixian patted her chest. You scared me. I thought you really would let him go. Mingxi smiled wryly. Didn't I just let him go? The three of them burst into laughter. Mingxi looked at their injuries and said, you should go rest and recover your bodies first, then decide where to go next. Qin Shuiyao thought for a moment and said, if you don't mind, we will accompany you. 2 fourth-tier Beastmasters joining me is something I could only wish for. When they reached the cave, Qin Shuixian noticed a few spirit beasts at the entrance looking a bit timid. Mingxi smiled and said, it's fine. Those are my spirit pets and spirit beasts. Qin Shuiyao asked, how many spirit pets do you have? 4. Let's go inside. Yuzhu is still waiting inside. Qin Shuiyao waved her hand. I'm so happy to see you. I hope I didn't disturb you. No, not at all. You all sit here and rest for a bit. Lung Yuzhu could tell they were exhausted. You all chat. I'll go find something to eat. Mingxi took Qilin and went outside. Mingxi found some wild fruits and a first-tier long-haired pig. He distributed the fruits to them. Eat some first. I'll go cook. Qin Shuixian followed him out. I'll help you. Qin Shuixian stayed nearby, quietly watching. Mingxi prepared the pig and set it on a rack, sprinkling some salt on it, the aroma wafting through the air. Qin Shuixian sniffed. It smells so good. About an hour later, the pig was nearly done roasting. Ling Yi sniffed and then opened her eyes. What smells so good? Ling Yi was startled to see a group of spirit beasts. What are these? Mingxi laughed. Look at your little courage. These are all my spirit pets. You're so scared. Ling Yi clung to Mingxi's arm. When did you get so many spirit pets? All right, let us eat something first. Look, you're drooling. They all laughed heartily. Ling Yi tilted her head and looked at the Qin sisters. Who are they? Oh, I remember now. They are Lan Lan and Lan Xing. Qin Shuiyao said. Yes, from the Launching Academy. You are from the Launching Academy. Mingxi divided the roasted pig among them and shared the rest with the spirit beasts. Chapter 60, The Earth Demon Leader. At night, the 4 girls rested in the cave while Mingxi sat alone at the entrance, leaning against the cave wall. He listened to the distant sounds of wild beasts, reminiscing about the days he spent in the mountains with his mother. Qilin approached. I heard unusual movements underground. A lot of earth demons are gathering here. You need to be careful. Mingxi realized that these earth demons could evade his senses, and their numbers were immense. He called over the little fat one and the others. After a while, a small head poked out of a hole, and Mingxi immediately killed it with a sword. One after another, earth demons rushed out of the hole, and Mingxi, accompanied by several spirit beasts, guarded the entrance, killing as many as came out, quickly piling up the corpses into small hills. Elder, you guard the cave entrance. Xiaobai, you stay in the cave. The 3 of you come with me to clear the enemies behind. Mingxi took a few steps forward and found at least 1,000 earth demons in front of him. Although these demons were the lowest level, their numbers were overwhelming, and there were 5 high-level earth demons. Xiaohui, can you divert the river water here? Xiaohui nodded and began to manipulate the river water. Qilin unleashed golden light onto the crowd of earth demons, sending them flying. Xiaohui diverted the river water, drowning a large group of earth demons. The little fat one charged into the crowd, rampaging since the earth demons couldn't breach its defense. Mingxi headed straight for the big guy. The earth demon leader raised a wooden stick and brought it down, sending Mingxi flying. If he could send Mingxi flying, his strength must be at least 90,000 pounds. Mingxi shouted, you all stay away from him. This guy is very strong. Qilin flew over and fused with Mingxi. Now that Mingxi had fused with Qilin, his body was covered in golden scales, with a pair of dragon horns on his head and a dragon tail behind him. Due to Qilin's awakening, the 3 martial skills had changed slightly, now renamed by Mingxi as First Martial Skill, Extreme Shadow, Second Martial Skill, Giant Dragon's Light, Third Martial Skill, Dragon Emperor Transformation. Mingxi's eyes turned golden as he unleashed his second martial skill, Giant Dragon's Light. A beam of golden light struck the Earth Demon leader, who raised his wooden staff to counter it, only for the staff to shatter upon impact. The Earth Demon leader crossed his arms and moved forward, surprisingly managing to withstand the dragon's light. One must admit, this guy's physical strength is truly impressive. Even a 4th-tier Beastmaster wouldn't be able to endure the dragon's light. Yet this Earth Demon only suffered a bit of burnt skin on his arm. Mingxi shouted, Third Martial Skill, Dragon Emperor Transformation. Mingxi's body had become much stronger and taller than before, but in front of the Earth Demon leader, he still appeared small. Mingxi threw a punch, which the Earth Demon countered with a punch of its own. With a loud bang, both Mingxi and the Earth Demon staggered back a few steps. Mingxi attacked again, unleashing several punches, while the Earth Demon defended with its arms. The 2 sides remained locked in a stalemate for over an hour, and the other Earth Demons had been cleared out. Only this last one remained. Mingxi and the Earth Demon exchanged blows, their fists bloodied. And the Earth Demon showed remarkable stamina, showing no signs of fatigue after such a long fight. Ling Yi stepped forward. Mingxi, let me help you. Mingxi shouted. You all stay back. I need to use this Earth Demon to train. With each clash and counter, dawn broke without them noticing. At this point, Mingxi was breathing heavily, barely able to stand, while the Earth Demon sat on the ground, incapable of resisting any longer. Mingxi stood up once more and ended the demon's suffering with a sword strike. After these battles, they had fully adapted to the gravity of the third level. Mingxi asked, we need to head to the next level. Do you want to come with us? Ling Yi took out a map and said, let's go. Qin Shuiyao looked at the map in Ling Yi's hands, surprised that such a place even had a map. Did the person who drew the map really have to explore every corner? Their location was already close to the entrance of the fourth level, and it didn't take long to reach it. They pushed the door open, only to find it incredibly hot inside, even hotter than the second level. They needed to use their mental strength to resist, otherwise they would be baked into a daze. The others turned their faces aside, but Ling Yi couldn't help but laugh. Mingxi awkwardly said, you all wait for me here. I need to change clothes. Mingxi hid behind a rock to change, and he saw that ahead was a river of magma, with a lava lake below. After changing, he realized that this level was nothing but magma and rocks, with no place to stay, but they couldn't rashly proceed to the next level. Ling Yi wiped her sweat, saying, I really want to find a hole to burrow into. I didn't say anything. I just want to find a hole to burrow into, she clarified. Mingxi hugged Ling Yi and was about to kiss her, but then thought better of it and quickly let go. Yi, you're amazing. We can find a spot farther away from the magma and dig a hole. This way. It won't be so hot. Mingxi found a stone wall and chopped for a long time, only managing to make a hole over a meter deep. Qilin walked over, and with a flash of golden light, a loud bang echoed as it created a large hole over 10 meters deep. Ling Yi shook her head at Mingxi, saying, Sai, you're too weak. Qin Shuiyao looked at Qilin and asked, Mingxi, wasn't your spirit beast a black snake? How did it change to this? This is that black snake. It has just awakened, Mingxi replied. Qin Shuiyao continued, what level is this spirit beast? Probably level 5, similar to yours, Mingxi said. Qin Shuiyao could see that this spirit beast was quite strong, and her own spirit beast couldn't compare. They tidied up the cave a bit. This level drained mental energy very quickly, and not long after entering, their mental energy was depleted by more than half. However, the speed of mental energy recovery here was still quite fast. If the third level was suitable for strength warriors to train, then this level was perfect for beastmasters. Mingxi followed the Qinglong out, who whispered, there are treasures inside. Mingxi asked, what kind of treasures? Where? I don't know what it is, but I can sense a powerful energy. It's in the lava lake. Hey, that's not helpful. Even if there are treasures in the lava lake, we can only watch. Qinglong chuckled a few times, then looked at the chubby one. Mingxi followed Qinglong's gaze. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Mingxi called the chubby one over, and they arrived at the edge of the lava lake, where bubbles were rolling in the magma. The temperature here was 3 times that of the wall side, and the chubby one turned red and jumped into the lava to bathe. Qinglong pointed to the lake's bottom. The treasure is right there, little guy. Go down and get it. Chapter 61, 9-Leaf Sacred Lotus. The chubby one dove in head first and emerged with a bright red stone in its mouth. Qinglong looked at the stone and said, that's not it. Mingxi thought the stone looked pretty and put it away. The chubby one then surfaced with a fire-red lotus flower in its mouth. Qinglong exclaimed, yes, that's it. I can't believe it's the 9-leaf sacred lotus. This is a great item. The lotus can slightly enhance mental energy, but the most valuable part is its 9 seeds. These can elevate a spirit beast's rank. For spirit beasts below level 5, consuming it can increase their rank by 1. However, remember, a spirit beast can only eat 1 seed in its lifetime. The chubby one handed the 9-leaf sacred lotus to Mingxi, who took it and casually handed 2 seeds to Qinglong and the chubby one. Qin Shuiyao gasped. The mental energy here drains too fast. I'm almost done for. I never thought I would die here. Qin Xian grasped Qin Shuiyao's hand. Sister, don't worry. I'll always be with you. Mingxi took out 2 pills, saying, don't make it sound like a farewell. Take this. Qin Shuiyao shook her head. We've taken the mental energy recovery pills, but they have no effect. Thank you for saving us, but we also need to tell you something. Before she could finish, Mingxi pushed the pills into their mouths. Don't say that. When you're out, you need to help each other. Don't worry too much. Lung Yuzhu slowly opened her eyes. Why aren't you all cultivating? I feel my mental energy growing so quickly. Qin Shuiyao asked in confusion. Why do you have more mental energy than us, and we're 4th-tier beastmasters? The truth was, because they had used the beast god liquid. The mental seas of the 3 of them had expanded to several times their original size. Mingxi's mental sea was the largest, followed by Lung Yuzhu, and then Ling Yi. Mingxi calculated that 9 seeds were just enough for himself and his 5 spirit beasts, as well as their 4. He called the 4 of them over. This is for you. Feed it to your spirit beasts. Lingyi held the seed and asked, Mingxi, what is this? Mingxi fed the seeds to Qilin and the others, saying, this is the 9-leaf sacred lotus. 9-leaf sacred lotus? Qin Shuiyao exclaimed, holding the seed. This is a legendary spirit herb. It hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. Lingyi stood up. What? This is the 9-leaf sacred lotus? Isn't this supposed to grow in magma? How did you get it? I just reached out and grabbed it, Mingxi replied. Lingyi huffed. Humph. You liar. The 4 of them also fed the seeds to their spirit beasts. Lingyi's 9-tailed fox developed a lotus mark on its forehead, directly upgrading from a level 4 royal beast to a level 5 divine beast. Now, Yi's 9-tailed celestial fox had evolved into a Qingqiu 9-tailed fox. Mingxi divided the pills among them, saying, let us continue cultivating. We need to adapt to this environment quickly. The group began to sit in meditation, and Mingxi started refining the 9-leaf sacred lotus and ice lotus. Before they knew it, a week had passed, and they had mostly adapted to the environment here. Mingxi's mental energy had risen to 37 points. Lung Yuzhu's mental energy also reached 37 points, while Lingyi's was at 36 points. Currently, Xiao Bai is at the peak of the 4th stage, Xiao Hui is at the peak of the 5th stage, Xiao Pongzi is at the 4th stage, He Lin is at the 5th stage, and Qing Long is at the peak of the 4th stage. Mingxi touched his face and said, I've been sitting here meditating and cultivating, and I haven't done anything at all. Qing Long softly said, it's the effect of the ice lotus. It can promote muscle growth and blood circulation, and even scars on the body can be removed. Mingxi lifted his clothes and found that the scars on his body had indeed disappeared. Lingyi quickly pulled down Mingxi's clothes. What are you doing? Taking off your clothes in public, you pervert. Qin Shuiyao laughed and said, Mingxi, thanks to you these past few days, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't have made it past the first day. Don't say that. We should help each other when we are out. Let's continue to the next level. Although the cultivation speed here is fast, it's still not our limit. Lingyi shook the map. Let's go. They followed the map's instructions. But the road ahead was blocked by lava. Even if Lung Yuzhu merged with a spirit beast, it might not be able to fly over. The heat above the lava was exceptionally high. Lingyi looked around and confirmed, yes, the road on the map is right here. Lung Yuzhu turned left and right. If it doesn't work, let's find another way. Mingxi rode on Xiao Pongzi. You all wait for me here. I'll go over and try first. This time, Xiao Pongzi turned silver white and walked over the lava. Wherever it stepped, the red lava turned into black-red rocks, and a layer of ice formed on top. Qin Shuiyao was stunned. What kind of operation is this? It can freeze ice on lava that is thousands of degrees. They successfully reached the 5th level, which turned out to be a snowy and icy land with extremely low temperatures, even reaching -100 degrees. Normal people would undoubtedly die upon entering. They used their mental strength to resist the cold. But Mingxi found that it consumed not only mental strength, but also physical strength. Mingxi spotted a large iceberg ahead. You all wait for me here. I'll look for a suitable place to set up camp. Mingxi took Qing Long and He Lin up the iceberg. Mingxi realized it got colder the higher they went. If it weren't for his extraordinary physical strength, he would have already collapsed. Meanwhile, Qing Long and He Lin seemed unaffected. Mingxi asked, aren't you too afraid of the cold? Hearing this, Mingxi's perception was refreshed. The dragon race actually used dragon breath as a shield. However, Mingxi didn't have dragon breath in his body, so he tried using demonic energy to form a shield. He didn't expect demonic energy could be used this way. It could prevent cold and cultivate demonic energy at the same time. Qing Long chuckled. Why would a 5th stage demon beast be here? There must be treasures here. Mingxi laughed. Haha, senior, don't call yourself Qing Long anymore. Let's call you Treasure Dragon. Go away. I'm a true dragon with pure bloodline. When Qing Long spoke, he glanced at He Lin, because with He Lin present, he didn't dare call himself the #1 in the dragon race. Mingxi thought for a moment. Then let's go up and take a look. After reaching the mountain top, Mingxi found a vast area and even a cave. He sensed that a demon beast was inside the cave. The 2 dragons flew ahead, and Mingxi followed behind. Upon entering the cave, he found that the temperature was not very low, and there was a large water pool in the middle. The temperature here was about -40 degrees, but why wasn't the pool frozen? Mingxi couldn't figure it out. Next to the pool, there was actually a fruit tree, and to his surprise, it bore fruit in such a cold place. Qing Long smiled and said, I didn't expect it to be ice crystal fruit. Mingxi asked in confusion, what is ice crystal fruit used for? Ice crystal fruit can enhance the martial skills of spirit beasts or demon beasts and improve defense capabilities. Enhance martial skills? Then can our beast martial skills be improved? Mingxi asked excitedly. Qing Long shook his head. I really don't know about that. Because ice crystal fruit is extremely rare, it only grows on ice spring cold dew. which requires temperatures of several hundred degrees below zero and takes tens of thousands of years to form. Therefore, its growth conditions are harsh, and it's almost never seen. I was lucky enough to see it once over 100,000 years ago. No matter what, let's pick it first. Ming-Shi slid down. Qinglong and He-Lin followed him. He-Lin looked towards the distant ice platform, and Ming-Shi sensed the demon beast was nearby. But he looked around and didn't find any trace of it. He-Lin unleashed golden light on the ice platform, and surprisingly, the ice platform didn't shatter. Then the ice platform moved. It turned out to be the head of an 8 or 9 zhang long ice python, which appeared before Ming-Shi. Ming-Shi found that this creature's strength had reached the peak of the 5th stage. He-Lin let out a fierce roar. Master, you all stand back. This one is mine. He-Lin, don't be impulsive. Its strength is very strong. You might get hurt. Qinglong said lightly, don't worry. Although the dragon ancestor's strength is around the 4th stage, due to bloodline suppression, this ice python can't exert much strength. Chapter 62. Ice Spring Cold Dew. He-Lin charged forward, and the ice python opened its mouth, shooting out countless ice blades. He-Lin unleashed a golden light that shattered all the ice blades. The ice python coiled around He-Lin, who held on tightly with his 4 claws. The ice python opened its mouth and hissed, while He-Lin let out a deafening dragon roar. The ice python was pinned down by He-Lin, who roared, showcasing his might, and slowly, the ice python submitted, allowing He-Lin to release his claws. The ice python followed He-Lin like a little brother, only glancing at Ming-Shi. When He-Lin let out an angry roar at it, Ming-Shi walked over to the crystal fruit tree, picked a fruit that was about the size of a walnut and silver white in color, and popped it into his mouth. After eating it, he found there were no side effects, and surprisingly, the cold fruit felt warm after going down. Ming-Shi quickly called He-Lin to fuse with him, and the glowing orb behind him turned into 2 black and 1 red. Then Ming-Shi released the fusion and smiled. This thing is really quite useful. Ming-Shi ate 9 fruits, then counted. There were still 107 on the tree. He gave Qinglong 4. Since Qinglong only needed 4 stages, and eating too much wouldn't be useful, and gave He-Lin 5, keeping the remaining 98 for himself. After eating so many fruits, Ming-Shi felt a bit thirsty, and having not drunk water for several days on the 4th level, he drank a lot in one go. After drinking, he felt rejuvenated. This water is really good. After drinking it, I feel refreshed. Of course, this is Ice Spring Cold Dew. It greatly helps beast tamers in their cultivation. Qinglong flicked Ming-Shi a few times with his tail. Why are you so stupid? Just call them up. Ming-Shi shook his head. No? The road up the mountain is too cold. They can't come up at all. They don't have dragon breath or demonic energy. But I can use my demonic energy to help them up the mountain. Ming-Shi hugged Qinglong and kissed him several times. And Qinglong had a look of despair on his face. Ming-Shi led He-Lin and Qinglong down the mountain, and unexpectedly, the ice python followed them down. When Ming-Shi reached the foot of the mountain, he found many people ahead, and he sensed Lung Yuzhu and the others among them. Ming-Shi concealed his aura and quietly approached, discovering a group of people surrounding them. These people were only wearing a layer of animal skin and were barefoot in such temperatures. They were tall and stout, with the smaller ones likely being women, who were slightly more than the men. Ming-Shi recalled what Zetian had said. These people were likely the indigenous people mentioned by Master Zetian. Ming-Shi took a glance. There were a total of 16 indigenous people. The indigenous people surrounded them, with Xiao Pengzi and Xian Wu standing in front. One indigenous man was drooling at Xiao Pengzi and thrusting his spear directly at him, but he couldn't pierce through. Xiao Pengzi sent him straight to meet the King of Hell. Other indigenous people rushed forward, and an ice wall blocked their way, which was the water manipulation technique of Xuanwu. However, it had been frozen and turned into an ice wall. The other 4 had also fused with spirit beasts. And at this moment, the ice wall was shattered. These indigenous people had great strength and could repel Xiao Bai with a single punch. Ming-Shi frowned. He sensed a large group of indigenous people approaching as they dealt with the indigenous people in front of them. Ming-Shi anxiously said, hurry up. A large group of indigenous people is coming from behind, and among them, there are even a group of demon beasts. There are many of them. We need to retreat quickly. Qin Shuiyao said, I heard from my mentor that we can only move forward here and cannot retreat. If we want to exit, we must stay here for 2 years. So we can't rush our cultivation speed, just like I did on the 4th floor. If it weren't for Ming-Shi, I might have. Since we can't retreat, let's fight our way through, Ling Yi said resolutely. Follow me. I know a place that is very suitable for cultivation. Ming-Shi walked at the front, with the ice python following behind him. Qin Shuixian asked, is this giant python also your spirit pet? Ming-Shi shook his head. It is a subordinate that Highland just recruited. The indigenous people behind them also chased after them, and there was a group of 3rd-tier demon beasts, the Icefield Wolves. These Icefield Wolves were raised by the indigenous people since childhood, just like dogs, very loyal. The further they climbed, the colder it became. and the indigenous people were closely pursuing them. A few girls could no longer endure it because the temperature was too low. Ling Yi said, "I can't go on. If I take a few more steps, I'll die here. You all go ahead. I'll hold them off." The Qin sisters were also struggling, while Leng Yuzhu was a bit stronger than them. At that moment, they suddenly felt much lighter as Mingxi shared his magical energy with them. The indigenous people had caught up, and the ice python suddenly blocked their path, shooting countless ice blades from its mouth, causing the indigenous people to hesitate to advance. Hylan and Qinglong stayed behind to help the ice python, while Mingxi led the others to continue moving forward. After walking a long distance, they finally reached the mountain summit. Not long after, the ice python and Hylan caught up. The ice python had several wounds on its silver-white body, while Hylan and Qinglong were mostly unharmed. The indigenous people had also retreated due to the extreme cold at the mountaintop. They entered a cave, and since the temperature inside was not too low, Mingxi dispelled his magical energy. Qin Shuixian took a few steps forward and exclaimed, "Wow, this place is so beautiful, and it's not very cold." Ling Yi reached out to test the temperature and exclaimed, "It's really not that cold. Ah, this is so comfortable." The group drank some water, and Leng Yuzhu let out a breath. "This water is really good to drink, and it feels refreshing afterward." Mingxi explained, "This is ice spring cold dew. It helps with cultivating spiritual energy." Ice spring cold dew. Why isn't it recorded in ancient books? But it tastes good. Ling Yi took another sip. It's normal for it not to be recorded. Ice spring cold dew forms only after tens of thousands of years under temperatures below 0 degrees. That's why it's not mentioned in ancient texts. So that's how it is. With this ice spring cold dew, our cultivation can improve significantly. The Qin sisters had already started to cultivate. The cultivation speed here was 5 times faster than outside, and with the enhancement of ice spring cold dew, it could reach at least 6 or 7 times the speed. Mingxi and the others also did not dare to slack off. The 4 girls cultivated in the cave, while Mingxi ran to the mountain summit to cultivate. The temperature here was extremely low, allowing him to cultivate both spiritual energy and magical energy. Days passed, and unknowingly, a month had gone by. Mingxi's magical energy grew stronger, reaching 27 points, and his heavenly demon sacred body had reached the 3rd layer. Mingxi entered the cave. The others were still meditating. Upon hearing someone enter, Qin Shuiyao opened her eyes. "Mingxi, it's so cold outside. How come you're fine?" Qin Shuiyao asked in confusion. Mingxi activated his heavenly demon sacred body, his eyes turning black. "I rely on this to withstand the cold. I got it from the demon realm." Qin Shuiyao said enviously, "You actually went to the demon realm. What do the demon people look like? Are they like the earth demons, or like what is described in books?" The demon race has many sub-races: force demon, winged demon, giant demon, shadow demon, black demon, red demon, and even the succubus tribe, along with some ancient demon races. When he mentioned the succubus, Mingxi suddenly thought of Meiying. There are so many types of demons. I really want to see them someday. Mentioning the demon race reminded Mingxi of Flame City, and the demon race had been restless in recent years. It was possible that they would attack the human race in a few years. If they couldn't rally the demon beasts, the human race would surely suffer. Therefore, he needed to continue to work hard in his cultivation. He couldn't remain stagnant at this level. "I've cultivated enough here. I will continue to the next layer. Will you come with us?" "Of course, we will go with you. Even if we die, we won't retreat," Mingxi said. "You actually don't need to follow us into danger. Even if you stay here for 2 years to cultivate, it won't be a problem, and the cultivation speed here is quite fast. Don't try to persuade me. I've made up my mind. I want to go with you." Mingxi stopped trying to convince her. "All right, it's better to have more people for support." Then Mingxi went to the pool, filled a wooden tub, and called the others over to fill everything that could hold water. Chapter 63, Captured. They packed their things and prepared to leave with the ice python. Since even if they took the ice python outside, it wouldn't adapt to the environment, Mingxi decided to leave it behind. They were ready to set off for the next layer. With Mingxi's protection, they quickly reached the foot of the mountain. Ling Yi took out a map. "This is the last one. I don't have the map for the 6th layer." Following Yi's map, they unexpectedly arrived near the indigenous people's tribe, which was quite large. Seeing this, Mingxi quickly pulled them back. They had barely taken a few steps when a wolf howl rang out from behind. Mingxi realized something was wrong. Their position had been exposed. A large group of indigenous people and a pack of demon beasts charged towards them. The demon beasts ran a few steps, but suddenly stopped, refusing to move no matter how their owner pulled them. This was because the chubby one was growling at them, causing the ice-field wolves to be so scared that their legs went weak. This fear came from deep within, as the Imperial Qilin was the ancestor of demon beasts. The indigenous people had no choice but to act themselves, charging forward with hundreds of them. Mingxi drew his sword. "Seniors, you go protect the 4 of them. Hylan and the chubby one come with me to fight." 1 person and 2 beasts charged like wolves into a flock of sheep. Mingxi struck down one after another with his sword. These indigenous people were not as strong as Zetian had said, and the strongest among them was only a third-tier warrior. Mingxi's physical strength surpassed that of fifth-tier demon beasts, so these people couldn't harm him at all. A few minutes passed, and the ground was littered with corpses. Mingxi leaned back against the sword hilt, holding his sword horizontally in front of him, and the indigenous people dared not approach any further. Mingxi signaled for the girls to leave from behind. He saw them walking away, then turned to chase after them. The indigenous people did not continue pursuing them, as they knew the gap in strength was too great. Mingxi also did not rush to kill them all, as he felt it was unnecessary. They passed through the indigenous people's tribe and walked a long way to reach the entrance to the next layer. They pushed the door open. The air here was fresh, but the gravity was different, with a staggering 20 times the normal gravity. Mingxi was fine, as this level of gravity was negligible for him, but the others struggled to move. They found themselves by a lake, where they could wash up a bit. Mingxi knew they wanted to bathe, so he made an excuse to leave and took a stroll around, bringing only Qilin and Qinglong with him, as he felt more at ease with the chubby one guarding the place. Mingxi took a few steps and suddenly stopped. He unleashed dragon concealment and quietly approached. In front of him were 3 indigenous people, and it was evident that these indigenous people were much stronger than those from the 5th layer. Their skin was slightly dark. Their muscles particularly developed, and they were quite tall. Mingxi waved his hand, saying, "I'm just passing by. You can continue. I'll be on my way." They couldn't understand what Mingxi was saying and charged at him directly. Mingxi dodged back. Fusion. Mingxi fused with Qilin, activating the 3rd martial art, Dragon Emperor transformation. One indigenous person rushed forward and threw a punch. Mingxi met it with a punch of his own, sending the indigenous person staggering back. Although these indigenous people were comparable to 4th-tier warriors, they didn't know any martial arts. 3 of them were dealing with Mingxi, while 1 was facing the Qinglong. Mingxi was caught in a 2-on-1 situation and took several punches. The more he fought, the more excited he became. These 3 indigenous people were undoubtedly the best training partners. He was getting more and more thrilled, despite being bruised all over. He got up once more. Without martial arts, these indigenous people posed no real threat to him. Just as Mingxi was getting into the swing of things, 3 more indigenous people arrived, leaving him a bit stunned, feeling like he was in over his head with 6 people attacking him. "Senior, stop playing around, or something bad will happen," Qinglong said, pinning one indigenous person down and then unleashing a mysterious thunder that killed him. This was Qinglong's innate skill, Mysterious Thunder. After eating the ice crystal fruit, its mysterious thunder had greatly increased in power. The difference between demon beasts and spirit beasts is that after the 2nd tier, every tier advancement grants an innate skill. However, a spirit beast can only have 1 innate skill at the 9th tier unless it's a super divine beast, which can have 3 innate skills, whereas demon beasts can have up to 8 innate skills. Mingxi drew his sword again and executed a void break technique to kill 1, then used the dragon emerges from water technique to dispatch 2 more indigenous people. Just then, the other 3 indigenous people came rushing over. Mingxi was feeling a bit fatigued from fighting the previous 3. One of the indigenous people charged at him, and their fists collided. Mingxi surprisingly did not manage to push back his opponent. It dawned on him that 2 of the newcomers were quite burly, stronger than the previous ones. At his current state, dealing with 2 indigenous people equivalent to 5th-tier warriors was somewhat strenuous. If it weren't for the 20-fold gravity, Mingxi wouldn't be in such a dire situation. He took out a pill and swallowed it, instantly regaining some stamina. Mingxi thought about how hard it was to find such good sparring partners and decided to go all out. He charged in for close combat, exchanging several punches. The 2 were evenly matched, but one indigenous person landed a punch on Mingxi's back, prompting Qinglong to rush in and engage in a scuffle with him. Qinglong yelled, "They're fighting, what are you joining in for?" But since the indigenous people couldn't understand, it was of no use. Mingxi stood up, stretching his limbs. Once again, he charged in, exchanging punches with the indigenous person. The indigenous person began to falter against Mingxi's punches, but Mingxi was also struggling. Golden blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Just as Mingxi was enjoying the fight, he was suddenly hit in the back by an arrow that was laced with poison. Seeing this, Qinglong quickly fled. A bucket of water was splashed on Mingxi's face, and when he opened his eyes, he saw a group of indigenous people, with himself tied to a pillar. He felt some pain in his back because the poisoned arrow was still embedded inside him. Mingxi realized he had gotten himself into serious trouble as one indigenous person began to whip him with a vine. Lung Yuzhu excitedly asked, "Where's Mingxi now? Hurry and take me there." Qinglong didn't explain much and led a few people towards the place where Mingxi had been captured. When they arrived, they found that Mingxi had already been taken away. At this time, the indigenous people were too tired to continue beating Mingxi and had merely tied him to a pillar. Qinglong looked at the others and said, "Find a place to wait for me. I'm going to look for him and see where he is." Qinglong flew into the air and spotted Mingxi's location, charging directly towards him. Because there were indigenous people nearby, Qinglong shrank down several hundred times. Qinglong landed on Mingxi's head and asked, "Are you okay, little guy?" Mingxi tilted his head, searching for Qinglong but couldn't see him. Qinglong said, "Stop looking. I'm in your hair." Qinglong then asked, "How are you getting out of here?" "Don't forget, I'm currently in a fused state, and Hylan is still here." "Huh. I almost forgot about that. All right, I'll go tell them." Lung Yuzhu anxiously asked, "Is Mingxi okay?" "He's perfectly fine. If it weren't for us playing around, he wouldn't have been captured." Qinglong looked up into the sky, and Lung Yuzhu also glanced at that direction. She saw Hylan and immediately stood up. Just as Mingxi got off Hylan, Lung Yuzhu rushed over and hugged him tightly, feeling something on Mingxi's body. Tilting her head, she saw it was an arrow. Lung Yuzhu quickly released Mingxi, and the others gathered around. Ling Yi lifted Mingxi's shirt and pulled out the arrowhead. Golden blood mixed with black toxic blood flowed out. Without a second thought, Ling Yi began to suck out the poison. After absorbing most of the poison, she applied some healing medicine to Mingxi. Hylan also helped absorb a significant portion of the poison, as Hylan had natural resistance to toxins, rendering most poisons ineffective against it. Mingxi took out several detoxifying pills from his space ring and swallowed them. He knew that this poison was not serious, having soaked in medicinal baths daily before. He was quite resistant to common toxins. After the poisoned arrow was removed, Mingxi's wound began to heal gradually. Chapter 64. The entire nest moves out. As dawn broke, Hylan sensed a group of people approaching. Hylan nudged Mingxi, "Get up quickly, people are coming. We need to leave here." Mingxi quickly stood up, "Everyone get up. People are coming. We need to evacuate." The group quickly tidied up and left. Shortly after, the indigenous people arrived at the lakeside. But Mingxi and his group had already left, leaving the indigenous people empty-handed. Mingxi quietly said, "If we want to cultivate here, we must face the indigenous people. Unless we find a place they can't reach." Qinglong looked at the forest behind them and said, "Isn't that the perfect spot? I can sense that there are many demon beasts in this forest, mostly at the 3rd and 4th tiers." "Right. How did I not think of that? Let us go. We'll head out now." With the presence of the little fatty, they wouldn't have to confront the demon beasts. The demon beasts would avoid them. They reached the foot of the mountain, with a stone wall behind them and a river in front. This spot was just right. After a bit of organizing, Mingxi set up his small tent within a few minutes. The forest had a lot of demon beasts, which was a good thing for Mingxi and his group, as it meant the indigenous people wouldn't be able to disturb their training. What Mingxi didn't expect was that the indigenous people, in their quest to capture him, ventured into the forest. However, it would be difficult for them to reach here due to the many demon beasts in between. Mingxi flew into the air on the little fatty, observing the indigenous people battling with the demon beasts. One 4th-tier demon beast was leading a pack of 3rd-tier beasts, engaging in a fight with the indigenous people because they had stepped into its territory. Both sides suffered heavy losses, with the indigenous people losing over 20 before they managed to fend off the wolf pack. Originally only about 70 to 80 people, they lost 20 in that encounter. While crossing the river, they were attacked by a 3rd-tier demon beast, the giant crocodile, which devoured over 30 people. By the time they crossed the river, there were fewer than 20 left. In their pursuit of Mingxi and to avenge their fallen comrades, they lost over 50 more. As the indigenous people made their way here, they were down to just 8. Among those 8 were 3 equivalent to 5th-tier warriors, while the remaining 5 were equivalent to 4th-tier warriors. Mingxi smiled broadly. Just when there were no sparring partners, you came right to the door. The chubby boy and Hylan rushed up, followed by Qinglong. Lung Yuzhu also fused with her spirit beast, using her second martial skill, the Phoenix Wudong Bao. Lung Yuzhu shot out a total of 7 arrows. But I have to say, these natives are really tough. Even after being shot by Lung Yuzhu's Phoenix Wudong Bao and having a hole in their body, they still didn't die. The Qin Shuiyao sisters also fused with spirit beasts to help, but due to gravity, the 2 sisters couldn't fly at all. The 4 of them, along with the chubby boy, easily took care of 4 natives. Mingxi was fighting 1 against 2, while the chubby boy had already stomped a native underfoot. And Hylan and Qinglong dealt with 1 person, having already torn that native apart. A few others wanted to come and help, but were called back by Mingxi, who intended to use these 2 natives as his sparring partners. They fought from dawn until dusk, and then from dusk until dawn. One of them was actually exhausted to death, while the other lay there half dead, unresponsive to Mingxi's kicks. Mingxi had been beaten so badly that he had bruises all over, and his left eye was swollen shut. The natives were searching for Mingxi and the others, and they once again entered the forest. Mingxi led Hylan and Qinglong to the riverbank to intercept them. The natives were crossing the river, and one by one, they disappeared into the water. Just as one was about to come ashore, Hylan slapped him down with a paw. The natives scattered, but in the end, 19 of them managed to escape. Seeing that there were quite a few people, Mingxi fused with Hylan, and 3 red orbs of light were extremely eye-catching. First martial skill, Aurora. In a flash, Mingxi appeared behind a native and took him down with one sword. After upgrading to the super god level, the speed of Aurora was twice as fast as before, which even surprised Mingxi himself. Mingxi took a few steps back, using his second martial skill, Dragon Light. A massive beam of light exploded with a bang, instantly killing two natives. Mingxi couldn't believe it. The power of Dragon Light had also increased significantly. Just as Mingxi was marveling at this, he was punched away by a native. He got up from the ground, rubbed his head, and groaned. Ouch, that hurts. Mingxi angrily scolded, "You can't play fair and sneak up on me." The natives didn't understand what he was saying and charged forward, one in front and one behind. Mingxi defended against their attacks with one hand in front and one behind, but then another native came with a wooden stick and struck him on the head. Mingxi nearly got knocked out. If he were a normal 4th-tier warrior, such a hit would surely be fatal. However, due to his strong physique, such an attack did not cause him fatal harm. Mingxi activated the heavenly demon sacred body and sent the natives flying. Mingxi tilted his head to look at Qinglong, Sr. "Can you help me out? I almost couldn't make it here. Dealing with so many at once is a bit overwhelming." Qinglong chuckled lewdly. "Aren't you looking to train? I'm just helping you out. You're too ruthless. We're both in this together." With a bang, a stick came crashing down, but fortunately, Mingxi had dodged a few steps back. Mingxi patted his chest. "You scared me. If I had taken that hit, it would have at least left me with a big bump." Mingxi thought for a moment that this wasn't a solution, so he decided to run up the mountain. With a group of people chasing behind him, Mingxi sensed a 5th-tier demon beast ahead. First martial skill, Aurora. In a flash, Mingxi disappeared, and the natives searched everywhere, unaware that they had entered the territory of a demon beast. A flame-maned lion was glaring at them, and in a flash, it pounced on a native, pinning him down and biting his throat. Although the natives killed the flame-maned lion, they also lost 5 of their own, leaving only 11 from the original 110. Seeing the opportunity, Mingxi charged forward. With the speed of Aurora, he dashed behind a native, and before the native could react, his head was severed. Mingxi soared like a dragon, slashing down like a meteor, cutting the native in half with one sword, which was the falling blade from the skies, 13 slashes. A large wooden stick came crashing down, but Mingxi blocked it with his sword, sending the stick flying. Mingxi knew he couldn't take them head-on because there were too many natives. He swung his sword back, but it was blocked by another large stick. Just as they were in a standoff, a mysterious thunderbolt struck down, followed by a scream as one native was struck dead by the thunder. Then another thunderbolt fell, but this one was dodged. Mingxi took a step back, using his second martial skill, Dragon Light. The natives dodged to the sides, but even so, one native was hit in the leg, breaking it on the spot. The natives were completely enraged, their eyes turning red and veins bulging. One native charged at Mingxi, and before Mingxi could react, he was sent flying. Mingxi felt pain, realizing that their speed and strength had more than doubled compared to before. Mingxi covered his stomach and stood up, activating his third martial skill, Dragon Emperor Transformation. Mingxi's attributes had also doubled, but with so many enemies, he still dared not confront them directly. The natives attacked again with incredible speed, and Mingxi quickly moved forward to counter. He was pushed back several steps by the natives' attacks, surprised by their overwhelming strength, which seemed to be growing even more. Even while using Dragon Emperor Transformation, he still couldn't withstand their attacks. But he noticed that their blood energy was slowly depleting, indicating that these natives were nearing their end. They were using a technique similar to blood burning. Chapter 65, Annihilation of the Tribe. The natives attacked Mingxi frantically, knowing that they couldn't maintain this state for long. 5 of them attacked like madmen, and Mingxi was knocked down by one punch and then surrounded and beaten by the other 4. Seeing this, Qinglong unleashed a mysterious thunder that struck one of the natives, but it only scorched their skin slightly. To his surprise, the natives' defenses had increased so much that even the thunder couldn't break through. Mingxi was unable to fight back, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Qinglong wanted to call for reinforcements, but at that moment, a burst of black energy erupted from Mingxi's body. His eyes turned blood red, and his body, which had been lying on the ground, stood up straight. When a native's fist came at him, Mingxi caught it, and with a crack, the native's hand was forcefully broken. Mingxi stood there motionless. Qinglong flew over and saw that Mingxi had already lost consciousness. Qinglong recognized the martial skill Mingxi was using. It was one of Mo Ku's ultimate techniques, the Demon Refinement Technique. After using the second form of the Demon Refinement Technique, the Slayer of Gods, one loses consciousness and does not feel pain, with only the urge to kill remaining. He would eliminate everything that posed a threat to him. The downside was that if the physical body wasn't strong enough, it would lead to meridian blockage and prolonged unconsciousness. Qinglong carried Mingxi directly back to the camp, and upon arrival, the first person he encountered was Qin Shuiyao, who gently laid Mingxi down. What happened? Why is he hurt so badly? Qin Shuiyao noticed that Mingxi's meridians had all been severed. Qinglong sighed. Sigh. It's a long story. At this moment, Leng Yuzhu also ran over, asking, what happened to Mingxi? How could he be so seriously injured? The four of them gathered around, and upon realizing the severity of Mingxi's injuries, they understood that even if he were healed, he might become a cripple because all of his meridians had been severed. Leng Yuzhu leaned over Mingxi, tears streaming down her face. Ling Yi stepped forward and said, don't cry anymore. What's the use of crying? Let's think about how to treat it. Leng Yuzhu wiped her tears and then took out a large pile of herbs from her spatial ring. After searching for a long time, she finally found a 5,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus, which can soothe tendons and invigorate blood circulation, and is very effective for meridian damage. Leng Yuzhu brewed it with ice spring cold dew. Having never brewed medicine before, her face was covered in ash. After 4 hours of brewing, the medicinal soup was finally ready. Leng Yuzhu fed Mingxi the medicine with a spoon, but she found it impossible to get it in. Unable to do anything else, she drank the medicine herself and then fed it to Mingxi with her mouth, managing to get the whole bowl down. Qinglong saw Qilin lazily basking in the sun nearby, so he walked over. Dragon Ancestor, aren't you worried that Mingxi won't wake up? Qilin yawned. Why worry? His body has my blood, and he just took the ice lotus. It takes time to recover from meridian damage. Qinglong actually forgot about this. The bloodline of the Golden Holy Dragon means that no matter how serious the injury, as long as there is breath, recovery will happen slowly. With the enhancement of the ice lotus, his injuries would heal quickly. Qinglong finally relaxed, thinking that if Mingxi died, he would too, and he began to whistle as he walked. Ling Yi angrily slapped Qinglong on the head. How can you be so happy when he is so seriously injured? Are you up to something? Qinglong retorted, you little brat. Don't you know to respect your elders and love the young? That brat is fine, so why can't I be happy? Fine. If he is fine, why hasn't he woken up yet? His meridians are broken, and you still say he's fine. What would you consider a problem? Ahem, what are you arguing about? Can't you let someone sleep? Mingxi sat up. Everyone was stunned. He had been close to death a few hours ago, and now he seemed fine. Ling Yi hurried over to check, and found that Mingxi's meridians were completely intact. Ling Yi hugged Leng Yuzhu and exclaimed, Yuzhu, your Tianshan snow lotus is incredible. He felt better as soon as he took the medicine. Leng Yuzhu was also confused. Although the Tianshan snow lotus helped a lot with meridians, it shouldn't have restored them completely. Anyway, no matter what, Mingxi was alive. Leng Yuzhu lowered her head and said, I didn't worry about you. Ling Yi smiled mischievously. Oh, you didn't worry? Well, I did. Ling Yi then kissed Mingxi on the cheek, and Leng Yuzhu chased after her. Leng Yuzhu angrily said, how dare you kiss him secretly? Stop right there. Blushing, she added, I did it out of necessity, and you did it on purpose. Leng Yuzhu covered her mouth, realizing that it was her first kiss, and now it was gone. Mingxi shook his head helplessly. You too? Stop spinning around. You've made me dizzy. Ling Yi and Leng Yuzhu stopped, sitting together and laughing heartily because Mingxi was okay, and that was the most important thing. Mingxi stood up, walked over to Leng Yuzhu, and squatted down to wipe the ash off her face. He softly said, I'm sorry for making you worry. Leng Yuzhu couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down her face, but this time, they were tears of joy. Mingxi pulled her into his arms. It's okay, it's okay. If someone didn't know better, they might think I bullied you. But you did bully me. Leng Yuzhu lightly punched Mingxi's chest. Mingxi pretended to be in great pain. Cough, cough. Ouch, that hurts. Leng Yuzhu quickly helped him rub his chest. Are you okay? I didn't mean to. Mingxi suddenly laughed. Haha, just kidding. Leng Yuzhu angrily kicked him, causing Mingxi to yelp. This woman can turn on you faster than flipping a page. Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore. Leng Yuzhu turned to leave. Mingxi could clearly feel that his meridians were much stronger than before. However, he had to admit that the locals here were indeed very strong, possibly related to the gravity in this area. They lived in such an environment every day, so their physical fitness was certainly above average. After a simple adjustment, Mingxi's body had mostly recovered. The locals probably wouldn't be back for a while. What the group didn't know was that this time, the locals had almost emptied their village, leaving only women and children behind. 2 months later, they had also slowly adapted to the gravity of this place, and several girls had significantly improved their physical fitness. Although cultivating spiritual power here wasn't as fast as in the 5th layer, cultivating mental power was very fast. Others said that the desolate land had several times the cultivation speed, but there was some error. Cultivating spiritual power in the 5th layer indeed had 5 times the speed, but the 6th layer was only slightly faster than the outside world. However, for warriors, the 6th layer was a true sacred place for cultivation. Mingxi, what are you looking at here? Leng Yuzhu walked over. I'm thinking that since there aren't any entrances to the 7th layer nearby, it means the entrance is on the other side. If that's the case, we have to pass through the locals' village, which will definitely be very dangerous. I think we can move at night. That way, we won't disturb those locals, Leng Yuzhu said as she sat next to Mingxi. Mingxi clapped his hands, right? We can move at night. How did I not think of that? Then let's act tonight. Okay, I'll go inform everyone. As night fell, they all got ready. Qin Shuiyao asked, Mingxi, do you know where the entrance is? It should be near the locals' village. As long as we pass through their village, it will be easy. The three of them merged with their spirit beasts, with Ling Yi and Mingxi riding on the chubby one. Mingxi asked, are you all ready? Then let's set off. They passed through the forest and arrived near the locals' village. But to their surprise, the village had turned into ruins, with rotten corpses everywhere, all of women and children. Lung Yuzhu frowned. This is too cruel. They didn't even spare the children. Mingxi looked at the half-buried corpses and guessed it must have been done by demon beasts. He hadn't expected the locals to be wiped out. Most of them must have come to hunt them down, and as a result, their village was destroyed by the demon beasts. Ling Yi covered her eyes with one hand and hugged Mingxi's waist with the other. Let's hurry and leave. This place is too terrifying. Chapter 66, Shadow Demon. The group left the village, and behind the village was a forest. They searched for a long time, but couldn't find the entrance. Just as they were about to leave, a black monster, about 6 to 7 meters tall, emerged from the ground. Mingxi took a closer look and realized it was an earth demon. This earth demon actually exuded demonic energy. Although called an earth demon, it wasn't a true demon race. The earth demons they had encountered before didn't have demonic energy, but this one was different. It had actually cultivated demonic energy. Mingxi couldn't determine its level, but the demonic energy on it was very strong. The earth demon swung a wooden club, and the group dodged left and right. Lung Yuzhu raised one hand in front and the other behind. Third martial skill, Phoenix Wugong. Lung Yuzhu shot out 7 arrows in a row, but they couldn't break through the earth demon's defense. The Qin Shuiyao sisters unleashed a fire tornado, but the earth demon stood in the middle of the tornado and emerged unscathed when it dissipated. Mingxi set Ling Yi down and summoned Xuanwu to fuse with it. Mingxi's body seemed to carry a turtle shell, with little change to his head, arms, and legs. Qin Shuiyao saw 3 red orbs behind Mingxi and asked curiously, Mingxi, why are there red orbs behind you? Aren't martial skills supposed to have only 4 colors? Mingxi suddenly remembered that he still had ice crystal fruit. After we deal with this one, I'll explain. Mingxi continued, by the way, you 4 go find the entrance to the next layer first. I'll let the chubby one accompany you. I'll handle this here. Cold Rain Bamboo nodded. Then you need to be careful. The earth demon raised a wooden stick and smashed it down. Mingxi raised both hands and used the first martial skill, Xuanwu Shield. The wooden stick hit a huge turtle shell, and with a bang, it was bounced away. Mingxi didn't expect the defense of Xuanwu to be this strong. If only Xuanwu had been there during the battle with the natives. The second martial skill, Devour. The demonic energy from the earth demon was slowly being absorbed by Mingxi. It turned out that the earth demon relied on this demonic energy to resist the attacks of Cold Rain Bamboo and the Qin sisters. The earth demon roared in anger, and the wooden stick smashed down again. Mingxi jumped out of the way. The third martial skill, Xuanwu Domain. Within a radius of 500 meters, Mingxi could see everything clearly. With Xuanwu Domain activated, even with his eyes closed, he could still grasp the enemy's movements. The earth demon gradually shrank in size, becoming indistinguishable from a human, with dark skin, a pair of black eyes, long black hair, and delicate features. The earth demon took a few steps forward. Ha! I didn't expect to encounter a person with demonic energy here, the earth demon laughed. Mingxi was surprised that this earth demon could speak human language and could change its form at will. Mingxi glanced at him and asked, who are you? And why can you speak human language? The earth demon sneered, kid, knowing so much won't help you when you're about to die. Who knows who will die first? The earth demon suddenly transformed into a shadow and charged toward Mingxi. If it weren't for Mingxi activating Xuanwu Domain, he wouldn't have been able to see its movements at all. Mingxi raised his sword to block, producing a sound of metal scraping against metal. He didn't know when the earth demon had produced a dagger in its hand, emitting dark energy. The earth demon transformed into a shadow again and quietly approached Mingxi from behind, swinging the dagger down with force. Mingxi countered with a sword strike, sending the earth demon flying. Mingxi glanced at her. You must be from the Shadow Demon clan. The female demon was taken aback. You actually know about the Shadow Demon clan. To be honest, you're quite difficult to deal with, as if you know my position. But even so, you can't win against me. There's still a gap in our physical abilities. Mingxi smiled wickedly, and then summoned Hyland and Qinglong. You two help me capture her alive. I want to take her. The Shadow Demon angrily said, you're daydreaming. Watch me kill you. The Shadow Demon transformed into a shadow again, preparing to ambush Mingxi, but was sent flying by Hyland's tail. In this Xuanwu Domain, Hyland could see every movement of the Shadow Demon clearly. Mingxi had a mental connection with Hyland, and everything within Xuanwu Domain was also clear to Hyland. The Shadow Demon transformed into a shadow again. As soon as she appeared, she was caught by Hyland. Each time she transformed, she was caught by Hyland. Eventually, whenever she appeared, Qilin would shoot a beam of holy light at that spot, hitting her every time and making the shadow demon doubt her life choices. The holy light from Qilin was no joke. Even the strongest physical body couldn't withstand so many attacks, let alone the shadow demon, who was not a horned demon. The shadow demon was beaten to the point of being covered in blood. Mingxi felt it was about time. When the shadow demon appeared again, she was knocked unconscious by Mingxi's punch. Mingxi placed the shadow demon on the ground and then performed the ancient contract formation. Once the contract was completed, Mingxi helped her clean up her wounds and then sat there. The shadow demon pointed at Mingxi. "What have you done to me? I want to kill you." Mingxi replied, "I never said I wanted you to be my slave. I just want to be friends with you." The shadow demon snorted coldly. "Friends? I don't need that. Just tell me what you want me to do. My name is Ruashi, and I'm from the Shadow Clan. You already know this. I thought it would be fun to take on a human form and came here. I arrived at this level in one breath because it's very suitable for training the physical body, so I stayed here. When I encountered you, I initially wanted to turn into an earth demon and kill you, but I didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with. I wanted to reveal my true form to kill you, but you could find my position every time. Your martial skills restrain my talents. I feel a bit unconvinced about losing. Did you massacre the native tribes?" Ruashi snorted. "I have no interest in that." All the men from their tribe went out, leaving only women and children, who were attacked by a group of demon beasts. I transformed into a native woman and was caught up in it. I wanted to help them, but there were too many demon beasts, and in just a few minutes, the tribe was leveled. "You must be a demon commander, right?" Ruashi nodded. "That's right. I'm at the level of a demon commander, but I'm about to be promoted to a demon general." "Humph, if I become a demon general, you would have been dead by now." Mingxi sensed that Ling Yi was rushing over, so he asked, "Can you still change into a human form?" "Of course," Ruashi replied. She then transformed, and although her appearance didn't change much, her skin became a bit whiter. Ling Yi flew over on the little fatty and asked, "Mingxi, you sent us away to have a date with this pretty girl? You really know how to play." Mingxi explained, "You misunderstood. She is also one of the students here to train, and I happened to run into her." Ling Yi looked around and asked, "What about that earth demon? Did you scare it away?" Mingxi nodded repeatedly. Yes, that earth demon was scared away by me." Ling Yi walked over to Ruashi and whispered, "Little sister, you should stay away from this guy. He's a pervert." Ruashi covered her mouth. "Okay, I understand. I'll definitely stay away from this pervert. He just tried to bully me, boo-hoo." Ling Yi glared at Mingxi. "Mingxi, you better explain what happened. How did you bully her?" Mingxi was at a loss for words. "I didn't bully her. You have to believe me." Ruashi lowered her head. "Boo-hoo, you just kissed me forcefully, and now you're denying it. You said you wanted to be with me." Ruashi threw a flirtatious glance at Mingxi, who knew that the girl was getting back at him. Why did you step on my foot?" Mingxi complained, hopping around. "Humph, Mingxi, you're finished. I'll tell Yuju about this later, and you can just wait to die." Mingxi felt like he was at a loss for words, unable to express his grievances. "I didn't do anything. How did it end up like this?" Ruashi took Ling Yi's hand. "Sister, let's just let this go. He doesn't seem to have meant it." Ling Yi pointed at Mingxi. "Since the little sister is pleading for you, I'll let you off this time." "Humph, sister, let's go." They had already found the entrance to the next layer. Cold Rain Bamboo saw Mingxi coming and hurried over. Chapter 67, Outnumbered. Cold Rain Bamboo asked, "Mingxi, are you hurt?" Ling Yi glanced at him. "He's perfectly fine." Mingxi forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. The earth demon has been scared away by me." Cold Rain Bamboo looked at Ruashi. "Who is this little sister?" "My name is Ruashi. I'm also here to train." There were about 10 of us, but by the time we reached this layer, I was the only one left. Ruashi said, lowering her head and stifling a few sobs. Mingxi noticed that she was definitely a powerhouse with excellent acting skills. Cold Rain Bamboo gently patted her head. "All right. Don't be sad. Just stick with us." Ruashi replied softly. Qin Shueyao pushed open the door. "Let's set off. I wonder what this layer is like." Once they entered, they found the air was thin and the pressure was immense. After just a few steps, they were panting heavily. However, the forest in this layer was lush. After they entered the forest, they found the air was much stronger than when they first entered, but the pressure was still the same. It was even greater than the pressure Mingxi experienced in the deep pool, but the deep pool had water and cold air, making it even more difficult. They found a large rock. It was slightly slanted and very suitable for a campsite, so they tidied up a bit. Mingxi released all the spirit beasts to prevent any sudden situations. "I'll go check the surroundings. You all be careful." Mingxi walked ahead with the black scale and the green dragon. "I'll go with you." Ruoxi followed closely behind. Mingxi glanced at her. "Why are you coming? You just tricked me earlier." Ruoxi pouted. "Who told you to bully me, huh? You Demon Clan people are all so self-centered." Ruoxi stared wide-eyed at Mingxi. "Have you ever met a Demon Clan person before?" "I have, and I've killed some too. I even have a friend." "Friend?" You have a demon clan friend? What is their name? Maybe I know them. Ruoxi clung to Mingxi's arm like a child. Maybe. Her name is Meiying. She is a succubus. Meiying? It can't be the demon god Meiying, right? Ruoxi asked. Mingxi awkwardly replied. Yeah, it's her. She, like you, was forced to befriend me. What? You could form a contract with a demon god level being? Ruoxi exclaimed in surprise. At that time, she was injured, so I could form a contract with her. She is beautiful, right? I've met her a few times. Mingxi coughed a few times. She is okay? Ruoxi smiled, and the two continued walking forward. Ahead stood a large mountain, almost devoid of trees. Mingxi raised a hand to signal Ruoxi to stop. Be careful, there is a group of beastmen ahead, and there is the scent of natives. The two quietly approached, and saw a dozen natives attacking 5 beastmen. These beastmen were 5th-tier drilling pythons, and the natives appeared to be stronger than these beasts. The pythons were covered in blood, while the natives only had minor injuries. The drilling pythons attempted to strangle a native, but there were too many natives for them to find an opportunity. Mingxi stepped out from the woods, and one native pointed a wooden stick at him, saying something. 4 natives quickly surrounded him. Ruoxi looked at these natives. Be careful. They just said they wanted to kill us, and their physical strength is quite strong. Mingxi activated the Heaven Demon's sacred body, with black fog swirling around him. Ruoxi asked in surprise, how do you have the Heaven Demon's sacred body? Mingxi tilted his head to look at her. You actually know this is the Heaven Demon's sacred body? I got it by chance. Ruoxi also activated her Heaven Demon's sacred body, which looked much stronger than Mingxi's, and her demonic energy doubled after activation. Mingxi noticed that Ruoxi could also use the Heaven Demon's sacred body, but he didn't ask further since the priority was to deal with the current problem. Mingxi and Ruoxi charged forward. The natives raised their hands to defend. Mingxi jumped and delivered a knee strike to the head of a native, but the native seemed unfazed and grabbed Mingxi's leg, slamming him to the ground repeatedly. Mingxi didn't expect the natives to be this fierce. He looked over at Ruoxi, who was effortlessly handling 3 natives. Mingxi drew his sword and swiftly severed a native's arm. You two stop watching and come help. Fusion. 3rd martial skill, Dragon Emperor transformation. 1st martial skill, Extreme Shadow. Ruoxi, being a shadow demon, had the natives unable to touch her, as she left them covered in wounds. Ruoxi vanished and reappeared, leaving the natives dazed. Mingxi gripped his sword and charged into the crowd, determined not to lose to a little girl. Sky Dome 13 slashes, 4th slash, 10,000 blades. Countless sword shadows fell from the sky, piercing into the ground with immense power, nailing the natives down. 11 natives were left bruised and battered, and after a while, they crawled back up. Mingxi was slightly exhausted. He took a pill to regain some energy. By this time, Ruoxi had already dealt with the 3 natives and walked over. Hey, you're too weak. You couldn't even handle these simple-minded brutes. It's a real shame I could be defeated by you. Ruoxi stuck out her tongue. Mingxi was speechless. This girl was too good at putting others down. However, the natives were indeed strong. Despite their injuries, they could still stand. The more Mingxi thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Ruoxi, hurry up and help me deal with them. Ruoxi tilted her head. I'm not helping you. You deal with it yourself. Mingxi realized it was too late, as the natives had gone berserk, their bodies turning red and emitting heat. With a loud bang, one struck Mingxi against a tree, breaking it. Mingxi assessed the situation. I can't be forced to use the demon refining formula again. It's painful. The natives charged again at incredible speed. Mingxi stood up and threw a punch, but got pushed back once more. The natives were now faster and stronger than him. Ruoxi, on the other hand, moved as if nothing was wrong. The natives couldn't touch her at all. The Shadow Demon clan was indeed the most mysterious among the demon clans, with such elusive movements. If it weren't for the Xuanwu domain back then, Mingxi wouldn't have been able to defeat Ruoxi. Mingxi was momentarily distracted and got hit by a native's stick, sending him flying. He covered his face. Hey, do you know that you shouldn't hit someone in the face? Ugh, how shameless, attacking from behind. The native charged again. Mingxi smiled. You're pretty confident. Daring to chase me alone. 3rd move of the Hidden Dragon technique. Azure Dragon chasing the sun. A flash of golden light passed, and the native's head was separated from its body. By this point, Mingxi was nearly out of energy. He took several pills and popped them into his mouth, instantly feeling revitalized. Ruoxi, move back. Be careful I don't hurt you. Ruoxi ran to the side, and Mingxi charged back into the crowd. Sky Dome 13 slashes. 4th slash, 10,000 blades. The sword shadows fell again, taking down more natives. Mingxi took more pills, and the golden dragon roared out, killing a native on the spot. He then executed a move that cut through the air and beheaded another native. When the sword shadows disappeared, the natives climbed back up. Now only 8 natives remained. While Mingxi fought hard, Ruoxi was chatting with the green dragon nearby. Ruoxi looked at the green dragon. Little Loach, you were also forced into a contract by him, right? The green dragon cursed angrily. You're the little loach. Your whole family is little loaches. Ruoxi smiled. Be careful, or my dad will steam you. The green dragon looked at her sideways and replied nonchalantly. I've seen and killed many from the demon clan, including those at the demon god level. Wait, you're a shadow demon. Can use the heaven demon sacred body, and your surname is Shadow. Your dad wouldn't be Shadow Kill, would he? Ruoxi stood up. How do you know my dad's name? Even among the demon clan, not many know it. Oh, I get it. It must have been Sister Maying who told you. The green dragon smiled faintly. I fought with your dad before, but he was just a demon god back then. I must say that guy is indeed strong. You actually call me dad, little one. I've heard my dad say he fought a beast that was very strong. It could still battle 3 demon gods despite being heavily injured, and it even killed one before escaping. The green dragon lightly tapped Ruoxi with its tail. That wasn't he escaping, that was retreating. Ruoxi exclaimed in surprise. You were that beast back then? No way, you're weaker than me. How could you be that beast? The green dragon sighed. Sigh? It's a long story. I'm considered reincarnated now. Let us not talk about it. Remember, my name is Green Dragon, not Little Loach. Got it. Your name is Green Dragon, not Little Loach. Ruoxi looked into the distance. Are we really not going to help him? This is just a test for him. If he doesn't push his own limits, he will never grow. Unless absolutely necessary, let's not take action. Chapter 68, 9 Layers. At this moment, Mingxi was battered and bruised. Fortunately, he had a pill to support him, otherwise, he would have collapsed long ago. There were only 4 indigenous people left. And Mingxi smiled, beckoning with his finger. Come over. It was unclear whether the indigenous people understood him or not, but the 4 of them cooperatively rushed forward. Mingxi took a few steps back, saying, Hey, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Ruoxi glanced at the Qinglong beside her, confirming. Are you still not going to make a move? Just wait a bit longer. The 4 indigenous people surrounded Mingxi, throwing punches at him. Suddenly, Mingxi's body was enveloped in a layer of golden armor, and he grew significantly larger, resembling golden battle armor. Ruoxi asked, what is going on? Qinglong sensed it, and said, This aura is from the dragon ancestor. The dragon ancestor has made a move. Dragon ancestor? Qinglong pointed ahead, just watch carefully. Mingxi's hands transformed into dragon claws, easily tearing apart 1 indigenous person. The remaining 3 rushed forward, but they couldn't break through Mingxi's defense. Mingxi grabbed 1 indigenous person's neck and slammed him to the ground with a loud thud. There was a crack, and the indigenous person's neck was torn off. Mingxi released the fusion and sat down, looking bewildered. He turned to Hylan and asked, What just happened? That was called Dragon Scale Armor, a talent skill of mine. I just wanted to try it out, but I didn't expect it to actually work. Ever since I ate the ice crystal fruit last time, I found that the Dragon Scale Armor became stronger and could cover any part of my body at will. The Dragon Scale Armor can double your defense and also enhance your attack power. The most important thing is, the stronger your strength, the more it increases. But it doesn't last long. It can only last for 10 minutes, and the next time I use it, I have to wait an hour. 10 minutes is enough. At least I have a life-saving skill now. Mingxi angrily walked over to Qinglong and Ruoxi, saying, You 2 are too heartless, actually watching me get beaten. Ruoxi glanced at Mingxi and couldn't help but laugh. Look at your face. It's swollen like a pig's head. Qinglong chuckled quietly, clearing his throat. I wasn't laughing just now. I just choked on some food. Just like those indigenous people. Even if we didn't intervene, they couldn't kill you. They were already running low on energy. And with your physical strength, they couldn't compare. Even if they kept hitting you for a few more minutes, you wouldn't have any problems. Mingxi gritted his teeth. You. Forget it. I won't argue with you. I need to find a place to wash up and change clothes. Mingxi looked up and saw that the 5 monster beasts hadn't left. They expressed their gratitude to Mingxi in beast language. However, one of the monster beasts was severely injured and couldn't even lift its head. Senior, you communicate with them. I'll go help with the medicine. Qinglong briefly communicated with the monster beasts, and Mingxi applied some medicine to them. A few mountain pythons then disappeared. Mingxi went to the riverbank to wash up, and just as he was about to change clothes, he noticed Ruoxi was staring at him. Seeing that Ruoxi didn't react, Mingxi said, Fine, if you don't leave, I will. Mingxi found a large rock and hid behind it to change clothes. After he finished, he came out, tugging at the hem of his clothes and tidying himself up. Ruoxi smiled and said, You know, I'm a girl and not shy at all. Why are you a boy so afraid? I'm not afraid. It's just that you don't understand the propriety between men and women. Forget it. You won't understand. You demon people just do as you please. Mingxi walked ahead, followed by a demon and 2 beasts. He sensed a group of monster beasts ahead and stopped. Lung Yuzhu asked, You're not injured, right? Mingxi moved his limbs. See, I'm perfectly fine. Ling Yi grinned, her face swollen like a pig's head. What do you mean you're fine? Look at your neck. It's all bruised. You must have been beaten badly. Ruoxi chimed in. Yes, he was beaten badly. pressed to the ground, and beaten up. I was also entangled with 3 people at the time and couldn't help him. Qin Shuixian covered her mouth and chuckled from the side, while Qin Shuijiao glared at her. We've unknowingly been here for almost 3 months. Time flies so fast. Leng Yuzhu changed the subject to avoid making Mingxi uncomfortable. Qin Shuijiao sighed. Yes, without your help. We sisters wouldn't have made it this far. Qin Shuixian asked, you graduated. Which holy temple are you going to? It should be the Beast God Temple. Since our mentor is from there, Leng Yuzhu replied casually. Sister, why don't we both go to the Beast God Temple? It's the same wherever we go. Qin Shuijiao nodded. Yeah, but we still need to discuss it with our father because he originally wanted us to go to the War God Temple. The group chatted until late, and they all rested, while Mingxi stayed awake. Mingxi practiced the Heavenly Demon Sacred Body nearby. His Heavenly Demon Sacred Body had reached the 4th layer, but he found that it was still far from Ruashi's. Mingxi was now able to control the demonic energy at will. Just as he was practicing, Ruashi walked over. Mingxi asked, why aren't you resting? I'm a shadow demon. I like darkness. So normally, we prefer to sleep during the day. By the way, how did you come to possess our clan's Heavenly Demon Sacred Body? I got it by chance, along with a spatial ring. Mingxi took out the spatial ring and casually handed it to Ruashi. Ruashi took the spatial ring and pulled out a set of armor. So this is my father's set of magic armor. Here, take it. This Shura magic armor is a super magical tool, and you'll definitely need it in the future. Take it. It's yours now. In our demon clan, whoever gets it is the owner. Besides, if something happens to you, I'll go down with you. So you need to protect yourself. Mingxi asked, if one day I have to fight against the demon clan, whose side will you be on? As long as your life is not in danger, I choose to remain neutral. Mingxi could tell that this meant she was on his side. By the way, Ruashi, why do I see that your Heavenly Demon Sacred Body is much stronger than mine? Ruashi shook her head. The one you got was from 100,000 years ago. While I'm practicing a modified version. Ruashi handed the modified Heavenly Demon Sacred Body to Mingxi, and the two of them practiced until the next morning. In the following days, Ruashi continuously helped Mingxi train, and his Heavenly Demon Sacred Body gained significant improvements. A month later, Mingxi had not only greatly improved his Heavenly Demon Sacred Body, but he also cultivated his demonic energy to 33 points. Even a demon would need over 100 years to cultivate 33 points of demonic energy, while Mingxi had done it in less than a year. They tidied up a bit and prepared to head to the next layer. This time, the entrance was far from the indigenous people's tribe, and they smoothly reached the next layer. The 8th layer was another magma zone with extremely high temperatures. They couldn't withstand such high temperatures at all. At this moment, the little fatty turned silver and lowered the surrounding temperature significantly, while Xuanwu set up a water shield around them. Without the little fatty and Xuanwu, they wouldn't even last a minute inside. Mingxi said, why don't we just head straight to the 9th layer? This layer is magma, and the next layer is likely to be an ice field. Qin Shuijiao nodded. I agree with Mingxi's suggestion. Otherwise, we might die here. Let us take a chance. The crowd unanimously agreed, and they continued forward, as there were no trees on this level. They quickly found the entrance to the next level and pushed the door open. To their surprise, there was a large mountain here, and everything seemed normal. Ahead was a tall and wide cave, and Mingxi and the others walked inside. After walking for a short distance, they realized something was wrong with the cave. There were giant armors and a massive head, one head taller than a person. Lingyi, frightened, grabbed Mingxi's clothes and said, let's go, this place is so scary. Mingxi smiled and said, if you're scared, you can wait outside for us. We'll come find you soon. Forget it, I'll stay with you. Chapter 69, The Giant Tribe. The cave was deep, with water dripping down the stone walls. The cave became wider and particularly high as they walked. Suddenly, the group stopped, and Lingyi bumped into Mingxi. Why did you stop? Let's go, she said. Mingxi gently pushed her, and when Lingyi looked up, she was terrified and stepped back several paces. There was a giant sleeping in front of them. Its height over 20 zhang. Mingxi signaled for everyone to retreat, as this giant was not something they could fight against. Suddenly, the giant sneezed, startling Lingyi into a scream. The giant woke up, stood up, and another one walked out, making it 2 giants in total. One of them swung a fist at Mingxi and the others, and they quickly dodged. The ground was smashed into a large pit. From this strike, it seemed that the giants could exert a force of at least 200,000 jin. Everyone be careful. These giants are incredibly strong. Don't let them hit you. You deal with the shorter one, and Ruashi and I will handle the other. Everyone fused with their spirit beasts, and Mingxi fused with the Black Len. 4th martial skill, Azure Dragon Whirlwind. Qin Shuiyao's eyes glowed white. 4th martial skill, Phoenix's Wrath Flame. Qin Shuixian raised her hand, and flames erupted. A massive azure whirlwind shot up, with red flames swirling within, trapping the giant inside. After the fire whirlwind extinguished, the giant was injured, though not severely. It was just singed in many places. Lung Yuju's eyes turned red as she unleashed her second martial skill, Phoenix Wu Bao. Several arrows pierced the giant's body, but the giant seemed unaffected by the pain and charged at them. Lung Yuju's final arrow aimed at the giant's eye, striking its left eye, causing the giant to howl in pain, covering its eye. At this moment, the Azure Dragon's mystic thunder struck down, hitting the giant on its head. The giant went berserk, covering its eye and flailing wildly, nearly hitting Ling Yi. The Xuanwu blocked in front, taking the giant's punch. Ling Yi's eyes turned pink as she used her first martial skill, Charm. The giant stood there, grinning stupidly. The chubby guy seized the opportunity to claw out the giant's other eye, leaving it blind, like meat on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Even with its blindness, it took the group a long time to finally kill the giant. With Ruashi by his side, Mingxi had already inflicted numerous wounds on this giant, even slicing a large hole in its belly. At this moment, Lung Yuju and the others gathered around. A group attacking one giant soon overwhelmed it. It opened its mouth and roared several times. Mingxi jumped forward and slashed its throat, killing it instantly. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and boulders rolled down from the mountain walls. Qin Shuiyao said, "Is there an earthquake?" Ruashi frowned and replied, "It's not an earthquake. I can sense something coming our way. And it's fast. Be careful." Mingxi and the others felt no sign of a presence and were vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, a green giant charged in at high speed, knocking Qin Shuixian unconscious with a single punch. This giant was over twice the size of the previous two and faster as well. The giant roared loudly as it rushed towards Lung Yuju. Seeing this, Mingxi stepped in front but was swatted down by the giant, breaking several ribs. The giant raised its fist again, preparing to strike. Lung Yuju stood in front of Mingxi and used her third martial skill, Phoenix Divine Shield. The giant's fire attack hit the shield, and after several punches, cracks appeared on the Phoenix Divine Shield. Eventually, with the shield shattered, Lung Yuju was sent flying into the mountain wall. Ling Yi's eyes turned pink again as she employed her third martial skill, Dreamland. The giant fell into a deep sleep, and Ruashi seized the moment to fly up and slashed one of its eyes, but the giant swatted her away, knocking her unconscious. Ling Yi was also hit against the wall by the giant's hand, which then grabbed Lung Yuju, preparing to swallow her. Mingxi shouted not to. And then Black Lin activated the dragon scale armor. Mingxi used the second style of the refined demon technique, Godslayer. The giant lifted Lung Yuju, and just as it loosened its grip, Mingxi rushed in and saved her from the giant's mouth. He put Lung Yuju down and was surprised that this time using Godslayer didn't cause him to lose consciousness. Mingxi flew up and punched the giant on the forehead, managing to knock it down, followed by several more punches. Finally, Mingxi jumped up and delivered a falling blade into the giant's belly, gutting it. The ground trembled, and when Mingxi looked up, he saw another giant, similar in size to the green giant, but red. Mingxi deduced that this should be a family of 4. Upon seeing the other corpses, the red giant let out a furious roar. Mingxi punched it, but the giant clapped its hands together, trapping Mingxi in between. Mingxi pushed the giant's hands apart and jumped out. Mingxi punched the giant on the chin, making it sit down. He threw another punch, but before he could land it, he was swatted away. Mingxi got back up only to be hit down again, with just his head sticking out. The giant raised its fist, and Mingxi struggled desperately. At the moment the giant's fist came down, Mingxi dashed out, and the ground was smashed into a deep pit. Mingxi noticed 2 eggs between the giant's legs and went up to punch one, shattering it. The giant jumped around in pain, clutching its groin. Seizing the opportunity, Mingxi punched the other egg, causing the giant to roll on the ground in agony. The chubby guy bit down on the giant's ear, tearing it off. The giant, in pain, flailed wildly, nearly hitting Qin Shuixian. Mingxi rushed over, just managing to carry her away before the giant's fist fell. The Azure Dragon and White Tiger moved the others to safety, allowing Mingxi to fight without restraint. This time, without hesitation, he rushed forward to grapple with the giant. Mingxi aimed for the giant's face, and to his surprise, he knocked out 2 of its teeth. Seeing this, he kicked out the remaining teeth. The giant howled in agony, one hand clutching its groin, the other covering its ear. Mingxi saw this opportunity and sliced off the giant's other ear. Mingxi then unleashed all his skills, Breaking Void, Shocking Heaven, Falling Blade, Azure Dragon emerges from water, Golden Dragon slays the moon, Songlong chases the sun. He used every technique at his disposal. At this point, the giant was riddled with wounds, and the Azure Dragon was also unleashing mystic thunder nearby. Mingxi's dragon scale armor had been removed, and his body was pushed to its limits. He fainted, and the fusion ended. However, the giant was still not dead, and Black Lin joined the battle. But they couldn't deliver the final blow to the giant. At this moment, Ruashi got up and first blinded the giant's other eye, then cut the tendons in the giant's hands and feet. After that, she walked to the giant's neck and made several cuts before finally taking it down. They settled a few people, and several of them were seriously injured. Ruashi, being a member of the demon clan, could heal herself, so she wasn't in too much trouble. Mingxi was also fine because he had the blood of the dragon ancestor. About a day later, Mingxi recovered. He looked over to the side, where the other four were still in a coma, and their internal organs had been injured as well, with Lung Yuzhu being the most severely affected. However, their injuries were not life-threatening. Each of them carried one, and they walked toward the cave. Upon entering the cave, they found a water pool inside. Qinglong recognized it immediately. This was the primordial holy water, which could enhance training speed by 10 times and also heal injuries. So, if they placed the injured ones in the holy water, they would recover in no time, so he reassured them. Mingxi slowly placed them all into the holy water, leaving only their heads exposed. Mingxi said, Ruashi, you should get in as well to heal your injuries. You haven't fully recovered. Ruashi jumped into the holy water and sensed a surge of energy entering her body. In that instant, her demonic energy actually increased by 2 points, which even surprised her. Mingxi also jumped in, and a force surged into his body, raising both his spiritual power and demonic energy by 2 points as well. 2 days later, Qin Shui Yao was the first to wake up. She felt that her spiritual power had increased significantly. Qin Shui Yao asked, Mingxi, what about the giant? You don't have to worry, it has already been killed, and Shui Xian is fine too. Qin Shui Yao patted her chest, relieved. That's good. Where is this place, and why is there a water pool? Mingxi explained, this is inside the cave, and this pool contains primordial holy water. So it's primordial holy water. So the ninefold training speed refers to this. A few hours later, Ling Yi woke up, rubbing her head and feeling a bit dazed. She looked around and asked, Mingxi, what about the giant? Is everyone okay? It's fine. You don't have to worry. The giant has been eliminated. Ling Yi glanced around and asked, what happened to Yu Zhu and Shui Xian? They should recover soon. You don't need to worry. Ling Yi felt that her spiritual power had increased a lot. Cough, what happened to me? Qin Shui Xian sat up. Qin Shui Yao immediately hugged her, saying, you scared me to death. I thought I would never see you again. Sister, what about the giant? Qin Shui Yao adjusted her emotions. The giant has been killed, and everyone is mostly fine. Sister, where is this? Qin Shui Xian looked around. This is inside the cave, and this pool contains primordial holy water. Qin Shui Yao smiled slightly. Primordial holy water? Ling Yi looked particularly surprised. She felt that her spiritual power had changed significantly, but she didn't expect that this pool water was actually primordial holy water. Primordial holy water cannot be stored in a container. Once it leaves the holy spring, its effects are lost. That's why it is not sold in the market. 2,000 years ago, a primordial holy spring was discovered in the Haiming mountain range, but it dried up in just 3 years, and the reason remains unknown. Ling Yi looked around but did not see the holy spring. Yu Zhu, you're awake. I've been so worried these past few days. Mingxi approached. He pulled Lung Yuzhu into his arms, saying, it's okay now. The giant clan has been exterminated. It's my fault for not protecting you well. Don't say that. You shouldn't joke with your life. Even if you die, I can't live alone. Mingxi nodded. He didn't understand what love was. He saw Lung Yuzhu as family and the most important person, but in Lung Yuzhu's heart, Mingxi was the one she loved most. Ling Yi glanced at Mingxi and said, you two are enough. There are still so many people here. Lung Yuzhu quickly let go of Mingxi, lowering her head, her face flushed. A layer of white energy surrounded Lung Yuzhu, and she looked like she was in pain. Mingxi wanted to ask, but Qin Shui Yao pulled him back and shook her head. Qin Shui Xian whispered, she's breaking through to the 4th rank. You don't need to worry. It's best not to disturb her. Both she and Yu Zhu had 37 points of spiritual power. But unexpectedly, Yu Zhu broke through before her, while her own spiritual power was still 39 points. Mingxi's talent was higher than Lung Yuzhu's, but he practiced too many things. If he had focused on one, he would have achieved something by now. At this moment, a wave of black energy enveloped the entire cave, and a powerful force emanated from Ruashi's body. Seeing this, Mingxi quickly activated the water shield, covering himself and Ruashi within it. Fearing that others would discover Ruashi was from the demon clan, Ling Yi looked at the black mist in the cave with a chilling feeling, scanning around but not finding the source of the black mist. Where is this black mist coming from? It feels very uncomfortable. She frowned. Qin Shui Yao shook her head. I couldn't see anything just now. I didn't pay attention to where it came from. Mingxi noticed a water hole at the bottom of the pool and directly pulled Ruashi into the water hole. This water hole was long, and since Ruashi was at a critical point of advancement, Mingxi didn't continue to dive deeper. He had a water avoidance pearl, and Ruashi was also inside it. Demon clan members have strong bodies, and it didn't take long for Ruashi to successfully advance to the demon general level. Ruashi slowly opened her eyes and said, how did I end up here? You just advanced to demon general, and the shadow power was too overwhelming. I was afraid you would expose your identity as a demon, so I brought you here. Ling Yi patted her chest. Oh, it turns out it was you too. You scared me to death. I thought there was something in the pool. Ming-Shi smiled awkwardly, and Ling Yi stared at Ming-Shi for a while. What were you two doing just now? I've been noticing you two together a lot lately. Do you have some secret? Ming-Shi smiled bitterly. What problem could we have? We just found a water hole below and went to take a look. Ling Yi glanced at him. Is that so? Ruoshi nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. Ling Yi pouted. All right, I'll believe you for now. Don't let me catch you in the act. It'll be fun to see. Ming-Shi shook his head helplessly. This girl was really a little pest. A surge of energy shot up into the sky, and Lung Yuzhu floated in the air before slowly descending, having successfully advanced to the 4th rank. Congratulations on advancing to the 4th rank. Ming-Shi stood up. Qin Shui Yao and Qin Shui Xian also stood up, and the several girls joined hands to form a circle. With the blessing of the primordial holy water, their training speed was incredibly fast. A month later, Ling Yi also advanced to the 4th rank, while Qin Shui Yao and Qin Shui Xian advanced to the 5th rank, but Ming-Shi remained at the 3rd rank. Ming-Shi was puzzled because he had been focusing on training his spiritual power for the past month without any signs of breakthrough. While they were all concentrating on their training, Ming-Shi went out to the place where he fought the giant. To his surprise, the giant's body had turned to bones. Normally, it wouldn't be possible for a body to turn to bones in just a month. Then, He Lin followed him out. Ming-Shi and He Lin went outside the cave, and behind the cave was a forest. Ming-Shi felt a bit depressed about not advancing and walked into the forest. The forest was peaceful, and he couldn't feel the presence of any demon beasts. Ming-Shi saw a large rock ahead and walked over to lie down on it. Ming-Shi tilted his head to look at Hylan and said, "Why is it so difficult for me to advance every time?" Hylan replied, "You don't need to think too much. Just cultivate as you should, and when it's time to break through, you will naturally do so." Ming-Shi thought, "Yeah, why am I overthinking? If my mental power hasn't broken through, I can focus on cultivating my telekinesis first." At that moment, a roar came from a distance. Chapter 71, The Ancient Divine Dragon. Ming-Shi and Hylan looked towards the source of the sound, but they saw nothing and sensed no aura. Ming-Shi stood up and suggested, "Let's go take a look at what it is. Anyway, there are tier restrictions in this desolate area." Ming-Shi and Hylan walked towards the source of the sound and arrived at a gray-black stone, next to which stood 2 dead trees. To their surprise, they found the skeleton of a giant in front of them, and this skeleton was larger than any they had seen before. Ming-Shi frowned and thought, who could have killed such a giant? Even if it died of natural causes, it wouldn't be possible for a single person to kill it. As Ming-Shi tilted his head, he noticed another skeleton, and upon closer inspection, he couldn't believe his eyes. There were over 20 corpses here. Suddenly, the stone beneath Ming-Shi's feet moved. He focused and realized he was standing on the head of a demon beast. What he thought was a small hill was actually the demon beast's body, and the 2 dead trees were its massive horns. Ming-Shi jumped down and was stunned to find a dragon in front of him, which was extraordinarily large. At least 15 or 16 zhang long, bigger than the black dragon he had seen in the spiritual beast realm. Ming-Shi drew his sword, and the demon beast suddenly shrank to a little over 1 zhang long. It bowed its head and said, "So it really is Lord Dragon Ancestor. I have been waiting here for countless years. Finally, you have come." Although Hylan had received a legacy, it was incomplete. He needed to reach the 7th tier to have the complete inheritance and did not recognize the dragon in front of him. Ming-Shi quietly asked Hylan, "Do you recognize it?" Hylan shook his head. "I just awakened and don't remember many things." The demon beast spoke again. "I am one of the 4 ancient divine dragons under the Dragon Ancestor. The ancient divine beast Songlong, bestowed with the name Tsangyan by the Dragon Ancestor. I have been suppressed in this desolate land for an unknown number of years, whether it has been 10,000 or 100,000 years. Along with me, the ancient giant clan has also been suppressed here. After thousands of years of slaughter, I have killed all but 4 of them. They have hidden underground in caves, which I cannot enter, allowing them to survive until today. However, I am also gravely injured. I should be able to recover in about 5 or 6 years." Ming-Shi took out the spirit-controlling pearl and said, "When the time comes, you can enter here. And when I come out, I can take you with me." The demon beast replied, "Since the Dragon Ancestor is here, I am willing to sign a contract with you to assist you." Ming-Shi said, "Even if we don't sign a contract, wouldn't you still help me?" The demon beast responded, "If we sign the contract, you will gain great benefits. When you encounter danger, I can help you resist 1 mental attack." Ming-Shi thought for a moment and said, "All right, let's sign the contract." He cast the ancient contract formation, and Tsangyan laughed heartily. "You even know how to do this. I won't have to waste my blood." In fact, Tsangyan initially intended to use its blood as a medium to form the contract, but did not expect Ming-Shi to know how to use the ancient contract formation. Ming-Shi activated the ancient contract formation, sweating profusely because Tsangyan's level was too high. making it more difficult to form the contract with Sangyin than with Meiying. This contract took 3 hours to complete, and Mingxi fell into a coma. After about 4 hours, Mingxi slowly opened his eyes, feeling utterly exhausted. With his spiritual Qi completely drained, he took a pill, sat down to meditate, and after a long time, he finally recovered. Mingxi stood up and looked around the forest. Although there were no demon beasts, the trees were lush, and there might be some valuable herbs. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a single useful herb and sat down on the ground in frustration. Sangyin asked, "What are you looking for, young master?" Mingxi replied, "I was just casually looking to see if there are any valuable herbs." Sangyin shook his head. "Most of the useful herbs have been consumed by me. But there is ancient sacred water in this cave." Mingxi replied, "I know about that because my companion is inside." Sangyin smiled and said, "No, I haven't finished speaking. Where there is ancient sacred water, there must be ancient sacred spring, but above the spring, there must be an ancient divine stone. This ancient divine stone can enhance your cultivation speed and will definitely be of great help to you." Mingxi said excitedly, "That's great. When we leave, I'll go dig it out." Sangyin said, "By the way, follow me. There is something else here that you might find useful." Sangyin walked deeper into the forest. Mingxi followed Sangyin and reached the edge of a cliff, where there was a large tree with several fruits. Sangyin said, "Originally, this tree was full of fruit, but I ate some, and now only this many are left. These are transformation fruits, which bear fruit once every 100,000 years. They should be helpful for your cultivation." Mingxi had never seen such a fruit before and picked all 37 of the spiritual fruits from the tree. Then, Mingxi, along with Sangyin and Qilin, walked towards the cave. Sangyin furrowed his brow and said, "I almost forgot. You must be careful, for ancient giants reside inside. Although they are just young ones, they are not something you can handle right now." When they reached the first skull, Sangyin smiled and said, "I killed this guy. His body has already been dragged out by me. I come to this cave every 6 months because there is ancient sacred water here, and the 4 ancient giants are in the cave below. The space is too small for my true form to enter, and if I shrink to go in, I still wouldn't be able to kill them, which is why they have survived until now." When they reached the corpses of the 4 ancient giants, Sangyin was somewhat incredulous. "Did you kill these?" Mingxi replied, "Yes, we went through a fierce battle and put in a lot of effort to defeat them." Sangyin laughed heartily. "Ha! These pests are finally dead. They slaughtered the dragon clan back in the day." Upon entering the cave, Sangyin sensed the aura of the dragon clan, and it was very familiar. The Azure dragon opened its eyes and, upon seeing Sangyin, was stunned. The 2 dragons locked eyes and rushed towards each other, embracing tightly. The Azure dragon was in tears, and Sangyin also shed tears. The Azure dragon trembled and said, "Brother, is it really you?" Sangyin replied, "Little Qing, I didn't expect we would meet again. Why is your aura so weak?" The Azure dragon sighed, "It's a long story. Back then, I went alone to take revenge for Xuanwu in the demon realm, and in the end." Sangyin said with emotion, "I see. But it's good that you're alive. It's good that you're alive. We brothers can fight side by side again." "Brother, why are you here?" the Azure dragon asked. Sangyin replied, "This is the place where I was sealed back then, and now it has become a cultivation ground for the human race. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have seen you again." Chapter 72, The Black Flood Dragon. Mingxi called everyone over and introduced, "This is my newly acquired spirit pet, named Sangyin. You all can get to know each other." Another beast tamer said, "Most beast tamers only raise 1 spirit pet in their lifetime. You have 5. Can you afford them?" Ling Yi helplessly shook her head. Sangyin roared, "I can take care of myself. There's no need for the little girl to worry." Ling Yi crossed her arms defensively and asked, "Why can you talk? What kind of monster are you?" Qin Shuiyao looked at the demon beast in front of her, another super divine beast, and was no longer surprised, as Mingxi had too many secrets. Mingxi smiled and said, "All right, stop messing around. I have several transformation fruits and ice crystal fruits. I will distribute them to you shortly." Leng Yuzhu asked, "What are these 2 fruits for?" "I don't know the effect of the transformation fruit, only that it helps with our cultivation. The ice crystal fruit can enhance beast martial arts, allowing them to break through their limits." Shui Yao asked me that day why my martial arts were represented by a red light ball. It was actually the effect of the ice crystal fruit. Do not consume them until your martial arts reach the divine level. Remember, I've never heard of anything that can elevate martial arts to a higher level. Ling Yi was somewhat incredulous. Mingxi gave each of them a transformation fruit and 9 ice crystal fruits. When it was Ruashi's turn, she didn't accept it, so Mingxi insisted on giving it to her. Mingxi gave Sangyin 9 ice crystal fruits, then fed 4 to the chubby boy, 4 to Xiaobai, and 5 to Xiaowei, leaving 32 ice crystal fruits remaining. Mingxi also took out a transformation fruit and swallowed it. As soon as the transformation fruit went down, he felt very hot, and Mingxi began to meditate, his surroundings heating up like a furnace. After a long time, Mingxi finally opened his eyes and found that not only had he broken through, but his mental strength had actually reached 42 points. The others also increased their mental strength a bit after consuming the transformation fruit, and time passed day by day. There were 2 days left until the 2-year deadline. Mingxi had grown much taller than before. At 14, he resembled a big boy. His cold, aloof eyes seemed unfocused, and the depths of his eyes were filled with calm. His black hair fell around his ears, and his handsome features made people secretly marvel. A chill aura surrounded him. Lung Yuzhu had also become more beautiful than before, with a devilishly alluring figure. Her long legs were clad in a white long dress, showcasing her perfect figure. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, deep eye sockets, long eyelashes, and a pair of spirited, watery big eyes made her truly a beauty of the world. Ling Yi also became more graceful, with a full bosom and slightly high hips, yet forming a cute, harmonious silhouette. She had a head of thick, black long hair, cherry red lips, bright eyes, a long and high nose, and slender, arched brows. The Qin sisters had matured significantly, with bright, clear pupils, curved willow-like brows, and long eyelashes that fluttered slightly. Their fair, flawless skin revealed a faint rosy hue, and their thin lips were as tender as rose petals. Only Ruashi showed no change, possibly because this was not her original appearance. Ling Yi tossed her long hair and said, "It's been 2 years, and we're leaving here soon. I really feel a bit reluctant." "Yes. Over these 2 years, our cultivation has also increased a lot. I've already broken through to the 6th level," Qin Shuiyao said with a smile. Originally, the Qin sisters were geniuses, and with the 10-fold cultivation speed here, they easily broke through to the 6th level. Mingxi sighed, saying, "Don't provoke me anymore. I've been stuck at 49 points of mental strength for half a year." 6 months ago, Mingxi broke through to 49 points of mental strength, but no matter how many transformation fruits he consumed, it didn't help. He remained stuck until now. Ling Yi patted Mingxi's shoulder, saying, "It's okay, Mingxi little brother, I'll look out for you from now on. I'm now a 5th level Beastmaster. Don't tease Mingxi anymore. Let us pack up and leave here tomorrow." Lung Yuzhu smiled slightly. Song Yan approached Mingxi and whispered, "Don't forget the ancient divine stone." Mingxi suddenly remembered and said, "Wait for me for a moment. I'll be right back." Mingxi, accompanied by 3 dragons, went down to the bottom of the pool, swimming through the water hole. Below was a dark passage, and when they climbed up from the passage, they found a small cave. Mingxi discovered the ancient divine stone right at the spring, and just as he was about to take it, a black flood dragon crawled out from inside. Looking imposing as it roared with its mouth wide open, the black flood dragon snorted coldly, saying, "Humph, you little brat, dare to touch my treasure." Mingxi didn't expect a peak 5th level flood dragon could speak human language. Mingxi crossed his arms, saying, "I'll leave this guy to you." The black flood dragon laughed, saying, "Don't underestimate me just because I'm only at the 5th level. I'm afraid of heavenly punishment, which is why I haven't broken through. In reality, my strength has already reached the 9th level. Is that so? Then you really are impressive," Mingxi replied with a grin. As soon as the black flood dragon emerged from the cave, it noticed 3 true dragons standing in front of it, and the bloodlines of these 3 true dragons were stronger than its own. Song Yan let out a furious roar, causing the black flood dragon to crouch down in fear. Having recognized its opponents, the black flood dragon said in terror, You are Lord Songlong." Song Yan laughed heartily, saying, "I didn't expect that after so many years, a young dragon would still recognize me." The black flood dragon bowed its head, saying, "I truly didn't know it was Lord Songlong here. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Forget it. Go get the ancient divine stone and follow me out of this desolate place." "Lord Songlong, there are ancient giants above. How did you get here?" the black flood dragon asked, then went to retrieve the ancient divine stone and handed it to Song Yan. Song Yan took the divine stone and tossed it to Mingxi, saying, "The ancient giants have been exterminated, so you don't need to worry. I originally thought the young dragons had all been wiped out by them. I didn't expect there was still a survivor." Song Yan laughed heartily, saying, "Ha! You can't die. You are the only descendant of the Flood Dragon clan." Lung Yuzhu tilted her head, asking, "Mingxi, how did you come out from below the pool?" "I went to get something. I'll tell you once we're outside." After saying that, Mingxi left. Chapter 73, Returning to the Academy. Mingxi approached Ruashi, asking, "What are your plans after we go out?" Song Yan observed for a long time, saying, "I knew it. Over the years, I always felt something was off about you. And upon closer inspection, I realized you are of the demon clan." Mingxi quickly covered Song Yan's mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention. "Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear." Song Yan whispered to Ruashi, saying, "I can let you go with him. Would you be willing?" Ruashi shook her head, saying no. "A high-level beast master can easily see through my disguise and sense the demonic aura on me. Our dragon clan has a method of concealment that even a 9th level beast master cannot detect, and it can make your aura indistinguishable from that of a human. Really? That is wonderful. Ruashi smiled. This special skill of mine is called dragon concealment. I'll teach it to you shortly. But you can only disguise yourself as a strong man. Ruashi smiled and said, no problem. My physical body is much stronger than those humans. Ruashi and Sangyin studied all night, but there was little effect. It wasn't until a single sentence from the Azure Dragon that Ruashi finally learned the dragon concealment. The Azure Dragon simply said, the acupuncture points of the Demon Clan and the Dragon Clan are different, so you should explain the function of the acupuncture points. Just like when I taught Mingxi the dragon hidden technique. The next morning, everyone woke up early because in a few hours, they would be teleported out of this place. Mingxi gathered all the spirit beasts and spirit pets. In the spirit beast pearl, the chubby boy was bullying the black flood dragon, which was so scared it hid aside and didn't he dare to come out. Sangyin asked, Little Qing, why does this little guy look so familiar to me? Big brother, it's not that it looks familiar, it's the child of the Emperor Qilin. I thought so, the first time I saw it. I felt a shiver down my spine. Sangyin had also been beaten up by Moku before, so deep down, he was afraid of Moku. Don't mention it. When I first came in, I was bullied by it for several days. It fears no one except for the dragon ancestor. The Azure Dragon shook its head helplessly. The Black Flood Dragon shouted loudly, saying, Two lords, please save me. The two elder dragons lowered their heads and replied in unison, We can't help you. Sangyin asked, Little master, there are 3 spirit beasts? You just noticed? One is the dragon ancestor, one is the white tiger, and one is the Xuanwu. And there's also a demon god from the succubus clan who has signed a contract with him. Ha ha ha, little master. You will definitely become a dominant figure among the humans in the future. Sangyin laughed heartily. With our assistance, he wouldn't even be able to act ordinary. And he has also learned a great skill from Moku, the refinement of demons. Qinglong said proudly. This old woman actually taught this to the young master. It seems their relationship is quite good. Qinglong tilted his head and looked at the little fat one, as if to say, she even gave him her own child. What do you think? The 2 old dragons exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Outside the desolate land, a crowd had gathered, all of them mentors from various academies. The teleportation had already begun, starting from the first layer, but not a single person emerged. The second layer was the same, with no one appearing. In the third layer, 11 people were teleported out. In the fourth layer, 36 people came out. In the fifth layer, 27 people emerged. In the sixth layer, 9 people appeared. In the seventh layer, no one came out. Zetian and Yang Ingnua lowered their heads, as the highest-ranking students in each session had only made it to the 7th layer. No one had ever survived from the 8th layer. The 2 mentors from the Blue Star Academy were equally heartbroken. In the 8th layer, once again, no one emerged. Yang Ingnua buried her head in Zetian's arms. What should we do? The children didn't come out. What? Zetian patted Yang Ingnua, also struggling to hold back tears. In the 9th layer, 6 people were teleported out. Zetian and Mingxi hugged each other. You little brat. You've grown taller than me in the 2 years since we last met. You've done well. Yang Ingnua hugged Leng Yuzhu and Ling Yi. You scared me to death. I thought. All right, you all must be careful. Goodbye. Zetian exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe you made it to the 9th layer. You are the only ones in history to reach the 9th layer. Zetian patted Mingxi's shoulder. Ha, not bad, quite solid. Have you reached the 5th level warrior now? Mentor. I am now a 6th level warrior, but my mental strength is still stuck at 49 points. Mentioning mental strength made Mingxi a bit sad. Zetian patted Mingxi's back. What's there to be down about? At your age, being a 4th level Beastmaster is already impressive, and you're also a warrior, huh? By the way, mentor, this is a friend of mine. Her name is Ruashi. Can you help her get into the Wind Spirit Academy? Zetian looked Ruashi up and down. She isn't a Beastmaster, is she? Yes, mentor, she is also a warrior. Zetian nodded. Being a warrior is good. I like warriors. What level are you now? I'm a 5th level warrior. Ruashi didn't say much. Her physical strength is comparable to a 6th level warrior. Zetian's eyes widened. What 5th level? Little girl. How old are you to already be at 5th level? Ruashi pouted. I'm already 13. Please don't call me little girl anymore. Zetian laughed heartily. Haha, all right. I'll arrange this for you. Mentor, can she participate in the graduation exam with us? Mingxi asked. Zetian thought for a moment. This should be fine. After all, she is already a 5th level warrior. I can speak to the Holy Temple about it. That's great. This way, we can study together. Mingxi was so happy she almost jumped up. Some were joyful while others were sad. Hundreds had entered, but fewer than 100 emerged, with many academy students dying inside. The dean, vice dean, and 3 from the special class had already arrived at the academy entrance, waiting for their return. Just as they reached the academy entrance, Cui Yuanhong came out to greet them, embracing Mingxi. Mingxi smiled and said, You're all grown up, yet you still act like children. Look at how steady Wenhao is. Big brother, When you left, you were still shorter than me. How come you're taller than me now? Are you eating and drinking well every day? Chui Yuanhong said enviously. Mingxi thought to himself, eating and drinking well? When hungry, they eat fruit. When thirsty, they drink bathwater. If it weren't for the fruits in the 9th layer forest, they would definitely have starved half to death. Chapter 74, Closed Door Training. Wenhao, long time no see. I really miss you guys. Mingxi gently patted Li Wenhao. Jiang Xueqing also came over, pulling Leng Yuzhu's hand. Yuzhu, you're even more beautiful than before. You too. Look at you. Leng Yuzhu glanced down at Jiang Xueqing's chest. Big brother, who is this little beauty behind you? Chui Yuanhong whispered in Mingxi's ear. Ruashi, come over and greet everyone. Mingxi pulled Ruashi's wrist and pushed her in front of a few people. Chui Yuanhong wiped his hands on his clothes and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Chui Yuanhong, Mingxi's third brother. Ruashi extended her right hand and shook hands with Chui Yuanhong. Hello, I'm Ruashi. Please take care of me. I'm Li Wenhao, Mingxi's second brother. Just call me Wenhao. Li Wenhao also shook hands with Ruashi. Hello. Ruashi appeared a bit shy, her voice very soft. Ling Yi pulled Ruashi over. Don't play with those boys, none of them are good. Mingxi knew that Zetian was referring to Ruashi. Mentor Zetian and Mentor Yang, you've worked hard. Situ Fengyun patted Zetian on the shoulder. We're not tired. It's the kids who actually made it to the 9th layer of the desolate land. They are the only ones in history to reach the 9th layer. Zetian said, the kids made it to the 9th layer of the desolate land? Situ Fengyun asked in surprise. Zetian nodded. I see, I thought so. Their cultivation speed is astonishing. Situ Fengyun nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Dean Situ, I have something I'd like your help with. Situ Fengyun smiled and gestured with his hand. Mentor Zetian, what's the matter? Feel free to say it. A student wants to enroll in our academy and will participate in the graduation exam together with Mingxi and the others. That's easy to arrange. I'll take care of it. Old Ding, go write a report. Make sure this gets done. Yang Yingnua paid her respects, and Dean Situ. We'll take our leave now. If any academy has more graduates during the graduation assessment, that academy will gain corresponding resources. Only with resources can we cultivate better students. Currently, Li Wenhao has a mental strength of 39 points, Jiang Xueqing 40 points, and Chui Yuanhong 37 points. Li Wenhao and Chui Yuanhong invited Mingxi to move into their room. Initially, Mingxi wanted to refuse, but after thinking it over, he decided to move in because he had to supervise their training. Mingxi took out some transformation spirit fruits from his space ring. He knew that Li Wenhao, Chui Yuanhong, and Jiang Xueqing would definitely struggle with their cultivation. With the assistance of these spirit fruits, their mental strength could quickly rise to 4th or even 5th level. He casually gave each of them 8 fruits. Big brother, what is this fruit? I've never seen it before. Chui Yuanhong immediately swallowed one. This is a transformation spirit fruit. Eating one can increase your mental strength by a bit. Li Wenhao exclaimed. This is way better than the spirit essence liquid. Li Wenhao also ate one and then began to meditate. After about 20 minutes, a white aura surrounded Li Wenhao. This energy gathered at his Tianling point, and he was sweating profusely, his face turning red. With a loud bang, the energy burst forth, and Li Wenhao stabilized himself. Li Wenhao successfully broke through to the 4th level. Big brother, this is incredible. I actually broke through in just an hour. After spending a night's time, Li Wenhao and Chui Yuanhong had refined all the transformation spirit fruits, and Chui Yuanhong also successfully broke through to the 4th level. Now, Li Wenhao's mental strength was 47 points, and Chui Yuanhong's was 45 points. Get up. You two will follow me to practice these days. Mingxi pushed the two. Chui Yuanhong opened his sleepy eyes. Big brother, let me sleep a little longer. I've only slept 2 hours. Hurry up and get up. Mingxi shouted loudly. At this moment, Li Wenhao had already sat up, and Chui Yuanhong lazily got up as well. Big brother, stop shouting. I'm up, can I get up? Chui Yuanhong put on his clothes. Second brother, go call Yu Zhu and the other 3 over. Third brother, you go tell the instructor that we need to go into seclusion for 3 months. The graduation assessment is in 3 months, and anyone over 17 can participate. Those under 17 must reach the 5th level to take part in the assessment. Right now, none of the 3 of us have met the graduation requirements, and we still have 3 months left. Mingxi, why did you ask Li Wenhao to call us here? Jiang Xueqing asked in confusion. Yeah, Mingxi, why did you call us? Ling Yi looked at Mingxi sideways. We only have 3 months until the graduation assessment. Xueqing, Wenhao, and Yuanhong. I want you all to break through to the 5th level within these 3 months. 5th level? Big brother, are you kidding me? Li Wenhao smiled wryly. Yeah, Mingxi. My mental strength has just reached 40 points. There's no way I can reach the 5th level in such a short time, Jiang Xueqing said, lowering her head. Mingxi smiled and said, I have my ways. Wenhao, go call brother Hanlai and sister Chuchu over too. Mingxi then took out 7 spirit transformation fruits and gave them to Jiang Xueqing. Eat these spirit fruits. Each one can increase your mental strength by 1 point. And there are no side effects. We already tested them when we picked them. Jiang Xueqing swallowed one directly without asking too many questions, feeling her mental strength growing rapidly. Before long, her mental strength truly reached 41 points. After a while, Li Wenhao brought Han Lai and Chu Chu over. They saw Jiang Xueqing cultivating and said nothing. Mingxi quietly asked, "Brother Han, what is your and sister Chu Chu's mental strength now?" "My mental strength is 46 points, and Chu Chu's is 45 points. Mingxi calculated the time. With 10 times the cultivation speed, 3 months would be equivalent to 2.5 years. Gaining 5 points in mental strength should not be a problem, especially since Mingxi still had 7 spirit transformation fruits in hand. Song Yin had told Mingxi that the ancient divine stone would greatly shorten its lifespan if removed from the spring water. The piece of ancient divine stone in Mingxi's possession should last for another 2 to 3 years. Chapter 75. The eve of the assessment, Mingxi placed the ancient divine stone into his arms, allowing everyone present to increase their cultivation speed. "Brother Han, you and sister Chu Chu should cultivate here for these 3 months. I guarantee you will break through to the 5th level in 3 months, Mingxi said confidently. "All right, I'll listen to you." Han Lai agreed without hesitation, not even asking how to break through to the 5th level because he trusted Mingxi. Chu Chu said, "Mingxi, I only have 45 points of mental strength. It's definitely impossible to reach the 5th level in 3 months. Don't worry, Chu Chu, just leave it to me." Song Yin had said that the matter of the ancient divine stone should not be disclosed to others, as it could bring disaster upon them. To avoid raising suspicion among the others, Mingxi gave them tonic soup every day, claiming it was to enhance their cultivation speed, while it was actually just a refreshing herbal soup. Li Wenhao felt that his cultivation speed had increased significantly. Lung Yuzhu sensed a similar aura, which was comparable to the ancient holy water, but stronger. Shui Yuanhong was oblivious, not noticing that his cultivation speed had increased tenfold. Lung Yuzhu had already reached the 5th level, and when she had free time, she and Yi prepared meals for everyone. Days passed, and everyone's mental strength had increased quite a bit. The day before the assessment, their intense cultivation finally came to an end. Han Lai grabbed Mingxi's shoulder and said, "If it weren't for your tonic soup, no matter how hard I cultivated, I wouldn't have reached the 5th level in 3 months. And Chu Chu actually improved to the 5th level too, so now we can be together again." "Brother Han, don't say that. We're brothers, right? So don't be so polite with me from now on. Then we'll take our leave first, Mingxi." Chu Chu waved goodbye to Mingxi. "Mingxi, brother, I'll take my leave now." Han Lai turned around with Chu Chu and left. "Big brother, what activities do we have today?" Shui Yuanhong asked with a sly grin. Mingxi replied sternly, "Today we continue cultivating." Shui Yuanhong plopped down onto the ground. "Ah, still cultivating? All right." Lung Yuzhu covered her mouth and chuckled. "Okay, Mingxi, stop teasing him. Let's go out for a picnic today. I'll go prepare the food." "Yuzhu, I'll go with you," Jiang Xueqing said as she linked arms with Lung Yuzhu and walked out. "Wait for me. We're going with you too. I don't want to be with these stinky guys," Ling Yi said as she pulled Ruashi and ran out. Li Wenhao asked, "Big brother, should we go prepare too?" "Yeah, let us go." The group arrived at the back mountain of the academy, where there was a large grassy area. The 7 of them laughed and played until the sun set. Mingxi nodded. "All right, let us go." The group tidied up a bit and then left. Summary. Lung Yuzhu. Mental strength 62 points. Level 5 Divine Beast Tianming Xianfeng. First martial skill, Phoenix Feather Meteor, purple. Second martial skill, Phoenix Wudong Bao, red. Third martial skill, Phoenix Divine Shield, red. Fourth martial skill, Phoenix Divine Light, purple. Fifth martial skill, Phoenix Flash, purple. Sixth martial skill, Phoenix Dance in the Sky, purple. Jiang Xueqing. Mental strength 51 points. Level 4 Royal Beast Ancient Demon Butterfly. First martial skill, Super Healing Technique, blue. Second martial skill, Mental Interference, purple. Third martial skill, Decayed Wood Meets Spring, purple. Fourth martial skill, Mental Barrier, blue. Fifth martial skill, Illusory Butterfly Dance, blue. Li Wenhao. Mental strength 51 points. Level 4 Royal Beast Silver Moon Wolf King. First martial skill, Ice Ceiling 1000 Miles, blue. Second martial skill, Ice and Snowstorm, purple. Third martial skill, Ice Ceiling Cage, blue. Fourth martial skill, Moon Shadow Cold Chain, blue. Fifth martial skill, Ice Shield, blue. Shui Yuanhong. Mental strength 50 points. Level 4 Royal Beast Zhu Yin. First martial skill, Earthquake Sky Collapse, blue. Second martial skill, Earth Spirit Binding, purple. Third martial skill, Zhu Yan's Armor, blue. Fourth martial skill, Taunt, blue. Fifth martial skill, Fire Eye Golden Eye, blue. Ling Yi. Mental strength 61 points. Level 5 Divine Beast Qingqiu Nine-Tailed Fox. First martial skill, Charm, red. Second martial skill, Heart Devouring Pearl, purple. 3rd martial skill, Dream Realm, purple. 4th martial skill, Moon Shadow Step, purple. 5th martial skill, Spirit Fox Possession, red. Online. Mental Strength, 51 points. Level 4 Royal Beast Cheongchi. 1st martial skill, Black Curtain, blue. 2nd martial skill, Swift Wind Stealth, blue. 3rd martial skill, Blood Fury, purple. 4th martial skill, Provocation, blue. 5th martial skill, Fierce Beast Descending, blue. Ruashi, Shadow Demon, level, Demon King, Demon Chi, 53 points. Martial skills, Heavenly Demon Sacred Body, Shadow Transformation, Instant Kill, Shadow Blade, other unknown. Mingxi, Mental Strength 49 points, Psychic Power 65 points, Level 5 Super Divine Beast White Tiger, Level 5 Super Divine Beast Xuanwu, Chaos Divine Beast Golden Giant Dragon. Martial skills, Sky Piercing 13 slashes, 1st slash, Breaking Void, 2nd slash, Shocking Heaven, 3rd slash, Falling Blade, 4th slash, 10,000 Blades, 5th slash, Extreme Kill. Xiao Hui, 1st martial skill, Xuanwu Shield, red. 2nd martial skill, Devour, red. 3rd martial skill, Xuanwu Domain, red. 4th martial skill, Holy Spear of Water, red. On the morning of the 2nd day, the training grounds of Fengling Academy were filled with people, including students and teachers, mostly senior students. With only 7 of them under 17 years old. Is everyone ready? Asked Situ Fengyun. Ready. All right. Let's head to the City Lord's mansion to participate in the graduation assessment. Situ Fengyun walked ahead, with all the students and mentors following behind. The City Lord's mansion was already crowded with people because Fengling City was not only home to Fengling Academy, but also many other academies. Although Fengling Academy was considered one of the top 3 in Fengling City, this assessment was conducted based on the Academy's standards and through a lottery system, with Fengling Academy drawing number 13. Chapter 76, Assessment, Part 1. The assessment was progressing slowly. By 10 o'clock, Fengling Academy had not yet started. Number 13, begin the assessment. 10 people enter at a time, said the Deputy City Lord, Lan Shi. Groups of students walked out after 2 hours of assessment, and only the last group from Fengling Academy remained. Mingxi and his 9 companions, along with a senior student, walked inside. The 4 seated at the top were mentors from the 4 great sanctuaries, while a row below them sat the mentors from the 12 halls. Sigh. This year's candidates are not as good as previous years. Our War God Hall has only accepted 1 student, an old man with a head full of white hair sighed. Li, old man, just be content. Our Rainfall Hall hasn't accepted a single student yet, complained an elderly woman over 70, named Feng Yuanshu, the elder of the Rainfall Hall. He, elderly, your words will provoke public outrage. Our dark sanctuary is the same, said a lecherous-looking old man named Nangongyu, the 3rd elder of the dark sanctuary. You 3, just shut up. Every year you 3 sanctuaries take in students, while our Beast God Hall only picks up the ones you don't want, said Zhe Longshao angrily. Scoring criteria, for those over 17. A spirit power exceeding 50 points counts for 20 points, 40 points above counts for 10 points, and below 40 points scores 0. For those under 17. Reaching 50 points in spirit power counts for 40 points. Spirit Beasts, level 5 counts for 40 points, level 4 for 30 points, level 3 for 20 points, level 2 for 10 points, and level 1 for 0 points. Fusion Degree, level 5 counts for 40 points, level 4 for 30 points, level 3 for 20 points, level 2 for 10 points, and level 1 for 0 points. Talent, red counts for 40 points, orange for 30 points, yellow for 20 points, green for 10 points, and white for 0 points. Lan Shi said. Zhao Feng, 17 years old, spirit power 41 points. Spirit Beast is a level 3 flame wolf, fusion degree level 2. Talent green, overall score 50 points. Sigh, only 1 score has reached 80 this year. Indeed, this year's students are worse than those of previous years. It looks like the 4 great sanctuaries will return empty-handed this time. Lan Shi coughed a few times and said, next student, please come on stage. Brother, I'll go first, said Chui Yuanhong as he stepped onto the stage. Lan Shi took out a crystal ball, and Chui Yuanhong placed his hand on it, revealing 2 lines of light. Lan Shi shook his head, fusion degree level 2, next test for talent and spirit power. Lan Shi switched to another crystal ball. Chui Yuanhong placed his hand on it, and the crystal ball changed to green, displaying a value of 50. Chui Yuanhong grinned widely and summoned his spirit beast, Zhuyan, causing the audience to erupt in excitement. A genius has appeared. At such a young age, he is already a level 5 Beastmaster, and his spirit beast is a level 4 King Beast Zhuyan, an ancient ferocious beast. Fengling Academy is impressive. No wonder they are the champions of the Academy competition. Chui Yuanhong, 15 years old, spirit power 50 points. Spirit Beast level 4 King Beast Zhuyan, fusion degree level 2, talent green, overall score 90 points. Not bad. Not bad, over 80 points. You can choose any sanctuary you want. Come to our dark sanctuary. I can offer you 10 bottles of spirit concentration liquid and 10 level 6 beast essences. How about that, hee. Nangongyu said with a sly smile. Our beast god hall can also offer you that much, plus 2 more bottles of spirit concentration liquid. Zhe Longxiao added, glancing at Nangongyu. Stop fighting. Just come to our war god hall. We are willing to offer double the resources, Elderly said nonchalantly. Chui Yuanhong smiled and said, I've made my choice. The war god hall offers more. Elderly smiled. All right. So you choose us, the war god hall, right? The other 3 elders gritted their teeth in anger, but they couldn't help it as their resources were not as plentiful. Chui Yuanhong continued. So I choose the beast god hall. Elderly nodded. Okay, I knew you would choose us. Wait, what did you say, little guy? Did you make a mistake? Zhe Longxiao laughed. Sorry, Elderly, but it seems he chose our beast god hall. Elderly's face turned green with anger. He had thought it was a sure win. But unexpectedly, the 15-year-old level 5 Beastmaster was taken by the beast god hall. Lan Shi said, Next student, please come on stage. This time, the student who came up was Li Wenhao. Lan Shi took out a crystal ball, and Li Wenhao placed his hand on it, revealing 3 lines of light. Then Lan Shi took another crystal ball, and when Li Wenhao placed his hand on it, the crystal ball turned yellow, showing a number of 51. Li Wenhao waved his hand, and the Silver Moon Wolf King appeared before everyone. The 4 great sanctuaries were about to fight over him. This one was even more impressive than the last. Another level 4 King Beast. I heard he was a participant in the Academy competition. I said so otherwise. How could he be so strong? Lan Shi nodded in satisfaction. Li Wenhao, 15 years old, spirit power 51 points, fusion degree level 3, talent yellow. Total score 110 points. You can also choose a sanctuary. I'll give you 20 bottles of spirit concentration liquid and 15 level 6 beast essences. How about that? Nangongyu said, sweating profusely. Our beast god hall can also offer that much, and I'll add another level 6 beast essence, Zhe Longxiao added. Tilting his head to glance at Nangongyu. Nangongyu angrily scolded, Zhe Longxiao, you old bastard. Are you intentionally trying to go against me? Whatever I offer. You just have to offer slightly more. Zhe Longxiao grinned. Say whatever you want. As long as I can recruit someone, that's all that matters. Elderly said, I will still offer double what they do. If you come to our war god hall, the resources will be even more than this. You decide. Li Wenhao shook his head helplessly. I choose the beast god hall. Zhe Longxiao laughed heartily. Good. Haha. The beast god hall welcomes you. Next student. Please come on stage. This time, the student was Chu Chu. Lan Shi took out a crystal ball, and Chu Chu placed her hand on it, revealing 3 lines of light. Then Lan Shi took out another crystal ball, which turned green, showing a value of 50. Chu Chu then summoned her spirit beast, the 9-colored deer. Chu Chu, 17 years old, spirit power 50 points, fusion degree level 3, talent green, spirit beast level 4 king beast 9-colored deer, total score 80 points. You can also make your choice. Feng Yuanshu said lightly, this time it's a girl, don't fight over her. My old lady will cultivate you with all our strength if you come to our rainfall hall. This time, others didn't say anything, all waiting for the girl to make her own choice. I choose the beast god hall. Lan Shi nodded. Next student, please come on stage.